Manhattan, 57th Street. The apartment on the 58th floor of 157. Jiang Chao stood before a wall of intelligent, transformative mirrors, adjusting his blue tie adorned with golden edges. He stood upright, surveying his reflect-iona sculpted visage framed by sleek, glossy black hair. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Not too shabby. He cast a glance at the world beyond the titanium-coated, tempered glass windows. Skyscrapers rose in a magnificent array next door. The Empire State Building glittered under the sun. The East River flowed serenely, and the Statue of Liberty held her torch. Aloft across the water, all of this showcased the allure of this world-class metropolis. Here lies New York. Jiang Chao had traversed into this realm for a week now. During this time, he had fully embraced the reality of his journey, bolstered by the memories from his past life. Instead of shock, he felt an overwhelming sense of delight. He had soul-traversed. It was time to revel in it. Historically, traversing to another world was quite remarkable. It was even more so that just a week prior, he had landed in this prestigious apartment. Upon realizing he was in the 157 condominium, he understood the gravity of his situation. This was the epitome of wealth within New York's affluent district, the most expensive residential building in the world. However, upon the transmission of his current life's memories, he was taken aback. He had expected to be a wealthy magnate. Instead, he found himself a sophomore in the humanities and social sciences at Columbia University. With the same name, he was a genuine descendant of the Middle Kingdom. Born on March 17, 1990, standing at 187 centimeters, weighing 80 kilograms. He possessed both muscularity and charm, a stunning young man. His appearance mirrored that of Jiang Chao at the same age in his previous life, yet their histories diverged entirely. Columbia University, where the recently appointed Mr. Obama had graduated a prestigious institution in America. Yet, Jiang Chao could not fathom the utility of a degree in humanities and social sciences. Studying land reform machinery would surely be more beneficial. Was he destined for a political career in America? In his previous life, in 2022, Jiang Chao was merely an ordinary office worker, a homebody. He toiled from 9 to 5, spending his evenings immersed in games like NBA 2K and League of Legends, while occasionally engaging in matchmaking. If all went as planned, his life would revolve around marriage, children, nurturing a family, retiring, and eventually passing away. Just before his transformation, he had been playing as Allen Iverson, outmaneuvering Shaquille O'Neal in NBA 2K. At the very moment he executed a complex move, he received an ambiguous text from his colleague. "Can I sleep over at your place tonight?" The taller version of Zunlong 3. Jiang Chao inadvertently spewed his nutrient drink across his laptop. A cascade of sparks followed, and in the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped him, and he had transcended. I merely intended to execute a complex move, not to traverse worlds. What the predicament? Everything had changed. He wondered if little AI had managed to outmaneuver O'Neal. The impending showdown with the colleague resembling the teacher from Peach Valley had thus vaporized. Timing is everything. Why now? This was a moment to unwind. This is strictly for office ladies. Nonetheless, it is what it is. Jiang Chao is a person who adapts to circumstances. He simply goes about his business, doing what needs to be done once he is dressed and ready. That day, he stood gazing at the Empire State Building for quite a while, yet the anticipated epiphany never echoed in his mind. Fairy tales are nothing but deceitful fabrications. Online novels have marred my youth, but it matters not. Now it is the year 2009 that although it exists in a parallel universe, there are still notable differences. Some things exist while others do not, and some may very well change due to Jiang Chaos' arrival. Let us consider his so-called golden finger as the agile mind of a high achiever and the memories from his past life. The AS for the lottery numbers. He can forego those, however. He is somewhat acquainted with popular films, television shows, music, and perhaps even future starlets destined for fame. At the very least, as a basketball enthusiast, he possesses a vivid recollection of the NBA's recent exhilarating developments, allowing him to place informed bets on games he remembers. Not to mention, the sole commonality between his previous and current life is an unwavering love for basketball, which is quite fortunate, as this body is adept at playing the sport and is also a fan. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, a lawyer rapped upon his vintage bronze door. "Esteemed Mr. Jiang, please accompany me to Madison Square Garden to address the forthcoming matters." "What is this?" Memories surged like a tide, overwhelming him. This body belonged to an orphan from a Jinling orphanage, later adopted by a grandfather of unknown origins who took him to America. He had only seen his grandfather once when he was about 5 or 6 years old. This enigmatic wealthy grandfather had consistently supported Jiang Chao's education, and eventually, Jiang Chao began to work and earn his own living, thereby becoming self-sufficient and no longer requiring assistance. And now, he found himself in this peculiar scenario. The lawyer informed him that his adoptive grandfather had passed away, leaving Jiang Chao an unexpected inheritance of $20 billion after the property taxes on the luxurious 157 apartment. The most absurd part was yet to come. This lad had squandered the money before Jiang Chao's arrival. He had spent it all. What a wastrel. Thus, during the week following his arrival, Jiang Chao found himself aimlessly navigating various locales in New York, signing documents and completing formalities. In a swift transformation, he went from being an ordinary university student to the grand owner of the NBA's New York Knicks. Is this truly possible? Jiang Chao was at a loss. What couldn't he do with $20 billion? Why take on the burden of the Knicks of all things? And to spend so much money? It seemed that the Knicks' former owner, James Dolan, overwhelmed by financial turmoil, had acquiesced to his acquisition request, resulting in Jiang Chao's overwhelming excitement, leading him to faint that he speculated that this may have marked the completion of his soul's transition. A week later, having fully acclimated to the life of an heir, Jiang Chao's immediate thought was to curse his fate. With $20 billion in inheritance, wouldn't it be more delightful to indulge a little? Why not spoil his favorite actress and girl group for a month, compelling them to kneel and sing his praises? Invest in stocks, pursue romantic endeavors back home, delve into the entertainment industry, or engage in live streaming. Anything would surely be preferable to managing a basketball team. Being the owner of an NBA team, while also a real estate tycoon and financial magnate, certainly has its allure. Nonetheless, the fact that it is an NBA franchise reignites a flicker of confidence within Jiang Chao. This prodigal individual, perhaps due to his orphan childhood, exhibits a duality of character: a diligent student by day, balancing work and studies, yet by night he engages in three pursuits: either attending games at Madison Square Garden and cheering fervently, or when there are no matches, playing basketball on the streets under the cover of night. Never during the daylight at school, or indulging in rock music and bar hopping, reveling in the nocturnal chaos of the city. With a bit of wealth, he might also find himself enjoying the performances of Broadway's talented artists. Jiang Chao appreciates this aspect of life. It is inherently human to oscillate between restraint and indulgence. His previous life mirrored this pattern, struggling through the day in the corporate world and dominating in League of Legends by night. Essentially, the same concept. Thus, his subsequent actions unfolded naturally. With newfound wealth, his first impulse was to invest heavily in the NBA team representing his city, a team notorious for its mismanagement, the hapless Knicks of New York City. At least I can't buy Broadway. Jiang Chao sighed lightly. Broadway, in fact, refers to a street in New York filled with theaters, synonymous with musical theater. To acquire it would necessitate negotiations with numerous owners, most of whom are far from financially challenged. Unlike Dolan, who faced near bankruptcy amid an economic downturn and a 5-year playoff drought, pressured by fans to sell the team. Initially dismissive of potential buyers, Dolan ultimately succumbed to an offer that was simply too generous to refuse. Yet, Jiang Chao harbors a degree of admiration for this reckless young man. After amassing such wealth, he made a decision that most would dream of yet dare not pursue. As the first Chinese-born owner of an NBA team in North America, he would undoubtedly face scrutiny and criticism. This choice, fraught with peril, could see him ousted by disgruntled fans and various other factors before the season concluded. Taking a deep breath as he opened the opulent bronze doors, Jiang Chao felt a surge of excitement. Embarking on this new chapter, beginning with his beloved basketball, seemed quite promising. He envisioned himself standing at the podium of the NBA Hall of Fame, confidently declaring, "I am a legend that..." As he stepped out, he pressed the golden button for the elevator. The 157 apartment features 2 units per floor, with each luxurious dwelling spanning 500 square meters, shared by 2 affluent residents. The higher one ascends, the smaller the spaces become. Jiang Chao's modest 58th floor unit is just the right size, offering a panoramic view of half of New York City, with over 200 square meters of lavish living space all to himself. Additionally, he enjoys complimentary services akin to those of any ultra-luxurious hotel, a privilege extended to the building's owners. Today is Monday, and he is preparing to embrace his new role as the new owner at Madison Square Garden. The news is likely to emerge today, as the bank must follow procedures. Jiang Chao has actually spent $1.88 billion, as the Chinese have a penchant for auspicious numbers. This means that the old gentleman's inheritance still amounts to $120 million, a sum that is indeed sufficient, akin to a fortune that would take several lifetimes to amass. In a previous existence, however, it is evident that Jiang Chao will not be content with merely this having made the acquisition a reality. He aspires to be the best. He is that type of individual. Either he does not engage at all, or he strives to be the most illustrious NBA owner. Much like in the 2K management mode, he is eagerly preparing for the challenge. Moreover, he possesses a keen insight. Unlike the impulsive former owner, he truly understands the dynamics of the game. Historically, Dolan would never sell the Knicks, allowing the world to witness the team's dismal performance. The American commentator, Yao E. Smith, once remarked, "When I was born, the Knicks won the championship. Now, at 54, the Knicks have yet to even reach the finals." This illustrates the poor management of a globally renowned basketball market. Since 2003, they have not made it to the playoffs, and after Ewing, no superstar has emerged. Each year, fans label him as the worst owner, and David Stern has publicly criticized him for his lack of wisdom. Jiang Chao's audacious maneuvers are well known, even to those who are not Knicks fans. The foolish 6-year, $100 million contract for Allen Houston, and the irrational decision to recruit championship coach Larry Brown before achieving any results, inflated the market value with a 5-year, $50 million deal. It is worth noting that in 2018, Coach Popovich's annual salary was merely $1.5 million. The most astonishing aspect is that after failing to reach the playoffs in his first season, Dolan immediately fired Larry Brown, incurring a buyout fee of $18 million, resulting in a coach earning $28 million in a single season, exceeding the then salary cap for players. This led to a plethora of coaches eager to please Dolan, despite his questionable decisions. Dolan indeed fell for the trap, signing long-term contracts with various assistant coaches, which resulted in them continuing to receive salaries even after being dismissed. These individuals became a liability, and Jiang Chao would certainly prioritize their removal. This was still a relatively stable management team, comprised of somewhat reputable coaches and general managers. The situation with the players is even more chaotic, as changes occur with alarming frequency. In Dolan's domain, you will never witness a stable environment. His roster is in a constant state of flux. Much of this is unnecessary, as numerous maneuvers are merely superfluous, remarked Frank Isola, a prominent reporter for the New York Daily News, directly criticizing Dolan's operations on his cable sports channel. In truth, since the dawn of the 21st century, David Stern has pressured Dolan to sell the team annually, with this year being particularly severe, as after the buyout of Marbury in 2008, he has failed to retain even a single all-star caliber player. Even the star coach Isaiah Thomas was dismissed, replaced by Mike D'Antoni. What use is it to appoint the best coach who led the Suns in 2003 if the players lack the capability to execute a fast-paced game? Can a player like David Lee, who plays center, truly succeed? When faced with the likes of Yao Ming and Shaquille O'Neal, would it not be akin to squeezing a chick? This year, the NBA headquarters in New York has relentlessly exerted pressure. Yet, Dolan, despite facing financial difficulties in his cable television business, remains unwilling to sell. Why not sell? Even amidst last year's economic crisis, the New York Knicks, acquired by Dolan for a mere $30 million in 1997, have consistently generated profit. Dolan is a businessman. Why would he part with something that brings in revenue? Since his acquisition, the Knicks' value has never dipped below the top 2 in the NBA, supported by the vast New York market. Despite a nearly $40 million loss in fiscal revenue last year, the team's valuation still soared to $534 million, ranking first among NBA franchises. However, it is known that after owning the Knicks for 22 years, Dolan has amassed $4 billion from the team, surpassing the profits from his cable television rights. Eventually, he became complacent. The team was merely a lucrative tool. Criticism did not faze him, he simply increased security. Thus, after clarifying his thoughts, Jiang Chao remained unperturbed, even contemplating a haircut downstairs. This is not merely a stock, it is a guaranteed profit venture. Despite Dolan's distasteful management, the Knicks' valuation reached $6 billion in 2021, that he can afford to be a hands-off owner while still averaging over $200 million in annual profits. Therefore, this owner effortlessly balances reputation, career, and wealth. Even without diligent efforts, profit continues to flow. Such is the harsh reality of the world. The wealthier individuals are, the less likely they are to face bankruptcy, as some entities are perpetually profitable. So, why did Dolan, who refused to sell the team in 2022, swiftly finalize the transfer procedures to receive payment within a week? $1.88 billion. That is an exorbitant sum. This was even a price Jiang Chao proposed in a moment of enthusiasm. This amount could purchase any team. No owner would decline such an offer. From Dolan's perspective, this could equate to profits spanning over a decade. And he could acquire another team. The Knicks are not the sole option. This unexpected windfall arrived at an opportune moment. Fans criticized the league, the staff, and if not for the financial aspect, many would have already departed. In the wake of the 2009 economic crisis, the Knicks' value was at most around $700,800 million. Although listing for sale might fetch a higher price, it would certainly not reach the $1.88 billion level. That amount could directly purchase the most expensive teams across all four major leagues in the United States. Moreover, considering Dolan's current cash flow difficulties after all, market value cannot be liquidated. Jiang Chao's one-time full payment would have him laughing in his dreams. To Jiang Chao, this was reminiscent of Mr. Tsai Chongqing's acquisition of the Nets. The economic benefits of New York are simply too powerful that it was rather foolish for the wealthiest man in the fighting nation to operate the Nets, which incurred a record luxury tax of $90.6 million in 2014, alongside annual losses. Yet, merely due to its location in Brooklyn, Mr. Tsai ended up spending $2.3 billion to acquire the team. This allowed the Russian billionaire to delightfully earn $1.9 billion, recouping all previous losses, effectively realizing the dream of being a Hanson owner in a real-life 2K scenario. But that was in 2018. Now, 9 years later, after numerous instances of inflation, spending nearly $2 billion to purchase an NBA team in 2009 seems utterly absurd. If only Jiang Chao had traversed the day earlier, he would not have squandered such an exorbitant sum. Wealth can indeed sway even the most obstinate of individuals. With a wry smile, Jiang Chao stepped into the elevator, already presuming how the New York Times would portray him today. The wealthy tycoon, the naive greenhorn, the gullible fool, the dimwit, the pig-headed new owner of the celestial empire. As he pressed the button for the basement level, Jiang Chao hesitated, then opted for the ground floor instead. Never mind, he would proceed to the basketball arena, simultaneously experiencing the vibrant culture of New York for the first time. That vintage automobile was certainly ill-suited for his physique. Perhaps if I hadn't thrown so much money at it, Dolan wouldn't have sold at all. Though not a Knicks fan, the fact that this ignorant opportunist is now the owner of the Knicks is quite exhilarating. As the elevator descended, Jiang Chao felt an escalating thrill. This impulsive decision, born from extravagant spending, appeared to be the most audacious course of action. Certainly, he could have acquired a smaller market team for $300 or $400 million. But to what end? It seems that Jordan, around this time next year, had spent $275 million to purchase the Bobcats, yet the team did not profit from the legendary player's fame. Losses continued as before. This is the mecca of basketball, the city with the highest foot traffic in America, incomparable to any other, where countless teams suffer annual losses. Jiang Chao had the capacity to generate profit through his management, but the potential for greater earnings in New York was undeniably straightforward. The New York Knicks, the significance lies in the name New York. In terms of long-term benefits, $1.88 billion is but a trifling sum. What constitutes a long-term investment? This, indeed, is the true essence of casting a long line. Before his transmigration, it mattered little whether he was a casual fan. It was all Dolan's doing. Now, he could mold the Knicks into the team he desired. It must be said, the Knicks' vibrant orange jerseys were undeniably appealing to Jiang Chao. The team I desire, I shall create myself. Hello there, handsome. As Jiang Chao reveled in his own thoughts, the elevator halted at the 33rd floor, and a woman with a hint of high-end perfume entered, her golden locks cascading gently as she carried a small bag. She glanced at Jiang Chao and elegantly raised her hand in greeting. Jiang Chao regarded the somewhat familiar visage with an impassive expression. So pale, Indeed, extraordinarily pale. Chapter 3. Is that the Black Widow? Would she drink foot water? The first thought that crossed Jiang Chao's mind was the striking whiteness of the woman before him. However, this lady was evidently even fairer than the average Caucasian girl. Jiang Chao peered intently at the woman, clad in black leather shoes. Her attire was sultry, a loose black spaghetti-strap dress revealing a majority of her alabaster skin, with a sharp nose adorned by red sunglasses that harmonized with her crimson lips. Her straight, silky blonde hair and arched eyebrows accentuated her poise. "Hello, good morning," Jiang Chao responded in fluent English. When in Rome, one must embrace local customs. In America, boldly showcasing oneself is not a detriment. Encountering a charming boy or girl on the street and exchanging greetings could lead to unexpected adventures. Moreover, given that the elevator ascends to the 33rd floor, it is evident that one is in the presence of affluent residents, possibly neighboring a young heiress or a world-class entrepreneurial spirit. Of course, the youthful women frequenting this locale might also include escorts or various models. Yet the woman before him is clearly not one of them. She exudes an air of elegance and authority, her unique fragrance setting her apart. In truth, the woman harbors curiosity about the tall Asian gentleman before her, clad in a suit by George, accompanied by a vintage black leather briefcase. Despite his attire, he bears the countenance of a mere 12 student. One would hardly expect the scion of an Asian magnate to dress so simply. Typically, the wealthy offspring would initiate conversation. Yet this young man appears more composed. She has never encountered him within this building and wonders which young, affluent Asian actor he might resemble. In her profession, the more affluent acquaintances one cultivates, the better. After all, they represent potential future investors, and fostering good relationships is always prudent. Thus, she activates her chatty mode. "Hey there, I've never seen you around." Jiang Chao replies nonchalantly, holding his briefcase to him. While the woman's face seems somewhat familiar, she is merely an attractive neighbor. There are countless beautiful women, and following the news today, he anticipates an influx of admirers. He must swiftly attend to matters concerning the Knicks. The woman, brushing her golden hair, grows increasingly intrigued. "Do you live here too?" "Indeed. Mixed heritage? Chinese. Wow. I like China." Upon hearing his nationality, the woman expresses surprise. Residents of this building are predominantly non-Chinese. She is aware of renowned figures like the fashion mogul Chao Chifeng and Pan Shi from Soho, who are publicly associated with the 157 building. Yet she wonders about this handsome stranger's connection to them. "Where are you headed?" she inquires, standing beside Jiang Chao as they watch the elevator descend, their conversation flowing effortlessly, imbued with an innate sense of familiarity. Jiang Chao smiles in response. "I'm planning to stroll to the Plaza Garden Arena and see what sights await along the way." "Stroll? Sights?" The woman lowers her sunglasses, blinking her luminous eyes in feigned astonishment. This gesture surprises Jiang Chao. My goodness. Those familiar hazel-brown eyes, paired with those brows, evoke a growing sense of recognition, yet he cannot place her. As he attempts to look again, she has already adjusted her sunglasses. "What's so remarkable about Manhattan?" she remarks, continuing her walk, as foot traffic becomes increasingly congested. In her profession, being recognized while walking can be quite troublesome. Moreover, Jiang Chao seems to be on business. Does he not have a driver to escort him? "Do you believe me if I say this is my first time walking this route?" Jiang Chao chuckles humorously, though is indeed the truth. For the past few days, he has been following Dolan's secretary through various buildings, signing a plethora of documents, while the remainder of his time has been spent contemplating life, without once purchasing fruit on the street. "You truly have a knack for humor. Perhaps walking isn't the best option. I'm on my way to Times Square to purchase a bag. Why not let me accompany you, handsome?" This. Ding. The elevator arrived at the first floor, only to be swiftly closed by her as it continued to the basement parking lot. "Come on. No man has ever ridden in my car." This. The woman before Jiang Chao grew increasingly curious about him. He was handsome and enigmatic, and the fact that he hadn't recognized her only fueled her desire to learn more. Just as Jiang Chao was equally intrigued by her, he thought to himself, "Who on earth is this woman? So assertive, living in this world-class luxury building, as if no one else owns a car." He himself had inherited a vintage Rolls-Royce from the 1960s. While it certainly exuded charm, it was rather cramped. It couldn't accommodate his height of 187 centimeters, and having grown accustomed to modern vehicles, Jiang Chao found little nostalgia for such antiquity. This unexpected ride-sharing was somewhat perplexing, but he decided to acquiesce. All right, I suppose I can allow you to drive. The alluring woman leading the way nearly stumbled at his words, almost losing her balance. Well, that was a rather intriguing choice of words. They approached a striking red LaFerrari, its deep crimson hue as fiery as the woman's figure. Could you possibly be Dell's daughter? Jiang Chao had no doubt she was an affluent woman at such a young age. Driving such a car couldn't possibly be achieved without parental support. In the past week, the only wealthy individual he had encountered was Michael Dell, the founder of Dell Computers, who happened to be his neighbor on the 84th floor. The woman tossed her hair back and took her place in the driver's seat, the car door rising like a pair of butterfly wings. Jiang Chao settled into the passenger seat. Marveling at the technological marvel that was the supercar in his previous life, he had only experienced a second-hand Nissan worth $80,000, though he was now wealthy. This was his first encounter with a supercar in the million-dollar range, and he resolved to acquire one for himself to study in detail. Basic courtesy must prevail after all. It was said that the first invitation for a man to ride along bore some significance, whether true or not. Thank you, Jiang Chao, but you can just call me Jiang. As the woman started the car, she mused inwardly. All right, confirmed. He truly doesn't know me. But that was fine. Engaging in conversation with a handsome stranger was delightful. Great. So, Jiang, are you new to America? Aware that prying into someone's background might be inappropriate after all, he could be a notorious drug lord from the Golden Triangle. She opted for light banner instead. Sort of, Jiang Chao responded, fastening his seatbelt. Before him unfolded a scene reminiscent of the initial moments in a detective story set in Chinatown, the vibrant city of New York. The woman smiled, revealing dimples. Perhaps this was the charm of Asian humor, leaving much to the imagination. Yet, she discerned that the young man genuinely did not recognize her, so she introduced herself. Call me John. Johnson will suffice. I recently wrapped a film and am taking some time off before heading back to Hollywood. There was a hint of pride in her voice. Every actress yearned for the recognition of men, even if only through the characters they portrayed. Wait, hold on. Jiang Chao paused. Hollywood? An actress? Johnson? Certainly, it is certainly not the son of that magician, Johnson. It cannot possibly be that Johnson, can it? Jiang Chao glanced sideways. Once more, perhaps it was not the familiar wavy locks and tight leather pants that the public recognized, and Jiang Chao had failed to identify her. Earlier, Scarlett Johansson? Yes, indeed. You know me? The woman, grasping the steering wheel, hummed a Taylor Swift tune. Oh, it's the Black Widow. My apologies, Jiang Chao replied, feeling a surge of excitement at the realization that he was in the presence of the illustrious actress. In the next moment, he wondered if she might suddenly produce a knife from beneath her skirt and eliminate him in a dramatic leap. No wonder she seemed so familiar. Yet, Jiang Chao truly could not recognize this golden-haired version of Scarlett Johansson, especially with the sunglasses and the fact that this was their first encounter in person. She appeared even more stunning than in the films. What surprised him most was her unexpected loquacity. It was hard to believe that at this point, Iron Man 2 had not yet been filmed, and this woman was in her prime, in her early 20s. I must mention, just a few days ago, Thunderstar Kevin Durant expressed on a social platform his desire to drink your foot bath water. Don't even bring that up. With his pathetic demeanor, looking like a construction foreman, who would pay him any mind? Disgusting, Scarlett retorted, crossing her legs, her fair thighs pressing together. Ahem, it is indeed somewhat repulsive that so large, so fair. Jiang Chao found it difficult to avert his gaze, as he was either met with the sight of her long legs or her fair skin. Who could withstand such temptation? The notion that Durant might have been so captivated by her legs that he impulsively made that comment, which turned into a decade-long joke, crossed his mind. Oh, Durant, the woman you so fervently desire is right here beside me, driving me around, and she even initiated the conversation. Some are destined for solitude, while others encounter fortune effortlessly. Jiang Chao could almost envision Durant's dark expression, unable to suppress a chuckle. Don't laugh. You know me because of that incident, but I would prefer you to know me for my films. Scarlett appeared slightly vexed. Having debuted as a child star, she had grown into a notable figure in Hollywood. After all, purchasing property in this area and capturing the Attention of Thunder's star player, Durant. Soon enough, in a few days, I will have time to cast you in a film. It will undoubtedly be a hit. What genre? Superhero. Chapter 4. I am the new owner of the Knicks. Ha. Splendid. Scarlett did not take it to heart. Most of the wealthy individuals she encountered had made similar remarks to her. Let's invest in your project, and so forth. Anyone can open their mouth and speak, who cannot? Not to mention the superhero genre, she had not even ventured into that territory. Their intentions were merely to seduce her, and she was not a woman who would bend for money. The more carefree and spirited a girl is, the more principle she has. Conversely, she preferred to engage in conversation with those she genuinely wished to, such as this handsome man before her, who spoke without flattery or feigned smiles, appearing somewhat earnest. Was he wealthy or not? Meanwhile, Jiang Chao was already contemplating the events that lay ahead. Before us stand the illustrious actress who would later embody Marvel's premier female superhero, having graced the screens in Iron Man 2, the Avengers series Captain America 2 and 3, Ghost in the Shell, and eventually her own film, Black Widow. The stunning and exceptionally skilled Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, represents the epitome of a fantasy role for many men. The moment she dons that figure-hugging leather ensemble, her dark red curls cascading, an overwhelming sense of security envelopes the scene. Thus, it is no surprise that Jiang Chao asserts the wisdom in investing in her. While Scarlett Johansson may not possess the same captivating allure as in her cinematic portrayals, Jiang Chao, as an onlooker, immediately recognizes her exquisite figure and remarkable presence. Currently, she is experiencing a modest rise, but it seems her pinnacle is poised to arrive next year. Previously, she had primarily engaged in independent art films or romantic dramas, but it was her collaboration with Marvel that unveiled her true calling. A personal hero. The realm of female superheroes is undeniably scarce. Characters like Black Widow and Scarlet Witch, backed by Marvel, are nothing short of formidable, while Captain Marvel, if cast appropriately, could also make a significant impact. In 2019, Scarlett topped Forbes' list of highest-earning actresses, surpassing luminaries such as Jennifer Lawrence and Kristen Stewart. She has garnered numerous accolades for her action roles, making the investment in her truly worthwhile. Upon reflection, what a delightful journey it is. At this moment, Jiang Chao can scarcely recall any past figures resembling the likes of the infamous Tao Gu. Isn't the youthful Black Widow utterly enchanting? Moreover, the music playing in her car, Fearless by Taylor Swift, reminds us that she is merely 20 and at the height of her prowess. Swift, the goddess of Grammy fame, could easily thrive on her looks alone, yet she chooses to rely on her immense talent. Those long legs are simply breathtaking. And let's not forget Gal Gadot and the Supermodel Brigade, all fresh-faced young women. Even Kylie Jenner, the youngest Kardashian who captivated numerous NBA players, is merely 16 and still blossoming. This observation does not even encompass the talents emerging from Asia. Among the four little flowers of the heavenly kingdom, aside from the ethereal goddess who stand apart, the other three are just beginning to shine, exuding youthful purity. The sweet Qin Jia remains moderately popular, while the pure-hearted Naz is still in high school. Jiang Chao even envisions sponsoring these stunning starlets through their university education, or perhaps bringing them directly to New York. Might their life paths alter as a result? Beauty and talent will undoubtedly dominate in the future. With his assistance, could they not excel in acting, dancing, and singing from this very moment? On the K-pop front, Girls' Generation G has left Asian youth in a frenzy. Are Yuna and others waiting for Jiang Chao to rescue them. As for Terra, do not even think about signing him, dear Wang Gongzi. The third generation of girl groups is set to bloom, while the fourth generation is still developing. Groups like Pink, FX, AOA, Twice, and Red Velvet are all exceptional talents. These represent the youthful memories of Jiang Chao's early years, and now he finds himself at the zenith of his potential. To bestow upon others is a pity. Instead, why not I confess? I adore 2009 seated in the luxurious Ferrari, enveloped by the enchanting aura of a future superstar. Jiang Chao closed his eyes. Yet in the blink of an eye, the goddess switched to a chattier mode. Honestly, I still feel that New York is superior to I grew up here, and although I later ventured to Hollywood as an actress, Los Angeles simply pales in comparison to the vibrancy of New York. What do you think? Purchasing this apartment for my parents was indeed a wise decision. Every time I return here after filming, I feel utterly relaxed. Well, it's not bad, but I haven't lived here long, nor have I visited Los Angeles, Jiang Chao mused. It was rather redundant if one couldn't find comfort in an apartment worth 700 to 800 million renminbi. What could be more comforting? However, this young lady was quite frugal and devoted. She had been acting since the age of 11, and it seemed her earnings were devoted to acquiring this very apartment. The 33rd floor was slightly more affordable than Jiang Chaos, which was quite surprising, revealing a domestic side to the Black Widow that one might not expect. What's that about a man's words? Why are you in the 157 building, then? Only residents can enter there. Scarlett made a playful face, clearly skeptical that someone who purchased an apartment in 157 would be unfamiliar with the place. Even the secretaries of the owners could not access the building without being accompanied by the residents themselves. This guy went down alone. Could he possibly be the property manager? Never mind. I shan't pry into personal matters, she conceded. Just move in. What do you think one can do? Jiang Chao quipped, implying a pun that Scarlett clearly did not grasp. Well, when you have the chance, come visit me in Los Angeles. The movie studios there are quite enjoyable, and you can see the handprints of Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan from your country. Jiang Chao felt a bit overwhelmed, who would have thought that this seemingly chatty diva was the same icy assassin capable of softening the Hulk. She was undeniably attractive, yet her ruby lips would not cease their chatter. Considering it from another angle, perhaps her skills were formidable. Noticing Jiang Chao's silence, Scarlett, feeling somewhat familiar, decided to ask outright. So what do you do? Why are you at Madison Square Garden? The Knicks aren't in the playoffs, and there aren't any concerts recently. Are you perhaps a hockey fan? I'm a Knicks fan, actually. I went there for business. Jiang Chao rolled his eyes, recalling his earlier resolve not to pry into personal affairs. A fellow. I consider myself a semi-Knicks fan, and I'm also a Lakers fan. Unfortunately, the games in Los Angeles tend to be more thrilling, you know? Scarlett clicked her tongue, causing Jiang Chao some irritation. The Knicks' poor performance was indeed notorious. Only she had the patience to discuss them. Anyone else would have already launched into a tirade at the mere mention of the team's name. Understood. Jiang Chao gestured in acknowledgement. After all, Scarlett had grown up in New York, witnessing Knicks games as they once thrived, with the legendary Patrick Ewing anchoring the team, contending with Jordan until the very end. Quite an impressive feat. I cannot fathom how such a historically prestigious team struggles to claim a championship. This year, the Lakers are poised for victory, while the Knicks last claimed a title in the 1970s. Indeed, Scarlett was a devoted basketball enthusiast, albeit not a fan of Durant, but rather an admirer of LeBron and the Lakers. After the Thunder's 2012 Finals defeat to the Heat, Durant promptly unfollowed Scarlett after she posted a mocking comment, a fleeting romance. Perhaps. I feel that the Knicks are unlikely to make the playoffs this year. With the departure of star players like Marbury and Randolph, relying on a diminutive player like Nate Robinson and Al Harrington, it's a pipe dream. What do you mean? A bunch of rookies are on the court. How can they win games? Perhaps the rookies weren't the right picks? With such a terrible owner, it's a wonder if they could pick well. Jiang Chao knew they weren't referring to him, yet it still felt awkward. He had no counter-arguments. Indeed, if the Knicks had continued on their trajectory in the 2009-2010 season, they would have ended up with the second-worst record in the league. Even acquiring Tracy McGrady mid-season couldn't alter the despair of a 12-game losing streak. Subsequent years saw them comfortably entrenched in the bottom ranks. Their luck was particularly poor. The top draft pick was snatched away by the Cavaliers. However, I've heard that the Knicks are about to change owners. Hopefully, it will be a positive shift. At that moment, Scarlett, who was well connected in high circles, caught wind of this rumor. That should certainly lead to improvements. Are you really a Knicks fan? True fans wouldn't want to change in ownership. This year can be a write-off. The new general manager, Donnie Walsh, who took over in 2008, replacing Isaiah Thomas, has stated that next year the Knicks will have the cap space for 2 max contracts, along with a top 3 draft pick. Why then, in the free agency market, with names like LeBron, Stoudemire, Anthony, Howard, and Iverson signing, just 2 of them would guarantee a spot in the Eastern Conference Finals, right? What if a new owner makes a hasty decision? Wouldn't that be a wasted opportunity? Now it was Jiang Chao's turn to shake his head. This was the so-called cloud fan, someone who oversimplifies the complexities of the NBA and basketball. Ordinary fans often judge a team's potential based solely on star names, thinking that's sufficient for predicting the next season's success. If one were to rely solely on paper strength, why bother playing the games? They could just trade for awards. Yet, He refrained from elaborating further. The uninitiated only see the spectacle, and the nuances are his alone to grasp. Ah, that's not quite correct. I'm actually a Spurs fan. Humph. Then you're the enemy. Scarlett's tone shifted immediately. Her lips pursed, but upon seeing Jiang Chao's handsome visage, she refrained from dismissing him. The Spurs and the Lakers have been rivals since the dawn of the 21st century, often clashing in the playoffs, where every encounter is fiercely contested. Bowen's dirty plays against Kobe have long made the Spurs a thorn in the side of many Lakers fans and admirers. But alas, I must be a Knicks fan. Jiang Chao suddenly crossed his arms, adopting a dramatic pose. Why? Jiang Chao gazed out at the bustling streets of Chinatown through the glass, and with a hint of nonchalance, he replied, I am, in fact, the new owner of the Knicks. Chapter 5. The Birth of Super Brothers #1 Hater. I choose to get off. Hiss. Ah, the familiar sound of QQ speed drifting. In the next moment, Jiang Chao was completely taken aback. Dear sister, could we possibly ease off the accelerator before slamming the brakes? The sudden and abrupt stop executed by Black Widow nearly caused his forehead to collide with the car window. Fortunately, the tactical lean saved him. Truly, actors are remarkable. Her driving skills were astonishingly exaggerated, and she seemed utterly unfazed. Is the physical cushion really that impressive? The vehicles behind were startled by the sudden halt. Yet they maintained a safe distance, thus avoiding any mishaps. Wait. Are you saying you are the new owner? Scarlett turned sideways, her eyes wide with astonishment. So large. Oh no, so round. Jiang Chao felt his throat tighten. Perhaps his tie was too constricting, and he was feeling a bit warm. That fool who recklessly doubled the price to acquire the Knicks, oh no. The air. Scarlett's mouth opened wide enough to devour an entire hot dog. Jiang Chao was left in a state of disbelief. How do you know so much? While gripping the steering wheel, Scarlett exclaimed with enthusiasm, making it seem as if they were filming a movie. However, indeed, reality often surpasses fiction in its excitement and exaggeration. A week prior, my neighbor, Jennifer Lopez, mentioned that a child, after inheriting a fortune, went a bit mad and purchased the Knicks for $2 billion, only to faint and be hospitalized for recuperation. There had been no news recently, and I thought it was a hoax. Turns out it was you, my neighbor. Indeed. Jiang Chao mused that the elite circles of 157 were distinctly different. Only these affluent individuals were privy to such matters. Jennifer Lopez was the first actress from Hollywood to reside in Manhattan's 157, later becoming a renowned singer and artist. This is amazing. $2 billion. The cost of Titanic was merely $1 billion. Scarlett must have calculated that $2 billion could fund numerous grand productions. Who would have thought Jiang Chao was speaking the truth? In the presence of such beauty, Jiang Chao found himself basking in the admiration. Then Scarlett asked, how much do you have left from your inheritance? None. No worries, you are still young. This investment is excellent. Just don't sell the team. I'm afraid you might make another reckless investment and suddenly find yourself in dire straits. Could you please think of something good for me? I don't want my handsome neighbor to move away. Scarlett tossed her hair, displaying that quintessential Hollywood humor, implying that if Jiang Chao continued this way, he might end up selling his house. If I move, it will at least be to the Gold Coast. Is that for real? You're only 20, right? Don't boast. Note, the Gold Coast Villa area, located east of 5th Avenue and west of Lexington Avenue, is home to super-rich mansions. Even more affluent than those in Manhattan, making it New York's most expensive, most desirable, and wealthiest neighborhood. Nestled amidst the mountains and beside the flowing waters, there exists a coastline adorned with skyscrapers that touch the horizon, a luxury often unattainable even for the wealthiest. What of being 20? At that age, you had already graced numerous prestigious international film festivals. That is not my point. My intention is to convey that you are the employer while I am but a worker. Do you grasp the challenges that come with being a boss? Although Scarlett is merely 3 or 4 years older than Jiang Chao, she exudes a remarkable maturity. I understand. Thus I have embraced it. How is it that I find myself increasingly drawn to you? Isn't that quite natural? You certainly possess the demeanor of a boss ahead of time. By the way, do you have an understanding of basketball? Please do not act recklessly. This is a New York team we're talking about. My God, may you achieve a better record this season. When everyone sees Jiang Chao, they are likely to exclaim, so young, can he truly manage a team like the Knicks? For there has never been an owner so youthful. The youngest NBA owner in history. Scarlett was indeed correct in her earlier remarks. She genuinely cares about her hometown team. Upon learning about Jiang Chao's identity, she quickly offered her suggestion, That Danilo Gallinari from the 2008 draft seems quite impressive. You should consider nurturing him. I am a fan of his. Please don't act recklessly. There remains room for next year's salary. Do not expend it all this year, as the free market offers no substantial opportunities. Jiang Chao waved his hand, experiencing a surge of headache. These are merely the operational suggestions penned by editors in newspapers. If one were to adhere strictly to the writings in the press, then what purpose would there be for a CEO or a boss? The boss must be willful. The CEO must embrace the merits of Taobao. In response, Jiang Chao exhibited unparalleled confidence. Rest assured, no one in New York is more adept at talent selection than I am. This season may pose some challenges, but I can assure you right now that next season, the Knicks will undergo a remarkable transformation, capable of contending for the championship. Oh, your words are intended to make me see you in a new light, aren't they? The Black Widow arched her eyebrows, fully aware that a young man of such age could remain unaffected by a captivating beauty like her. To utter such words is merely to cultivate her fondness, isn't it? Jiang Chao shook his head. This young girl still underestimated him. I shall proclaim the same sentiments before all the fans in New York at the press conference. His confident smile caused Scarlett to hesitate, pondering the authenticity of his claim. Could it be true? His words bore an air of sincerity, but from whence did this confidence emanate? The NBA is notoriously competitive. Is he certain about his decision to join? Such remarks are typically made by the general manager, who will inevitably bear the brunt of the consequences in the future. It takes courage, but do they have the fare for the journey? Scarlett halted before the red light, arching her elegant brows, her gaze reminiscent of the enigmatic allure of a certain Black Widow, intrigued by the presence of this young billionaire. With a delicate finger, she tapped the emblem of the Ferrari, evoking the sudden shift in expression akin to that of a femme fatale from a thrilling tale. Oh, blackmail? Although it is understood that the Black Widow's performance is instinctive, the essence of human nature remains unchanged. Historically, wealth has seldom been flaunted. After knowing she had directly spent a staggering $2 billion, Scarlett decisively sought a tip. Jiang Chao couldn't help but reflect. The goddesses in the eyes of Marvel fans are, after all, just ordinary women. The Black Widow is merely a character in the films, and outside of that, she is nothing more than a chatterbox and a playful little sprite. Fortunately, she lacks any ulterior motives, speaking her mind with a natural and unrestrained spirit. It is those who are duplicitous and cunning that are truly frightening. If he were indeed a carefree scion of wealth, succumbing to her charms would be inevitable. He wouldn't mind using his fortune to fulfill the fantasies he had conjured in his past life. The sheer satisfaction derived from spending money to experience a night with a world-saving superheroine is unparalleled. However, Jiang Chao had not indulged her whims. It was merely a ride. So why the pretense? Let me out, I insist, he declared, and promptly unbuckled his seatbelt. What? Jiang Chao's audacity left Scarlett momentarily stunned. Since her emergence into the public eye, how many affluent admirers had been unable to tear their gaze away from her, let alone act with such boldness? Especially considering that this wealth was not earned through her labor, but rather bestowed upon her like a sudden windfall. What was happening? Had she aged prematurely? I am only 24, she exclaimed. Her mention of the fair was merely jest. She intended to convey a token of appreciation, perhaps a season ticket to her home games. For Jiang Chao, such a gesture was hardly a matter of great significance. Jiang, you are unbelievable. Scarlett bit her red lip, decisively pulling over in New York's bustling district. Being caught without a seatbelt here might incur a fine, but for a young actress like her, maintaining a reputable image is paramount. American actresses differ from their Asian counterparts. They can be photographed strolling with handsome men or partying late into the night, yet they must never engage in illegal activities. They are expected to embody positive energy. After all, to honor the term idol. Ironically, it was she who was now flustered. You have far too many questions. I need to take a walk and think things over. Goodbye. Without hesitation, Jiang Chao exited the vehicle. This woman was both proud and self-absorbed. Yet her alluring appearance was difficult to resist. Just as well, he was ready to leave. It was indeed unfortunate for the Black Widow. Jiang Chao was no ordinary 20-year-old college student. He was a seasoned worker, well-versed in the ways of life. You created a new fan. You now have a black-hearted admirer. Scarlett's fair complexion flushed with indignation. Congratulations, you are my #1 critic, Jiang Chao replied nonchalantly, turning back with a charming smile. Bending down to remove Scarlett's sunglasses. By the way, I'll borrow these as a token of gratitude. Should we meet again on 57th Street? I'll present you with a season ticket. His effortless move left Scarlett feeling as though she were caught in a Korean drama. Upon regaining her composure, she shouted, "Hey, I don't want a season ticket. It takes up space and is often left empty. Such a waste." "Suit yourself," Jiang Chao said, donning the sunglasses and placing his hands in his pockets as he strolled towards a grand entrance adorned with a statue. Scarlett chattered incessantly, her deep brown eyes sparkling with a fierce intensity that could almost slay Jiang Chao. "I warn you, Knicks fans are not to be trifled with. Just wait and see." Without glancing back, Jiang Chao replied loudly, "All right, thank you. Thank you? Thank you." What a joke. Why was he not enraged at all? The irate Black Widow had completely lost her composure, flooring the accelerator and leaving a cloud of dust in her wake. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, and the contrasting silhouettes of Jiang Chao and her could be likened to a masterpiece of the world. Adjusting his fragrant sunglasses, Jiang Chao offered a cold smile. "Teach me how to do things? Huh, but I must truly thank you, for had you not stopped here, I might have forgotten something important." Chapter 6. Columbia University with sunglasses perched upon his nose. Jiang Chao wore a hint of a stylish demeanor and offered a faint smile. This was neither a vehicle destined for the garden pavilion nor one heading to a kindergarten. Rather, it was precisely at the location of Jiang Chao's university. This beautiful woman had underestimated him significantly. Could a 20-year-old college student not engage in profound contemplation? Jiang Chao shook his head in resignation, yet it indeed served as a reminder for him to meticulously plan how to excel in his role as a proprietor. Lacking any golden fingers or rings, he would solely rely on intellect and a reliable circle of companions. Though he had abruptly requested to disembark, it was intentional. He had orchestrated the stop here. One reason for this was the simple yet pressing matter of taking leave. He had forgotten to formally request time off. As a second-year student at Columbia University, skipping classes could jeopardize his graduation. Moreover, another reason lingered in his mind. With a fervent passion for acquiring a sports team. A mere week ago, he was just a student, devoid of any connections. Now venturing alone into an office would leave him isolated and unsupported. With a determined mindset, Jiang Chao turned to enter the grand gates of this prestigious research-focused private university, reminiscent of the White House. Someday, he mused, I too shall become a notable figure here. Little did Jiang Chao anticipate that he would traverse into the life of a student at this illustrious institution, renowned for its distinguished aura. The logo, with its 3 crosses atop a crown, spoke volumes. With a current net worth of $2 billion, he could easily aspire to be inducted into Columbia's Hall of Young Celebrities. This esteemed university has produced over 20 billionaires, yet the act of earning money as a Columbia student is often deemed rather pedestrian, overshadowed by the institution's monumental contributions to humanity. As one of the top 10 Ivy League schools, it boasts the highest number of Nobel laureates, 96. It has also produced 34 national leaders, including 4 presidents of the United States, one of whom was the first African-American to assume the presidency last year. Jiang Chao is not well versed in all the details, but he knew that Warren Buffett was an alumnus, along with notable figures from China's Republican era such as Hu Shi and Tao Xingji. The university's most prestigious department is undoubtedly its law school, renowned worldwide. Anyone familiar with American history knows that in its brief 200-year history, 10 Supreme Court justices have hailed from Columbia. Additionally, Yale University is quite commendable. For instance, Alibaba's vice president, Kai Chongqing, earned his doctorate from its law school. Had Jiang Chao traversed back a few years earlier, he would have certainly sought to recruit this formidable figure associated with Ma Yun. Jiang Chao made his way towards the School of Arts and Sciences, a field he was uncertain about, and as an international student, he primarily studied alongside other foreign scholars. It was likely that, like many of his peers, his aim was simply to obtain a diploma and return home with a sense of accomplishment. However, the situation was now different. Jiang Chao was confident that one day a statue of him would stand proudly before the newly established School of Arts and Sciences, akin to the statues of great figures like Franklin D. Roosevelt. Surrounded by students hastening to their classes, others sprawled on the lawn with dirt on their faces. Engrossed in modern genetics, Jiang Chao stood out. His age mirrored theirs, yet he was clad in a tailored suit. Nevertheless, he exuded undeniable charm. Dressed in a suit and sunglasses, he resembled an idol or perhaps a secret agent, capturing the attention of numerous junior and senior students who greeted him with curious glances. In the fervent heat of May, when youth is brimming with hormones, how can one possibly engage in scientific research? Jiang Chao lamented the stark differences of this era. Students at research universities flaunted their long legs and tank tops, all while engrossed in their iPads and wearing headphones. It remained uncertain whether they could replicate the groundbreaking research of nuclear magnetic resonance or fruit fly experiments that had once benefited humanity in a land that was, after all, the birthplace of America's atomic bomb project. The times breed heroes, and he wondered if he could ever become a distinguished alumnus of his alma mater. Jiang Chao, a graduate of Jilin Foreign Language School, understood that inheriting wealth does not equate to being a distinguished figure. One must demonstrate capability and rise to prominence. Just as he stepped into the corridor of the International Students Department, a loud shout echoed from the restroom. "Hey, what are you doing? I'm here to request a leave." Jiang Chao turned to see a middle-aged Chinese man with a head of damp, gray-black hair and strikingly sharp features, resembling Might Guy from Naruto. His enthusiasm for teaching was akin to that of the beloved character, earning him the nickname Passionate Lu among the international students. Removing his sunglasses in haste, Jiang Chao exclaimed in Chinese, "Hey, Teacher Lu, long time no see." Indeed, this was the very person Jiang Chao sought. "You little rascal, daring to skip my class? What's with that outfit?" The straightforward American-born Chinese educator, Bruce Lu, had been Jiang Chao's instructor for social sciences and history over the past 2 years. And the two had developed a friendly rapport, as Jiang Chao had never previously missed a class. "I'm just dealing with a little matter, and I need to request a leave from you, Old Lu." Jiang Chao affectionately referred to him as Old Lu, given their shared heritage. "Come in," Lu beckoned. They entered an empty classroom, where Teacher Lu leaned against the podium, scrutinizing Jiang Chao's designer attire with narrowed eyes. "You haven't done anything illegal, have you? You know, you used to wear only common brands, but now, just one piece of your outfit could surpass the total cost of your previous wardrobe, including those Armani sunglasses you just took off." "Of course not. As your student, how could I dare break the law?" "Then what do you need a leave for? Your major doesn't even require an internship." Bruce Lu's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, seemingly capable of piercing through any facade. Jiang Chao felt a shiver run down his spine under that penetrating stare, and he decided to be concise. "I'm sorry, Old Lu, but I may need to take an indefinite leave." "What? You could complete both your bachelor's and master's degrees together. What's the matter?" "If there are difficulties, you can always talk to me." Lu's demeanor shifted to one of concern. He was well aware of Jiang Chao's background, without parents and relying solely on his own earnings to study. For this reason, he felt a particular responsibility towards Chinese international students. He continued earnestly, "You know, if international students take too many leaves, they may not graduate." Jiang Chao smiled calmly and remarked, "It's perfectly fine. I am merely awaiting the principal to proactively bestow upon me my graduation certificate." There exists a certain ambition. Yet achievements within the realm of humanities and social sciences tend to manifest at a languorous pace. However, Teacher Lu did not perceive Jiang Chao's words as a jest, for such cases are not uncommon at Columbia. There are indeed luminaries in fields like physics and geography who, after a year away from academia, return adorned with Nobel Prizes. At which point the principal has long since retracted the dismissal letter and graciously conferred upon them the title of distinguished graduate. If one possesses sufficient prowess, even the principal may offer a cigarette in acknowledgement. "Very well, Old Lu, are you still solely teaching at our college? Has the law school not assigned you any courses?" Jiang Chao took the initiative, steering the conversation directly to the point. "Huh? Why do you inquire about that?" "I have not returned to the law school at all," Bruce Lu replied, momentarily taken aback, followed by a faint sigh. "Well, then." Jiang Chao glanced at the middle-aged and somewhat haggard Old Lu, memories surfacing in his mind. During a time of turmoil, he had migrated with his family to Chinatown, while simultaneously gaining admission to Columbia Law School, eventually securing a position as a faculty member. He remained in this role for over a decade without any promotion, merely serving as an ordinary lecturer in the law school. This was somewhat acceptable. Given the pervasive discrimination in America, without connections, one could only scrape by in such a society. However, for years prior, Old Lu had remarkably represented a student from the Celestial Empire in a lawsuit against several white families, resulting in his ostracization by white faculty members and a demotion from the law school to the humanities department, where he was tasked with teaching subjects outside his legal expertise. Jiang Chao had heard about that case from senior students. It involved a campus brawl wherein the white students initiated the violence but sought to extort $1 million in damages from the Chinese student, who had not even been bested in the altercation. The incorruptible Old Lu had boldly stepped forward to serve as the student's pro bono lawyer, ultimately achieving victory in court, albeit at the cost of incurring the ire of many Manhattan residents. Since then, he has been biding his time, drawing a salary while awaiting retirement. though his true capabilities are more akin to that of the head of the legal department. Regrettably, familial obligations prevent him from simply departing. Otherwise, he would have returned to China long ago to contribute to the legal sector there. It is widely understood among educators that, despite his seemingly idle demeanor, should he endeavor to assist other nations, it would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. Upon first hearing this story, Jiang Chao recognized old Lu's integrity, a sentiment reinforced during his studies, where old Lu's relentless pursuit of detail led to him being the instructor with the highest failure rate among students. It is precisely for this reason that Jiang Chao felt he could be of service to him. Speak plainly. What is it that you truly wish to pursue? Old Lu, being a legal scholar, could discern any hidden motives with ease. Observing Jiang Chao's demeanor, he sensed that there was something more beneath the surface. Teacher Lu, I have a part-time opportunity. Are you interested? Local work? Old Lu adjusted his glasses and surveyed the surroundings as a naturalized American citizen. He was unable to engage in work for the Celestial Empire. Otherwise, he would have long provided legal assistance domestically. It is essential, just next door. Are you the boss? Young man? Unlike Scarlett, old Lu immediately sensed that Jiang Chao exuded a different aura. It was the demeanor of one who had gained wealth, a sense of confidence. Yes. Speak. What can I assist you with? Chapter 7. The Literary Senior. Yes, sir. I have been waiting for your words. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chao felt a sense of assurance. Teacher Lu did not even inquire about his intentions before acquiescing, indicating a profound trust in him. It is undeniable that no educator could resist the charm of a dashing and affluent academic prodigy. For the past 2 years, Jiang Chao had been the student who posed the most questions to him. Moreover, it was rumored that Teacher Lu, with responsibilities both above and below, struggled to make ends meet after deductions from his salary. How tragic that is. In a different context, with such abilities, he would have long been residing in a grand estate. Jiang Chao settled into his seat and produced a copy of his acquisition contract. Teacher, I shall be succinct. I am currently managing a football team. As soon as he uttered the first sentence, Teacher Lu's eyes widened like saucers, and he promptly picked up the contract to examine it. To someone studying law, a contract is as enticing as a cheetah spotting its prey. Although he was Jiang Chao's teacher, he was not responsible for specialized courses but rather general ones. Thus unaware of Jiang Chao's financial standing, he had only heard whispers of him working to support his tuition. But who would have predicted that he was playing the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing, acquiring a football team all at once? Remarkable. In his 40-plus years of life, he had never encountered such a preposterous situation. After glancing at the codes and signatures, it appeared authentic. Please, continue. Lu urged with a serious demeanor, signaling Jiang Chao to proceed. I possess a rudimentary understanding of law, and I do not have any acquaintances within the team. I sincerely request your assistance as my legal advisor. A part-time role would suffice. Jiang Chao's earnest words reflected his genuine desire to cultivate this teacher as a trusted ally. He was aware that the professor had affiliations with the Knicks, and the university would harbor no objections, considering they were neighbors. The Columbia basketball team had long relied on the Knicks for guidance. The role would involve drafting contracts for the team, reviewing agreements, and ensuring that players and agents were not duping him financially. Teacher Lu raised his chin, already grasping the essence of the task at hand. That sounds reasonable. Given the multitude of matters I will soon be handling, I fear any complications arising from contracts could lead to unforeseen issues. It would be wise for you to have me review them. Naturally, you could also impart your knowledge to me. I would not mind learning about the law. Jiang Chao spoke candidly, acknowledging that Americans place immense importance on contracts. Over the past few days, he had realized that acquisition contracts could be as thick as a book. Similarly, player contracts also resembled a tome in thickness, typically reviewed by agents before players merely affix their signatures, regardless of the location. Numerous players have fallen victim to unscrupulous agents. For instance, a player like Biyombo, who arrived from Africa, was utterly oblivious, solely wishing to play in the NBA, only to find that agents seized over 90% of his earnings. Then there are individuals like Leonard's uncle, who exploit contractual loopholes to take advantage of teams. Conversely, the true titans often possess legal acumen. Mr. Kai is a doctor of law, and the young billionaire Mark Zuckerberg, founder of Facebook, just last year obtained his Juris Doctorate from Harvard University. In the realm of contracts, there are myriad complexities, and Jiang Chao, with his limited time, required a trusted aide to assist him in navigating this intricate landscape. He could not afford to entrust this responsibility to just anyone. If it involves close friends or relatives, it is likely that they, too, lack understanding. much like the mother of a certain swimming superstar or various distant relatives, which complicates matters further. Should it be a professional agency, instances of embezzlement or collusion with opposing parties could arise, for human nature is indeed unpredictable. To them, Jiang Chao is merely an unfamiliar face, a yellow-skinned individual. This latter factor dissuaded Jiang Chao from employing professional legal practitioners. Thus, it was only fitting to engage Bruce Liu, an American-born Chinese with a doctorate in law, who had taught him for 2 years. With his presence, Jiang Chao could ensure that no one could exploit legal loopholes against him, safeguarding both his team and the players under his wing. "It has been years since I last reviewed legal statutes," he remarked. Teacher Liu, adjusting his glasses, revealed the fervor that had once again been ignited within him. "Do not be modest, dear teacher. You are acutely aware of your own capabilities." Jiang Chao playfully patted his shoulder, jesting. "Graduating from the world's top law school with a doctorate, providing legal assistance to a team should be a mere trifle for you. Typically, those of such caliber are engaged in drafting contracts for national leaders, where even the slightest error is impermissible. Indeed, it is a case of great talent being underutilized. I reviewed your acquisition contract. It is a straightforward sales agreement with no apparent issues," Liu stated as he returned the document to Jiang Chao. Astonished by the wealth of a student he had known for 2 years, and equally surprised by the trust Jiang Chao placed in him. Over the years, he had never encountered a boss or leader who believed in him so wholeheartedly, often faced with prejudice due to his skin color. Jiang Chao's sincerity deeply moved him. "Are you suggesting that you accept?" Jiang Chao exclaimed with excitement. This was the acquisition of a formidable ally. "Let me be clear. Although I am your teacher, this is not a pro bono position. We shall provisionally agree on a monthly salary of $10,000 with no restrictions on work hours. And the office will be located within the legal department of Madison Square Garden. Come with me to obtain your employee ID and contract." Jiang Chao saw no need to economize. After all, Supreme Court judges do not engage in corruption due to their substantial salaries from the state. The same principle applied here. One should not shortchange someone simply because they are familiar. Old Liu's typical salary was around $4,000 a month, yet Jiang Chao offered him double that amount. One cannot skimp on legal fees. Countless films have depicted how many lawyers might turn traitor when confronted with money. Of course, Old Liu was not there to serve as a lawyer, but he deserved ample respect nonetheless. Thus, when Old Liu heard this, he promptly removed his glasses, tears streaming down his face, and embraced Jiang Chao. The unspoken understanding was profound. After years of feeling insignificant, he could finally contribute to the endeavors of a Chinese entrepreneur. And moreover, it was his own student. Heaven had finally remembered this once overlooked man. "My daughter has been clamoring for an iPhone. May I perhaps receive a portion of my salary in advance?" Old Liu stammered, slightly embarrassed. His daughter was now in college, and all her classmates owned iPhones. She had begged him for quite some time, but he simply did not have the spare funds. "Not a problem, Teacher Liu. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to let me know. I am financially capable," Jiang Chao declared, patting his chest. "Thank you, but please call me Old Liu from now on. I shall dedicate all my knowledge to assist you and the team," Old Liu replied. "It is I who should express my gratitude. In such a vast city like New York, encountering a teacher of your caliber is indeed a privilege," Jiang Chao said with a slight bow. Old Liu's demeanor seemed to reflect the current state of many Chinese Americans, and his sentiment of returning to his homeland was palpable. His previous irritability in class, leading to students failing, could be attributed to his frustrations in America. Now, however, he had opened a window for Jiang Chao to fully showcase his talents. Even in middle age, his passion remained undiminished. Just as Mike Tai taught, "Let the youth blossom. Ignite the fire of youth." As the bell rang, the students from the adjacent classroom burst forth, chattering in somewhat unrefined English. "Teacher Liu, I am heading to the garden arena now. Would you like to join me?" Jiang Chao inquired. Old Liu fumbled with the bicycle lock in his pocket, feeling a wave of shyness wash over him, his face turning slightly red. Typically, he would be the one offering to escort Jiang Chao to the arena, but he had sold his bike after his mother fell gravely ill last year. Noticing the shift in Old Liu's expression, Jiang Chao quickly added, "Teacher, you still have classes, so I shall take my leave. Please remember to excuse me from the counselor. Though I suspect he has seen the news by now." All right. I will come to your office to work when I have no classes. I will be quite strict with you," Old Liu replied. "Great. Let's work hard together," Jiang Chao said, shaking hands with Old Liu, whose hand trembled slightly. Jiang Chao's firm grip steadied Old Liu's hand. With their agreement in place, Jiang Chao hurried to the team, invigorated by the prospect of recruiting old Liu. However, he was soon engulfed by a throng of students just released from class, many of whom were his classmates, along with upperclassmen. A blonde girl exclaimed, "Hey, Jiang. What's with the outfit? Seriously, a suit? Wow, are you heading to Wall Street?" Laughter erupted, as no one believed his attire was genuine. Jiang Chao was accustomed to solitude in class, often retreating to the library to work, with little interaction with his peers. All they knew was that he was an orphan from China, earning a living through hard work. Had it not been for his striking appearance, their remarks might have been even more scathing. In contrast, students from lesser universities would hardly dare to walk alone outside. This drew the attention of several boys listening to MV3. A boy who had previously been bested by Jiang Chao in basketball sneered, "Hey, Jiang, you missed class earlier. The teacher called your name. You're done for. Those are Armani sunglasses. Jiang, where have you been hiding this past week? We haven't seen you." A boy with a strong curry sin approached. A son of an African chieftain chimed in, "I learned a new term today, Jiang Baoyu." Jiang Chao's expression darkened. "Do you even understand the character Jia Baoyu to be making such comments?" "I understand. The teacher has mentioned that Shitu City is now known as Jinling. And you are indeed from Jinling, aren't you? Begone. Oh, have you undergone a transformation? Why the arrogance? That outfit looks splendid. May I borrow it for a time?" A few European exchange students, noticing what seems to be genuine attire on Jiang Chao, immediately reached out. "Step aside," before their filthy hands could reach him. Jiang Chao pushed them away. The ridicule of being compared to Jia Baoyu seemed the most foolish for Jiang Chao, who often engaged in basketball for exercise. Sported a physique of sinewy muscles, lacking a childhood companion like Lin Daiyu. The educators imparting the literature of our homeland only seemed to teach half the story. From this encounter, he discerned that this individual likely had poor social connections, or perhaps lacked social skills altogether. "Oh, you dare to lay hands on me? Just wait till tonight," the chief's son declared. "Can't take a joke? Let us settle this on the playground tonight." Jiang Chao had little interest in these pretentious face-off tales. They were remnants from his middle school days, leaving him utterly speechless. Hey, don't leave. Wait for us in the dorm tonight. Need to buy some soap?" They laughed heartily. However, at this moment, several upperclassmen exchange students swiftly approached, standing in solidarity. Among the students from our homeland, there was a sense of unity. Jiang Chao, indifferent, continued onward, reflecting that the quality of study abroad girls was indeed quite high. After all, those who could study at Columbia in 2009 were certainly not of inferior caliber. They hailed from prestigious institutions in our homeland. Just then, Jiang Chao's gaze caught sight of a fair-skinned girl amidst the crowd, adorned with white Beats headphones, her fluffy ponytail swaying. Clad in a blue uniform skirt that revealed her pristine legs. Her pace was slightly slower than the others as she walked leisurely along the artificial river. Observing the young lady clutching her books, Jiang Chao quickened his stride and, upon getting closer, turned to see Lu Yin, Sr. Chapter 8. The youngest and the first Chinese NBA owner in history. How familiar this scene appears to me. Memories flood my mind. Is that not Lu Yin? His senior from her senior year? She bears an uncanny resemblance to the artistic girls depicted in future TikTok videos, her hair kissed by sunlight, taking on a soft hue of orange. From this angle, it exudes a certain charm. A ponytail, sunlight, school uniform, and books. Had he not inherited that 2 billion? Jiang Chao might have led a similar existence, returning to university life, immersed in literature and romance, untouched by retouching or leg-lengthening tricks, standing at approximately 165 centimeters. She possesses an ethereal melancholy, her bare face radiating youthful purity, undoubtedly a campus beauty. Jiang Chao and she share a certain familiarity upon his arrival. She was the one to welcome him as a new student and later assisted him greatly in his studies, being quite the academic prodigy herself. Their personalities align closely, though she remains more reserved, leading a life oscillating between the library, classroom, and dormitory, with Jiang Chao seldom visiting the latter. As they approached their senior year, the pursuit of employment loomed ahead. Just as Jiang Chao contemplated calling out to his senior, a sudden thought sparked in his mind, compelling him to quicken his pace. "Hey, what the hell?" Just as he was about to speak, a loud exclamation erupted from behind him. WTF? Jiang Chao is a billionaire. All eyes turned towards him. The digital major, who had been glued to his phone, stared at Jiang Chao with eyes wide in disbelief and rushed forward to embrace him. "Dude, let's be friends. What is going on, Jamil Khan?" Several European students inquired, bemused by the commotion. "Check your phones. The New York Times website. Our campus forum has it too. Jamil waved his phone animatedly, and a crowd quickly gathered around Jiang Chao. Lu Yin, hearing the ruckus, turned and removed her headphones, glancing over. Jiang Chao managed a strained smile in her direction, as Jamil's embrace was rather awkward. But soon, the expressions of the surrounding crowd shifted dramatically as they flocked towards him, including several affluent students from the homeland. Chaozi. Oh no, Chaogu, it was my fault that I copied your exam and made you short on time. I sincerely reflect on this. Let us be friends from now on. Akeo, my superhero. Akeo, I'll run errands for you from now on. Don't worry about meals. I'll deliver them right to your mouth. A first-year female student, upon seeing the news, looked at Jiang Chao with a newfound admiration, her eyes sparkling enticingly as she approached with an air of flirtation. Senior Jiang Chao, I am not familiar with Columbia University. Could you show me around your dorm? Jiang Chao felt a wave of unease wash over him. Why must such revelations occur now? He could easily surmise the unfolding events. Just moments ago, the NBA's official website had announced a groundbreaking piece of news. The ownership of the New York Knicks has been transferred, with former owner Dolan relinquishing all shares. The Knicks have been sold by Dolan for $1.88 billion to a mysterious young man, due to Jiang Chao's relative obscurity. His name surfaced in the news. The new owner is a sophomore at Columbia University, Jiang Chao. The NBA's response was somewhat muted, as not everyone closely monitors the NBA's official website. However, the New York Times and various journalists on Facebook certainly took notice. The New York Times sensationalized the announcement, proclaiming, "The first Chinese NBA owner has emerged. He is also the youngest owner in NBA history." Furthermore, they uncovered the fact that Jiang's wealth was inherited, providing even greater fodder for editorial speculation. The posts were rife with veiled sarcasm, suggesting he overpaid $1.88 billion, labeling him a fool with too much money, and highlighting the challenges faced by foreign owners. Dolan's limited cable sports channel reported on the acquisition, detailing the transaction, while Dolan bid farewell to Knicks fans, although few were inclined to listen. Nonetheless, Dolan professed his affection for the Knicks and urged fans to support the new owner, even citing several examples of foreign proprietors. The NBA is a cultural melting pot. If African Americans can hold leadership positions, it is entirely plausible for a Chinese individual to own a team. Yet, the concern remains, he is exceedingly young. The news spread rapidly, and Columbia students became aware through forums, with the global community likely to learn of the Knicks' ownership change within a day. Presently, Jiang Chao is witnessing the genuine reactions of his peers. International students discussed the situation, astonished that a classmate had suddenly become a billionaire, while some contemplated confronting him. What a transformation! Having a wealthy grandfather is indeed advantageous. Nevertheless, the sudden windfall raises questions. Having so much money does not equate to knowing how to wield it wisely. If I possessed such wealth, I would follow Buffett's lead and invest in stocks, one remarked. I would purchase everything I desire. How mundane. A friend from St. John's University, a member of the basketball team, asserted that the Knicks are not worth such a sum. Others chimed in, noting that some young men seemed indifferent to basketball. Although New York boasts numerous universities, Columbia and NYU do not feature among the NCAA's elite teams. St. John's stands as the sole powerhouse in New York, while the basketball performance of the Ivy League schools is generally underwhelming, resulting in a lack of a robust basketball culture. It is said that Knicks fans are particularly discerning, focusing solely on performance. Eyes turned to Jiang Chao. Could he possibly succeed? His field of study is not sports management. Is he merely dabbling in athletics? Such folly. Instead of banking his wealth for prudent use, it appears he is, indeed, naive. Could the Knicks owner truly be any good? Are we not superior? Indeed. This is the largest basketball market in New York. Brother Chao, do you have any positions available? Could I serve as your finance minister? You are far too young to handle this. Allow us to assist you. Several upperclassmen exchanged glances, perceiving Jiang Chao as an easy target, believing that with such vast resources, he could easily be deceived and would be better off entrusting them with his remaining inheritance. How much wealth is left? I am an economics major. I can help you invest. Some are envious, while others revel in the misfortune of others. University students, as they are, exhibit varying levels of sophistication. Jiang Chao, in a moment of exasperation, spread his hands, feeling that the sudden rise to fame was rather disconcerting. This was no longer merely wealth. It was an overwhelming abundance of it. It was akin to finding oneself at the finish line of a race, regardless of the envy or curses cast upon him. These exceptionally intelligent students were acutely aware that, whether Jiang Chao ultimately faced ruin or achieved great success. The position of a single-team owner was likely an aspiration forever beyond their reach. Each harbored their own revered idols, and only they would consider acquiring a team to indulge their passion for sports. With tens of thousands of students in the school, producing even one such individual each graduating class was already commendable. He could easily predict the scathing remarks that would follow in the news commentary, especially since he had yet to achieve any remarkable accolades. Suddenly, a resounding commotion akin to an earthquake erupted. Jiang Chao then spotted a group of muscular men rushing towards him with gleaming eyes, his Columbia basketball teammates. The group nearly knelt before him in reverence. These were individuals far removed from the NBA, NBDL, or NCAA, yet as basketball enthusiasts, who wouldn't he aspire to play in the NBA? They rushed over, eager for Jiang Chao to assist them in breaking into professional basketball. "Hey, we're all in this together, you know," they exclaimed. "Just give us a chance. I'm known as the Kobe of Columbia, averaging 23 points per game. I'm the Columbia White Chocolate. I've even scored 30 to 10 at Rucker Park." Jiang Chao replied, "Show me your skills in a tryout. I certainly don't wish to sign you only to have Knicks fans breathing down my neck." The group fell silent. At that moment, he noticed that Lu Yin had not left. Instead, she lingered nearby, waiting patiently. As the throng of basketball players parted, she edged a little closer. When Jiang Chao glanced at her, she smiled and waved, cupping her hands to amplify her voice, saying in Mandarin, "Hey, congratulations." Her voice was as melodious as a silver bell. "Thank you," Jiang Chao responded, feeling a warm glow in his heart at the sound of her lovely words. He waved back, but the next moment he was nearly swept away by one of the burly players. Yet beneath Lu Yin's smile lay a hint of sadness. After he waved, she managed a small smile before making a gesture of farewell and turning to leave. "Don't go." Jiang Chao, refusing to delay any further, mustered his strength to break free from the grip of the player, then rushed forward to grasp Lu Yin's arm, pulling her along with him. "Senior, I need to discuss something with you," he declared with an air of authority. Lu Yin was taken aback, and in the next instant, she found herself being hurried along. Gazing at Jiang Chao's handsome and sincere face, feeling the firm grasp of his hand that was almost painful on her arm, she stammered in a flurry. Okay, sure." Chapter 9. The overbearing president's personal schoolflower secretary. Hey, don't leave. Scatterwealth boy. "Oh no, super brother, please stay." "Future boss, come on. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to the Knicks. To restore the glory of the Knicks, it is our solemn duty. The company is akin to family, and the boss is like a father." Jiang Chao's sudden shove of O'Neal startled everyone, and in the next moment, they saw him whisking away a stunning young woman. Oh! How brazenly he seizes the fair maiden. What an audacious display of power. Ignoring the law. But what can be done? He possesses 20 billion. Even if he has but 1 billion left, it far surpasses what any of them could hope to earn in a lifetime. There is but one Mark Zuckerberg. Let us not even speak of academic pursuits. In this era, without substantial wealth, how can one devote themselves to research? Moreover, those surrounding Jiang Chao were inherently envious of wealth, driven by materialism. Those who were not materialistic would not be found in such company. A few high-tech girls from South Korea looked on with envy. They were no slouches themselves, being graduates of Seoul National University. FXX gay, why does he have such extraordinary luck? Hey, you little brat, with a bit of money, don't tarnish the Knicks name. All you think about are women? Haha, you shallow money grubber. A few blonde European athletic students hurled their disdain from afar. Jiang Chao paused, turning back to shout, "What you toil for, I have already acquired. Furthermore, apologies in advance. You may not have the chance to see me again. The Knicks will thrive. I beg you, do not become fans of the Knicks. It would be a waste of effort." These individuals felt a surge of indignation. Indeed, the next time they would see Jiang Chao, he would undoubtedly be flanked by 10 bodyguards. However, one could sense that his words were heartfelt. The original owner of this body had evidently been repressed for far too long. He had been unaware of the vast wealth possessed by his benefactor grandfather. Having witnessed others purchasing VIP tickets for the Knicks and aspiring basketball players being taken by their parents to tryouts in Westchester Knicks, he had only been able to afford a meager $20 standing ticket, where he could only watch the LED screens to catch glimpses of the game. Thus, he decided to buy the Knicks, a form of retaliatory consumption, to declare to all who knew him, "What you strive for, I have already attained." Ding, ding, ding. The school bell rang. Old Lou was shouting from the office upstairs for everyone to return to class, and outside the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, silence finally reigned. Jiang Chao stood by the artificial river, holding Lu Yan's hand. "Excuse me, could you please loosen your grip?" Lu Yan lowered her head, too afraid to meet Jiang Chao's gaze. Her junior had now become a billionaire, and being held so publicly by her made her, a girl who had never experienced romance, blush fiercely up to her neck. "Ah, I'm sorry. Do you have a class to attend, senior? Shall we continue our discussion in the next class?" Jiang Chao hurriedly released his grip, feeling a pang of embarrassment as he realized he had pinched the girl. He had been captivated by Scarlett's alluring presence, and the sight of a demure girl stirred a rush of excitement within him. Asian beauties truly resonated with his aesthetic sensibilities. And who could resist the charm of Lu Yan, a warm and gentle senior? "I have graduated, and I will be relocating to a new dormitory in the coming days." Having long since ceased attending classes, Lu Yan, holding a book, glanced up at Jiang Chao and, sticking out her tongue, pondered whether the junior had lost his wits. After all, it is graduation season, and he seems to have forgotten. "It has indeed been a while since I last saw my senior." Jiang Chao leaned casually against the railing, surrounded by a faint scent of innocence. "Well, congratulations. You can now pursue a career you truly enjoy," Lu Yan remarked. She was aware that Jiang Chao only ventured out in the evenings to play or watch basketball, as she had invited him several times to a library study group, to which he consistently replied that he was playing basketball. "I just heard that. Thank you, senior." Therefore, Lu Yan surveyed the surroundings, noticing students intermittently raising their phones to capture photos of Jiang Chao. I would like to discuss something with you, senior. Shall we find a CAF?" Jiang Chao scratched his head, uncertain of how to initiate a conversation with a girl, unlike when he spoke with Lao Lu, which felt more straightforward. Well, what if I suddenly become your rumored girlfriend tomorrow?" It is evident that Lu Yan seems to be in low spirits today. However, she did not decline Jiang Chao's invitation. Yet, Jiang Chao possesses a high emotional intelligence. What can one do? "It is I who am reaching for the stars. Is that not acceptable?" He certainly knows how to converse. With a laugh, Lu Yan covered her mouth and smiled back, while Jiang Chao uttered a polite invitation before they both strolled towards a Chinese CAF located within the campus. "So, what shall we drink, my fellow countrymen?" "As you wish. Feel free to choose." Jiang Chao smiled as he sat across from Lu Yan. Lu Yan, with her beautiful yet melancholic eyes, gently closed them for a moment before turning to the waiter with polite grace. "A cup of iced Americano, please." "And you, Jiang Chao?" In this manner, it seemed as though she was inviting him. Jiang Chao could not help but admire the allure of his senior. Yet he remained indifferent. "A glass of orange soda will suffice for me, along with 2 servings of tiramisu." Lu Yan flicked her ponytail, appearing adorably bewildered as she unexpectedly glanced at Jiang Chao. "I recall seeing you indulge in this at the library. Don't overthink it," she remarked. Faced with such a charming and obedient senior, Jiang Chao almost succumbed to the impulse of a playful head pat, yet his status as a junior restrained him. "Thank you. We are both from Jinling, so let us not forget each other when fortune smiles upon us," Jiang Chao jested. Their familiarity stemmed from the fact that senior Lu Yan was an exchange student from Jinling University, hailing from the same hometown, which brought a sense of camaraderie and nostalgia. Thus, Jiang Chao quickly became acquainted with her upon his arrival at the school, and this senior was no ordinary student. She was a full scholarship recipient studying abroad. Moreover, it is the field of journalism and accounting, a discipline that may not sound as prestigious as Columbia's law or sociology. However, everyone must have heard of the most significant accolade in journalism, the Pulitzer Prize, which was established at Columbia's School of Journalism and Accounting. This is also why Jiang Chao was intrigued upon seeing her. The specialty aligns perfectly with her aspirations. As the drinks arrived, Lu Yan took a delicate sip, sitting somewhat awkwardly, refraining from expanding the conversation. "What's wrong? I am wealthy, not ill." Jiang Chao understood that it was the money that rendered Lu Yan somewhat uncomfortable, unsure of how to converse with a billionaire. Thus, he endeavored to lighten the atmosphere. No, I simply think you are different now." Lu Yan pouted. In truth, she felt the most peculiar among the entire school. Perhaps only she and Jiang Chao shared a semblance of familiarity. Previously, Jiang Chao had been taciturn and withdrawn, never one to joke around. Could it be that wealth could alter one's character? Frankly, she quite appreciated Jiang Chao's current demeanor, humorous and generous, yet coldly assertive when reprimanding the boys just moments ago. "Perhaps I have experienced too much this week." Jiang Chao said no more, observing her mood settle before initiating a normal conversation. "Senior, what are your plans after graduation? Do you intend to pursue further studies here?" At this point, her eyelids drooped slightly, and she sighed with a hint of sadness. Alas, I cannot. I did not secure a full scholarship. What a pity. Jiang Chao refrained from elaborating. Attending graduate school at Columbia would entail at least $50,000 in expenses annually. Without a scholarship, it is simply beyond the means of most international students' families. Lu Yin's family seemed to be of ordinary middle class from Jinling, where her tuition was covered by a full scholarship from Jinling University, as they sought to have academic stars bring prestige to the institution. However, for graduate studies, the situation was different. Domestic universities merely desired the title. Our exchange student graduated from Columbia's School of Journalism, without concern for the level of advancement attained. There is nothing to regret. Even if I were to take the entrance examination, I do not wish to remain here. The seniors Jiang Chao had encountered before were all energetic and vibrant, yet now, she appeared with pale lips, her hands caressing the coffee pot, exuding a melancholic aura that evoked sympathy. Can you elaborate? Jiang Chao glanced at his watch, dismissing the time, seeing the senior's despondent demeanor. Any man would feel compelled to step in, not to take advantage, but to assist in alleviating her emotional turmoil. Ugh, it's so frustrating. I never imagined it would be this difficult. Lu Yin had few friends here, and upon Jiang Chao's inquiry, she decided to share her thoughts. In truth, her struggles were common among female international students. She had been seeking employment here for half a year, preparing to earn her own way for graduate studies. As her name suggested, naturally, she wished to stay for further education. This endeavor, on a global scale, positioned Columbia's journalism and accounting studies as unparalleled, while domestically, there existed a void in this field. Upon her return, it was likely that professors would not possess as much knowledge as she did. Thus, the youth of this era must indeed heed the words of a renowned professor from our country in 2022. We must learn, absorb the finest elements from around the globe, and then surpass them. However, due to issues of gender and race, they often find themselves unable to secure long-term employment, relegated instead to temporary positions, essentially akin to part-time work at establishments like McDonald's. Despite her status as an exceptional student, boasting grades that far exceed those of her New York counterparts, one would expect her to easily secure a position within a Fortune 500 company. Yet, these firms invariably express a preference for her to work in the Asian region. While Asia is acceptable, it does not guarantee her placement within the Chinese sector. Consequently, she finds herself at an impasse. Ultimately, she may have no choice but to return home to work or pursue further studies, much like many international students. The originally flawless plan of simultaneously working at a Fortune 500 company while pursuing a master's degree, was that not the intention? Almost. Jiang Chao's tone suddenly turned gentle yet carried an air of authoritative persuasion. I have an offer for a secretarial position at one of the top 30 companies in the United States, and I will cover all your graduate school expenses. Would you be interested? Top 30? Lu Yin momentarily froze before realizing the implications for his students of journalism and accounting. They study the cases of the Bulls and the Knicks every year. Yes, the NBA's 30 teams. Indeed, the salary may be modest, at $4,000 per month, encompassing graduate school tuition, while handling news content editing and accounting secretarial tasks. Does that appeal to you? Jiang Chao raised an eyebrow, observing the mesmerized girl before him. She was exceedingly innocent, the belle of Nanda, far more genuine than the later Nanhang belle who portrayed a character in Left Ear. Jiang Chao assumed the girl would deliberate for hours. To his surprise, she nodded affirmatively. Sure, I would be working for you, right? A direct acceptance? This almost caused Jiang Chao to choke on his drink. Wouldn't she consult her parents or mentors first? Indeed, it was rather daunting, this scenario of the domineering CEO's personal secretary. Yet, as the narrative suggests, it is the latter who emerges as the formidable figure, is it not? Lu Yin chuckled. All right, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration ahead. Jiang Chao rose and extended his hand. The soft, delicate hand of the senior met his, as they shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. To a fruitful partnership. I will strive to help you become a competent boss. No objections there. Now, as Lu Yan's employer, Jiang Chao could finally indulge in ruffling the senior's hair without restraint. Its fragrance enchanting. Wow, Junior, your adaptability to this role is astonishing. Junior? Boss indeed. Lu Yan covered her mouth, bursting into laughter, her beautiful eyes squinting into crescent shapes as she exclaimed loudly. Chapter 10. Restructuring the team, gentle persuasion, or iron fist. How delightful. Jiang Chao felt quite satisfied. Yet the consequences were severe. In the office of the Knicks owner, the secretary. If it were Dolan, one could only imagine. At least 1,000 elite professional women in Manhattan would aspire to this position. Yet Lu Yin, a fresh graduate, secured a highly esteemed job through this singular conversation. This marked a splendid beginning worthy of a lifetime of reminiscence. An arbitrary employer. Arbitrary? No. Jiang Chao's interest in her was not merely due to her beauty. Oh no. Nor her statuesque figure that would surely shine in corporate attire. That was entirely beside the point. It was solely because Jiang Chao yearned to ignite a tempest of youthful exuberance. Both he and Lu Yin shared aspirations that reached for the stars and the sea. Lu Yin had always aimed to be the best press officer, and there would be no shortage of press officers for the Knicks. With her opportunities to speak on behalf of Jiang Chao being abundant. Like Teacher Lu, she was among the rare few in his inner circle. Others serving as his personal secretaries might harbor ulterior motives or lack the dedication required for the role, which could complicate matters. Jiang Chao harbored concerns as well. The Knicks boasted a long and storied history, and the sudden appointment of a Chinese individual might provoke resentment among many. Perhaps he had watched too many novels and fallen prey to paranoid delusions. The allure of the secretary position, while enticing, was fraught with challenges, making it far more prudent to cling to a senior sister for support. So, was there still a fear of being photographed? After finishing their coffee and discussing some basic job requirements, Jiang Chao prepared to take his leave. Lu Yin intended to return to her dormitory to organize her belongings before heading to the arena to report for duty and officially commence her role. From this moment forth, she would serve as Jiang Chao's accountant and secretary, and any media coverage would merely reflect employee relations. Concerned? Very well, I acknowledge your beauty. I shall take my leave now. I'm just a call away. Jiang Chao affectionately tousled her hair, causing Lu Yin's cheeks to flush as visions of office romance dramas danced in her mind. She timidly replied, all right. I should be in my position until the next semester. That's settled then, Jiang Chao replied, waving nonchalantly, deferring matters of staff accommodations for another time. After all, his apartment was quite spacious. Manhattan, 8th Avenue, Madison Square Garden. Standing before this arched edifice, Jiang Chao gazed at the breaking news displayed on the advertising screen. The large screen showcased a striking image of Howard blocking the shot of the young emperor, emblazoned with the headline, 4014. The Magic eliminate the Cavaliers to advance to the finals. Just last night, the Eastern Conference Finals of the 2008 to 2009 season concluded. The world had hoped for a classic showdown between LeBron James and the Magic, yet the mighty Howard had other plans. Apart from a miraculous buzzer beater in the first game by James, the rest of the series was dominated by the Magic. Last night, in the fifth game, Howard delivered a staggering performance, amassing 40 points and 14 rebounds, decisively sending the Cavaliers home with a 4-1 series victory. This advertisement serves to promote tonight's Western Conference Finals, featuring the Lakers against the Nuggets in Game 6. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, the formidable duo of Kobe and Gasol is anticipated to effortlessly eliminate the Nuggets, led by Anthony and Billups, with a decisive 4-2 victory. Beneath the grand screen, fans adorned in Knicks jerseys can only gaze enviously. A child clad in a Marbury jersey innocently inquires of his mother, "Why isn't our New York team competing?" To which she replies, "Because they did not qualify for the playoffs." Oh, how disheartening. The child nearly breaks into tears. Fear not, for I shall assemble my dream team in my mind. As Jiang Chao passes by, he offers the boy a confident smile, had he not taken charge of the Knicks. This child might have been left to weep for another decade or so. Ascending the steps, Jiang Chao takes in the view of the vicinity surrounding the arena. With New York's largest train station situated nearby, the foot traffic is indeed substantial, as the sound of train whistles echoes amidst the relentless flow of vehicles. Occasionally, fans gather to capture photographs, while others exhibit less decorum. Such a lack of civility. Jiang Chao finds himself in a precarious situation. He recalls how Dolan made headlines when he traded away Anthony and missed out on Durant, a period during which he was often seen escorting a contingent of mercenaries, inciting the ire of fans who wished nothing more than to see this fool's demise. Sensing the daunting challenge ahead, he realizes that he must not act recklessly. Given his propensity for playing 2K, he could easily concoct some Renaissance-like roster, experimenting with absurd formations such as 5 guards or 5 forwards, strategies he has previously toyed with. However, in the current landscape, with the peak of Howard and the presence of legends like Yao, O'Neal, and Duncan in the West, such fanciful notions must be shelved. Until 2014. The idea of a small ball lineup is utterly unattainable. The years preceding 2009 marked a golden era for the NBA. a time when talent flourished and superstars did not dominate through sheer force of numbers. As the arena's screen illuminates Jiang Chao's student and announces a change in ownership, he hastily enters the venue. Goodness, what a shameful predicament. He has no desire for public disgrace. The arena, adorned in a vintage style, has not seen renovations in 30 years, yet it accommodates 20,000 spectators, boasting the highest attendance rates globally, with half of that figure comprised of visiting fans. Nonetheless, this arena does not belong to Jiang Chao. Ownership rests with several local families, and the Knicks merely lease the venue along with a few office spaces. When not hosting games, it serves as a venue for various events, including concerts. In January, Michael Jackson held a spectacular concert here, though it was shortly followed by tragic events. To the left upon entry lies the staff's office. Jiang Chao takes a moment to glance at the accommodations for his colleagues. Old Lu and Lu Yin. Wow, he exclaims, this place is genuinely grand. The legal department's office is so opulent, yet the secretary's space, spanning 100 square meters, accommodates only 2 desks. What is the rest of the area for? One could practically sleep here. However, Jiang Chao is reminded of a woman back home, currently pursuing her master's in economics. In the future, her image on television embodies the ideal secretary in his mind, graceful, contemplative, and ethereal, akin to a fleeting fragrance in a twilight haze. He ought to bring her over from his homeland. After all, acting is simply a matter of play acting. For now, he shall begin with a role that resembles her true profession, accounting. The corridors of the NBA department are adorned with 2 championship banners from the 1970s, accompanied by various trophies and autographed memorabilia. Yet, without exception, these are relics of a bygone era. This season, as Jiang Chao glanced at the player posters of the Knicks, he could only recognize 3 or 4 individuals, and even then, his familiarity was superficial. Contemplating this, he quickened his pace towards the chairman's office at the front. As he passed the general manager's office, a cacophony of laughter and a waft of smoke greeted him. Jiang Chao paused, wondering if the general manager was present at this hour. A weary voice broke through the mirth. Let us not concern ourselves with this. He is merely the next Dolan. Laughter ensued. Indeed, what can a 20-year-old boy manage? It's merely a change of the payroll provider. I hear he impulsively purchased the team. Only someone uninformed would take on such a mess. More laughter followed. No worries, we will have salary cap space next season to indulge the new owner. An ignorant owner is advantageous for us. The power remains in our hands, and I merely provide the funds. Jiang Chao smiled, recognizing that this was a casual exchange among the management. The aged voice likely belonged to General Manager Donnie Walsh. Indeed, if his boss had suddenly transformed from a volatile, cantankerous middle-aged man into a 19 or 20-year-old student, he too would feel a sense of relief. However, it is unfortunate that while youthful, the new owner possesses considerable acumen. Had he been in the same position at 20, he might have barged in and unleashed a tirade upon them. But what would that accomplish? Whether through persuasion or an iron fist, these are the dilemmas every leader must navigate. Jiang Chao's ultimate aim is to prevent the Knicks from further decline. Local New Yorkers, akin to the likes of Scarlett Johansson, harbor their hopes in him. He has spent these past few days preparing for how to rectify the remnants left by his predecessor. Thus, he knocked on the door. A new official begins with fervor. Let the proceedings commence. Chapter 11. Mr. Donnie, you may take a step back. Who is it? A youthful-looking man opened the door and glanced up at the tall Jiang Chao. Don't test during the off-season. Perhaps due to Jiang Chao's height and his sunglasses. The man instinctively spoke. I am Jiang. Jiang Chao surveyed the room, where the aging Donnie Walsh, the general manager, reclined in a chair, his hair flecked with gray. 2 other individuals, also not young, occupied the stools before him, members of the Knicks management. The 3 were smoking cigars, reminiscent of a gathering of mobsters. Unperturbed by the young man before him, Jiang Chao stepped decisively into the room. Hey. The 3 inside turned to look, exuding an air of bravado. Jiang? New boss? Oh, welcome. After a few moments of recognition, the group stood and naturally moved to embrace Jiang Chao. Mr. Donnie, I have long heard your esteemed name. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Jiang Chao removed his sunglasses and warmly shook hands with the venerable 70-year-old. His youthful vigor captivated the 3 elder gentlemen. Truth be told, had Jiang Chao been one of their employees, his appearance alone would have indicated potential for greatness. Hello. The other 2, likely the vice president and a financial officer, smiled as they shook Jiang Chao's hand. Have we not met before? Although you fainted upon first seeing me, remarked old Donnie, his tone less enthusiastic. He regarded Jiang Chao without inviting him to sit, his gaze deep and contemplative. Oh, that day was simply overwhelming. My head was spinning, Jiang Chao replied with a chuckle. Laughter erupted around the room. They had all heard of the incident and marveled at how he mysteriously recovered and proceeded to acquire the team. Youth is indeed a blessing, right? The future is ours. Boss. Come, let us have some tea, young Donnie remarked, noting Jiang Chao's remarkable appearance. He was taken aback by his father's formidable presence yet showed no signs of intimidation. Eagerly pouring a cup of tea, old Donnie shot a disapproving glance at his son. Jiang Chao waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to set it aside. During the off-season, we are all still in the arena, working diligently. He then seated himself comfortably on the sofa. Isn't this all in service of the Knicks? The expressions of the others bore an air of arrogance, clearly underestimating this young, still university student. To them, a boss of such tender age was merely a figure to be placated. Many owners acquired NBA teams as a side venture. Although there were exceptions like Dolan and the Bus family, who sought genuine profit from the league. In truth, old Donnie was the true mastermind behind the team's operations. The owner's role was simply to provide the funding. However, it was evident that Jiang Chao understood the term off-season, which implied an early retreat into the recess of the league. At this moment, old Donnie had also taken a seat, having sensed that the newcomer bore ill intentions. After all, he was a seasoned fox with many years of experience. So, new boss, with no game to watch today, what brings you here? We were preparing to hold a welcome meeting for you tomorrow, he remarked, exchanging a knowing glance with the other two, their eyes narrowed. I have come specifically to seek you out. I wish to pose a few inquiries to the general manager, Jiang Chao replied, turning his gaze to the others. His voice suddenly icy. Young Donnie was momentarily taken aback by the palpable tension, although he bore the name Donnie. He was not the same as the Iron Man portrayed by Robert Downey Jr. Nonetheless, Robert Downey Jr. was also a New Yorker, albeit recently having turned over a new leaf. The expressions of the two senior executives darkened slightly. It was evident that they felt disregarded. However, the individual before them was the owner who had invested a staggering $188 billion in the Knicks. Should he choose to dismiss them, it would not take more than a word from him, for there were countless managerial talents outside eager to join this organization, lining up as far as Times Square. After nodding, old Donnie found himself alone in the general manager's office with Jiang Chao. Boss, please proceed with your inquiries. I shall assist to the best of my ability. Old Donnie adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, displaying a hint of impatience. Perhaps Mr. Donnie will need to elaborate a bit more. Could you share your plans for the Knicks this season, next season, and even 3 years hence? Jiang Chao rapped on the table, launching straight into the most challenging of questions, invoking the most intimidating scenario, a superior scrutinizing a subordinate's performance. Do you dare to falter in your response? It was worth noting that, following the previous missteps of Dolan with Larry Bird and Isaiah Thomas, the new general manager, appointed in early 2008, was on a 1-year contract, and it was now time for renewal. This situation inadvertently bolstered Jiang Chao's confidence. It was crucial to understand that if a multi-year contract were in place, terminating a member of the management team would incur a penalty exceeding double the annual salary. Currently, the authority to renew contracts and disperse salaries lay firmly in Jiang Chao's hands. He was, indeed, the paternal figure. The invincibility of capital was a truth Jiang Chao grasped more acutely than anyone else. As anticipated, old Donnie made a subtle gesture to dab his forehead with a tissue before calmly and diplomatically stating, Boss, I wonder if you are familiar with the Knicks' circumstances in recent years. My plan is as follows. Jiang Chao had a prior understanding of this venerable gentleman, but he now gleaned a deeper insight. Donnie Walsh, born in Manhattan in 1941, held dual degrees in law and basketball, though he never played in the NBA. He later spent years as an assistant coach in the league, ultimately rising to prominence as the general manager of the Pacers. At this juncture, the pinnacle of his managerial career arrived. During the 1987 draft, he boldly selected Reggie Miller, defying the consensus to pick the local hero, Steve Alford, from Indiana University. In retrospect, this decision proved to be remarkably prescient. Miller has since become a legendary figure in NBA history, while Alford remained an unremarkable player. Subsequently, he gained fame through a remarkable performance, solidifying his position as he served for 17 seasons, reaching the playoffs in 16 of those. His tenure with the Pacers concluded at the end of the 2007 season, during which the Pacers failed to qualify for the playoffs. Following Reggie's jersey retirement ceremony and Dolan's persistent recruitment efforts, the 70-year-old general manager made a direct move to the Knicks. Last year, he undertook several actions that left Jiang Chao quite exasperated. He traded Jamal Crawford for Al Harrington, subsequently parting ways with Marty Collins and Zach Randolph in exchange for Cuttino Mobley and Tim Thomas. From Jiang Chao's perspective, having been endowed with the God's eye, he felt that this elderly gentleman had traded away the only two truly exceptional players. Randolph later joined the Grizzlies, becoming one of the formidable duo known as the Black and White Bears, and had famously outperformed Duncan during the Black 8 series against the Spurs. Crawford, a former 6th Man of the Year and box office draw, demonstrated his prowess by scoring 50 points in a game at the age of 38. His maneuvers were rather conventional, as it was widely acknowledged that the 2010 offseason would feature a plethora of notable free agents. He traded away several hefty contracts with Mobley, Thomas, and Harrington, all set to expire by the end of the next season. This strategic move was poised to save the Knicks a substantial $27 million in salary cap space, enabling the team to sign free agents whose contracts were set to expire. This was common knowledge, and Dolan had constantly promoted the idea of a general manager who could save the owner money, an appealing prospect for any owner. Moreover, this cunning old fox was vocal about matters well known to Knicks fans. Jiang Chao, however, remained uninterested. He was acutely aware that among the numerous opportunities available, the three he selected were the most unsuitable. He vividly recalled the 2010 offseason when the Knicks signed free agent Amare Stoudemire to a 5-year, $100 million contract. Subsequently, Walsh orchestrated a multiplayer trade with the Nuggets, bringing All-Stars Carmelo Anthony and Chauncey Billups to the Knicks. What transpired thereafter is well known. These players solidified the Knicks' reputation as a graveyard for superstars, with no significant improvement in the team's performance. The sole playoff appearance during this period was propelled by the unexpected emergence of Linsanity and a 7-game winning streak. After that, Walsh's actions lacked luster, leading to the hiring of the Zen Master as general manager, followed by disputes with Dolan and a subsequent dismissal, among a myriad of convoluted and dramatic events. 20 minutes passed, and Jiang Chao found no inclination to engage in a debate with the elder from the perspective of experience. However, he was certain that this old gentleman, at his age, lacked the vision and planning capabilities to serve as an effective general manager under him. None of the matters he wished to address were ever mentioned. The draft conference required a choice between Stephen Curry and George Hill. How could that be ensured? Was merely warning the Warriors management sufficient? Surely, they were more aware of his intention to select Curry. As for the promising prospects from the second round, he listed numerous names yet notably omitted the most viable options, such as Lance Stevenson and Hassan Whiteside. Therefore, there is no need to squander time. Out of courtesy, I directly addressed Mr. Tony after he finished speaking. Well, Mr. Tony, you are 70 this year, right? From today onward, you shall take a step back. The position of vice president is still yours. Excuse me, what did you say? Mr. Tony thought he had misheard. Upon hearing the mention of vice president, his temper flared. After all these years, no one had ever disrespected him so blatantly. He had just shared a wealth of thoughts, and without engaging in any discussion, he was effectively dismissed? Was this some kind of joke? He had elaborated extensively, yet the new owner seemed unimpressed or perhaps entirely oblivious. Furious, he tossed his cigar aside. Did this new owner even comprehend the game? Without me, who would you choose to take my place? Currently, there are no general managers available to recruit. If I step down, who could possibly fill this role? Are you aware of the consequences of hiring the wrong person? Mr. Tony endeavored to maintain his composure, his nostrils flaring as he spoke with a hint of menace. His implication was clear. He had garnered a certain degree of trust among Knicks fans. And would a change yield the same results? That is not something for you to worry about. I could manage perfectly well on my own. Jiang Chao replied with confident amusement, nearly causing Mr. Tony to choke with rage. It was evident that he was dealing with someone who lacked understanding of the game. The heavens have forsaken our beloved Knicks. Chapter 12. The General Manager's Retreat. Summon Cole. Jiang Chao has already shown considerable deference to this senior figure. In truth, he could have replaced the entire management with his own people. What he needs is a compliant manager rather than one who seeks to assert his own agenda. Had old Donnie merely inquired about the new owner's intentions, Jiang Chao would not have been so resolute. Do you wish to undermine me? Absolutely not. The selection of a new manager has long been settled in Jiang Chao's mind. For now, assuming the role of general manager is of no consequence. He is acutely aware of the responsibilities of the position and even more so of the correct course of action. He and old Donnie share fundamentally different philosophies. Today's divergence will inevitably lead to similar outcomes in the future. It is better to endure a brief pain than to suffer a prolonged one. Outside, young Donnie and his colleagues were captivated, utterly astounded by the new owner's audacity to demote the most esteemed general manager of the team without justification. This is the next Dolan. Meanwhile, the head of finance raged. What does this nouveau riche know? All the scouting reports are in the hands of the general manager. Does he really think he can make sound choices at the draft? Does he even grasp the complexities of labor contracts? The NBA thrives on connections. Is he expecting to draft players based on some social network? Indeed, what is happening here? Is he severing his own arm? My father has committed no grave errors in his career. At merely 27, young Donnie, the youngest son of old Donnie, found it incomprehensible, if it were him. Wouldn't it be better to let the general manager handle things? The value of the Knicks rises annually. Meddling in team affairs is a pursuit fraught with folly, leaving no one to shoulder the blame. At his age, he possesses merely a rudimentary understanding of team management, let alone his 20-year-old younger brother. Dolan has historically quelled fan ire by repeatedly sacrificing management and coaching staff. If one fails, another is swiftly sought out, until even the Zen master could not suffice. Unless one belongs to a family-run enterprise like the Bus family, where kin manage everything, coaches and management become mere puppets. Yet, Jiang Chao has no family. Where are his loyal supporters to assist him? One might conclude he is simply mad. The assistant general manager, with a long face, lamented, a man who spends his inheritance to buy a team cannot be sane. He has been collecting a salary for years without performing. Surely he wouldn't lose his job because of a new owner. On their first encounter, he targets the old man, while the four outside feel increasingly vulnerable. They flip open their Nokia phones, sending signals to other team employees. The new owner is a predator. Nevertheless, Jiang Chao is far more astute than they perceive. A madman? A true lunatic would have dismissed the general manager and everyone else outright. The reason old Donnie was demoted to a secondary role is that Jiang Chao recognizes his extensive network after all these years. He can be retained as a source of information. Thus, he smiled and remarked, the assistant general manager remains within the management team, Mr. Donnie. He chuckled lightly. Old Donnie sneered. Who among the fans knows who the assistant general manager of any team is? The friend who just sat there is merely a relative of his. If he truly ascends to the position of vice president, it would be nothing more than a human resource function, merely occupying an office and making phone calls. The team's decision-making power is completely absent, you see. Haha. Jiang Chao also chuckled. Does this old fox truly see himself as a pivotal figure? It is worth noting that just a month later, he allowed the Knicks to lose Stephen Curry. Everyone knows that Curry was selected by the Warriors as the 7th overall pick in 2009, but in reality, he was simultaneously courting the Knicks, who held the 8th pick. He yearned to play for basketball's mecca and thus did not audition for any teams holding the top 7 picks. Old Donnie possesses a keen eye. He publicly declared this to be his rookie, ensuring no one could snatch him away, likely satisfied with the results of the tryouts. Although Curry dominated in college leagues, his physique and fragility cast doubts on his draft prospects in a year abundant with guards. However, the Knicks' ostentatious display of interest led the Warriors to select Curry. Warriors general manager Larry Riley understood Donnie well. He recognized that Donnie coveted Curry, trusted his judgment, and swiftly swooped in, even without having witnessed Curry play firsthand. Faced with warnings from the Knicks, he only grew more exhilarated. Moreover, their head coach, Old Nelson, renowned for being a mad inventor, relished such audacious decisions, selecting Stephen Curry in a moment when the world least expected it. Even Curry himself was momentarily taken aback. The Knicks subsequently chose Jordan Hill, who was traded to the Rockets after half a season because Dolan deemed him inadequate, in exchange for an injury-plagued Tracy McGrady. Young man, you must know that the Suns' management has consistently been inviting me, old Donnie coughed, reiterating his relevance. But Jiang Chao, increasingly agitated, no longer wished to waste any time. Mr. Donnie, I respect all your decisions and hope to see you in the finals. If you had mentioned an Eastern team, it would have been acceptable. But to bring up the Suns, what significance does that hold? At most, we might face each other twice in the regular season. If you have the capability, let us meet in the finals. If it comes to that, it would imply that both parties have succeeded that season. Thus, Jiang Chao respectfully cut to the chase. Acting with the decisiveness of an entrepreneur, he had managed to infuriate the seasoned executives who had navigated the basketball world for years. Not a hint of reluctance from him. He no longer hesitated, for the Suns had indeed contacted him a few days prior, reserving the general manager position for him. Very well, if that is the case, I resign. Old Donnie reluctantly set his hands down. Who would wish to leave his hometown of New York? There is no greater position than serving in one's own native land during one's twilight years. All right, I agree. Jiang Chao had also provided him an exit strategy from the beginning. Externally, it wouldn't appear as though the owner had dismissed him, but rather that he had chosen to depart, ensuring minimal impact on either party. The ancient Chinese proverb holds true: a new emperor brings new ministers, which is perfectly normal. At that moment, little Donnie and his companions pushed the door open, their fists clenched in anxiety. They held old Donnie, the general manager, in high regard. If he were to leave, what would become of them? They understood the principle of mutual dependence. Observing Jiang Chao's nonchalant demeanor, they felt an urge to confront him. Yet such an action would transcend mere reprimand. It would lead to serious consequences. Old Donnie, appearing weary and aged, spoke in a grave tone. Let me be candid. In a place like the Knicks, a graveyard for superstars, whoever steps in is bound to face misfortune. I am keen to see who might assist you. As the owner, I will naturally look after my own interests. Fine. As the interim general manager, let us see if David will take you seriously. Old Donnie was at a loss. If he could not even manage the ownership effectively, how could he expect to fulfill the role of general manager? Jiang Chao turned to the four who had just entered. I respect each of your choices. I shall harbor no bias. If you wish to stay, then stay. If you wish to resign, you may do so. The only stipulation is that you adhere to my directives. We are leaving. The group displayed their resolve. With only little Donnie remaining relatively silent, yet he followed suit as they exited. Just before old Donnie closed the door, Jiang Chao spun around in his chair. Fingers interlaced. By the way, Mr. Donnie, when you arrive at the Phoenix Suns, please remember to obtain Steve Kerr's contact information for me. Eh? Old Donnie frowned, internally questioning who this relative of his was. Steve Kerr. Chapter 13. Strategic Vision. Does the new boss know Steve? When Jiang Chao uttered that name, a ripple of astonishment swept through the 5 individuals outside, along with the scouts emerging from the adjacent office. Furthermore, with the mention of Phoenix, it must be that 40-year-old man possessing 5 championship rings, right? Very well. Old Donnie's mind was in disarray as he slammed the door shut. A final outburst of dissatisfaction directed at the Knicks. If this place does not welcome me, there will be another that does. Father, my mother and my wife are in Queens. Young Donnie hesitated, pausing in his tracks after they were alone in the gym, finally speaking up. Stay. Old Donnie's silhouette appeared somewhat weary, leaving young Donnie in a daze, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Teacher Lu, when you have a moment, please prepare a few termination contracts. The templates are on my office computer. Lu Yin, it's time for you to spring into action. After Teacher Lu completes those contracts, kindly have them signed. Their contact information is on your office computer. At this moment, Jiang Chao was already ensconced in his office. Just moments earlier, a throng had surged into his office, delivering their resignation letters en masse. His office still bore the design of Dolan, mahogany furniture, a liver-red backdrop, and an array of wines and champagnes, an ostentatious display of wealth reminiscent of an elderly nouveau riche style. Jiang Chao held no fondness for it. Piles of basketball newspapers cluttered the desk, indeed a stark representation of cloud management of the team. It was akin to the occasional emergence of knowledgeable figures on Hoopu JRS, the average NBA general manager. It now seemed somewhat plausible. He would likely peruse Hoopu in the future to gauge what Chinese fans were discussing. Yet, Hoopu itself was lacking. Perhaps in the future, he might acquire it to make it more professional and focused. Observing Dolan's circled suggestions on the newspapers, he pondered. Did Dolan genuinely take into account the fans' and editors' recommendations when managing the team? That was truly audacious. Or was it in response to his own suggestions? Even so, one could not simply act upon what was inscribed on the newspapers. Jiang Chao discarded the newspapers into the trash bin and continued speaking into his phone. By the way, Lu Yin, do you happen to know any friends in architecture? I need to renovate my office. A simple white aesthetic would suffice, something refreshing. All right. By the way, Junior, you even managed to bring Teacher Lu on board? Impressive. Just kidding. I am your boss. How could I not be impressive? Upon hearing Lu Yan's melodious voice, Jiang Chao's previous irritation in the cigar-scented room dissipated entirely, his tone considerably more relaxed. Indeed, Teacher Lu is quite remarkable. I must strive to keep up, Boss Chao. I'll get to work right away. From now on, just call me Jiang Chao. Let us converse in Chinese. Well, that might not be appropriate. I haven't even disrespected Senior Lu Yan by calling you Lu Yan. We're even now. See you shortly. As he surveyed the pile of resignation letters in his hands, Jiang Chao felt a throbbing headache. Just moments ago, apart from young Donnie, Everyone in the general manager's office resigned. Donnie was oblivious to the situation, while the scouts next door, along with several individuals from the HR and finance departments, vanished without a trace. Fortunately, prior to this upheaval, he had recruited 2 trusted aides. Otherwise, there would have been no one left to rely upon. The team's spokesperson, Paul, had also departed, having been brought in from Dolan's cable network as a talk show host, and he has now returned to his program. Additionally, over a dozen ordinary staff members resigned, many of whom were relatives or friends of Dolan, hinting at a subtle inclination towards establishing a family business. A few of the more ambitious individuals expressed a desire to stay, perceiving Jiang Chao as young and inexperienced, attempting to entice him with implications that they would comply with any request for the right price. However, Jiang Chao coldly dismissed them. This is not a den of iniquity. It was evident they were self-aware, realizing they were merely coasting along in Dolan's orbit. Upon sensing Jiang Chao's unwelcoming stance towards those seeking to skate by, they promptly fled, opting to remain parasites within Dolan's enterprise. Some of their resignation letters were blunt. I cannot save the Knicks. I am a Knicks hater and have long wished to leave. A garbage team that has ruined my youth. I am heading to New Jersey. Indeed, as the elder Donnie Walsh candidly remarked, were it not for Dolan's lucrative offers, he would not have considered joining such a graveyard of stars. This left Jiang Chao somewhat conflicted. If he were to draft Curry or gamble on Griffin, would they elevate the team to its zenith? While Donnie Walsh was fixated on the present, Jiang Chao envisioned the year 2022, and the Knicks remained a graveyard for superstars. Apart from Ewing, no other superstar had managed to stay long or achieve success with the franchise. Previously, Allen Houston was merely a star shooter. Marbury's altercation with the general manager angered fans and the owner, resulting in his buyout. Anthony and Stoudemire led the team to perpetual first-round exits, and their resilience was lacking. Yet, it is essential to acknowledge that they had both reached the Western Conference Finals prior to their tenure. Lynn had a lower ceiling. Suitable as a starter on a mediocre team, a 6th man on a playoff contender, or an 8th man on a championship squad. Porzingis was a fragile presence and lacked tenacity. As for Randall and Barrett, their contributions were modest at best, inadvertently elevating the likes of Trae Young. While even the resurgent Rose could not salvage the Knicks, the team seemed cursed, unable to rise from its nadir. However, gazing at the disarray before him, Jiang Chao took a deep breath. This only fueled his determination. Since I am here, we must forge ahead. If Curry isn't sufficient and Harden falls short, then I shall secure the pinnacle of current talent. I will scour the low-post market, stake high on prospects, seek talent in the free agency, and orchestrate trades. I refuse to believe that every future talent I select cannot flourish. If this is the fate of the Knicks, I shall defy destiny itself. With unwavering resolve, Jiang Chao lowered his head, reflecting and jotting down his thoughts. Just as he had been astonished moments ago, Kerr had already found a place in his plans. Since old Donnie mentioned the Suns, then it is fortuitous. Help me bring Kerr aboard. Isn't it true that when Donnie Walsh mentioned he was heading to the Sun, it essentially implied he was stepping into the role of the young general manager, Kerr? Indeed, you heard correctly. It is general manager Core, not Coach Core. Just 2 years ago, Core departed from TNT Turner Television to assume the role of general manager for the Suns. Consequently, the team failed to qualify for the playoffs last year, finishing 9th in the Western Conference, prompting widespread criticism. It seems that an individual in their 30s, suddenly thrust into the position of general manager, is not quite up to the task. With the Suns' 2-time MVP Nash at the helm, it is imperative that they achieve commendable results. How is it conceivable that the Spurs consistently make the playoffs while the Suns falter? Jiang Chao inquired about some internal news from several Chinese scouts. Following the conclusion of the regular season, the shareholders of the Suns have been actively searching for a successor to Steve Kerr, who is far better suited to showcase his eloquence on television. The current Kerr is not the illustrious figure he will become in a decade. He is characterized as a vital piece of the championship puzzle, a premier role player, and the shooter with the highest three-point shooting percentage in history merely 3 years post-retirement. He achieved 3 consecutive championships with the Bulls, secured 2 more with the Spurs, and after retiring, transitioned into commentary, only to be invited by the fast-paced Suns to assume the role of general manager. The subsequent developments are known solely to Jiang Chao. As Kerr only became the head coach of the Warriors in 2014, thus beginning a legendary journey, he remains the only individual to achieve over 72 wins in a single season, boasting the highest winning percentage among coaches and guiding the Warriors to 3 championships, the accolade of best coach. Therefore, Jiang Chao's desire to recruit him is entirely reasonable. Donnie and several scouts likely assumed he intended for Kerr to be the general manager. However, Jiang Chao envisions this coachless Kerr stepping into the role of head coach. Regardless of whether he is the head coach, at the very least, he should orchestrate a play for Curry. He is also preparing to select Curry in this year's draft. So, who is the most adept at utilizing Curry's talents? He is unaware. However, he also does not know if anyone surpasses the expertise of the coach utilized by Cole, just as he has yet to scrutinize head coach D'Antoni. Should he manage to acquire Harden, the bearded one would indeed have the finest coach in D'Antoni at his disposal. Kerr utilized Curry to achieve 3 championships and 2 consecutive MVP awards in 2014 and 2015, while D'Antoni led Harden to 3 scoring titles and 1 MVP award. One wonders what the scene would be like with the 2009 Double Iron team. At this juncture, Jiang Chao's vision is truly exceptional. Joking aside, even in the absence of Curry, Kerr has been seasoned under the tutelage of both Phil Jackson and Greg Popovich. His tactical philosophy embodies the essence of both the Zen and Spurs systems, making him far too valuable to simply serve as a manager. It is perplexing to understand the Suns' owner's perspective. Although he can critique players, he has never once engaged in recruiting teammates or participating in player selection. Therefore, dear Mr. Donnie, do seize Kerr's position swiftly, so I may initiate a recruitment endeavor. Moreover, the Suns' esteemed medical team has long been a subject of my admiration. In 2K, he consistently invests heavily to acquire the Suns' medical team. 4. Should the opportunity arise to bring the illustrious Yao Ming to the team, Jiang Chao is determined to safeguard him diligently. Yao's illustrious career must not be so fleeting. No, it is not merely a chance. As the owner, I shall undoubtedly recruit the strongest players from China. How can Dayo play under the command of Mago? They have all come into his embrace. Chapter 14. The overcast Big Apple. In reality, it may not be so easy to find miraculous healers, yet Jiang Chao, even if he must pave the way with money, is determined to safeguard the players within his team. After enduring for a considerable time, one ultimately realizes that entering the playoffs with a complete and healthy lineup is of paramount importance. Boss, are you there? In Jiang Chao's office, a knock resounded at the door. Come in, he beckoned. Before him stood the official cheerleading squad of the Knicks, comprised of students from New York University's dance troupe, eager to continue bringing joy and vitality to the team. A group of strikingly attractive young women stood sincerely before Jiang Chao. No problem at all. The contract shall continue. I am not a villain, he remarked, glancing up. It's all good. They embody the aesthetic that New Yorkers adore, and that suffices. After all, who truly pays attention to the dance and cheerleading? Thank you, boss, they exclaimed with gratitude. The young girls were taken aback upon witnessing the true appearance of their new boss. She was astonishingly youthful, akin to their own classmates. Therefore, there is a sense of intimacy. However, in contrast to the women in the workplace, they do not tread the fine line so deliberately. Rather, they simply express their enthusiasm and affection for the new boss. Boss, we will always support you. I hope you can invigorate the team. Boss, being so youthful and a Columbia graduate, you are bound to bring a refreshing transformation to the team. Indeed, as the new season unfolds, I hope the team will experience fewer defeats, allowing you to leap with greater vitality. Jiang Chao smiled, his grin particularly resonating with the girls as he skipped out joyfully. Subsequently, one by one, others came to knock on the door, pledging their allegiance, and Jiang Chao welcomed each of them with sincerity. The staff remained steadfast, belonging to the lower middle class, often struggling to find satisfactory employment. Some emerged from the impoverished neighborhoods of Queens and Manhattan, burdened with familial responsibilities. Thus they willingly expressed their loyalty. This included cheerleaders, security personnel, ticket sellers, vendors of refreshments, the on-site DJ, and even those who mopped the floors. For them, the identity of the boss was inconsequential. What mattered was a steady paycheck. They even conveyed their commitment to exerting greater effort in their roles for the team. Jiang Chao, understanding how to win their favor, promptly announced an increase of $100 in monthly wages for everyone. What a generous gesture. Those who choose to remain shall be cherished by me, and this is something they must understand before anything else. As for the subsequent management, he will undoubtedly find suitable individuals for that purpose. Lu Yen arrived first to gather some statistics. It was evident that the number of Chinese and black individuals departing was minimal, while the white individuals have historically exhibited a tendency to feign superiority, clearly expressing an inherent distrust. Lu Yen was deeply concerned, lamenting, "What shall we do? They do not trust you at all. How can this still be operated?" Jiang Chao chuckled lightly. It's not too bad. There isn't much going on in the off-season. When the dog is hungry, it will naturally return. Just wait and see. Jiang Chao understands that their foundation is quite fragile. Once they see results, they will compete fiercely for recognition. As long as the core staff remains, the team can continue to function. Well, don't dwell on it. Please order some takeout for me. The soup dumplings from Chinatown. You truly excel in this role of a boss. No, it is the diligent demeanor of the secretary that is truly captivating. Lu Yan, influenced by Jiang Chao's attitude, couldn't help but smile slightly as she continued to tackle a multitude of tasks that could overwhelm a typical white-collar secretary. The prowess of the top student and stunning beauty from Jinling University is indeed beyond question. The MSN chat interface buzzes with incessant messages from the Knicks internal information group, filled with discussions from Dolan and the recently resigned individuals. They are fervently critiquing the actions of the new boss who arrived at noon. Mr. Dolan, the new boss, just came in and pressured old Donnie to resign, claiming he would serve as the acting general manager for a while. Upon hearing this, Dolan burst into laughter. He doesn't even understand the NBA rules. Indeed, it is an overreach. A lawyer from the Knicks contracts department responded, noting that in the past century, such actions were commonplace. For instance, the 76ers owner had a fondness for Iverson and directly made the decision to draft him. Many minority owners of the Spurs were indifferent to management, allowing Popovich to serve as both president and head coach until his significant power led to restrictions from the NBA. The Lakers and Celtics also exhibited similar authoritative maneuvers in the previous century. However, the NBA later established a clear separation of powers among owners, management, and coaching staff to prevent interference. So, when Jiang Chao claims he is the acting general manager, it seems rather fanciful, doesn't it? Yet, there are those in the MSN chat who argue, actually, the league is quite lenient. As long as there are individuals in those three positions, who knows? He might just appoint a classmate as the general manager, huh? Indeed, it is quite plausible, as the NBA does not truly intervene, provided they have a general manager in place. This aligns with Jiang Chao's understanding that as an owner, he can temporarily assume the roles of general manager and even coach, because he comprehends the dynamics established by David Stern. He merely wishes for everyone to maintain a reasonable approach, as long as the team is functioning adequately. Oversight will not be excessively stringent. After all, didn't the Zen Master impose the triangle offense on his head coaches? Not to mention the former acquisition of the Bobcats by Michael Jordan, who acted as he pleased. Who would believe he wasn't involved in every draft? He even changed the team's name to the Hornets, not to mention personally evaluating each lottery pick. Fans often criticize him, claiming that Jordan consistently misjudged talent, while the management under him was merely a puppet. Furthermore, the Buss family dynamics suggest that if a young talent has a close relationship with Jeannie Buss, they are guaranteed a position with the Lakers. The young coach Walton and the unwavering stance on Kuzma's trade are well known among those in the know. Hence, Jiang Chao has long understood the nature of this league. The notion of separation of powers is merely a fade. The owner holds the ultimate authority. A scout remarked. I spent several days investigating at Columbia. He can play, but only at a mediocre high school team level, a zero-star college player at best. At just 20 years old, he is focused on basketball and studying humanities and social sciences. Does he truly have time to learn about team management? Ha ha ha. When he was the owner and manager, he was likely still in his mother's womb. He is destined to be played like a fool. Let us wait for him to sell the Knicks, Mr. Dolan. May you rise again. Dolan chuckled foolishly. No problem. When he decides to sell the team, I will strive to buy it for $200 million. Tight-fisted as ever, Mr. Dolan. How cunning and ruthless. Let's keep this under wraps, or else he may cease his reckless maneuvers. Indeed, we shall await the new owner's audacious antics. In the Knicks staff dormitory, a group of individuals watched as Donnie packed his belongings and boarded a taxi, heading to Kennedy Airport. Ah, he is really leaving. The new owner is truly merciless. General Manager Donnie Walsh feels quite aggrieved, having saved money for the owner this season, only to turn around and find a new owner in place. Shoo, keep it down. The owner is conducting inspections everywhere. Fuck. I heard he fires anyone he meets. You know how it is with the Chinese, favoring relatives. What relatives? Those Chinese are just playing their own game. The circle is so small, he must employ various ethnicities from our land. This statement holds merit. One wonders if this is a warning or merely a move to clear space. Clearing space, perhaps, if he truly intended to intimidate. Why not appoint a vice general manager instead? That makes sense. But who is he clearing space for? Enough of this. I see him as a fool. thinking he can intimidate the tiger, only to end up slaying it, while the monkey claims the throne. A young Chinese man also found Jiang Chao's decision perplexing. If this were to spread, 99 of the fans would not comprehend. The general manager should not resign voluntarily, yet he is actively seeking trouble. It makes no sense. Young Donnie lacks resolve, as he chose not to follow his father. His family lives in New York, and his mother, wife, and children cannot move in an instant. I won't leave either. The economic crisis has made it hard to afford bread. Let us see what the new owner brings next season. Indeed. It is already quite dismal. We may as well observe the changes. After all, I am not a Knicks fan. Their poor performance is of no concern to me. As long as ticket sales remain strong, the new owner will not falter. TSK, he currently relies on the team for income. But the Knicks are not profitable at the moment. A prominent figure who resigned from Wall Street chuckled, aware that Jiang Chao's only asset was the Knicks. Such an owner is prone to sudden collapse due to a lack of financial backing. With so many employees, salaries must be paid daily. Should salaries go unpaid, the NBA labor union will compel the new owner to sell the team. Hence, he wisely chose to make a swift exit, following Donnie out. Oh, what should we do outside? The fans are likely the most affected, after all. One of the three major teams has now fallen into the hands of these foreign youngsters. The news spread rapidly, disseminated through MSN, QSEQ, Facebook, and Twitter, conveying the events that transpired with the Knicks this afternoon. In an instant, the skies over the Big Apple became tumultuous. The employees of the Knicks are filled with anxiety, and the fans are equally concerned. What they can conceive, can Jiang Chao not? In light of this, after the arrival of Old Lou, Jiang Chao promptly opened the doors of the Garden Arena, inviting all remaining staff and the devoted fans who were anxiously waiting outside without even having lunch to come inside. Even several journalists from media outlets with good relations with the Knicks were allowed entry. Standing in the center of the arena, Jiang Chao held the microphone confidently, dressed impeccably in a suit, exuding an air of elegance. Facing the crowd, he, who had adapted to traversing through time, boldly declared, "Hello everyone. I am the new owner of the Knicks. I understand that many of you have numerous questions. However, I would like to say a few words, which can be considered my introductory press conference." Over 500 individuals within the arena gazed intently at this young man, who seemed to possess an unusual sense of assurance. Chapter 15. Restoring the glory of the Knicks, a duty we cannot evade. I am acutely aware of the many doubts you harbor towards me. A Chinese individual, a nouveau riche. Youthful, all of which are unprecedented occurrences in the realm of the NBA. However, every endeavor has its inaugural moment, and familiarity will breed comfort. Jiang Chao initially smiled to bridge the gap with the audience. Below, Old Lou stood with his hands on his hips, exclaiming to Lu Yin, "Goodness! I never realized Xiao Zhang possessed such eloquence." Lu Yin was taken aback, remarking, "His oratory surpasses that of our graduates." Teacher Lu responded, "Perhaps this is the inherent charm of a boss, haha. It's a good thing. A leader ought to be articulate." Lu Yin cast a playful glance at Jiang Chao, who was radiating on stage, contemplating inwardly, "This insufferable junior is indeed quite the smooth talker." Meanwhile, Bruce Lu nodded slightly, considering the implications more deeply. From the moment Jiang Chao announced his intention to speak publicly, Bruce held a newfound respect for him, especially given the emotional intelligence he displayed. It is imperative to confront skepticism head-on, and Jiang Chao's courage in doing so convinced Old Lou that he was worthy of dedication. "Well done, young Jiang." Subsequently, Jiang Chao succinctly elucidated some of the day's actions. "Mr. Donnie and I simply found ourselves at an impasse. He submitted his resignation, which I accepted, nothing more. Those who aspire to contend for the championship may remain. Those who wish to languish may depart. I can unequivocally assert that upon acquiring this team, I shall bring it a championship. It is not merely a desire, it is a certainty." His words ignited a fervor among the fans below, as this resolute stance was a refreshing departure from Dolan's approach. Dolan, that troublesome fellow, often fixated on lottery odds in the latter half of the season. The owner's attitude invariably shapes the team's demeanor, and it is no wonder the players have struggled to perform for him. Yet, some scoffed at his proclamation. Championships are not so easily spoken into existence. Nonetheless, local media members found solace in his audacity. At least Jiang Chao dared to utter such a statement. Dolan had presided over the franchise for 12 years without ever declaring such ambition. He merely suggested they might reach the playoffs. The Knicks will secure a championship. No one in the crowd quibbled over timelines or methods, for his declaration was resolute. Of course, words without action hold little weight. In the realm of competitive sports, victory and defeat are the ultimate arbiters. I shall refrain from making guarantees regarding a championship within a specific time frame, but I will prepare diligently each year in pursuit of that goal. Those who believe in this vision may stay, the inept may take their leave. Dreams are, by nature, solitary journeys. And my acquisition of the Knicks is a manifestation of my basketball aspirations. I wonder if any among you still harbor the dream of being part of the Blue and Orange Legion. I see many youthful faces among you. Let us unleash a tempest of youthful vigor. Jiang Chao articulated his motivations for acquiring the team through the lens of dreams. Ultimately becoming quite animated himself, restoring the glory of the Knicks is a duty we cannot evade. For the Knicks, his declaration rang with conviction, truly embodying the essence of a compelling speech. As Jiang Chao concluded with a fervent "for Knicks," a chorus of fans and staff joined in, echoing the phrase with enthusiasm. For Knicks, for Knicks, for Knicks. One might mistake this fervor for a mayoral campaign rally. After finishing his remarks, Jiang Chao nodded slightly and departed, leaving behind a crowd still savoring his words. The anxiety that had gripped the employees and fans, caused by the sudden departure of the general manager and the exodus of several beloved Knicks figures, began to dissipate. With the new owner now present and his words resonating, their hearts gradually found solace. It became evident, even to the most casual observer, that this owner possessed substance. The conviction in his speech, the unwavering ambition for a championship title. He was far from the foolish air that the media had speculated about. This was not mere indulgence born of wealth. This was a genuine commitment to enhancing the team. The roster boasted youthful talent, and Jiang Chao's words struck a chord with them. Youth is an asset. If you intend to labor for a decade, we shall accompany you. They placed their faith in a man who could articulate such sentiments. After all, time was abundant for them to invest. Some fans even volunteered to assist Jiang Chao, eager to lend their skills to the cause. This illustrates why Americans are so fond of oratory. It is a time-honored tradition. Jiang Chao, adapting to local customs, understood that a bit of motivational rhetoric was essential to bolster morale. In just a few brief statements, he firmly grasped their psyche. Firstly, most attendees were locals, and it is only natural for them to hope for the success of their hometown team. Their dedication to the Knicks stemmed from a profound love for their community and its basketball heritage, a sentiment akin to his past desire for Jiangsu Nangang to clinch a championship, despite not closely following the CBA. The mere mention of a championship ignited their passion instantly. Secondly, the former management had not fared well. Jiang Chao's performance could hardly be worse than that of Dolan. Dolan had also delivered speeches, yet they exuded an air of disdain for all, asserting that his endeavors were unparalleled, devoid of any persuasive power, and failing to connect with the fans. Moreover, Dolan had abandoned the team himself. While gratitude was owed to the new owner, Jiang Chao's nationality and age tempered that sentiment. Lastly, there was his personal charisma. Standing tall without a prepared speech, Jiang Chao's straightforward attitude was inherently captivating. Americans are drawn to this authenticity. Otherwise, how could Mr. O ascend to prominence? His oratory skills are unparalleled in history. It was crucial for the fans to perceive that he genuinely valued the team, and that was sufficient. Regardless of who the owner may be, a passion for their craft is essential. This event marked Jiang Chao's inaugural address, transforming into a symbolic moment for the Knicks and a milestone that would be etched in history. The birthplace of dreams. In a corner of the arena, a familiar face wept tears of joy, fists clenched in resolute belief. A young scout nearby, equally excited, jested, "Little Donnie, have you been infected? You mustn't betray your father. I am myself, and my father is my father. Our objectives are distinct." 10 minutes later, Jiang Chao did not relent in his audacious stride. He summoned an assistant coach residing in New York to his office. "Excuse me, where is our head coach, Mr. D'Antoni?" The assistant coach was utterly startled, unable to meet the gaze of this young owner. "Goodness, the general manager has just left, and now the knife is aimed at the head coach? Is the second fire to be directed at the head coach? Well, boss, I am unaware of Coach D'Antoni's whereabouts." Chapter 16. Pat Riley. I am not fond of him. Jiang Chao chose not to concern himself with the suggestions of Cole or his subordinates regarding Riley. His priority was to resolve internal matters first. For instance, the head coach D'Antoni, who had not proactively reached out to him and seemingly was not in New York, was also one of the most familiar coaches to Chinese basketball fans in later years. The little mustached D'Antoni, known for coaching high-profile teams such as the Suns, Knicks, Lakers, and Rockets, left a mark akin to that of the former owner. Dolan had brought him over after he was named Coach of the Year in 2003 while with the Suns. Jiang Chao had not thoroughly contemplated how to handle him, but he was certain that D'Antoni would not be the head coach again. He preferred the type of coach with a simple "are-some" who was bold and tenacious, while D'Antoni seemed more suited to the role of a chief assistant coach. There were many reasons for this stance. To put it simply, historically, D'Antoni had never secured an NBA championship. This could hardly be coincidental. His penchant for 7- or 8-man rotations often overexerted superstars, which was not what Jiang Chao wished to witness. D'Antoni's tenure with the Knicks was etched in Jiang Chao's memory as one of his poorest coaching periods. In 2011, with 3 superstars, Carmelo Anthony, Amare Stoudemire, and Tyson Chandler, his team's performance deteriorated, leading to significant scrutiny regarding his position. Jiang Chao remembered this vividly because it was documented in the Jeremy Lin story, which chronicled how Lin's emergence revitalized both the Knicks and D'Antoni's career. D'Antoni's subsequent associations with Lin and various teams were likely influenced by the intricate dynamics of relationships in the NBA. However, Jiang Chao remained resolute. No matter how favorably D'Antoni treated Chinese players, failure was still failure. His operational philosophy was to extract the essence while discarding the dross. If D'Antoni was unsuitable as head coach, he must be replaced and allowed to focus on what he excelled at, contingent upon Jiang Chao's ability to procure Harden, the king of small ball. I can also experiment with a few rounds in a Knicks game. Are you certain you're unaware? I genuinely do not know, boss. I am not one of the assistant coaches he brought over from the Suns. I am a local assistant from Kentucky. Why are you so agitated? I did not scold you. Jiang Chao observed the assistant, drenched in sweat, and signaled for him to remain composed. It's all right, boss. Actually, if you are considering changing coaches, I believe no one would object to replacing him with Pat Riley. He is a championship coach and my idol. Oh, do elaborate. Jiang Chao did not dismiss the suggestion, as he had indeed heard of the illustrious name of Riley. The assistant before him was evidently a fervent admirer of the man who resembled a mafia godfather. Riley's resume was extensive, having commenced his coaching career in 1981. He was instrumental in creating the legendary Showtime era in the 1980s, leading his teams to 4 championships. He even served as head coach for the Knicks for 4 years, crafting a version of the Bad Boys that reached the finals, ultimately losing in a decisive Game 7 to Hakeem Olajuwon's Rockets. The Knicks under his leadership represented the franchise's last moment of glory before he remained with the Heat until his retirement last year. Do you know why he retired? Jiang Chao inquired with a smile. The teaching assistant fell silent, for during the 2007 to 2008 season, the Miami Heat recorded a dismal 15 wins to 67 losses, thus shattering the NBA's record for the worst performance. Riley took responsibility and retired, declaring he would never coach again. Enough said. I dislike it. Jiang Chao refrained from pressing further. What does this signify? Quite simply, no matter how poorly the Knicks or any other team performs, they cannot achieve such an abysmal record. With talents like Magic Johnson, Patrick Ewing, Dwayne Wade, Shaquille O'Neal, LeBron James, and Chris Bosh, even my grandmother could lead a team to commendable victories. This underscores a singular truth. The once old-school coach, who later evolved into a ruthless president of the Heat, did not possess exceptionally high coaching skills. When his superstars were injured, the team plummeted to the depths of mediocrity. All his accolades were built upon the prowess of these stars. His retirement was merely a prelude to stepping into the role of Heat president, commencing a new chapter that mirrored his coaching tenure, favoring star-studded lineups. In his first year, he assembled the formidable Big Three. With such a roster, was success ever truly in doubt? Not only this assistant, but many of his subordinates were also advocating for Pat Riley. Even Heat fans took to the internet, expressing hopes for Riley's return as head coach. Yet, as Jiang Chao articulated, he was not a fan. This was not mere caprice. The man had no inclination for nurturing talent, preferring to forge alliances instead. Furthermore, compared to Riley, figures like Danny Ainge were far more ruthless, never suffering losses when it came to trading away team stalwarts. Had Jiang Chao been in a position to trade away Dwayne Wade, he could not have made such a decision, regardless of the circumstances. How could one dismiss a player who brought you a championship and later accepted a pay cut? Such a person is unfit for leadership. To put it plainly, while his basketball intellect may be unparalleled, his character is decidedly lacking. Moreover, his move from the Knicks to the Heat stemmed from a desire to wrest operational control from Dolan, seeking to merge the roles of coach and president, with the authority to select players. His demands were excessive. Thus, Jiang Chao passed. Unfortunately, the assistant remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in Jiang Chao's mind. his face a comical mask of frustration and disbelief, forced to suppress his dissent. One could practically hear him lamenting 1,000 grievances against Jiang Chao. This young owner dares to insult my idol. How audacious, to dismiss a seasoned NBA coach with a simple declaration of dislike. Had it not been for the new owner's earlier impassioned speech, he might have accused him of lacking basketball acumen yet again. So, who did the owner deem fit for the head coach position? Jiang Chao intended to delve into his tactical philosophy. The young assistant, astute as he was, attempted to probe further. Yet, first and foremost, Jiang Chao had to address the current head coach's situation. A subtle smile graced his lips. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. It was little Donnie. The assistant paused, bewildered. What was happening? Was Donnie the scout still present? Surely, his father was already airborne. What was going on? Jiang Chao, having been there for merely a day, already had loyal allies? However, Jiang Chao was not particularly surprised. Everyone has their ambitions. And he had made his own intentions abundantly clear. As little Donnie Walsh was about to speak, Jiang Chao interjected, asking, "Do you know where D'Antoni is?" Little Donnie quickly bowed and replied, "He is in New Jersey for the draft lottery. The results were just announced yesterday. We secured the 8th pick in the first round and the 40th in the second." A sigh escaped the assistant's lips as he lamented the Knicks' meager 4-9 chance of landing a top 4 pick last season. Indeed, it proved to be quite a daunting task. Oh, very well. Give him a call and urge him to return promptly. Jiang Chao was rather indifferent, knowing that, akin to history, if no changes were made, the forthcoming 8th pick would likely be used on Jordan Hill, only for the Timberwolves to snatch him up for a mere $1.5 million in the second round. In this era, the significance of draft picks pales in comparison to that of the future. Subsequently, as salaries soared, the value of inexpensive rookie contracts became exceedingly appealing, leading every team to seek bargains and thereby diminishing the propensity to trade draft rights. Understood, boss, little Donnie promptly affirmed, as he had neither resigned nor been dismissed. He remained an employee of the Knicks. Judging by the boss's reaction, it seemed he had a suitable candidate in mind for the 8th pick. Little Donnie found it increasingly difficult to decipher this new owner. A month prior to the NBA draft, a lottery ceremony would take place. And this year's event was held in New Jersey, where the Clippers secured the first overall pick. The draft would occur a week after the conclusion of the finals at Madison Square Garden. This year, the spotlight was on New York. Little Donnie, with a hint of faith, pondered whether the heavens were granting Jiang Chao a stage to showcase his acumen at the draft, a moment for a grand transaction on home turf. R.I.P. Chapter 17. Selection of the head coach. The young assistant coach stood by, feeling embarrassed, and volunteered to reach out to head coach D'Antoni. It was disheartening to realize that even a scout beneath him possessed a greater understanding of the team's affairs, exhibiting remarkable professional acumen. This left him wishing for a hole to hide in before the new owner. He was acutely aware of the discomforting phrase "I don't know," which made him cringe at the mere thought. Like father, like son, young Donnie Walsh inherited his father's relentless pursuit of excellence and displayed considerable competence. Jiang Chao had never been an owner in his previous life, but he had encountered numerous proprietors. Every company required at least one employee who was proactive and well-informed. "Very well, you go ahead and clarify matters this time," Jiang Chao stated with an unwavering voice, sending a chill down the young assistant's spine, prompting him to hastily grab his phone to get to work. "And you, Donnie, what brings you here?" At this moment, Jiang Chao finally inquired about young Donnie Walsh's intentions. Donnie remained standing, his head bowed as he spoke. "Boss, I wish to continue working for the Knicks. Are you not already doing so?" Jiang Chao swiveled in his chair, a slight smile gracing his lips. "But my father, what does your father have to do with you? If he changes jobs, should I not congratulate him? You must have heard what I just said in the arena. Staying means you are one of us, and we will strive together for the Knicks." Jiang Chao's attitude spoke volumes. Young Donnie recalled the words from Jiang Chao's earlier speech, and once again, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face despite the adage that men rarely weep. He had experienced too many emotional moments today. His fear of being dismissed loomed large. Unlike his father, he could not afford to carelessly seek employment elsewhere. He had a materialistic girlfriend to support and a mother to care for. He had to keep working. Bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, he exclaimed, "Thank you, boss. I will do everything you ask of me." Unspoken understanding filled the air. Jiang Chao refrained from asking why he wanted to remain, for he already knew that old Donnie was a New Yorker. This was also the reason he had agreed to work for Dolan last year. Otherwise, as a general manager of his stature, there was no need for him to languish in the Knicks. It was akin to family, love, kinship, camaraderie, or perhaps a profound, genuine affection for the Knicks. In truth, the reason so many young people were eager to stay was encapsulated by the young assistant's candid remark, "This is New York." What young individual would willingly leave the Big Apple, a place teeming with both opportunity and risk? Youth is meant for adventure. To be frank, a team led by an inexperienced owner is often the most innovative. Under such leadership, one either soars or falters, with mediocrity being an impossibility. Just as young Donnie was bubbling with excitement to share the news of his continued employment with his family, Jiang Chao halted him. "Your current position is that of a junior scout, correct?" "Yes, boss. You are now the Deputy Director of Human Resources, overseeing the scouts." Ah. Before he could express his astonishment and elation, Jiang Chao had already risen and patted him on the shoulder. "Work hard." Okay. The unexpected rise left little Tony feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Was this truly the same cold-hearted boss who had once stood in stark opposition to his father? Life had finally unveiled its mysteries before him. Having long lived in the shadow of his father, he now had the opportunity to forge his own path, if not for Jiang Chao's presence. He might have exclaimed in exuberance about his boss's brilliance and striking handsomeness. "Calm down. Your first task is to call the rookie Stephen Curry and ask him to keep a low profile on his way here. I may not necessarily require his presence." "Understood." Although uncertain of his boss's intentions, little Tony promptly agreed. This prominent young guard was among the candidates his father wished to select. Further solidifying his belief in Jiang Chao's remarkable discretion, he pondered whether his father would navigate Phoenix successfully, but for now, he felt no regret. Furthermore, please create a table predicting this year's second-round draft picks. It doesn't need to be overly detailed, just the names and positions will suffice. "No problem." Jiang Chao tapped the cap of his pen, smiling as he observed little Tony striding with fervor. A Chinese proverb states, "Leave a thread for future encounters." Though primarily directed at women, it applies well to basketball operations as well. His promotion was a testament to his abilities, especially following the resignation of the deputy minister. He refrained from dismissing anyone completely, understanding the value of maintaining connections. About 10 minutes after little Tony departed, a young assistant approached, visibly troubled. "Boss, Coach D'Antoni mentioned that during the off-season, he wishes to recuperate in New Jersey and prefers to communicate via phone regarding team matters. He will not return to the team for the time being. With so few players remaining with the Knicks, does the boss insist on his return?" The young assistant had just witnessed the excitement exuding from little Tony. They were competitive individuals, and seeing him succeed while they felt inadequate was frustrating. Why couldn't the head coach simply declare he should immediately purchase a ticket back? He feared Jiang Chao would chastise him for his incompetence. "No need, I understand." Jiang Chao pondered for a moment. "Not returning? The smog in New Jersey is unbearable. Recuperation is hardly feasible. One could surmise that the little mustachio is seizing the opportunity during the draft lottery, with executives from the other 29 teams present, to secure a fallback plan." As it turned out, upon receiving word of Jiang Chao's midday update, D'Antoni promptly canceled his flight and engaged in lengthy discussions with general managers, team owners, or star players present at the hotel for the draft. One could only wonder if he remained committed to the team. Jiang Chao gestured for the young coach to leave, rubbing his temples in frustration. Truth be told, he was tempted to dismiss the little mustachio in a fit of anger. Yet reason prevailed, reminding him that the departure of the old manager could create a precarious environment. It was only natural for D'Antoni to seek security for himself. Jiang Chao also recognized that he could not be the one to initiate contact, for doing so would signify a need, placing him at a disadvantage. He had ample coaching resources at his disposal. The prospect of resigning voluntarily, as old Tony had done, was not something he was ready to embrace. After all, having observed his coaching style, along with the sentiments for Harden, it would be perfectly acceptable for him to remain as an assistant coach or advisor. It ultimately depends on whether he is willing to take a step down. In his previous life, he was indeed amenable to such a transition. Having shifted from head coach to coaching advisor on several occasions, perhaps it is best to wait until after the draft. Jiang Chao decided to bide his time. This is closely related to the long-term strategy he contemplated throughout the night. Compared to Donnie, Coach D'Antoni appears to be quite suited to the current roster of the Knicks. The trading market will not close until before the playoffs of the next season, indicating a prolonged battle ahead. If a trade were to occur immediately, how much value could the current strongest 175, Nate Robinson, alongside Du Hong and Jeffries, truly command? Wilcox, Big Q, Larry Hughes, Chandler all induce a headache for Jiang Chao upon mere contemplation. Furthermore, there are the injury-prone Tim Thomas, Eddie Curry, and Jerome James. Collectively dubbed as the 2009 NBA by gaming circles, with the Knicks roster being deemed unplayable even by dogs. The entire world is aware of the Knicks' current trading value, leaving no need for Jiang Chao to intervene. Immediate assets include the capable Al Harrington and two promising white rookies, David Lee and Garanelli. Others would need to accumulate sufficient statistics before departing, wouldn't they? The Knicks currently lack a formidable center, making D'Antoni's 8-second fast break an ideal fit, capable of generating impressive statistics for trade. Americans do not possess the luxury of time to watch every game, preferring to glance at the statistics instead. Rome was not built in a day. Jiang Chao will not recklessly charge ahead. He intends to adopt a slow and steady approach, initially focusing on a fast-paced offense to enhance the trading value of those he wishes to move. Otherwise, the current trading value and space are quite limited. Unless he possesses the financial prowess akin to that of wealthiest individuals like the owner of the Bulls, he would find it difficult to achieve his desired roster. In the long run, D'Antoni's expertise in training guards is noteworthy. During his playing days, he was renowned as a gentleman thief of a point guard, winning multiple championships in the Italian league while earning accolades for assists, scoring, and steals. Throughout his career, he has successfully molded talents like the Wind Child, Jeremy Lin, and later, Harden. The concept of Moneyball and the fast-paced offensive strategy can indeed serve as a unique tactic for several rounds, or even an entire quarter. One wonders how much more extraordinary Curry could become under his guidance. The Moneyball strategy nearly toppled the five-star Warriors from reaching the finals. This little mustachioed coach certainly has a knack for working with guards. This year's draft predominantly features guards, even if he cannot secure Harden, his future prodigy. There are ample other guards for him to refine. The fast-paced Moneyball approach begins with guards, and Jiang Chao's current vision is to have him cultivate a tactical philosophy centered around them, extracting the essence of this strategy. He undoubtedly cannot fulfill the role of head coach. In game management, a lack of diverse tactics and a tendency to solely rely on superstars are notable deficiencies, especially in this era where more fitting head coaches abound. Jiang Chao is not inclined to seek out candidates with illustrious Coach of the Year resumes. Instead, he intends to find those without extensive backgrounds, allowing for innovation and a willingness to take risks, while also fostering a stronger belief in the owner's expectations. Consider this: a young individual is unexpectedly elevated to the position of head coach. Is this not akin to regarding the owner as a rebirth figure? Globally, there are merely 30 head coaches in the NBA, and the moment one ascends to this role, their stature transforms dramatically. One might think of Steve Kerr as an example. The talented Brad Stevens has yet to fully reveal his prowess. Furthermore, the San Antonio coaching staff awaits his guidance, including the esteemed assistant coach Budenholzer and the European maestro Messina. Thus, it is of little consequence if D'Antoni never returns. After all, the 8-second fast break is a skill I can also grasp. Reflecting on this, Jiang Chao immediately sketched several tactics in his playbook for experimentation. The following morning, as Jiang Chao prepared to receive a resignation letter akin to that of Donnie Walsh, a man with gray hair and a distinct white mustache unexpectedly appeared before him in his office. Jiang Chao halted his pen mid-signature in astonishment. "Coach D'Antoni, have you truly turned your beard white overnight?" Chapter 18, Subtle Ascendancy, Senior Scout. What a surprise. Jiang Chao was taken aback. Just yesterday, he had mentioned needing a few days to recuperate, and now, bright and early, he found him in his office. While he wasn't entirely familiar with D'Antoni's character, he distinctly remembered that the mustached man of this era was not to be underestimated. The once black mustache had turned gray. Indeed, it has come swiftly. "Greetings to the new owner." D'Antoni's voice was somewhat hoarse, bearing the weight of experience. In truth, he had been the most fatigued in recent days, having hardly enjoyed a good night's sleep. A week prior, Dolan had sent him to the lottery draft, and upon his return, the team had changed hands. In this age of information, he was acutely aware of all that transpired through his phone, and the relentless pressure from colleagues had nearly frayed his nerves. The new owner demoted old Donnie, leading to a storm of door-slamming resignations, followed by the new owner's unifying speech and an assistant coach urging him to return to New York. It seemed he had merely gone on a trip. Yet so many events had unfolded. Rumors regarding the new owner and the future of the Knicks circulated, and as a coach who preferred stability, he found himself increasingly agitated. He had heard that old Donnie's conversation with Jiang Chao ended abruptly, yet he himself was unprepared for departure. It was all too absurd. Thus, When the young assistant coach called him, he merely wished for the owner to reach out and discuss matters with him. Such an initiative would at least signify he still held some value in the owner's eyes. However, Jiang Chao did not hastily reach out to the coach who had once led the Suns to a remarkable 60-win season. This only heightened his anxiety. The most alarming moment came when, in New Jersey, he immediately sought out the former Suns owner, Robert Sarver, who made it clear that he would indeed consider old Donnie for the general manager position. Regrettably, the head coach position remained with Gentry. They had signed a 3-year contract, and it wasn't as simple as dismissing him without compensation. Moreover, D'Antoni's credibility had suffered in the eyes of the fans, having experienced the pitfalls of misjudgment and love. He understood the sentiments of the other Western Conference management teams. They believed that he could not compete with the likes of Popovich and Phil Jackson in crucial moments. He faltered. No team sought to hire him as a head coach, leaving only assistant positions available. This realization dawned on him at this juncture. Securing a head coaching role elsewhere was implausible. If he were to accept an assistant role, he might as well remain with the Knicks. Thus, he found it increasingly difficult to remain composed, lacking the luxury of confidence. He feared that the next call might be one of termination. This unpredictable owner was capable of anything. Rather than sit idle, he preferred to engage in reasoned discourse. D'Antoni was adept in this regard, having never experienced conflicts with players. "Hello, Coach D'Antoni, please take a seat." "Thank you, owner. I have matters to discuss with you. Please, go ahead." 15 minutes later, the two shook hands and smiled, having reached an agreement. In comparison to the volatile old Donnie, D'Antoni exuded a refined demeanor. He first inquired about the owner's perspective on him and the suitable strategies for the current team roster. Indeed, Jiang Chao's thoughts were validated. He expressed that while the team could adopt a fast-paced style of play if they aspired to reach the playoffs, significant changes were imperative from the owner and the prospective general manager. Frankly speaking, this roster is not equipped for playoff contention. Last night, D'Antoni watched Jiang Chao's speech video on the plane and recognized that Jiang Chao's ambitions extend to the playoffs, if not the championship itself. Hence, the current lineup left by Coach D'Antoni is merely set up for a downward spiral. As an esteemed head coach, he understands the essential components of a winning team, a foundation built on all-star caliber players, both inside and outside. "I will certainly implement changes," he assured. Jiang Chao acknowledged D'Antoni's request, and their perspectives on the team were in perfect alignment. Subsequently, Jiang Chao also articulated his own demands. D'Antoni would no longer serve as head coach, but would transition to the role of assistant general manager and coaching advisor, along with being a player development coach. Having mentally prepared himself, Coach D'Antoni responded affirmatively, inquiring if the contract would remain unchanged. Jiang Chao grasped his implication. Both were observing the situation. Jiang Chao waited the arrival of players he desired to mentor, while D'Antoni was anticipating Jiang Chao's maneuvers. He was also on the lookout for opportunities to switch teams, as mid-season often presents a plethora of chances, especially when strong teams unexpectedly falter or poor-performing teams seek to appease their fan base by changing coaches. At that moment, a potential opportunity might arise. Jiang Chao was indifferent to this. The position was inherently less demanding, and resigning mid-season would incur no buyout fees. Moreover, when that time came, one might find it difficult to part ways. Those wishing to leave would do so, while those content would remain. Dolan and D'Antoni had signed a 3-year contract, which would conveniently expire at the end of the next season, allowing Jiang Chao to exchange his position without a salary reduction. "What can I do for you now, boss?" D'Antoni, with his seasoned experience, was probing Jiang Chao's understanding of basketball management, while Jiang Chao's knowledge was limited. He was acutely aware of what he wanted D'Antoni to focus on. This role could be elevated to that of a senior scout. But Jiang Chao intended for D'Antoni to concentrate solely on assessing star players and predicting first-round prospects. The ordinary scouts would filter players for him to review and compile a comprehensive scouting report uniquely tailored for the Knicks. "I will select a guard in the upcoming draft. You can train him." "Very well, boss. Can you tell me who I should select?" Jiang Chao had not yet finalized his thoughts. He was not inclined to divulge such information to loose-lipped individuals, especially not to someone as unreliable as the mustachioed one. "I believe this year's James Harden looks promising. Alas, it is regrettable. My luck was poor, and he is likely to be claimed by the general manager with the 3rd pick." D'Antoni shrugged, slightly disappointed. If you have some free time soon, you might want to visit the Thunder and chat with this player. It wouldn't hurt," Jiang Chao mused. He had not anticipated the budding chemistry between the future mentor and mentee at that moment, so he decided to forge a bond. perhaps symbolically tying a red string between them. The NBA possesses an unwritten rule: cultivating good relations with lottery picks is invaluable for future endeavors. The lottery show typically allows players to remain in the league for approximately a decade. Once their rookie contracts expire, every team has an opportunity. Perhaps one day, they might even join our team. D'Antoni bid farewell without inquiring which head coach Jiang Chao preferred. At this moment, he merely wishes to observe who possesses greater prowess than himself, capable of holding such a prominent position in the new owner's esteem. I just overheard several teaching assistants discussing that boss Jiang even looks down on Pat Riley. Who, then, is the esteemed figure he desires as his head coach? Jiang Chao sighed as he observed the figure of the little mustached man retreating. Indeed, there are valid reasons for not securing the championship. Upon meeting the little mustached man in person, Jiang Chao's impression was that of a kind, genuinely gentle uncle. He embodied an aura of peace and love. Such a temperament surely precludes the possibility of triumph. Champions are typically led by coaches who are either steadfast and unwavering like a mountain or decisive and formidable, exuding an iron-fisted, hawkish demeanor. They all share one characteristic: resoluteness. Observing D'Antoni's conflicted demeanor, Jiang Chao felt a sense of unease himself. It was evident to all that he was torn between disbelief in Jiang Chao and a desire to trust him, while harboring an even deeper skepticism towards the cunning offers presented by other shrewd proprietors. All right, old chap, it is undoubtedly wise to follow my lead, Jiang Chao wished to assure him, hoping to alleviate some of his anxiety. This indecisive nature of his certainly explained why he only placed his faith in a select few on the court. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. He accepted Jiang Chao's proposal, marking a pivotal moment in Little Mustache's life as he assumed the role of vice general manager. It is believed that this position will suit him far better. Mike D'Antoni has been appointed as the vice president and coaching consultant for the New York Knicks. A new regime brings forth fervent changes, led by the audacious owner, James Dolan. There are no resignations in sight, raising questions about D'Antoni's perceived frailty. Rescue is desperately needed for the beleaguered franchise, as New York finds itself ensnared in turmoil once more. Are the Knicks on the verge of being utterly dismantled? As the news spread rapidly, the basketball world became lively once more. This time, all current players of the Knicks could no longer remain passive. While vacationing on Freedom Island, the hot-tempered old-school player Malik Roslow exclaimed, "Is this young owner courting disaster?" Chapter 19, Players Revolt? Are they disavowing their salaries? Oh dear. Today, Chowsy has once again stirred up trouble. As the head coach makes his return to the team, he is promptly dismissed and assigned the role of assistant general manager. The agents of various players hastily dial their clients' numbers. Chris Duhon expresses his bewilderment at Jiang Chao's actions. Has this new owner lost his mind? Are there truly no better options than D'Antoni? Does he believe he can attract anyone to New York? The agent chuckles in response, suggesting, perhaps he is aiming for Popovich. Haha. In the discussion group, Nate Robinson, while driving, plays with his phone. Wow, such youthful exuberance. What are we going to do next season? Fun fact, Nate Robinson is a familiar face to the NYPD, having repeatedly violated traffic regulations. Eddie Curry chimes in, what should we do? Should we go give him a beating? Big Q retorts, are you out of your mind? Starting point guard Duhon states, the best option now is to pressure him to cease his reckless antics. Starting shooting guard Larry Hughes adds, I hope he fires me. That way, I can secure a lucrative buyout, and I'm not worried about finding another job. Harrington concurs, I think the same. As long as he doesn't trade me haphazardly, a buyout would be ideal. Indeed, the prevailing sentiment among players and agents is that if the owner is truly deranged and appears intent on assembling a new roster, they might as well secure buyouts. Such buyouts would provide them with substantial sums and the opportunity to seek new employment. Generally, unless a team harbors an intense disdain or fondness for a veteran, they seldom buy out a player. David Lee and the Italian sharpshooter Gallinari, still under rookie contracts, observe the veterans trembling at the prospect of the owner's decisions. Their contracts lack significant value, and they are grateful to have been selected by the Knicks, merely hoping for a smooth journey ahead. I must demonstrate my capabilities to the new owner, one thinks. Perhaps this is my opportunity to secure a starting position. I am no less competent than Duhon. Conversely, some players at the end of the bench hope for the owner to favor them. Each has their own concerns. In a whirlwind, players are abuzz with discussions about the new owner, while reporters globally scramble to interview them, attempting to exert pressure on Jiang Chao through public opinion. The New York team is not one to be trifled with. Meanwhile, players from other Eastern Conference teams are merely here for the spectacle, especially after rumors suggest Jiang Chao looks down on Riley. The Heat players are particularly incensed. having recently been eliminated by the Hawks. They seize the chance to vent their frustrations at a struggling team. Dwayne Wade exclaims, "I can hardly wait to take down the Knicks next season." Shaquille O'Neal laughs. Does he even have the right to say that? Without Coach D'Antoni, your small lineup will be utterly dismantled. Haslam interjects, FK, looking down on Mr. Riley? He may be retired, but otherwise, he'd have you all spinning in circles in the trade market. Raptors star Chris Bosh adds, as long as your record next season isn't better than ours, bring it on. The Cavaliers star, LeBron James, is ever eager to insert himself into the spotlight. He boldly declared that greatness comes at a cost, asserting that Madison Square Garden has always been a stage for kings, while others merely serve as background figures. This remark alludes to his career-high 50 points scored at Madison Square last season, alongside the legendary performances of Kobe and Jordan at the basketball Mecca, as he continually emphasizes his historical significance. In response, Jiang Chao merely scoffed, questioning whether this individual would let his championship victory inflate his ego. Nevertheless, with LeBron's presence in the Eastern Conference, the future monarch of the East will not easily emerge. Aspiring to become a true mogul requires overcoming his challenges first. This season, the Cavaliers are poised to face the Magic, a similarly single-core team, at the finals, which may very well mark LeBron's final season with the Cavaliers. Indeed, those opposing him are often the ones planning to unite in the following year. The ever-vocal Celtics, led by Pierce and Perkins, mock Jiang Chao for his lofty ambitions while possessing negligible abilities. Meanwhile, Western Conference Rockets general manager Daryl Morey feigned benevolence, advising Jiang Chao that the NBA is a realm governed by personal relationships, urging him not to be too extreme and offering his assistance as a fellow businessman. His hypocrisy was palpable as he seemed willing to forsake his integrity for the sake of Yao Ming's loyalty. In the Knicks front office, Jiang Chao found himself face-to-face with Miss Lu Yan, as renovations on his office, undertaken by architecture students from Columbia University, were underway. Jiang Chao had cleverly assigned this task as an internship project, and the students were exceedingly enthusiastic, benefiting both from compensation and practical experience, thus raising his standing in their eyes. He was aware of their capabilities and simply instructed them to design with simplicity, modernity, and modesty in mind. The more minimalistic the design, the more it would reflect the essence of creativity. His office must be a sanctuary of comfort. Wealth should not lead to a lack of taste, after all. Were it not for his busy schedule, Jiang Chao would have already indulged in selecting a luxury vehicle and perhaps invited a certain loquacious neighbor for a ride in the future. Currently without an office, he amiably collaborated with his secretary. His diligent demeanor caught Lu Yan's attention, leading her to become momentarily distracted. Who would have imagined that the much-discussed, eccentric owner was, in reality, a mature, thoughtful, and hard-working young man? However, she too was preoccupied, inundated with irate calls that were causing her mental strain. Eventually, she provided Jiang Chao with a report. Apart from Gallinari, Eddie Curry, and a few rookies and two-way contract players, every other rotation player and their agents had contacted her. Jiang Chao found it amusing. He had yet to take any action against them, yet they were already in a state of panic. Lu Yan shared some of their alarming remarks, particularly from the trio of Jerome James, Lord, and Nate Robinson, who had outright threatened Jiang Chao. Did these gentlemen not fear that he might take the initiative against them? Jiang Chao had a rather insightful understanding of their follies. They were akin to volatile explosives in the locker room. Thus, upon first encountering the current roster of the Knicks, he referred to these three individuals as the three bombs. They threatened anyone who dared to meddle with the team, bound as they were by contracts extending to 2023, and the cost of dismissal would entail exorbitant buyout fees. Lu Yan relayed this sentiment to Jiang Chao, and to her surprise, he erupted into hearty laughter. "Junior, are you all right?" she pondered, wishing to touch his forehead to ascertain his sanity. "It's fine, that was rather blunt. Wasn't it? I didn't even mention a buyout." "Yet they were already contemplating it," Jiang Chao replied. "Do I appear foolish to you? Honestly, do they think I'm oblivious to labor contracts? If they were to be fully bought out, I could only afford to sign 2 max contracts. But what of the others?" Jiang Chao had already scrutinized their salaries. The highest belonged to the injured Eddie Curry, with a $10.5 million contract, and there were merely 3 players on the team earning over $10 million. The remainder received salaries in the range of $5 to $6 million. A buyout would necessitate a one-time payment amounting to several multiples of their salaries, allowing them to secure additional contracts with other teams, thus profiting handsomely. The troublemakers among them were not concerned about their futures if they were to be dismissed without cause. It would essentially be akin to handing them money. To alleviate Lu Yan's worries, Jiang Chao took a moment to elucidate the intricacies of buyouts and labor contracts, explaining the motivations behind their disruptive behavior. Part of their intent was to provoke Jiang Chao into initiating their termination. A player, while under contract, could never voluntarily leave unless faced with a breach of contract penalty exceeding tenfold. Otherwise, they were obliged to adhere to all team directives. Naturally, injuries or career-ending circumstances would still allow them to draw salaries comfortably throughout the contract duration. Contemporary players generally respect this structure until the advent of figures like Leonard, who skewed the norms, prompting many stars to adopt disruptive tactics to force trades or feign injuries to avoid playing. Fortunately, the players of this era still possess a certain resilience. Otherwise, Jiang Chao would encounter greater challenges. Players are distinctly different from head coaches or general managers. They are stringently protected by the NBA. If a team could dismiss a player at will, akin to a small company with no compensation, how would the player's rights be safeguarded? For instance, if one were to be injured and subsequently dismissed, only to be re-signed 2 years later upon recovery, what opportunities would remain for a player during their typically brief 7 to 8 year career? However, the NBA's protections also extend to the owner's rights. Lu Yan, absorbing this knowledge with wide, gleaming eyes, exclaimed joyfully, "So that's how it is. They want you to dismiss them, but the buyout costs are steep, particularly for sought-after players like Harrington, who could swiftly secure payment and a new position." Jiang Chao, affectionately observing Lu Yan's quick comprehension, remarked, "Indeed, Harrington is a favored protege of old Donnie. The Pacers and Donnie will readily welcome him back upon his re-employment, while the other players are merely role players. They don't wish to work for me. They seek to exploit me financially. Boss, shall we simply disregard them?" Lu Yan increasingly admired her junior. How astute he was. She had been bewildered by those agents. Indeed, they all had my office number. Why did they only dare to contact the secretary's office to relay messages? Online, he was the super junior, while offline, he was the super boss. Lu Yan chuckled, as this had become a running joke over the past few days, with countless online comments criticizing Jiang Chao as being inhumane and heartless. Yet, when Jiang Chao opened a fan channel allowing fans to video chat with him, those fans were all reverently calling him super brother and super boss, utterly enamored. This was also linked to Jiang Chao's personal charisma. He maintained that having traversed through such experiences, there was nothing to fear. Consequently, he approached everything with a calm demeanor. While the players were visibly distressed, he was still able to analyze their deeper issues. It was as if they were testing whether he could genuinely manage the team. If he could, it would be fine. He would continue to receive his salary and play for the Knicks, and if he delivered impressive statistics, their next contract would be lucrative. Conversely, if he truly lacked managerial skills, then he would welcome dismissal. After all, who had the audacity to stir trouble? Just as Jiang Chao had told Lu Yan, if they failed to report to the team after the preseason, the Players Association would impose penalties, the NBA would levy fines. Moreover, the investors could choose not to disperse salaries, as it would be their own disruption. This conclusion was drawn from Jiang Chao's reflections on the incidents involving Simmons and Irving in his previous life. Upon reviewing the league's regulations, it was indeed the case that to receive payment, one must play, unless provided with a medical certificate from a city hospital or the team's medical staff. Having experienced the events surrounding the divine beings of the league, Jiang Chao regarded their current situation as trivial. At least the Knicks players were genuine, while owner Kai Chongqing was conversing with deities. How could one even engage with such beings? To pressure him in front of me? If you receive payment, then work diligently and refrain from making a fuss. Even if the investors were merely 3 years old, they were still formidable. Thinking of rebellion? You must have no desire for your salary. If anyone calls again, just give them my number and let them reach out to me directly, so you need not waste your time. Lu Yan nodded in agreement, her voice like a silver bell. All right. An afternoon passed. Jiang Chao was indeed correct. Regardless of how they questioned or criticized this new owner's competency in public or privately disparaged him, not a single player dared to call Jiang Chao personally. You see, you are not so formidable after all. Lu Yan's respect for her junior grew exponentially. How incredibly audacious. A Chinese owner confronting a multitude of American employees protesting. That evening, as Jiang Chao savored a steak in the cafeteria, the team's MSN chat group buzzed with excitement. The exuberant rookie, Robinson, could no longer contain himself and shared a video showcasing his impressive 3-second full-court dash. Instantly, a flurry of players responded with thumbs-up emojis. Even Lord Luo tagged Jiang Chao, subtly suggesting that it was time for him to make decisions regarding the players. Having taken such drastic measures with many, it was only fair that he now considered their fate. Afterward, Jiang Chao made a remark before silencing the group. Fish properly, and tuck away your tails. His assertiveness surpassed everyone's expectations. Typically, a 20-year-old Chinese young man would tread lightly in conversations with these burly athletes. Yet Jiang Chao boldly instructed them to conceal their foxtails, a display of cultural dominance. I'll deal with you later, he added. Jiang Chao then turned off the screen and picked up the utensils beside the scouting report and draft predictions for 2009 crafted by Little Donnie. Chapter 20. Curry has arrived. Will history repeat itself? Once again, the focal point lies in the draft following the conclusion of the finals. Only Jiang Chao is aware that the finals will soon come to an end, as the seemingly formidable Magic have been thoroughly exposed by the Lakers, losing by 41 points due to their inadequate backcourt. As a result, Jiang Chao finds himself pressed for time, unable to watch their frantic attempts. He is not a deity. He must first prepare adequately, as he anticipates a whirlwind of activity in the green room. He harbors no concerns regarding late-stage roster trades. For the free agency period extends over a significant duration, yet the time frame for the draft and trading draft picks is limited to merely a few weeks. Naturally, the selection of a head coach and general manager must be finalized promptly. Otherwise, David Stern may come knocking at his door. Contemplating this, he summoned Teacher Lou. Is it permissible not to finalize the head coach and general manager immediately? Old Lou had just returned from class, donning a crisp white shirt and thin-rimmed glasses. Yet he appeared invigorated, as if rejuvenated by several years. No problem at all. I thoroughly researched the NBA regulations last night. It is permissible not to finalize the team's management before the preseason. However, no team has ever done so. Jiang, are you certain you do not wish to appoint a puppet? It was evident that old Lou was aware of the discontent among players and media regarding Jiang Chao, primarily due to the absence of individuals in these two pivotal positions. It seemed that Jiang Chao had the final say in all matters. That is fine, Teacher Lou. You may call me Xiao Jiang. In your presence, I shall always remain a student, Jiang Chao replied, somewhat unaccustomed to being addressed as Jiang Boss, as he rubbed his nose. Shall I call the scouts to seek suitable candidates for the head coach and general manager positions? Old Lou, enjoying a prominent status within the team, was well aware that being addressed as teacher by the boss garnered him considerable respect among his peers. What I meant was not that. Do I appear to be someone who fears criticism? Or perhaps I haven't been criticized enough. Employing a puppet, only to replace them shortly after, would invite even more backlash. It is far better to act transparently, Jiang Chao chuckled. Old Lou discerned the underlying implications. Given the circumstances, might Jiang Chao not continue as the acting general manager? Clearly, there must be a suitable candidate, yet in recent days, he had remained reclusive and had not sought anyone out. His suggestion was to utilize a puppet entirely, a mere figurehead for Jiang Chao to operate. Xiao Jiang, since you were taking such an active role, why not manage the entire season and see how it unfolds? Old Lou expressed his support for Jiang Chao, reasoning that given his decisiveness, he should see it through to the end. I have numerous tasks awaiting me. I should oversee the broader direction while delegating the minutiae to them, Jiang Chao elucidated. Having traversed to this era, there were countless opportunities at his disposal. What awaited him was a vast expanse of stars and seas. The NBA was merely a starting point. He had yet to find the time to embark on his grand commercial vision within the sports industry. Old Lou found himself unable to see through Jiang Chao's intentions, instinctively concluding that the young man had yet to experience enough of life, engaging in frivolities, courting women, or indulging in video games, as one would expect from youth. Liu Yin interjected. Indeed, it is not the owner who should engage in quarrels with players. I observe that other owners typically let their general managers handle such matters. Then, he recounted to Lao Lu how he had been receiving calls from players all afternoon. Upon hearing this, Lao Lu became intrigued. Xiao Jiang, you still lack the ruthlessness. For such individuals, they ought to be placed on the shelf and sold off at a bargain. Jiang Chao raised his hands in exasperation. If they continue to be ungrateful, that is precisely what I shall do. Indeed, Lao Lu had delved deep into the matter. The true insult from a boss to a player does not come from a buyout or dismissal, but rather from placing them on the shelf for a paltry price. Furthermore, during the contract period, one could simply leave them DMP, continue to pay their salary, but deny them a chance to play. Let them sit out for 2 years, and watch as a superstar transforms into an ordinary person. Undoubtedly, this culminates in a lose-lose scenario, should the player be sold at a bargain price. He is unlikely to gain anything of substantial value, Yet the psychological indignity inflicted upon him is far more profound. At present, such a fate has not yet befallen him. Jiang Chao harbors a strategic vision, believing that all matters should be addressed on the day of the draft. Otherwise, should he act out of desperation, he risks retaining a liability, leading to a situation where he cannot bear to face the players he would have alienated, who would then lack the motivation to perform for him. Why is that? Lu Yin, embodying the spirit of a diligent student, arrived today clad in her school uniform. Much like the grand opening of a supermarket, which naturally attracts customers, the presence of patrons is futile if there are no appealing goods to offer. Hence, we should await the moment when our products are in high demand before launching. Oh, the senior seems to ponder deeply, as a non-fan of basketball. She surely needs to enrich her understanding of the sport. Meanwhile, old Lu expressed his intention to depart if nothing significant was happening. Yet he harbored concerns about Jiang Chao potentially encountering trouble with the players. He turned back, giving a knowing wink, and said, "By the way, boss, there are indeed 2 clauses within the league's regulations that could be applied if you wish to take action against them." Oh? Old Lu provided an explanation regarding the buyout clause. The team is entitled to a one-time buyout option, allowing them to release a player or apply it to the contract of a player who has already been released. The player will continue to receive their salary from the team, and this amount will still count towards the team's total salary cap. The only notable exception is that when calculating the luxury tax, the player's salary will be deducted from the team's total salary cap. The team is prohibited from re-signing the player during the buyout period until the contract expires. Additionally, the released player is not permitted to engage in transfers or signings after the season concludes. A portion of the new contract earnings for the released player will be returned to the original team that executed the buyout. As for the prohibited substances clause, during the regular season, all players may be subjected to 4 random drug tests. A first offense for the use of performance-enhancing drugs results in a 10-game suspension. A second offense leads to a 25-game suspension, the third offense incurs a suspension for the entire season, and the fourth offense results in a lifetime ban. In the case of marijuana usage, the first offense mandates compulsory treatment, the second offense incurs a fine of 25,000, and subsequent offenses will increase the suspension period by 5 games each time. Astonishing. Jiang Chao extended his thumb, and Lao Lu understood his implication instantly. It was a legitimate off-the-books maneuver that one could resort to if absolutely necessary. Individuals like Nate and Luoyi, who are inherently unpredictable, undoubtedly crossed paths during the off-season. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Truly, a teacher is deserving of the title. I shall keep my trump card at the ready. Jiang Chao marveled at Lao Lu's remarkable learning speed, for he had never before encountered basketball. Yet, his unwavering dedication to his work was truly invincible. Perhaps it is due to our shared heritage as Chinese that certain thoughts and ways of thinking resonate so harmoniously. Jiang Chao increasingly feels compelled to commend his own recruitment efforts. In matters within one's purview, let us strive onward. Just as old Lu departed, young Donnie knocked at the door. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Lu Yin, clad in her school uniform, gracefully pouring tea for Jiang Chao. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that the boss was of a similar age. Engaging with a youthful student was quite commonplace. He then feigned ignorance of the scene before him and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Boss, many of this year's rookies have arrived, including several lottery picks. I've arranged for them to spend the night in the employee dormitory. Currently, the assistant coach and Mr. D'Antoni are observing their scrimmages in the training facility. Would you like to take a look? Is Curry coming in a discreet manner? Little Donnie, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and confessed. I told him not to tell anyone. But just a few days ago, his father, the retired NBA sharpshooter Old Curry, mentioned that his son wanted to go to New York. He sighed, "Oh well, it's nothing serious. Let us go take a look." Relieved to see that the boss did not blame him, little Donnie exhaled. He had endeavored to do his utmost, yet one could hardly silence the words of a father. Since he had arrived, it was time to contemplate alternative plans. Little Donnie stepped out of the office, maintaining a demeanor that suggested he was not intruding. This caused a moment of embarrassment for Jiang Chao and Lu Yin as their eyes met. Jiang Chao playfully tousled her hair and said, "From now on, you must refrain from wearing the school uniform, understand? A secretary ought to embody the appearance of a secretary." She hadn't quite grown accustomed yet. Lu Yin stuck out her tongue playfully and adjusted her short skirt. The university girls' skirts were notoriously brief. Lu Yin's tall, graceful legs swayed enticingly. And from Jiang Chao's seat height, clearing his throat, well, it was quite a sight. "You'll get used to it," she teased. Or do you expect me to buy you black stockings? What on earth are you saying? Lu Yin, who usually bore a cold, expressionless, and artistic countenance, suddenly blushed deeply. Surely, this was an unmistakable sign. She simply could not withstand it. Ahem, I recall them all dressing in such a manner. Jiang Chao found himself at a loss for words and, after speaking, hastened down to the gymnasium. Damn it. He certainly could not admit that he wanted to see office ladies in professional attire. That would be far too mundane. Meanwhile, Lu Yin had long been indulging in fanciful thoughts. Surely not. The junior wouldn't also be watching that kind of film, would he? And before me, no less. Does he have a secretary who dresses like that? Should I purchase a set then? Which color would appear more aesthetically pleasing? If it involves black stockings, perhaps a tailored suit with a short skirt would be appropriate. Oh, the dilemma. Lu Yin, what are you doing? Is this still the same diligent scholar Yin who was determined to earn money and prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination? Lu Yin lightly tapped her forehead, pondering why. Despite her initial intent to simply earn money for graduate studies, she found herself increasingly immersed in and fond of her job. Adjacent to Pennsylvania Station stood a basketball arena, occasionally rented by the Knicks for training sessions. Dressed in a tailored suit, Jiang Chao entered the court from the viewing area on the second floor. The four courts were bustling with players, yet Jiang Chao's gaze was instantly drawn to a young athlete donning a red number 30 Davis Academy jersey, whose face resembled that of an elementary school student. It was Stephen Curry. He had arrived. Jiang Chao has once again secured the 8th pick. History. Will it repeat itself? Chapter 21. Elementary school students, I have you under my spell. In the midst of the fervent atmosphere, D'Antoni and several assistants orchestrated the proceedings, while young Donnie and a few scouts busily jotted down notes. It was evident that they had not anticipated such an influx of rookies. The new owner's influence seemed utterly negligible. In truth, upon discovering that the Knicks possessed the coveted 8th and 40th picks, the rookies flocked in droves. Indifferent to the identity of the owner, the prospect of being selected by any NBA team represented an instantaneous opportunity to become a millionaire. The character of the owner held little significance for them. They were no longer in a position to choose star players, but rather were the hopeful prospects eager to be selected. Many hailed from impoverished neighborhoods and violent streets, seeking to transcend their circumstances through the game of basketball. The allure of New York, a grand basketball metropolis, was unparalleled, whether in professional leagues or street ball. It stood as a sacred ground for basketball in America. Jiang Chao found it impossible to ignore Curry, with his distinctive hairstyle and youthful visage, dribbling with extraordinary speed across the court and occasionally unleashing a long-range three-pointer. Throughout the morning, he silently absorbed the scene, with no general manager present. He had no choice but to witness it all firsthand. Having never attended an NBA game in his past life, today marked his introduction to the pinnacle of basketball ambience. Typically, securing a lottery pick would entail separate workouts, but due to the upheaval within the team's management, Jiang Chao acquiesced to D'Antoni's request to conduct a collective workout for the rookies arriving in New York, akin to a joint tryout. The training regimen was straightforward, a full-court game that continued relentlessly from morning till noon, with lineups shuffled every 50 points. The players had to showcase their full capabilities within this brief half-day. Besides Curry, the court was graced by Jordan Hill, DeRozan, Jennings, Ty Lawson, Jeff Teague, and Drew Holiday, individuals Jiang Chao would come to know well in the future, predominantly backcourt players, aptly representing a year rich in guards. Yet, Jiang Chao was incredulous that all media outlets were labeling this draft class as weak, citing an oversaturation of players in similar positions, which had led to predictions of the rare heavy center, the beat, landing in the top 3. How far from reality that seemed. Jiang Chao's anticipation grew with each passing moment, overwhelmed by the abundance of remarkable talent. The king of the North, DeRozan, was present, though his counterpart, Harden, was absent. The rookie, Mr. Jennings, had made a striking debut with 55 points, gaining recognition due to the Rockets, while Jordan Hill, who was expected to be chosen by the Knicks, was wreaking havoc beneath the rim. Future Bucks championship guard, Drew, was also in the mix, alongside the tenacious defender, Ty Lawson, and the formidable Taj Gibson, who had played for the Knicks in 2022. Ironically, this player had initially aspired to join the Knicks. Even the projected late second-round pick, Beverly, had come to audition. From a divine perspective, it was apparent that these were all future starters. This underscores why Jiang Chao placed such immense importance on this year's draft. The 2009 draft class was indeed underrated, as many had predicted that apart from Griffin, the other players would struggle to make a significant impact. Unbeknownst to many, The majority of players have flourished remarkably, with the most emblematic figures being Harden, Curry, Griffin, and DeRozan. Among them, Harden and Curry have emerged as the most exceptional talents of their draft class. Both have been honored with the regular season MVP title, marking the 2009 draft as the only one alongside the classes of 1984, 1996, and 2008 to present two regular season MVPs simultaneously. Of course, the 2008 class, with one player fading too swiftly and the other being a comedic performer, cannot quite compare in terms of achievement. Yet, it is often the case that many fans overlook the 2009 class, overshadowed by the youngest MVP in history and the unparalleled triple-double maestro from 2008. The two MVPs from 2009 are undeniably impactful, having sustained their status as elite backcourt players for many years, exhibiting a caliber of play that is exceedingly difficult to defend against. As I observed Jiang Chao, his enthusiasm was palpable, inspired by the diverse styles of various guards. Yet his focus remained on the youthful and unrefined version of the prodigious Curry. He also kept an eye on DeRozan's compatriot, James Harden. The prodigious talent, akin in age to Jiang Chao, was projected by Little Donnie to be a top 10 lottery pick. However, today, his performance resembled that of a top 3 selection, showcasing an array of driving dunks and rapid three-point shots, even executing the most coveted putback dunks in the NBA, revealing his abilities in full splendor. As he was the most active and swift player on the court, Jiang Chao then revisited the physical assessment report sent by Little Donnie. The results from the Knicks testing indicated that Stephen Curry managed to bench press 10 repetitions and achieved a vertical leap comparable to the top draft prospect Blake Griffin. Thus, he not only triumphed over Griffin in the NCAA, but also matched the prowess of the ethereal white beast in physical testing. This was a revelation to Jiang Chao, as Griffin represented the youthful essence of his generation, and that year, Griffin's highlight plays were unparalleled. The scouting report revealed that just 4 months prior, in a game against Oklahoma, which featured Blake Griffin, Curry scored 42 points, setting a new personal record for single-game scoring in the NCAA. Last season, he led the nation with an average of 28.6 points per game, alongside 4 rebounds, 5.6 assists, and 2.5 steals, surpassing the legendary John Gaddy to become Davidson College's all-time leading scorer. This is precisely why he was projected as a top 10 pick. His performance in the NCAA was nothing short of spectacular. Jiang Chao marveled at the graceful young player, who persistently maneuvered the ball, shooting three-pointers with fluidity and tenacity, akin to a raw gem that he grew increasingly fond of with each passing moment. Boss, the player you previously mentioned, Curry, was the first to audition for our team and expressed a strong desire to meet you, seemingly quite fond of our organization, Little Donnie remarked. He harbored optimism for Curry, given that his father had identified him a year prior, eagerly awaiting this year's draft. This echoed the news Jiang Chao had encountered in his past life, wherein Curry in 2009 seemed destined to join the Knicks, being the only team he trialed for. In simple terms, he has now become an adorable, devoted admirer. Naturally, Jiang Chao is unwaveringly eager for this cherubic-faced assassin. This year, the only certainty in the draft is his fixation on the elementary school student. However, the course of history has imparted a crucial lesson. He must remain composed. As the newly appointed owner of the Knicks, he cannot allow history to repeat itself. Before the fateful draft night of 2009, the Knicks, holding the 8th pick, were fervently hoping to acquire Stephen Curry. Moreover, Curry harbored a strong desire to join the Knicks, even going so far as to decline all other teams' invitations for workouts. He sought to convey his intention. He would only play for the New York Knicks. This stance deterred teams like the Grizzlies, Thunder, and Timberwolves, who held higher draft positions and had shown interest in Curry. However, the Warriors, armed with the 7th pick, became equally fervent upon discovering Donnie Walsh's inclinations and Curry's NCAA statistics. They reached out to Curry's agent, his father, and Curry himself, expressing their intent to select him, only to be met with the unwavering message that Curry did not wish to be chosen by the Warriors. Warriors head coach Don Nelson and general manager Larry Riley, both resolute in their convictions, made it clear to Curry's father, should Curry remain unselected when their turn arrived, they would indeed choose him. They even grew apprehensive that Curry might be taken before the 7th pick and contemplated trading up for a better position. Such fervor is indicative of the madness surrounding the situation. They had never even met him in person, yet were prepared to select him. Only Don Nelson could act so boldly. Meanwhile, the Knicks appeared rather naive, mistaking the NBA for a realm governed by personal connections or clandestine dealings. They believed that clinging to a player would ensure possession. The Warriors' stance unsettled Curry's team, and when they conveyed this to the Knicks, urging them to trade up to avoid complications, Donnie Walsh and Dolan dismissively deemed it an unfounded concern. They were confident in their intelligence-gathering abilities, convinced that other teams would not select Curry and that the Warriors, already possessing Monta Ellis, would never choose another offensive guard like Curry. Yet even a fan like Jiang Chao understood that the Warriors were a formidable force comprised of individuals not easily swayed. Dolan seemed oblivious to the fact that the Warriors had once selected Monta Ellis, even while boasting Baron Davis and Jason Richardson. Furthermore, Coach Don Nelson was notoriously stubborn, with a keen eye for talent. As the draft night approached, this tension persisted. It was likely Stephen Curry's first visit to Madison Square Garden, filled with both apprehension and hope that he would indeed be selected by the Knicks and play in that iconic arena. As the draft commenced, teams with an interest in Curry, yet rebuffed by his refusal to work out, turned their attention to other prospects. The Grizzlies selected Hashim the Beat, the Thunder acquired James Harden, and the Timberwolves picked point guards Ricky Rubio and Johnny Flynn in succession at the 5th and 6th spots. True to expectations, the Warriors selected Stephen Curry with the 7th pick. Upon the announcement of this news, the entire arena was enveloped in a profound sense of disappointment, even despair. The New York fans were left in a state of disbelief, lamenting audibly, while the Knicks, in the wake of this unexpected blow, hastily selected Jordan Hill with the 8th pick. Not only did they fail to acquire Stephen Curry, but they also missed out on DeMar DeRozan, who was chosen 9th by the Raptors, along with a plethora of other potential starting guards. Subsequently, Curry spent 2 years as Monta Ellis's subordinate before asserting himself as a starter and experiencing an explosive rise. He once scored a career-high 54 points, alongside 6 rebounds and 7 assists, during a return to Madison Square Garden in the 2012 season, hitting 11 of 13 three-pointers. This marked Curry's first instance of scoring 50 or more points in a game and his inaugural outing with 10 or more three-pointers, making him the first player to achieve double-digit three-pointers in a single game at Madison Square Garden. James Dolan and longtime fan Spike Lee watched in astonishment from the sidelines, while a number of fans expressed their disdain towards Dolan's family. The Knicks once again found themselves as mere backdrops to the stardom of others, particularly that of a player they had overlooked. A fan named Jiang Chao, who had skipped class to witness the game, realized just how formidable the seemingly frail Curry truly was. This match gained epical significance due to its national broadcast in New York, heralding the era of small ball, as the slender point guard showcased his lethal three-point shooting prowess. Jiang Chao was resolute. He could not let a talent like Curry slip through the Knicks' fingers. He considered the possibility of selecting DeRozan or Drew Holiday, but the fact remained that Curry was right in front of him. Thus, he deliberately positioned himself courtside at the last moment, summoning Mike D'Antoni and scouts to analyze the players one by one. When discussing the closely ranked players, including Curry, DeRozan, Hill, and Brandon Jennings, he spoke audibly. Curry's weaknesses are all too apparent, he declared. The analysis report left by the previous management had noted Curry's non-traditional point guard style, his lack of explosive first-step quickness, his slender physique, and his tendency to linger outside the arc, all contributing to a perceived lack of aggressiveness which necessitated defensive support from teammates. Clearly, in this era, Curry appeared to straddle the line, neither fitting the mold of a traditional point guard nor embodying the explosive style of an Allen Iverson. However, this did not diminish his status as a premier offensive talent. This sentiment resonated with Jiang Chao as well as with D'Antoni's subsequent remarks. After all, how could a scoring champion in the NCAA lack offensive firepower? Furthermore, Jiang Chao mused that these weaknesses had long been highlighted by Coach K at Duke, slender and diminutive. Yet what was the result? Americans are notoriously stubborn. The more they flaunt themselves, the more tenacious they become. For instance, upon overhearing these comments, Curry rose defiantly, clenching his jaw and retorting, "Hey, boss, I'm tough, you know." Jiang Chao, without so much as glancing at him, instead called over a nimble center sporting dreadlocks, "Jordan Hill, is it? Do you believe you can exhibit a dominance akin to your name?" Observing Curry beside you, he stomped his foot and charged over directly. Chapter 22. Life is a play, all dependent on performance. Jordan Hill, unrivaled when separated, yet faltering when united. No, to be precise, he lasted merely half a season before being traded to the Rockets for the injury-riddled Tracy McGrady. Such a fate shall never befall him. Jordan Hill patted his chest. "No problem. Just choose me, and it's settled. No mistakes." DeRozan, whose playing style closely resembles Kobe's, declared, boss. Though my name lacks the grandeur of a superstar, I embody stardom, and I am willing to remain in New York. A tattooed young man, Jennings, dribbled over, exclaiming, "Hey, grant me the 8th pick, and I will lead the Knicks out of the quagmire." Beverly asserted, "The Knicks require a defensive player like me, one who bites fiercely. Boss, I watched your speech. Restoring the Knicks' glory must be my mission." Upon noticing that the owner, Jiang Chao, had arrived at the arena, the players gathered around him. Unlike the media or management, these individuals were the CR de la CR of global talent, each possessing an unyielding spirit and a penchant for lingering with weaker teams, as it allowed them ample playing time to showcase their worth. Before entering the NBA, they all believed themselves invincible, having dominated their respective colleges. Surrounded by a throng of towering athletes, Jiang Chao felt an overwhelming pressure but stood firm, engaging in casual conversation with them. This was his first interaction with these future stars, an opportunity to gauge whether their personalities aligned with the portrayals in the news and online forums. Standing at 188 meters, Curry found himself unable to squeeze into the circle, observing the other rookies conversing with the owner from a distance, nearly brought to tears. He squatted on the ground, feeling somewhat isolated. This owner was quite peculiar. Was he lost? Just days prior, Knicks scout Donnie had reached out, suggesting he come later and not to inform others, leading him to believe that the Knicks were indeed interested in him, prompting him to purchase a plane ticket. The scout had even told his agent that it was the owner's wishes. And then his fervent enthusiasm was met with the owner's indifference. His exhaustive morning workout was in vain. The innocent Curry scratched his head, only to be jostled aside by a European big man, amplifying his sense of desolation. He thought, "This isn't the place for me." Curry, despite his endearing demeanor, possessed a fierce competitive spirit. As a top lottery prospect, he refused to be disheartened by the Knicks. He came here not only because his sharpshooting father adored the Knicks basketball environment, but also because his wife did as well. "I must speak with him." Curry, embodying the ultimate eager admirer, pushed past the future adversary Beverly, proving that his top-ranking bench press was no mere facade. Jiang Chao noticed this scene, and although he was engaged in conversation, his peripheral vision remained fixed on that striking red number 30 jersey. This intricate connection with the Knicks must endure. Even the non-believers are aware that the most lamentable moment for Knicks fans in the new century was not parting ways with Anthony nor the failure of the Zen master to coach. Instead, it was the missed opportunity to acquire Curry in 2009. To miss such a chance is to lose it for a lifetime. "Hey, Boss Jiang, you should give me a tryout. I am stronger than them all." Curry's remark left everyone incensed. Who does he look down upon? "You little man should step aside. What is so remarkable about shooting three-pointers? Can you dunk in place? Can you post up? With your slender frame, you can only score in college. The NBA is a realm for muscular giants." At this moment, DeMar Carroll, often referred to as the future Zhang Sanfeng of the league, showcased his explosive muscles. Jiang Chao, if he were to ignore him any longer, would appear overly deliberate. "Oh, who is this elementary school student?" Curry, with a frown, retorted, "I merely look young. I can now enter bars. In the U.S., the legal age for entering bars and nightclubs is 21. The most audacious was little Donnie, who stepped forward to explain, "Boss, this is Stephen Curry. I watched his tryout. Not impressive at all. He'll likely be overwhelmed by LeBron in the NBA." The players on site were left dumbfounded. Curry, utterly devastated, stormed out, reminiscent of a player receiving consecutive technical fouls from a referee. Other players questioned whether the boss truly understood basketball. How could this be acceptable? It was inherently unfair to compare a forward with a guard, let alone juxtapose Curry with one of the league's top 3 super forwards. The way LeBron bulldozes through opponents could even challenge Kobe. Had it not been for Jiang Chao's previous engaging discussions and amiable demeanor, the others might have mistaken him for a younger version of Dolan. Jiang Chao, with an unintentional smile, mused that an elementary school student remains just that. Without further ado. Meanwhile, D'Antoni whispered in Jiang Chao's ear, extolling Curry's virtues. "Boss, I believe this kid is quite formidable. Fast breaks, playmaking, shooting, driving, and crossovers, all at an NBA level." As the assistant general manager, D'Antoni quickly adapted to his role, offering Jiang Chao his insights. "Well, I understand, but I'm still not entirely satisfied. I shall take my leave, and I'll leave this to you all. By the way, if we are to select a guard, I would prefer someone like Tracy McGrady. Those slender types can't compete." D'Antoni's expression reflected his disbelief. How dictatorial. If he had the authority for personnel decisions, he would have chosen Curry, who fits perfectly into his fast-paced system. Alas, such is life. D'Antoni felt a sense of disillusionment, as if his ambitions were stifled. To this point, Jiang Chao had not disclosed to anyone whom he desired to select. It was not due to reluctance, but rather the NBA is rife with informants. Whatever is said in one moment can be leaked the next. Trust is a scarce commodity. Moreover, he had no obligation to divulge his preferences. He was acutely aware of who the true stars were in this draft. In terms of achievements, Curry ranked first, followed by Harden. And the same order applied to individual prowess. Even if he held the first overall pick, he would not choose Griffin. DeRozan is a player whose signing is highly desired for personal reasons. He has consistently been a fixture in the Eastern Conference All-Star roster and represents the last of the traditional shooting guards in this new era. Unfortunately, he has never truly proven himself in the playoffs. Thus, it suffices for him to be aware of this reality. Today, he may disregard Curry, and tomorrow, he certainly will not allow Curry to rise above him. Life resembles a theatrical performance, relying heavily on one's skill in acting. Indeed, earlier in the afternoon, WOJ, Yahoo Sports, and TNT disseminated reports indicating that Jiang Chao was not entirely satisfied with signing Curry during his trial with the Knicks, but he praised DeRozan and Jordan Hill. Some presidents from other teams believe this while others perceive it as mere smoke and mirrors. Nevertheless, they genuinely believe that this young new owner would not deceive them. There is no reason for deceit. He has assumed the role of general manager, and every word and action is scrutinized. It appears he does not wish to select Curry, but rather favors more muscular players, a type that resonates with the younger generation, who tend to prefer energetic and aggressive newcomers. Riley remarked, "Rookie owner, I wonder how far you can go this time." Ainge commented, "With money comes caprice." He treats basketball management as a mere game. Spurs general manager R.C. Buford sighed, "This is an insult to our profession." Those within the basketball community, who had recently developed a favorable impression of Jiang Chao due to his promotion of young Donnie, have now soured, as basketball is their vocation. Not a trivial pursuit for someone with wealth. Can one not find this ironic? Fortunately, the draft has not yet transpired. Fans, however, have largely remained indifferent. It is natural for an owner to have preferences for certain players. Did they not notice the extensive conversations between him and DeRozan? Often referred to as Little Kobe. DeRozan is indeed a commendable choice. Thus, fans have taken to commenting beneath WJ and others' tweets, expressing their desired players for the Knicks. Such is the nature of fans, first indulging in their fantasies as armchair owners, only to critique the outcome once it is revealed. Of course, there are also those who criticize without thought from the moment Jiang Chao acquired the team. He has been subject to relentless disparagement. "I despise Jiang. What a mess. F Jiang. F Jiang. Sell the team. F. I despise Jiang." Meanwhile, the Warriors are conducting individual trials for the promising Spanish player Rubio. Old Nelson has caught wind of this news and cannot help but chuckle. "Ha. This fool has dismissed old Donnie. What a stroke of luck for me. Now Curry should be able to come for a trial, right? Call their office and have him come over. Great. I'll have the owner join us too." General Manager Larry Riley exchanged high-fives with the disheveled Don Nelson, relishing this effortless opportunity. It is now their turn to demonstrate to the Warriors just how formidable Curry truly is. Unbeknownst to everyone, Jiang Chao had long since saved Curry's phone number in his mobile device. After the trial concluded that evening, concerned that Curry might take offense and leave, he promptly made the call. "Hello? Stephen Curry? MHM? Who are you?" The voice on the other end was rather indifferent, having heard that Curry had hardly played in the afternoon. "Is anyone with you?" Jiang Chao's voice was notably serious, which rendered Curry somewhat anxious, and the accent felt strikingly familiar. "No one is around. I am packing my luggage. Come to 157 Avenue, 12th floor, Superstar Apple Hotel. I will be waiting for you. Do not inform anyone." Upon hearing the address, Curry, who had visited New York numerous times with his wife, felt a surge of unease, his heart racing uncontrollably. "Is that so?" Jiang Chao smiled on the other end of the line. "I am your future boss. Come on. It's time." Curry hastily discarded his shorts, donned the suit he had prepared for the draft, and, with a touch of comedic nervousness, donned his sunglasses and hopped into a taxi. Chapter 23. Dining with Curry. "I haven't touched your wife in the 157 building." Jiang Chao first returned home to change into a casual shirt, swapping his polished shoes for a pair of slippers. He then reserved a luxurious private room at the Apple Superstar Hotel, awaiting Curry's arrival. One could hardly describe it as a mutual endeavor. From Curry's demeanor today, it seemed more akin to an ardent admirer. Why he felt such a compelling desire to work for the Knicks, or rather, to provide Jiang Chao with a sense of purpose, remained a mystery. Who would have imagined that the illustrious Curry would harbor such fondness for our Knicks? Having ended the call, Jiang Chao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Curry had even forgotten to hang up, the sounds of rustling filtering through the receiver. 10 minutes later, Curry appeared in the private room. Clad in a striking gray pinstripe suit, his hair neatly styled and sunglasses perched upon his nose, exuding an air of sophistication. "Please, have a seat," Jiang Chao invited. Dressed casually, his demeanor relaxed. In stark contrast to their midday encounter, Jiang Chao now radiated elegance and warmth, encouraging Curry to indulge in the culinary delights offered by this Cantonese tea restaurant. "Hello, Boss Jiang," Curry greeted bashfully, scratching his head. At his age, he was oblivious to the subtleties of the NBA, and since Jiang Chao had not instructed him to bring his agent, he had come alone, looking somewhat perplexed. What was this boss's game? A double-faced individual? He hadn't even acknowledged him in the afternoon, yet now he was being invited to dine at a superlative hotel. Surely, no other rookies enjoyed such treatment. Did Jordan Hill and the others have access to accommodations more luxurious than this? Surveying the surroundings, Curry recognized that while he hailed from a well-off family, he had never dined in such opulent establishments. "You must be famished after a day of tryouts." "Let us eat first," Jiang Chao suggested, picking up his chopsticks. Only then did Curry join him at the table, adeptly using chopsticks to savor the Cantonese cuisine. At this moment, Curry lacked the audacious confidence that came with his future successes. Instead, he was cautiously focused on his meal. Aware that he was in the presence of the renowned new owner of the Knicks, he genuinely desired to secure a position with the team and could not afford to displease his boss. Likewise, Jiang Chao understood the importance of fostering a harmonious and amicable relationship with the players he would be collaborating with. Hence, such a high-end dining experience was warranted. With only the two of them present, Jiang Chao felt at liberty to express his thoughts candidly. "Hey, Curry, lift your head. Are you exhausted?" "No, not at all. I could even play a few one-on-one games," Curry replied, shaking his head in denial. "With me?" Jiang Chao inquired. "If you're willing. I would eagerly anticipate a basketball showdown with you." This proposition sparked a gleam in Curry's eyes. "Wow, this boss is quite relatable," he mused, momentarily forgetting that Jiang Chao was his peer. Was he seeking revenge for their midday encounter? Haha, I could claim that my height limits my performance against other players. Otherwise, I could easily dominate them. However, not against you. You would surely outplay me. Not at all. When playing with the boss, I know my limits. Curry had learned through his agent that Jiang Chao possessed a basketball skill level above the average at Columbia. He was certainly formidable. "Ah, as if I were afraid of you. I shall spare you this time. Let us battle again in the future." After this exchange, the atmosphere between the two lightened considerably. Curry, perceptive as ever, caught the hint in the word "after," implying that the new boss desired his presence. Unable to contain his excitement, Curry initiated a self-introduction. "Boss, I am a fiercely competitive player with exceptional shooting skills, the leading scorer of three-pointers in NCAA history. I truly hope, as does my girlfriend, that I can work under your guidance." "Your girlfriend?" Jiang Chao seemed to recall something. Suddenly, he was hit with a dose of unexpected affection. "I could also say fiancée. Aisha is quite fond of you." Jiang Chao felt a pang of envy. Here was Curry at just 20 years old, already engaged, while he remained a solitary bachelor. "Hey, I've never met your fiancée," Jiang Chao remarked, glancing at Curry's hair, which was far from wild. "What has that got to do with me?" Curry eagerly devoured a Cantonese steamed dumpling. "This is absolutely delicious." "You enjoy dumplings?" "Waitstaff, another serving, please." Curry waved his hands in correction. No. These are Cantonese steamed dumplings, not ordinary dumplings. This is my favorite Chinese dish." "Oh, a connoisseur, are we?" Jiang Chao was taken aback. What was this? Curry understood Chinese cuisine. Although he had seen him live streaming in a kitchen, he had never witnessed him preparing Chinese dishes. "I genuinely adore Chinese cuisine." Curry's enthusiasm was palpable as he savored each bite. "That's splendid. We share a common passion." In Chinese dining, Cantonese steamed dumplings are a staple in tea houses, typically filled with shrimp, while dumplings are ubiquitous in the northern regions. Despite the shared character in both names, they are fundamentally distinct. The fact that Curry, a quintessential American, could differentiate between the two revealed his remarkable familiarity with Chinese culinary traditions. "You seem to have never been to China, have you?" Jiang Chao mused, recalling that Curry had not participated in last year's Olympic Games in Beijing, nor had he traveled to China. "But my wife can cook," The conversation took an exhilarating turn as it became apparent that Curry's love for Chinese cuisine stemmed from personal connections. His Canadian model fiancée, Aisha, boasts one-quarter Chinese heritage, with her grandfather hailing from China. Aisha had once lamented on social media about not receiving a red envelope for nearly a decade. It made perfect sense that Curry's interest in Chinese food was rooted in such a background. Ah, I see. A kindred spirit. Jiang Chao rose to formally shake Curry's hand, who reciprocated with genuine joy. The boss had personally invited him and even treated him to his long-missed favorite steamed dumplings. How could he not be elated? Initially, he was astonished that the boss was aware of his culinary preferences so intimately. Yet, Jiang Chao was not overly concerned. He was not a die-hard fan of curry. He simply desired something light to eat tonight, and whether Curry shared that sentiment was inconsequential. After all, he was the boss and entitled to his whims. Hello, boss. Curry humorously spoke a phrase in Chinese, which was quite amusing. This comedic essence surely enhances the atmosphere in the locker room. Just call me Jiang. We are of similar age. All right, Jiang. Curry was quite informal, directly expressing his thoughts. He had indeed watched Jiang Chao's speech, and the passion for his team had already resonated with Curry. Now, with their shared fondness for Chinese cuisine, he would undoubtedly strive to serve Jiang Chao in the future. With this in mind, Jiang Chao proceeded to the main topic. Well, Curry, I shall be direct. This afternoon, I am performing for the other players on the field. There is an ancient Chinese proverb that states, while the front is openly repaired, the rear is secretly traversed. My true aim is, in fact, you. Boss Jiang. What do you mean? Curry glanced around furtively like a character from a spy film, his excitement causing his leg to shake. I will select you with the 8th pick. Stephen Curry. Chapter 24. In business, deceit is inevitable. You must part ways with the warrior. Hey. Boss Jiang. Are you serious? My fiancé's grandfather says that Chinese people keep their promises above all. Clay's expression suddenly transformed with excitement. He held his future in high regard. He earnestly posed the question multiple times. Indeed, you may record it, but you must not disclose this to anyone, including your fiancé and management team, until after the draft. All right. Just as Clay was about to retrieve his phone, Jiang Chao calmly gestured for him to wait. Hold on. Before that, I have a few inquiries for you. Sure. Clay steadied his trembling hands. You are aware of my recent endeavors, correct? What is your genuine opinion on my actions concerning the team? I seek your most honest thoughts. Jiang Chao crossed his arms, emphasizing that the fundamental principle of playing is to remain unwaveringly loyal. There must be no one playing the game while plotting behind the scenes. One must at least respect and comprehend all his decisions. Of course, he also recognized that Clay's character and integrity were commendable, devoid of scandals, and devoted to his wife and fans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have garnered such a devoted following. Thus, he was eager to hear Clay's views on his performance as the owner. Upon hearing the question, Clay wore a nonchalant expression and smiled calmly. Honestly, I think it's quite acceptable. He briefly elaborated that prior to actually participating in the draft, he was merely a neutral fan, without a particular team allegiance, although he genuinely despised owners like Dolan, who lacked understanding of the game. Therefore, from his perspective, when Dolan decided to sell the team, he was inclined to exclaim, nice. Jiang Chao, being young himself, found common ground with Clay. Young people naturally attract one another. And Clay was indifferent to the presence of a young owner, rather looking forward to the initiatives that a youthful leader might undertake. Jiang Chao nodded in agreement. Indeed. The number of individuals auditioning today reflected a collective desire to assist the Knicks in their resurgence. The thrill of entrepreneurship far surpasses the satisfaction of merely preserving past glories. The Knicks had not claimed a championship in nearly 4 decades, and everyone yearned for a triumphant return during this pivotal year. Although Jiang Chao had publicly distanced himself from the venerable Old Tony, it was not his fault. Clay was not particularly familiar with Old Tony either. It was merely that Old Tony scouts had observed him play several times in college, and they confirmed the draft plans via phone with his team. You have never truly dismissed anyone, have you? By the way, you even promoted young Tony. I find that quite impressive. Clay's remark echoed the sentiments of many rational fans and insiders. To outsiders, Jiang Chao may appear rash, having demoted Old Tony without hesitation. Yet, he did not resort to extreme measures. He not only refrained from punishing the entire family, but also generously appointed the son of an adversary. Such actions demonstrate not merely audacity, but a profound confidence in managing the team, promoting him to the head of human resources. One must consider that young Tony's father would inevitably seek employment elsewhere. Is he truly unafraid of him becoming a spy? in the subsequent generations. Cole's son served as an assistant coach under Popovich, and during the Spurs playoff match against the Warriors, various undercurrents were at play. Young Cole was referred to by Spurs fans as a pawn strategically placed within the organization. One wonders whether young Cole disclosed any confidential information. However, Popovich is a figure of considerable confidence, openly commending young Cole's capacity for learning in front of the media. Even if he were a spy, it would matter little. Old Donnie would not return to the Eastern Conference, and should both teams meet in the finals, it would imply that both have succeeded. Jiang Chao's nonchalant demeanor earned him a thumbs up from Curry. If he were the owner, he would undoubtedly dismiss all of Donnie's scouts. Yet Jiang Chao not only retained them, but also permitted everyone the freedom to choose. How splendid. This aligns perfectly with the ideals of a free nation. Ultimately, the primary reason I attended the Knicks workout today is my admiration for Coach D'Antoni, who has not been ousted and remains a senior executive within the team. That suffices for me. I have always cherished New York City and the Madison Square Garden Arena. Oh, you fancy this little mustached fellow? Jiang Chao did not anticipate that Curry and D'Antoni would be intertwined. Perhaps they too were mutually drawn to one another. It is not so much that I am enamored with him personally. Rather, I have fond memories of watching Coach D'Antoni's teams in my youth, particularly his dynamic Suns, which I greatly admired. You know my style leans towards fast breaks. I relish the exhilaration of sprinting down the court and executing layups. His tactics resonate with my preferences. Moreover, he remains your coaching advisor and assistant general manager, and the prospect of conversing with him in the future is delightful. Curry is evidently one of D'Antoni's admirers as well. After all, that Suns team was extraordinary, a whirlwind of talent that no one could dislike. All right, you may begin recording. Jiang Chao stated, refraining from further inquiries. Curry appeared genuine, his demeanor revealing that he spoke with sincerity. The desire to join a team cannot be concealed. Curry retrieved his phone, and Jiang Chao recorded his commitment to select him in the draft. This represents the oft-quoted verbal assurance within the NBA. Do not be misled into believing it is merely a literal verbal promise. It serves as a guarantee post-recording. In the past, Carlisle and Cuban placed too much faith in Jordan's word, leading to regret when he ultimately reneged. With this recording in hand, should the Knicks have the opportunity to select Curry and fail to do so, Jiang Chao's position as owner would certainly be jeopardized. A person lacking in contractual integrity cannot lead a team. Thus, Jiang Chao was directly conveying to Curry, "You belong to me now." Curry reclined comfortably in his chair, a satisfied expression adorning his face, and devoured a basket of freshly steamed dumplings. When one is in high spirits, hunger often follows. Such bliss. Thank you, Jiang. I shall not betray your trust. Although the reasons behind Jiang Chao's midday treatment of him remain unclear, with Jiang Chao's verbal draft assurance, Curry found himself unconcerned. Given that his draft predictions hovered around the 10th pick and considering he had only auditioned with the Knicks, the outcome was rather evident, was it not? Although teams like the Warriors and the Timberwolves have expressed interest in him, would they truly select a player who has not undergone a private workout? We no longer inhabit the information-scarce era of the 1990s. His deliberate avoidance of other teams is abundantly clear. Hence, if he were on the court now, he might already be celebrating with a shake of his shoulders. Jiang, from this moment forth, I shall remain here until the draft commences. I await your embrace in the green room. In Curry's mind, he had already fast-forwarded to the moment David Stern hands him the Knicks cap. You may be delighted, but I cannot afford to be prematurely elated. Jiang Chao took a sip of his pork rib soup, perceiving Curry's confidence. Yet he understood that if matters progressed in this manner, reality would be rather harsh. The eccentric old coach of Golden State is no ordinary individual. Why? Is the 8th pick insufficient to select me? Curry shrugged, immediately inquiring upon noticing Jiang Chao's intent to speak. There is a reason I treated you this way at noon. My young friend, the management schemes are profoundly intricate. You were acting back then? Curry, not one to be easily deceived, recognized that Jiang Chao's demeanor now starkly contrasted with that of earlier. There was no pretense now. The only possibility was that he had been performing for the dozens of people at noon. Indeed. So, I have a plan. 'Cause you keep me coming back for more. To further our relationship, I return to your side, and I feel a little better than I did before. Just then, Curry's phone rang, playing a new song by Rihanna and Maroon 5, quite catchy. It's my agent's call. Should I answer? If you wish to, go ahead. Just don't forget I'm here. Jiang Chao winked, signaling him to proceed. Curry rose to take the call for 2 minutes. Upon returning, he revealed that his agent was not urging him to return, but instead requested him for a private workout. stating that the Knicks did not want him. But the Warriors did. I declined. There's no way I'm going there. What if they select me with the 7th pick? Curry haughtily dismissed the notion, unwilling to serve as a junior to the Warriors' cadre of guards. He had heard that Monta was rather fond of making rookies carry his bags. Boss, see my loyalty. Everything unfolded as Jiang Chao had anticipated as he shook his finger. No, you must go. Subsequently, amidst Curry's bewilderment, he unveiled his plan. Well, Jiang, you are exceptionally cunning, but I like it. Upon hearing the plan, Curry's excitement transformed his expression, adopting a hint of a schemer-esque demeanor. The NBA is a business league, and I am a businessman. Do you grasp my meaning? No commerce is without cunning. Bingo. You must sever ties with the Warriors. All right. Let us employ your method. Chapter 25. The 4 generals block the door. Instant kill. This is the crux of the evening's gathering. The two share an unwavering trust in one another. Jiang Chao is assured by a verbal agreement, while Curry remains steadfast in his devotion, unchanged from his past. Jiang Chao's intent is simple. Since the Warriors are so eager to see you, then you must go. Historically, it was the absence of Curry at the Warriors' tryout that led the Knicks to feel secure, when in fact, such confidence was misplaced. At present, Curry resembles a mysterious goddess of Golden State, and they all yearn to unveil her veil. Jiang Chao believes they should reveal her now. And once they taste what they have long desired, they will find it less enchanting. This performance requires Curry to take center stage. How shall he approach it? By merely coasting through the tryout? No, he must compel the Warriors to become the CAD. Jiang Chao's strategy is rather shrewd. Curry should attend the Warriors' tryout, showcasing his shooting and dribbling prowess, which is already well documented across countless videos online. The Warriors will undoubtedly have seen them. Hence, Curry must display his strengths fully, followed by his weaknesses. The more he struggles against the competition, the better. If he is knocked over during layups or blocked due to his height, it will lead others to believe he cannot acclimate to the rigors of the NBA. I understand. Curry is well aware, for during his high school graduation, Coach K had imparted similar wisdom. Without physicality, one cannot compete in the NCAA. Now, others are echoing that sentiment. Without physicality, one cannot thrive in the NBA. Other teams might express interest in joining the Knicks, but if their performance fails to match the 8th pick's expectations, okay, leave it to me. Curry's wife is a Canadian actress, and he needs to seek her counsel. Jiang Chao gazed out the glass window at the cyberpunk skyline of New York, his eyes deep in thought. Beyond the gangsters, he must also be wary of other teams vying for talent. However, securing the 8th pick against the marauding Warriors is paramount. Are you not the mad inventor, old Nelson? Is Larry Light not rather pretentious? Let us see if the Warriors owner and board will feel the pressure. Would you dare sign such a player? Jiang Chao, well versed in the draft process, understands that the Warriors' ultimate decision hinges on the owner's approval. When the owner hears that Curry is coming to the Oracle Center, he will surely want to assess whether the 7th pick is worthwhile. Naturally, the Knicks owner will collaborate to secure Curry in the end. If all else fails, he has contingency plans for the draft day. Yes, sir. Curry and Jiang Chao exchanged a high five and shared a smile. You want to join our team? Your previous performances were too conspicuous. Also, tell your father not to be too hasty. If he wishes to move to New York, he need not rush. Jiang Chao chuckled. No problem. Haha, he is just a man of urgency. Curry's father, a bit of a loudmouth, also seems eager to bolster Curry's public image. Much like LeVar Ball did with Lonzo, eventually, the Lakers had no choice but to select him. By the way, boss, how do you assess my skills? Inheriting your father's remarkable shooting prowess, the sky is but your limit. Jiang Chao said little. This phrase had yet to gain traction in this era, but soon enough, the sky would be overflowing with people. Meanwhile, Curry, reminiscent of an elementary school student, beamed with a foolish smile at the praise. Jiang Chao chuckled as well, wary that excessive flattery might inflate his ego. When he arrives, he must witness the vibrancy of New York at 4 a.m. The two shared an understanding, a tacit camaraderie. Curry quickly returned a call to his agent, Jeff Austin. I need a ticket now. Book me a flight to Red Dot. His agent paused, bewildered. What is going on? I thought you aspired to be the king of New York? Curry replied, the king of Golden State works too. Make it happen. Indeed. The new owner of the Knicks exuded an air of pretentiousness. Jeff Austin had just visited Jiang Chao's office that afternoon, as one of his players wished to join the Knicks, and he knew he had to step up his game. Jiang Chao retorted, don't be too confident. Talent is not at the elite level, and skills require refinement. That was a splash of cold water. Before his agent, Jiang Chao showed no leniency. for they were inherently adversarial, one providing funds, the other seeking them. He made it clear to Jeff Austin that he was no novice in this domain. Though Curry had been formidable at Davidson College, he had also recorded a staggering 13 turnovers in a single game. And there had been instances when Jennings scored 43 points against him. Thus, he advised against excessive arrogance. In front of Jeff Austin, Jiang Chao portrayed Curry in a less than favorable light, prompting the agent to question his very existence. "Hey, boss, he's the NCAA three-point king." Jiang Chao replied. "The new team in Oklahoma City, the Thunder, holds the third pick. Why not inquire with General Manager Presti about selecting him? Your player could return home." Jeff Austin was left speechless by this retort. How did you know that? Was this truly the incompetent owner everyone spoke of? He merely wished for Curry's draft position to rise, thereby increasing the value of the player's initial rookie contract, which would in turn boost his own earnings. Unfortunately, this owner was impervious to persuasion, yet surprisingly well informed about Curry. He had indeed contacted Thunder GM Sam Presti, who was even less accommodating than Jiang Chao. As the Thunder required immediate contributors for the playoffs and had no time to draft a potentially fragile small guard. Thus, the evening's conversation yielded little positive feedback for the Knicks. Indeed, one cannot remain tethered to a single tree. They must move on. Curry sounded invigorated on the phone, relishing the delightful cuisine he was enjoying. The late-night meeting at 1:57 was destined to be etched into Knicks history. Ultimately, Curry requested the waiter to capture a group photo as a memento. Following this evening's discussions, this rendezvous, only Curry comprehended the depth and capability of the Knicks' new owner. The Knicks were on the path to salvation. The following day, as he awaited the return of his beloved, tears sang for him. Jiang Chao sprang from his 3-meter-wide bed, humming Tank's new song Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a melody he had encountered while strolling the streets of New York, filled with nostalgia. However, the atmosphere in the office today was palpably tense. Upon arriving at the arena, Jiang Chao could hear a chorus of roars from afar, while little Donnie and D'Antoni were desperately trying to restrain several imposing figures. Upon seeing Jiang Chao, they surged forward, nearly confronting him face-to-face with their outbursts. Jiang Chao absorbed none of their words. He merely noted that leading the charge was the team's formidable sixth man, Nate Robinson. Indeed, in his personal life, Nate was always at the forefront. He was accompanied by Malik Rose, Wilson Chandler, and even the team star, Al Harrington, all of whom had come to stir trouble. The few expletives that Jiang Chao caught were fueled by the misguided narratives of the discriminatory New York media, claiming that he only employed players of Chinese descent and lacked operational acumen. It was evident that someone like Nate, prone to impulsive thinking, had likely been swayed by agents or scouts from rival teams, confronting Jiang Chao with demands to recruit Liley as the general manager, insisting they did not want him in power. Lu Yan, who had just started working, stood trembling at the office door. However, Jiang Chao's attention was piqued by her attire. She was clad in a professional suit and skirt, showcasing her slender figure as a quintessential office lady. Harrington, displaying a modicum of rationality, sought to consult Jiang Chao regarding the team's direction, particularly questioning the implications of dismissing his mentor, little Donnie. In essence, he was asking for clarification. "I had previously advised you all to keep a low profile, hadn't I?" Little Donnie whispered a few words to Jiang Chao, conveying that the team had recently been misled by Eastern Conference rivals who wished for the Knicks to descend into chaos, allowing them to capitalize on the situation. Indeed, the trio that had arrived were all capable players, and the addition of Roy, a veritable powder keg, only exacerbated matters. If Jiang Chao acted impulsively and initiated dismissals or buyouts, other teams would swarm the free agency market. Very well, if that is the case, I shall place you all on the trading block. Jiang Chao's solution was straightforward, akin to his discussion with old Lou the previous morning, a fire sale. "Boss, you." Nate Robinson and the others were momentarily taken aback by the swiftness of his response. They had not anticipated that Jiang Chao would confront them with such fortitude, his calm demeanor exuding an air of superiority. The highly paid Harrington immediately interjected, Hey, don't trade me for mediocre players. I am averaging 24 points per game." Chandler, the athletically gifted forward, panicked. "Boss, I merely want to recommend a few players with whom I would like to collaborate." "I don't want to leave, all right?" The least valuable, injury-prone Roy exclaimed. "Whatever. I just don't want to stay." Jiang Chao turned to leave, while several hefty security guards restrained him at the door. "Little Donnie, are you not going to get to work? These individuals are not untouchable in the Knicks." "Hiss. Very well. Jiang Chao's resolute stance once again astounded little Donnie. This was remarkably bold. Where did this owner derive his confidence? Was he truly unafraid of the impending season's potential bottom-tier performance? Harrington averaged 24 points, Nate 16, and Wilson Chandler 10. With the departure of these three, who will the team rely on for scoring? Or rather, what could be traded for that surpasses their contributions? Let us not mention exchanging for draft picks, as the team's finances are already strained and rookies are unlikely to bear the load. A new owner brings fresh expectations, surely. They cannot afford to falter in their inaugural year. However, since Jiang Chao has made his stance clear, as an employee, he can only comply and disseminate information to the league. Upon witnessing little Donnie hastily enter the office, wearing an apologetic expression, Nate and the others finally felt anxious. Hey, boss, I miscalculated. Just a jest. Brother, I just bought a house in New York. Oh no. Chandler, selected at the end of the first round by the Knicks in 2007, was genuinely distressed. I'm still on a rookie contract. This approach will be detrimental. Super boss, I'm quite formidable. I could outplay those rookies you saw yesterday. Even Lord Rowe appeared somewhat bewildered. What was happening? The four of them had come today to gather a plethora of internal information from other teams, along with yesterday's revelation that Jiang Chao would not select a rookie. They intended to assert dominance, engaging in playful banter. They anticipated provoking Jiang Chao, hoping for a spirited exchange in which they could revel. How could a young man of Chinese descent possibly hold his own against them? They relished the thought of demonstrating their prowess to the owner. Yet, before the encounter even commenced, it had concluded, and they had inadvertently ensnared themselves in a predicament. What a disaster. D'Antoni stood at the door, shaking his head in disbelief. Generally, rookies are the ones subjected to such intimidation. Yet here they were, attempting to challenge the owner, who held the greatest authority. It would suffice to refrain from flattery. To seek confrontation with the owner was utterly unwise. Who would dare to offend in such a manner, directly confronting the owner? In any other team, such behavior would be utterly unacceptable. Jiang Chao may appear youthful, but none of you have truly encountered him. To launch an attack upon first meeting? Have you lost your senses? Chapter 26. The mouthpiece. This is the downside of the information age. Perceptions between individuals can be swiftly shaped by a single phone call or news report. In the past, one at least had to meet face-to-face to truly understand someone's character. Now, relying solely on online commentary to challenge a superior? Thus, these four believed they could easily confront a soft target, only to find themselves up against an unyielding obstacle, one that rebounded with ferocity. Instant annihilation. Jiang Chao was left feeling bewildered. He had already given them a pass. Online mockery was one thing, but not even addressing him as Brother Chao in person? Did they truly think his role as a boss was inconsequential? It's no wonder these four never ascended to the status of all-star players. Their intelligence was rather lacking. Just look at Curry from yesterday, had he not honored his commitment. Jiang Chao's perspective might have shifted. It seems that being an all-star necessitates a solid foundation of both intelligence and basketball acumen. Yet again, I reiterate, today's players are far too obedient. Jiang Chao has witnessed absurd events where teams, even a decade later, could still select players for trades, actively squeezing their own value. Now that is genuinely alarming. Fortunately, the management holds absolute authority, regardless of where trades may lead. One would never publicly declare intentions of returning home to play or seeking to join a major market team. Lu Yin prepared a cup of coffee for Jiang Chao, offering solace. Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? By the way, you look splendid today. Jiang Chao glanced at Lu Yan's radiant face. The milk froth of the coffee was pristine. Thank you. Lu Yin smiled, her eyes gleaming as she glanced away. Her well-proportioned long legs elegantly draped in black shorts, revealing just the right amount of skin. With a senior like you by my side, I find joy in each day. After sipping the coffee, Jiang Chao remarked, delicious and visually appealing. Then it settled. Shall I release a message for you? Is that true? Indeed. Let the news out. At this thought, Jiang Chao furrowed his brow. Now that he had arrived, the Knicks roster would undoubtedly not remain static. However, these players had proven capable of delivering impressive statistics and possessed considerable trade value. He wasn't intent on making immediate decisions, rather. He envisioned a peaceful separation where each could pursue their own destiny. Chandler later shone brightly with the Nuggets, and the little potato proved invaluable during Rose's injury with the Bulls, while Harrington was a versatile center well-suited for small ball play, each a commendable player, especially the little potato, whose tenacious spirit on the court could ignite morale. Regrettably, common sense was an absent companion for these individuals. In reality, the little potato was just as headstrong, often leading the charge only to find himself directly in the fray, lacking in emotional intelligence. It was rumored he once attempted a covert dunk over Shaquille O'Neal. Even capturing it on video, such players are often troublemakers, prone to explosive outbursts. But it mattered little. As for the one who claimed to be the strongest 175 centimeters player on the planet, an average height paired with NBA-level prowess, it is said that, in the eyes of the owners, he embodies the pinnacle of basketball for those of ordinary height, naturally attracting attention, despite not being a star player. His fanbase rivals that of true superstars. Jiang Chao has the potential to unearth the true surface's mightiest 175 over the next few years. A talent far superior to that of the diminutive potato. This individual has genuinely graced the all-star stage as the king of the final quarter. If departure is their desire, then let it be granted. Jiang Chao remains unfazed by the external voices of apology, while Lu Yin swiftly reaches out to various league journalists, indignant at any affront to their esteemed owner. Merely speaking of this hastens her typing speed. Ah, yes, senior. At this, I seek to exchange draft picks, not player swaps. Owner, such a move would leave the team devoid of veterans next season. D'Antoni stood at the threshold, momentarily taken aback. Is it truly all draft picks? How could a team of novices compete? Would they not be utterly overwhelmed by the current muscular league? Thus, those seasoned players would become a liability to the team. A single remark from Jiang Chao rendered D'Antoni speechless. Indeed, managing rookies proves far simpler than handling seasoned veterans. It is utterly astonishing. Little Donnie, in the adjacent office, exclaimed amazing multiple times. Should this news circulate, the league would surely erupt. It wouldn't be Donnie if it weren't audacious. The young assistant coach, accustomed to the chaos, mused that perhaps a touch of madness is necessary for the Knicks' resurgence. Little Donnie had never been an assistant coach. Had he been, he would understand the defiance of Coach Rowe and Robinson, who often regarded their assistant as little more than a ball boy. Thus, he fully supported Jiang Chao's decision to expedite the trade of the team's troublemaker. At 5 p.m., after completing a day of simulated drafting, Jiang Chao stretched and took a stroll around the vicinity. His primary aim was to explore the sports press surrounding the arena. He understood that to possess his own voice, financial investment was crucial. However, upon entering, he was met with a sea of white workers, all indifferent to his presence. And the newspapers from the previous days were rife with criticism directed at Jiang Chao and the current Knicks. Damn. It would be more prudent to establish his own outlet. Initially, Jiang Chao had planned to invest in one or two of these publications, recognizing that the news battle is an integral part of the NBA, as it is in all fields. Yet it was evident that these individuals were under some form of control, making it difficult for Jiang Chao to invest freely. Publications like the New York Times were too pliable. Ultimately, he managed to locate a publishing house specializing in novels, one that featured works translated from various countries, staffed by individuals from Guangdong and Hong Kong, as well as international students. However, they too struggled against the tide of obsolescence, as newspapers gradually faded from relevance. Without expanding their content, they risked total extinction. Jiang Chao engaged with their editor-in-chief, proposing a modest investment of 100,000 with straightforward requirements, fairness, and transparency. He assured them that he would not compel them to write anything flattering about him, merely objective truths. This publication, the New York International Novel Newspaper, boasts a daily circulation of around 100,000 and receives over 1 million views online, representing a commendable platform, albeit with limited news content, primarily focused on contemporary novels. Nevertheless, this sufficed for Jiang Chao's intentions. He aspired to see sports news featured prominently on the front page, facilitating timely access to New York's news. A proposal they readily accepted, as this is an actively sought-after benefactor, the principal owner of the Knicks. There is no doubt that their future support will be substantial if they commit. I shall refrain from interference. If successful, a specialized Knicks sports publication could be developed, transforming it into a professional sports journal. Jiang Chao possesses a plethora of ideas. The domestic counterparts are performing remarkably well. This matter shall be discussed further upon his return to the homeland, where he could create content of commendable caliber akin to an English version of the basketball pioneer. Subsequently, he dined in the vicinity of Times Square. He observed that the commercial layout of New York was rather unimpressive, characterized merely by the throngs of people and uneven pavements. Wouldn't it be delightful to integrate a culinary sports district adjacent to the arena? He indulged in grilled shrimp and an array of fish sashimi to replenish his protein levels before leisurely making his way home. taking in the sights of the Brooklyn Bridge, a relic of the Industrial Revolution, while enjoying the breeze from the East River. Along the way, he did not encounter the familiar red LaFerrari of the Black Widow, nor did he see her in the elevator. It had been quite a while since he had heard Scarlett's boisterous voice. In fact, he found himself missing it. Lately, he had been feeling rather fatigued. Contemplating this, he summoned a luxurious full-body massage service. How delightful. The following day, while sipping morning tea on the balcony, Jiang Chao's phone erupted with notifications. At long last, due to a series of actions that seemed to invite people to leave rather than join, he graced the cover of the NBA section of the New York Times and the sports edition of Time magazine. The last Chinese individual to appear on this cover was Yao Ming, a month and a half prior, when the news revolved around the Rockets' Game 7 showdown with the Lakers. Speculation arose. If the Great Wall of China remains healthy, could the Rockets clinch the championship? However, Jiang Chao's headlines were decidedly unfavorable. He had parted ways with the general manager. The head coach's position was in jeopardy. While he did not dismiss anyone, those wishing to depart received no attempts at retention. New rookies were trialed with indifference, even rejecting Stephen Curry. For players within the team found themselves on the trade block for seeking negotiations with the owner. The entirety of New York could not produce a single viable player. Each report incited the ire of Knicks fans. There was even a leak from the Knicks themselves. Meanwhile, the Sun Daily reported that Donnie Walsh was in discussions regarding general manager compensation with the Suns, and the current GM, Kerr, was rumored to be ousted. It seemed a direct affront to the Knicks, implying that those deemed inadequate by them were being coveted by a playoff team in the West, the Suns. Furthermore, Golden State Express reported that fans spotted Stephen Curry at the airport, indicating he was set for a private workout with the Warriors. The very player that old Donnie and former owner Dolan had their eyes on was unceremoniously let go by Jiang Chao. In an instant, various criticisms of Jiang Chao erupted. Today, the NBA community was undoubtedly buzzing about the new owner of the Knicks. It is no wonder his phone was inundated with calls. While each news item could stand alone, when combined, they painted a rather daunting picture. All of this stemmed from a single owner's actions. With no involvement from the general manager and the assistant GM, D'Antoni, merely serving as a facilitator for the trials of players. In other words, this young individual, barely 20, has assumed control over the entirety of the Knicks. The news of Jiang Chao promoting young Donnie has been conveniently disregarded by many, with several newspapers failing to report it at all. There are even gossip columns alleging that Jiang Chao is favoring his own kind, recruiting individuals of Chinese descent to incite racial discord. Thus, the situation appears rather grave. In the Rock District, at the Rock Park Arena, the bone collector and the professor, upon seeing the newspaper, were in an uproar. Wow, Little Potato and Chandler? Could this be the only two capable players in the backcourt? Indeed, with Gary Neal being merely a rookie, quite soft. Is this the beginning of a team dismantling? The professor quipped, I'm also a free agent. Why not sign me? The bone collector replied, yes, let us engage in some flamboyant antics. After all, the outcome will be the same. The Knicks will finish at the bottom next season. Dolan, I miss you. Dolan, please return. At least you brought comedic relief. This new owner feels more like a horror story. Dolan, seizing the opportunity on cable television amidst the buzz, finally stood his ground. You fans only think of me now. Chapter 27. The grand opening of Knicks Supermarket. In a remarkable turn of events, the ownership has shifted, the esteemed assistant coach has been replaced. The general manager has been ousted, and player trades loom on the horizon. Is it not rare for the Knicks to experience such a tumultuous confluence of changes? The talk show host inquired of Dolan. Dolan cleared his throat and nodded. Indeed, it is my first encounter with such a multitude of simultaneous actions. He had previously been apprehensive of fan backlash, opting to sacrifice a single entity at a time. Young Jiang Chao, however, possessed greater audacity. Now unencumbered, he appeared to thrive amidst the chaos, seemingly flourishing even in the face of adversity. His inflated confidence had him poised to reclaim ownership of the team, envisioning himself as the savior. Should Jiang Chao need to sell the team, I would still be willing to take it on. The host was rendered speechless by this spectacle. Fans from the previous century, glued to their screens, were taken aback, their disdain palpable. How audacious of Dolan to presume upon their goodwill. Even if a sale were to occur, it should certainly not be to him. Was he merely playing the benevolent figure? Or had the Knicks' stable valuation rekindled his investment ambitions? Guest commentator Yang Yi remarked, as the youngest and the first foreign owner in history, Zhang's approach may differ. Perhaps we do not comprehend his methods. Moreover, With no games currently being played, the true state of affairs remains uncertain. He could very well ignite a new tempest. Dolan laughed heartily. Impossible. He is a fool. The prospect of an $188 billion windfall delighted him, having established himself as a benchmark investor in the industry. The host, glancing at the live broadcast, swiftly attempted to mitigate the tension. The young man has it tough. Publicly criticizing him before all of New York may not be prudent. After all, the host himself was a graduate of Columbia's journalism program, and it was rather awkward to witness his fellow student being disparaged so openly. The nature of journalism indicates the peril of preconceived notions. The populace of New York, both young and old, had already branded this new owner as a corrupt, nouveau riche villain. Perhaps only tangible achievements could alter Jiang Chao's public image. In an age plagued by online harassment, could a young man like him endure such scrutiny? He lacked other ventures to fall back on, currently embodying the archetype of a sudden millionaire. The best outcome might simply be for him to experience failure in entrepreneurship and learn prudent financial management, far removed from the world of the NBA. These unscrupulous media outlets conveniently overlooked the initial intentions of Nate and others, who sought merely to inject some levity into the situation by rattling a foreign owner, instead obsessing over the delusion that he was fixated on acquiring draft picks. Jiang Chao found himself ensnared in the gravest crisis since his acquisition. Even those viewers who were not well-versed in basketball could discern the challenges faced by a foreign youth assuming ownership of the Knicks. The truth remained, establishing oneself as a foreign owner in America is fraught with difficulties. Yet the intricacies and fervent fanbase surrounding the Knicks made Jiang Chao's acquisition all the more remarkable. The scene transitioned back to Rucker Park. The largest street ball community in the United States congregates at a graffiti-laden court, preparing to head to Madison Square Garden. What on earth? Why doesn't he, the owner, just sell himself? How dare they trade my beloved leader, who has been a cornerstone in the locker room? Indeed, he has 2 championships with the Spurs and is considered one of the greatest defenders of the last century. He is the Knicks anchor. Dolan has retained him for 4 years. And now Jiang Chao wants to make a change? To be frank, it is time for a transition. He has been relying on his experience while frequently sidelined with injuries. Forming cliques with Eddie Curry. A trade has long been overdue. Yes, I believe a change is necessary. However, we must retain Al Harrington, acquired through the Randolph trade. He has proven himself formidable with the Pacers, and I hope to see him lead the Knicks to the playoffs this year. Chandler, too. We selected him in 2007 for his ferocity and dunking prowess. His physical attributes surpass those of this year's guards, and he has the potential to grow. Trading someone like David Lee, who lacks both size and leaping ability, seems unwise. David Lee possesses impressive speed and secures a fair number of offensive rebounds. Nate is irreplaceable. Our old friend, he frequently engages with us and is our closest ally. As for the newcomers, I am quite fond of Curry. He plays with style, shares a physique similar to ours, and his three-point shooting is mesmerizing. Indeed, it's for Nate Robinson. He is their dear friend, and they hope he stays in New York to treat them to lavish dinners. Let us go, it's time to rally. We cannot allow this owner to continue his reckless behavior. Let him know that New York fans are not to be trifled with. Only Jiang Chao possesses an appealing demeanor. Many female fans find such an energetic owner quite charming. After all, Jiang Chao's introductory speech garnered significant views on YouTube, where he boldly declared his ambition to lead the Knicks to a championship, far more inspiring than Dolan's greasy persona. Among his few followers is the actress Alexandra Daddario, who has been a loyal Knicks fan since childhood, accompanying her father to games. She boldly asserts to her sheriff father, "I think it's wonderful. The youth should strive for change." With a huff, her portly father scoffs, questioning why his beautiful daughter would pursue dreams in Los Angeles instead of becoming a police officer. Now, she finds herself scriptless, living off her parents. Ignoring him, Alexandra, with her strikingly unique blue eyes that seem to possess a certain magic, grabs her bag and heads out to join the excitement, as Knicks fans on Reddit appear to be gearing up for a raucous gathering at the arena. This is how Americans are. They rally at the slightest provocation. In Jiang Chao's view, is it truly effective? History suggests otherwise. Aside from considering public opinion during campaign speeches, the rest remains unchanged. Feel free to speak your mind. I shall not alter my stance. On the 33rd floor of the 157 building, the enchanting Scarlet, clad only in her natural beauty, awoke from her slumber, lazily scrolling through her phone before promptly donning a bra. Not for any other reason, but to take matters into her own hands regarding her neighbors. The Knicks supermarket has officially opened. Each team in the league was promptly informed of this eagerly awaited news. On the very first day of Jiang Chao's tenure, They anticipated a rift between players and management. There have been hopes that Jiang might impulsively choose to buy out players, but it seems he possesses a modicum of prudence. Utilizing the shelves for trades is undoubtedly preferable to a buyout that leaves one empty-handed. The management teams commenced their strategies. The Clippers' general manager sought out owner Donald Sterling. "Boss, the Knicks are looking to trade Harrington. We could swap him for Come On. Come On has become rather unyielding. With Jordan and Harrington, we would gain both space and speed." Donald Sterling replied, "No, Come On, as a white center, still holds value." This, Sterling continued, "You ought to focus more on this year's draft and see if we can acquire the 8th pick. I have a fondness for players like Rubio. However, they already have Gordon, Davis, and Griffin, each possessing both scoring ability and vision. Do as you see fit. Come On, a top-tier white player, is not up for trade." Sterling took a drag from his cigarette. The Clippers' general manager felt exasperated. This was a prime opportunity to reshape the roster. Meanwhile, in Cleveland, following their elimination by the Magic, the Cavaliers, at LeBron's behest, needed to bolster their lineup this season. Rich Paul, LeBron's agent, approached the Cavaliers' president and the Chinese-American businessman, Chairman Huang Jianhua. The message from LeBron's team was straightforward. They required a player like Nate Robinson, capable of both shooting and driving, to alleviate LeBron's ball-handling burden. They also sought a defensive powerhouse like Wilson Chandler. Their proposal involved trading the current starting point guard, Mo Williams, for the diminutive Chandler. Huang was taken aback. Is Mo aware of this? He was specifically requested by LeBron, and now he is one of his trusted aides. How can we simply trade him away? Rich Paul, appearing rather nonchalant, suggested, alternatively, you could trade Varejao for Harrington. These two trades reflect our team's thoughts, so you may discuss them. Huang suppressed his frustration, as the Cavaliers' president had little say in the matter. This was LeBron, revered as a king in the hearts of Cleveland fans, leaving them with no choice but to comply. The league's management, without a doubt, ranked the lowest. Huang found himself envious of Jiang Chao, both being of Asian descent, yet the disparity in their influence was stark. He realized he had been a minority shareholder in the Cavaliers for 2 years, achieving less in that time than Jiang had in just 3 days. If only he had invested in a weaker team. Moreover, with the emergence of Jiang Chao, he has lost his unique identity as the sole Asian owner of the basketball empire. Contemplating this, he instructed his subordinates to engage in discussions with Jiang Chao's team, as the potential outcome could indeed be quite favorable. However, the fact that it was proposed by James's team left a rather unpleasant feeling in his heart. In San Antonio, a distinguished general manager, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, adjusted his glasses while standing beside a towering assistant measuring 2.08 meters. In Oklahoma City, at the Ford Center, a young gentleman and the rising star, who has yet to grow a significant beard, were amicably conversing in a McDonald's. Meanwhile, another profound gentleman, exuding a depth akin to the ocean, received a phone call, his finger resting pensively on his chin as he pondered over something. Chapter 28. For Iverson? Or for Kobe? Upon receiving the news, Spurs general manager R.C. Buford was somewhat taken aback, exclaiming, "Wow, this could inject some dynamism into our team." Indeed. These 4 players are coveted not just by our team, but by others as well. With Ron returning to bolster defense, Chandler's height on the perimeter, Harrington being a near star in the paint, and the energetic little potato charging ahead, it seems the Knicks are losing interest in competing. Assistant coach Sean Marks chimed in. "I initially thought we could swap Finley and DeJuan Blair, but after reaching out, Jiang Chao's secretary indicated they only wanted draft picks. Thus, we're left with no options." Marks continued, "Considering our aging roster, we might as well look for some hidden gems in the draft. However, I believe we should explore the possibility of trading for Harrington using this year's second-round pick or cash. We need a reliable backup for Duncan." "I have stated we want to part with draft picks," Buford replied. "What I can offer is a straight swap of Jefferson for Harrington. Could you inquire if that is feasible?" "Certainly, Mr. Buford," Marks responded, refraining from further discussion. Buford was his mentor, and Popovich had been his coach during his playing days. He held great respect for both. The Spurs are renowned for rarely trading away future draft picks, as the notion of low-level treasure hunting originated from them. Both Manu and Parker were acquired through their shrewd drafting. Players they valued rarely disappoint, as evidenced by later successes like Danny Green and the Barber Simmons, who transformed under the Spurs' guidance. However, following this year, they would not claim another championship until 2014. In recent years, their roster has faced significant challenges, particularly with Jefferson, a player both parties acknowledged as ill-suited for the team, a first for the Spurs. Thus, star player Jefferson became the only player the Spurs were willing to part with. In a group chat, Spurs player Red Mamba Bonner expressed his astonishment with several exclamation marks. Could it be that this owner is an Iverson fan? Clearing cap space for a massive contract? Ginobili responded with a skeptical meme. I've seen him speak. Doesn't he strike me as the foolish type? Meanwhile, Thunder general manager Presti, who was orchestrating a meeting between James Harden and Durant, also caught wind of this news. He is a GM of elite caliber, having cultivated superstars like Durant and Westbrook. However, he struggles with player management. So this year he attempted to facilitate early conversations and games between prospective draftees and team stars to assess compatibility. Now, observing the camaraderie between Harden and Durant, it appeared they were on the verge of forming a brotherly bond. Presti's immediate reaction to the Knicks' intent to offload these four players was that they would be a perfect fit for the current Thunder squad. After finishing 8th in the Western Conference last year and holding the 3rd overall pick this year, their mission is clear: to strengthen the team. This year is poised to yield results. If the Knicks players were to enter the free market, they would be fiercely pursued. Last year's first-round pick, Ibaka, who was chosen at the 24th position, has yet to make a significant impact as a starter. Harrington stands as the optimal alternative, while the 6th man, Soflosa, pales in comparison to the formidable little potato. This 175 centimeters player has left an indelible impression on all managers. Every team requires such passionate athletes reminiscent of the legendary leader of the cavalry. Durant's demeanor leans towards the calm and somewhat aloof, akin to a reaper, making it fitting for the bench to be led by the likes of the 175 centimeters player in Lord Rowe. Thus, General Manager Pooh's mind is racing, perhaps even forgetting about the unrefined gem that is Harden, who has yet to showcase his potential. As the Thunder emerges as a fresh squad, he, as the new general manager, cannot afford to miss the opportunity to achieve the best historical performance next season. Harden represents the future, albeit he may not be immediately usable. However, the Knicks players have all proven themselves in the NBA. They possess immediate capabilities. A trade is imperative. Just as he approached the restaurant window to call Secretary Jiang Chao inquiring about offers, the voice on the other end surprisingly stated, "We will not trade for salary-matching players. Only for draft picks." Draft picks? He lost interest immediately. Like the Spurs, General Manager Pooh has always hoarded draft picks for his own amusement, relishing in the thrill of the draft day. Seeking his draft picks? Far more challenging than prying them from the Spurs. Consequently, he decisively terminated the conversation. After hanging up, he pondered for a moment. This new owner does not desire an abundance of NBA stars. He opts for the most elusive draft picks when he could specify players for a trade match? Contrarily to the mainstream sentiment of the league, this is unsettling. If Jiang Chao indeed placed these four players on the table for draft picks, without exaggeration or bias, trading Harrington, Chandler, and Little Potato for a top 3 pick is entirely feasible. Thus, could their objectives be aligned? General Manager Pooh glanced at Harden before gasping in astonishment. He was uncertain of Jiang Chao's intentions. He had not heard any mention of Harden, yet if he were to trade these capable players for a higher draft pick, his assets would be quite substantial. The Grizzlies and the Clippers might not be averse to a trade, right? Surely not. Could it be on that level? Presti scratched his head. Such cunning behavior is something he has only witnessed in managers of Jerry West caliber. Shaking off his scattered thoughts, he could only hope that this new Knicks owner is as foolish as the media portrays him, if his intentions align with his assumptions. What an extraordinary owner that would be. With such acumen, he could easily act as the general manager. No, not just extraordinary, but terrifying. At the age of 20, Pooh was still wandering through campus with abandon. Meanwhile, the handsome young man beside him remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Hey, Pooh, this young man has potential. They are both named James. There should be no difference. James Harden's expression darkened as he directly acknowledged his elder brother. Let us strive for the championship together from now on. General Manager Pooh forced a smile, reminding himself that until the final moment, the decision to select or not select someone remains uncertain. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Lakers are entrenched in the ongoing finals, with players engaged in gameplay and the coaching staff analyzing strategies. The management's gaze has already shifted towards the tumultuous trade market. As General Manager Pooh observes Kobe in the team's training, he is also troubled by the erratic performance of Shannon Brown, who has been prone to mistakes in the Western Conference Finals. During practice, he remains restless, focusing solely on jumping, demonstrating instability on both offensive and defensive ends. After noticing the players available at the Knicks, Koo expressed that Shannon Brown's overall statistics do not compare favorably to the quick, microwave-style scoring of bench player Nate Robinson. A swap involving a second-round pick is feasible, as this season's first-round picks hold little value, likely ending up at the tail end of the second round, which could be acquired for a mere $1.5 million. As for Nate's temperament, Kobe would handle that without issue. Next season, with multiple players like Nate serving as super sixth men, the Lakers could unveil new prospects. Pelinka, inquire with the Knicks about a second-round pick swap involving Nate Robinson. The salaries can be balanced, and the valuation is similar, both teams being major markets. We want to take advantage of them, Koo instructed. The youthful assistant Pelinka nodded slightly, understood. Koo. In New York, Jiang Chao received offers from all 29 teams in the league throughout the morning. Liu Yin was busy to the point of perspiration, leaving Jiang Chao little time to engage with critics. He swiftly reviewed the offers, seeking those that piqued his interest. Many teams overlooked a crucial detail. Possibly out of selective ignorance, Jiang Chao's team explicitly demanded draft picks, and even when this was noted, the offers were absurd. Was it reasonable to propose a player from a team's third unit in exchange for Harrington? Or to suggest $1 million for Nate? Might as well gift it to them. Jiang Chao promptly blacklisted such teams, deeming them problematic and a waste of time. Conversely, the Spurs, Lakers, and Thunder recognized this demand. The Spurs and Lakers presented relatively reasonable offers. Although the Thunder did not submit a bid, they expressed that Pooh hoped to discuss potential player exchanges with Jiang Chao. In summary, none of the offers met Jiang Chao's satisfaction. It appeared they viewed him as an easy target. This was merely the first round of probing, with no genuine conversations taking place. Liu Yin, have you noticed that all the calls are from Western teams? Jiang Chao remarked. That's normal. The management of Eastern teams isn't as formidable, and the capable ones don't align with us, he added, reflecting a slightly different perspective. Meanwhile, Eastern rivals directed their focus toward this year's free agency market, with the Knicks clearing cap space, based on Jiang Chao's previous methods. Did he have a specific target in mind? Many assistant coaches and managers from Eastern teams have recently applied for the top position in the Knicks management, leading Jiang Chao to decline based on having selective preferences. Thus, they subconsciously assumed so. Although this year does not feature an abundance of expiring contracts for superstar players, there are still numerous quality athletes available. To part ways with Allen Iverson from the Pistons? Or perhaps, to explore the free market by opting out of his contract. Jason Kidd? Alternatively, Kobe's player option? Chapter 29, Self-Destruction and Business Trip? Assisting Curry this year, Jiang Chao had already scrutinized the free agency market. The colossal Kobe Bryant's contract with the Lakers is set to expire next season, yet this season presents a player option, allowing him to opt out and explore potential offers. In essence, this scenario mirrors Michael Jordan's contract opt-out in '97, where teams like the Knicks made extravagant maximum salary bids, including outrageous figures from Dolan reaching $1 billion. The reality was that it was merely a game for them. Thus, the discourse surrounding Kobe's player option this year was rather subdued. The league's regulations have matured, and with everyone prepared to offer max contracts, it is inevitable that he remains with the Lakers. Regardless of whether the Lakers clinch the championship, Kobe is assuredly to be re-signed at a maximum salary. However, Allen Iverson and Jason Kidd are the true marquee names that have genuinely entered the free agency arena. Iverson, having led the Pistons into the playoffs, ultimately succumbed to a back injury in the final month, leading him to prematurely take a summer hiatus. Following the Pistons' first-round sweep by the Cavaliers, the management unequivocally declared their decision not to renew the contract of the player who had misled them. Iverson has since expressed his desire to find his next opportunity. Given his current reputation, a maximum salary seems unattainable. Kidd, on the other hand, is genuinely testing the waters. His previous contract was a 6-year deal worth $137 million. However, Mark Cuban is reluctant to extend such a lofty figure for the next contract. He has decisively opted out to explore if any team might offer him a maximum salary, thereby pressuring Cuban to either match or relinquish him. Regardless, it is of little consequence to him. As a traditional point guard, he is highly coveted in this era. The only player capable of effectively distributing the ball to Nowitzki is him. Aside from these two all-stars, the other prominent name may be the Magic's second leading scorer, Hedo Turkoglu, currently competing in the finals. However, he is wholly absorbed in the championship battle and likely not contemplating his future. If they secure the title, a renewal is virtually assured. Should they fall short, numerous teams will vie for his signature, as the Magic cannot afford a third max contract. Jiang Chao is acutely aware that this predicament stems from one of the most disastrous contracts in history, a 6-year deal worth $118.2 million, not awarded to Hakeem Olajuwon, but to Lewis. The absurdity of Lewis's contract, a pure shooter receiving a maximum salary, was akin to later awarding a mid-tier deal to someone like Danny Green. This arrangement consumes an excessive amount of cap space. With Howard potentially demanding $20 million, the salary cap would dwindle to less than $70 million, leaving a staggering $40 million tied up in just those two players, making it exceedingly challenging to maneuver without rookie contracts. Jiang Chao is also well-versed in this era. Last year, he orchestrated the formation of a Big Three in Phoenix, where only Shaquille O'Neal commanded a $21 million salary, while Nash and Stoudemire were both below $15 million. Hence, without a dramatic surge in the salary cap, maximum contracts cannot be indiscriminately allocated. Boss, what shall we do? Outside the office, management continually knocks at the door, with managers calling to disrupt the team's focus. Let us wait until the finals conclude. Perhaps I am too hasty. Jiang Chao is not inclined to force a sale. Even if relations with these four deteriorate, it does not imply he must sell at a loss. He exhales softly. It is indeed time to take action. At that moment, little Donnie cautiously enters, phone in hand. Boss, Warriors coach Don Nelson wishes to trade Crawford for Nate and the 8th pick. Jiang Chao erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "What on earth? Crawford is precisely the player that Dolan traded away last year. Is this some sort of jest at my expense? My informant Curry has even begun to toy with you, and you're already playing tricks on me?" The only psychological burden Jiang Chao had vanished entirely. Fine. I shall feign ignorance to your performance. Inform him that we shall discuss the draft later. I am quite overwhelmed. Little Donnie, having spent more time with Jiang Chao, discerned that Jiang Chao sometimes feigned naivety, thus he confidently responded, bringing joy to the Warriors' side. At the Oracle Arena in Golden State, several rookies were undergoing trials. Yet the management congregated in the stands, engaged in discussions while making phone calls. Curry, unable to resist, sneaked a glance at his phone and burst into laughter. What a splendid assist from the owner. This was his inaugural trial here, and his fragile physique was on full display. Although his three-point shooting and ball handling were commendable, it was evident that figures like Larry Wright and the old Nelson were not particularly impressed. The disparity between reality and expectation was quite pronounced. The Warriors' owner's expression darkened, and then old Nelson brought in another highly sought-after draft prospect, Evans, to challenge Curry in one-on-one play. The outcome was that Curry could not defend against him, while Evans showcased a flamboyant style of play, managing to thwart several of Curry's drives. Undoubtedly, he was a tier above Curry, being a top 5 draft pick. As Curry's disappointment and desire to be selected became apparent, his agent fervently spoke on his behalf, which, in the eyes of management, detracted from his appeal. Truly exceptional players require no words, they simply need to be observed. At that moment, Jiang Chao provided an indirect yet pivotal assist from afar. Everyone turned their attention to the Knicks roster, contemplating how to trade players like Harrington. And with their dissatisfaction towards Curry, some assistants even murmured that they would prefer the younger Nate Robinson, who displayed far more grit. Thus, thoughts of trading with Jiang Chao occupied their minds, leaving Curry and his agent sidelined. Curry resorted to aimlessly playing on his phone, although his thoughts were consumed with concern for Jiang Chao. At that juncture, he and Jiang Chao were aligned in purpose. This was not merely due to their previous discussion leading him to believe Jiang Chao was a good person, but rather because with 3 backcourt players on the shelf, would his own playing time not increase? In a nation that venerates individual heroism like America, Curry fancifully envisioned himself as the Iron Man of New York next season, believing he could single-handedly rescue the city. Thus, he even fancied that Jiang Chao was clearing space for him. The naive thoughts of a young player led him to indulge in a few extra pieces of steak at lunch. The Warriors' kitchen staff reported, "He shows no strength while playing but consumes so much. What a waste of food." Amidst the chaos within the Knicks, D'Antoni approached with a glum expression, "Boss, the Suns just called. They wish to trade Grant Hill for the 4 players you have on the shelf," extolling Hill as a superstar, mentioning something about being the chosen successor to Jordan. I could hardly bear to listen, considering Hill's current state. "Oh, I'm merely relaying the message. You might want to pretend you didn't hear that." Jiang Chao's expression had turned blank. "Let him add Nash, for I hold a fondness for Nash." "Very well." D'Antoni understood that Jiang Chao was implying a refusal, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Currently, the Knicks were on edge, as the remaining members feared that Jiang Chao might unleash a terrifying maneuver, one that their fragile hearts could hardly endure. The team's most precious assets consisted of but a few individuals. Consequently, Jiang Chao convened a small meeting with the management. All right, everyone, let us not wear such gloomy faces. Let us think positively. Have the other players ceased their uproar? Indeed, many were reluctant to part ways with the grand metropolis of basketball with such an approach. No one dared to stir trouble. An accountant from the Knicks, aged in his 60s, smiled and remarked, furthermore, I wish to mention that I will be on a business trip for the next few days. You all may proceed discreetly with your duties. A business trip? Everyone was bewildered. At such a time, rather than stabilizing the morale, he was embarking on a trip? Surely it was for leisure. At his age, one would expect him to stand resolutely. How disappointing it was that he appeared to be the first to surrender. Many executives felt disheartened. We pledge our lives for your sake. Why do you yield first? The phrase business trip was quite ludicrous. At his age, how many industry insiders could he possibly know? Old Lou also harbored concerns. Could it be that he is returning home to seek divine intervention? Many perceived this as a sign of resignation. A casual dismissal of the team's plight, as if he could simply escape the situation. Jiang Chao paid no heed to their expressions. He turned to Lu Yin, who was gazing up with wide eyes, and smiled gently. Lu Yin, kindly purchase me a ticket to. Just then, a series of urgent, forceful knocks on the door interrupted the meeting. Who is it? Little Donnie snapped. All the Knicks hierarchy is present. Who dares knock so? The person at the door announced himself, his tone somewhat brusque. I am Ryan, Vice President of the NBA. What is it? Jiang Chao inquired from within. Our president, David Stern, requests your presence at headquarters for a discussion. The NBA headquarters in New York had summoned Jiang Chao for a chat. Chapter 30. With a single blow, I shatter the heavens and transform into a dragon. In this moment, the eyes of D'Antoni and his companions sparkled with anticipation. The only individual capable of keeping the boss in check had arrived. The timing was impeccable. They must ensure that this boss does not stray even slightly. As mere subordinates, they could not afford to risk their lives, but the rulemakers certainly could, unless one wished to face severe repercussions throughout the season. Jiang Chao signaled to little Donnie to open the door and addressed his staff. Let us adjourn the meeting for now. I need to visit my office. 3 individuals swaggered inside, tossing the invitation directly onto the desk. Jiang Chao's expression hardened. Mr. David did not intend for you to invite me in such a manner. Did he? The vice president hesitated. What? Is it necessary for him to come personally? Pick it up and place it in my office, or else Mr. David will have to come find me, Jiang Chao retorted coldly. He had little patience for such trivial displays of authority, eliciting a sense of satisfaction among the Knicks officials. This young boss was indeed impressive, directly confronting the vice president of the league. The 3 individuals exchanged furious glances. Without so much as offering the vice president a cup of tea, Jiang Chao briskly exited the room. Did he truly have urgent business to attend to? Or was he merely masking his inner turmoil with haste? They grew increasingly perplexed by this new owner. Left in a state of confusion, they pondered. This is not as we imagined. Shouldn't we be offering warm greetings and gifts to curry favor? This young man is far too audacious. Yet, they dared not jeopardize the situation. Telling the president that Jiang Chao requested he come over would not merely be instigating discord. It would be a declaration of their incompetence. The president assigned them a task, and if they failed, how could they summon him? Ryan, recently promoted to vice president, had no desire to create trouble. The trio was now sweating, their earlier bravado evaporating in an instant. Old Lou, an outsider to the circle, felt no fear of offending anyone. What are you waiting for? Did you not hear our boss just now? He is preparing to depart. If you delay further, he will leave. Right? Ryan and the others hurriedly retrieved the invitation, following Jiang Chao with great reverence as they placed it on the boss's desk. Thank you for the invitation. I shall come by shortly. Jiang Chao accepted, allowing Ryan and his companions to breathe a sigh of relief. He even expressed gratitude. From the very beginning, he held the reins firmly. In 1996, waiting for several days and nights outside the CCTV for broadcasting rights, the kind old gentleman with excellent relations in Tianzhou could never have anticipated such an attitude from him. Stern, possessing a level of emotional intelligence far superior to Nate and his group, was indeed a master in international relations. To extend such an intimidating invitation without having met Jiang Chao before was no small feat. Moreover, presenting a formal invitation signified a genuine desire to engage in dialogue, rather than the pretense of the vice president. 2 minutes later, old Lou observed Jiang Chao's solitary figure departing and turned to D'Antoni with concern. Sir, the league wouldn't create difficulties for Jiang Chao, would they? What is the intention behind this? D'Antoni stroked his mustache. Pondering the situation, it was evident that most were waiting for him to engage with the general manager and head coach. The executives present glanced around the room, acknowledging the truth of the matter. The team operated under a system of checks and balances, with 2 positions vacant for several days, and the league was responsible for overseeing this. One could only hope he would find his way back to reason. D'Antoni held a certain admiration for Jiang Chao's character, cold, decisive, and exuding the aura of a leader, especially after his recent performance, which had garnered considerable attention. Little Donnie was utterly in awe. Such charisma was simply beyond their reach. However, when it came to the team's operations, D'Antoni found himself in disagreement. Lu Yin observed the scattered attentions of the gathering and clenched her fist in encouragement. Keep going, Junior. She then turned her focus to booking flights. 645, 5th Avenue. Olympic Tower, NBA headquarters. David Stern, his silver hair framing a kindly visage, sneezed softly. He was neither as favorable nor as unfavorable as Jiang Chao might have imagined. Throughout his tenure, every decision he made was aimed at fostering the NBA's growth. His approval of Jiang Chao's acquisition of the Knicks was intended to help the team rise from its troubles, after all. He worked in New York daily and longed to see the local team win more games. If they could secure more victories, the streets would not be filled solely with fans clad in purple and gold or green jerseys. Yet, one could only hope that, post-acquisition, Jiang Chao would refrain from reckless actions. Having personal aspirations was commendable, but what was with the multitude of violations? Until recently, the situation had been manageable, a normal parting with the head coach and general manager, who lacked a significant fan base. Even the choice of the 8th pick was something the league would not interfere with. However, with recent moves involving players, notable fans of Nate and Harrington had emerged, increasing pressure on the league. The league held no authority to criticize the owner's trades or drafts. The only justification left was Jiang Chao's alleged misuse of power and his prolonged absence from the management. For the sake of Knicks fans, David Stern felt compelled to have a conversation with this young man. This was no game. Games could be replayed. The position of Knicks owner, once mishandled, could not merely be rectified by selling the team. He wished to avoid a scenario reminiscent of the Supersonics' demise, as the loss of a storied franchise had been one of the most painful experiences for Stern in recent years. If the Knicks continued to decline, it would no longer be a simple matter of resale. Rumors had circulated that many fans were planning to confront Jiang Chao, prompting Stern to take proactive measures. Ryan called. Is he here? Very well. I shall prepare tea and await his arrival. David Stern retrieved the prized pu'er tea sent to him by the director of CCTV. Meanwhile, news of Jiang Chao rippled through the domestic media landscape. As a compatriot, the Chinese media displayed a kinder disposition, largely refraining from criticism. The NBA had its first-ever Chinese owners striving for success. All Chinese fans and industry insiders would rally in support. With Yu Ming wielding such influence, the empowered Jiang Chao would undoubtedly have a greater capacity to resonate within the domestic sphere. Currently, the nation is in dire need of highly skilled talents who venture abroad to contribute back home. In the realm of sports, it is imperative to align with international standards, and thus, sports education and management must evolve accordingly. Although Jiang Chao may be regarded as an upstart heir, he has been lauded as a business prodigy, largely thanks to his academic credentials. Otherwise, the editorial team would struggle to extol his virtues, as they are inundated with negative feedback from overseas. The Central Television's news outlet has characterized Jiang Chao's attempts to negotiate trades for 4 players as a manifestation of profound wisdom masked in simplicity, with hopes for a fruitful outcome. However, the editors internally appended a rather cynical remark. Either he is truly wise or simply foolish. The reality is that they find it difficult to comprehend his decisions, while notable figures like Yang Yi and Su Kun express their frustrations, contemplating offering Jiang Chao some advice, only to find that he is quicker in action than anyone else. Alas, the new owner is one of their own. With global support waning, one's homeland remains the most steadfast ally. The director of the State General Administration of Sports and the Basketball Association, XIN launching, has directly communicated to all basketball media personnel, unconditionally provide Jiang Chao with the most favorable media environment. He is the beacon illuminating our path forward. And the future development of the CBA relies on him. We must rally behind him. Let him hear our voices. Perseverance is the key to victory. These leaders are contemplating even grander visions. The underlying reason is Jiang Chao's immense wealth. Fostering a good relationship with him could yield substantial benefits for the association in the future. Furthermore, the CBA has been incurring losses year after year. and the owners are reaching their breaking point. Thus, inviting Jiang Chao to take the helm, or rather, to acquire a team, seems like a plausible solution. Upon hearing the news from the association, the fiery captain of the Guangdong Southern Tigers, Zhu Fangyu, expressed his outrage in the hotel, exclaiming, "Empty rhetoric. Do they even understand the game? The association should publicly support Jiang Chao. They should not only focus on his financial contributions. If they are men, they should confront the New York Times for their unfounded claims." Since Jiang Chao's acquisition, Zhu Fangyu has become an ardent supporter, not for any ulterior motive, but purely for his admiration of Jiang's straightforward and fiery demeanor. Beside him, Wang Qisha remarked with a chuckle, "But aren't you just speaking off the record? If you have the courage, go tell Director Xian directly." Zhu Fangyu retorted angrily, "Unlike you, I refuse to be subservient or cater to the media." In the next moment, Zhu, the king of fists, took to Weibo and Twitter, platforms where he has garnered a substantial following since the last Olympics, declaring, "Anyone who disparages Jiang Chao is my adversary. Anyone who insults him will face my wrath." He punctuated his declaration with a punch in the air, which Wang Xipeng captured and shared online, humorously remarking, "See? Zhu is a devoted fan of Boss Jiang from New York." The top comment read, "I smashed through the heavens with a single punch, transforming into a dragon. Anyone who dares to challenge me should seek Zhu Fangyu and test the might of the dragon fist." Chapter 31, Jiang Chao vs. David Stern in a rather amusing twist. Jiang Chao stumbled upon a highly popular comment while en route to the league headquarters. With a considerable following, it was only natural for him to take notice. Zhu, ever the commanding presence as the foremost figure in international basketball, elicited a warm feeling within Jiang Chao, prompting him to courteously message Zhu Fangyu, "Thank you, my brother. Keep working on those abs. Who knows, you might still make it to the NBA." He recalled a particularly audacious remark from Zhu Ba, who was criticized by fans for indulging in beer and barbecue during the regular season, leading to the disappearance of his abs. Zhu Ba, unfazed, retorted, "I can win games and dominate all domestic small forwards, so what's wrong with having a few beers?" His own social media post featured a display of 11 empty beer bottles. "Ah, but my friend, your dominance in the CBA is sufficient. If you were 5 years younger, I might consider teaming up with you." Jiang Chao chuckled. At this moment, it was already 11 p.m. in the capital. Zhu Fangyu, casually reclining with his legs crossed, excitedly replied, "No worries. If you encounter any difficulties, reach out to me. When you return to the country, I'll treat you to drinks." It's a promise. Perhaps due to his later role as the general manager of the Guangdong team, Zhu Fangyu found a rapport with Jiang Chao, becoming one of his most devoted fans. In this vast world, there are always unexpected events. Indeed, Jiang Chao found himself in a situation where he confronted a Knicks fan who sought to provoke him. The encounter culminated in Zhu Fangyu delivering a right hook that sent the antagonist sprawling, resulting in a fine of 50,000 RMB for Jiang Chao from the CBA, a tale that would become legendary. However, Zhu Fangyu's influence remained rather limited. Likewise, the number of Jiang Chao supporters was scant. The New York fans, undeterred by such matters, quickly gathered outside Madison Square Garden, waving their flags in protest. "Trash owner, sell the team. At 19, unreliable. We don't need Jiang. F Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao, the rule of admiration." Their chants were laced with fervent expletives. "Chaozi, you have no heart. Chaozi, I curse you. Chaozi, you are not human," mingled with expressions of anger toward the former management. Leading the charge was a middle-aged African-American man sporting sunglasses and a hip-hop ensemble, Spike Lee, a die-hard Knicks fan. He was a familiar face among the front-row season ticket holders, a prominent figure in New York's cinematic landscape, known for his war action films. "Down with the new owner. Spike, why don't you buy the team?" shouted an enthusiastic fan. "If I had that kind of money, I'd be the first to make a purchase." Spike Lee retorted with irritation to an admirer. The crowd held up posters emblazoned with the message, "Not a single one can leave. Not one less. The one who should go is the garbage boss." Spike Lee rallied the masses as Knicks security and personnel, including Little Donnie, emerged to maintain order, even calling in the police. Yet, the security staff were unperturbed, feeling rather fatigued by the routine. "Little Donnie, you need to mention to the owner that salaries need to be raised." In recent years, numerous protests have indeed taken place during the regular season. Yet it is quite rare to witness such a display during the off-season, particularly with players present. Aside from the demonstrators, there are also onlookers and tourists congregating to capture photographs, as well as neutral fans reveling in the spectacle. Among the crowd stood Alexandra Daddario, adorned in a low-cut sweater, who, upon spotting the police, instinctively retreated into the throng of spectators. It wouldn't bode well if her father happened to show up. However, he too was part of the faction opposing Jiang Chao. To her astonishment, she spotted her idol, Scarlett Johansson, amidst the protesting fans, resplendent in a striking red dress. Overwhelmed with excitement, Daddario couldn't help but shout in delight. Aspiring to forge connections with Hollywood starlets, she never anticipated encountering Scarlett in this setting. Meanwhile, Scarlett was preoccupied in her fervent calls for Jiang Chao to emerge, oblivious to the alluring girl, mistakenly assuming her to be just another admirer. Scarlett's indignation was palpable. The young owner had been behaving rather recklessly lately. She had previously cautioned him against such folly, knowing the fervor of Knicks fans. Though she may not be as fervent as a diehard supporter like Spike, she was nonetheless a girl born in New York. And Jiang Chao's disregard for her counsel left her feeling disheartened. I may possess some charm, she mused, but disregarding a woman's advice brings calamity. Prepare to face the wrath of us critics, handsome. Scarlett tossed her flowing hair and joined the ranks of the anti-Jiang alliance. After all, during the off-season, it was a fitting time to confront the dashing owner. Rational fans seemed to dwindle, with a minority questioning the uproar, labeling them as rather wild. No pain, no gain. It's either a complete collapse or a fresh start, echoed the sentiments akin to the speculations surrounding many Eastern teams. Was Jiang Chao contemplating clearing space to recruit players? Scarlett overheard a fan bellowing, "This team lacks spirit. I suggest the league disband the Knicks." To which others retorted, "That cannot happen. Jiang Chao, emerge and reveal your intentions." Some even humorously proposed that Jiang Chao should pin a guarantee stating that if the team failed to reach the playoffs this year, he would resign. This left some supporters of Dolan momentarily speechless. Apologies, but even Dolan couldn't save us. Who else in the world might rescue the Knicks? Daddario. Raising her voice to her idol, Scarlett proclaimed, "The only one we can trust now is this new owner. Let us grant him some time." Scarlett, ever the loquacious one, retorted, "You're merely enamored with his physique and his dollars." During such tumultuous times, other teams in the league were eager to capitalize on the Knicks' plight. With several teams Jiang Chao had verbally promised to consider already reaching out. The Rockets, Warriors, and Suns had their sights set on extracting every ounce of value from Jiang Chao. As for his fate, what do I care? They mused. Rumor had it that this foolish owner had even been summoned by the league for a discussion, prompting a rush to encourage him to make some foolish decisions before he fell from grace, especially regarding the Sun and the interview with Old Donnie. The board members are prepared to summon Stephen Cole for a discussion. Lu Yin, under the police's insistence, was compelled to inform Jiang Chao, who was already at the entrance of Stern's office. She had previously warned Jiang Chao that Knicks fans were preparing to cause a ruckus online. However, she had underestimated their resolve as they stormed the office in the afternoon. Jiang Chao maintained his usual demeanor. "Ignore them. Have the tickets for Indiana been secured?" "Yes, they have." Lu Yin possesses a commendable quality. She remains composed amidst chaos. Jiang Chao's calm and elegant secretary is one of the reasons the management feels slightly reassured, appearing rather reliable. Moreover, she refrains from asking excessive questions, except those pertaining to essential knowledge. This makes her a truly competent secretary, and her personality renders her particularly suitable as Jiang Chao's personal assistant. "All right, I'll hang up now." "Okay." Lu Yin ended the call. She felt the situation was already chaotic enough, and as a senior, she needed to assist him rather than complicate matters further. A hint of determination replaced her faint melancholy. Thus, she, along with the police representatives, proactively engaged with the fans, clearly stating that the boss was not at the arena and inviting them to send a representative to meet at the venue. "Please afford our new owner some time. Trust in our boss, trust in the Knicks." Lu Yin exuded a certain charm, and coupled with her striking appearance, Spike Lee was reminded of the recently arrived Chinese star in Hollywood, Louis Fei. Subsequently, Spike Lee and Scarlett took a tour around the arena, confirming that Jiang Chao was indeed absent. It was also Scarlett's first encounter with Jiang Chao's neat and minimalist office, accompanied by a diligent group of employees. No internal discord? Spike Lee was more perceptive than Scarlett. Those who remained were unwilling to leave, hence their diligent work ethic. If they want to go, let them. They can return next time. The facade of appearances was well maintained. Spike Lee departed in a huff, a classic case of love turned to disdain. Historically, he had once been placed on the Knicks blacklist for openly criticizing Dolan. Thus, the first crisis of fan protests concluded, primarily because they learned Jiang Chao was engaging in discussions at the league headquarters. David Stern's intervention was undoubtedly more effective than theirs. Meanwhile, Jiang Chao was already cultivating a rapport with Stern. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. David." Jiang Chao donned the guise of a smiling boy. He held great respect for this pillar of the league, who would only retire in 2014. Without him, the league had descended into disarray under the leadership of the school bell. Insiders were reluctant to offend him, as maintaining a good relationship could lead to fewer interventions from the referees. "This is our second meeting, young man. You've accomplished a great deal this week." Stern offered Jiang Chao a cup of tea, adhering to the utmost courtesy. "Indeed, my blueprint has only just begun." Stern internally scoffed, feeling 1,000 expletives rush through his mind. What blueprint? The ground was already strewn with feathers. As the cunning old fox, he was the first to speak. "Boss Jiang, it is time for you to clarify the reasons behind your actions, isn't it?" Chapter 32, the new version of the OK combination. "The happiest boss in the world, what do you mean?" Jiang Chao feigned ignorance, fully aware that he was in the right, thus he had no need to offer explanations. David Stern was astonished by the young man's composure. He recalled their first encounter when Jiang had been a fervent youth eager for his signature. Now, he had deftly avoided pitfalls, for should Jiang attempt to clarify, it would inadvertently imply that the boss himself believed his actions to be misguided. "Isn't the matter of maneuvering the 4 players a concern within our team?" Jiang Chao mused. "I am aware, yet as a friend. I wish to inquire why you intend to trade players, and I hear you seek draft picks as well? Are this year's first and second round selections insufficient?" "Insufficient? Draft picks are never enough. Why not gift me a few, old man?" Jiang Chao replied with a smile. He then candidly expressed a sentiment he doubted David would believe. "I aspire to initiate a youth revolution, hence I will not retain many veterans." "So, you wish to let the rookies lead the charge?" David Stern clearly found this hard to swallow. What team doesn't possess a formidable core? Who is the cornerstone of your team? Ewing or Allen Houston? "Wake up, young man." Stern rapped the table, his frustration evident. "I called you here to offer heartfelt advice, not to engage in a verbal sparring match. I won't delve into operational matters, but why force old Donnie out? And what of D'Antoni? What does his demotion signify?" Jiang Chao took a sip of tea. "The capriciousness of youth. Do you believe it, old man? You truly wish to make me cough up blood?" Stern chuckled instead, his discerning gaze hidden behind his glasses, scrutinizing Jiang Chao. In his advanced years, Stern had encountered many individuals. Jiang Chao's calm demeanor, interspersed with humor, did not resemble that of a fool. Had he attempted to arrogantly explain himself, it might have proven counterproductive. Instead, his self-deprecating humor revealed a cunning young man. He was certainly not the madman or dictator the New York media portrayed. He must possess a strategy. "Calm down. If I were truly the madman the media claims, I wouldn't be here meeting with you, would I?" Jiang Chao refilled Stern's cup with tea, smiling. He then slyly shared his trading ambitions with other teams, asserting that several teams were genuinely interested, blending truth with fiction, yet the statement about his desire to cultivate a new team was the sole truth among his fabrications. David is well aware that he serves as an informant within the league, naturally cognizant of the interest teams like the Suns and Warriors have in Knicks players. He wishes for Jiang Chao to exercise caution before making trades, advising him to deliberate thoroughly. Once Jiang Chao finishes speaking, Stern's demeanor visibly relaxes, and he reveals his trump card. "Do you realize that an owner cannot hold dual roles? The general manager can assist you with all that you've mentioned. Do you even have one yet?" Herein lies the crux of the NBA's governance, as the principle of separation of powers was instituted during Stern's tenure. Jiang Chao's overt involvement in managing the general manager's affairs, coupled with the uncertainty surrounding the head coach's position, poses a direct challenge to Stern's authority. The notion of a small market may be dismissed, yet the league headquarters is merely a 20-minute drive away. Such actions are unthinkable. At that moment, the vice president enters, presenting documents, primarily eager to witness Jiang Chao's discomfort. However, to their surprise, Jiang Chao remains unfazed, responding calmly. "What's the rush? I will ensure everything is in place before the summer league." Ryan feigns a smile and shakes his head. "Mr. Jiang, your youth blinds you. All our teams require a seamless transition in the general manager position." Stern nods in agreement, his message clear. It is acceptable to find a scapegoat, but one must not personally assume the blame. Jiang Chao's youthfulness may render him less authoritative. Had he been a seasoned 60-year-old retired military officer, players would hesitate to question him openly, a situation Stern had never encountered before. Initially refraining from calling upon Jiang Chao, Stern deemed the ineptitude of Nate and others as their own misfortune. In such circumstances, a more seasoned owner would face legal repercussions. Players could even be summoned to court. with the league imposing severe penalties, including suspensions. In this day and age, who would dare confront an owner? Yet, he alone commands respect from the owners of 30 teams. Unfazed, Jiang Chao retorts to Ryan. If I recall correctly, the NBA regulations delineated on page 24, Clause 8, stipulate that the management team must be assembled before the preseason. There appears to be no stipulation regarding the timeframe prior to the preseason. Have new regulations been enacted this year? Jiang Chao's precise citation of the regulations silences the office. Ryan and David Stern exchange incredulous glances, their expressions darkening. They are acutely aware of the regulation but did not anticipate Jiang Chao's adeptness. Stern begins to ponder whether Jiang Chao possesses a formidable advisor behind him, particularly given recent recruitment efforts at his alma mater, Columbia University. Now, the tables have turned, with Jiang Chao assuming the dominant position. To mask the awkwardness, Stern coughs discreetly. Jiang Chao graciously shifts to another topic, deftly sidestepping the most perilous discussion. He then treats Stern as a mere facilitator, engaging in dialogue about the free market, ultimately ensuring Stern feels somewhat at ease. First, he establishes that he is not to be trifled with, and then he allows Stern to showcase his prowess. Embracing the spirit befitting the youth, he humbly inquired, "Sir, as a Chinese individual in the NBA, I find myself quite isolated. Might I ask if there are any significant players available in this year's free agency?" Although Jiang Chao was already aware of the market's offerings, hearing it directly from David would lend a different weight to the information. The Knicks owner, eager to learn, skillfully flattered the commissioner, a most fitting compliment. Ryan lifted his chin, affirming, "Indeed, this is the proper attitude for the youth." David, recognizing that Jiang Chao was still approachable, shared insights about the free agents available this year. However, it was evident to him that there were no standout players, and his suggestions aligned closely with the speculations of other teams regarding Jiang Chao's potential acquisitions. Could Allen Iverson possibly rekindle his former glory? Or might they lavishly pursue Jason Kidd, who could perhaps be persuaded? Interestingly, David mentioned that the Jazz had several players whose contracts were expiring, including Mehmet Okur and Carlos Boozer. The commissioner truly lived up to his title. He suggested that if Jiang Chao was inclined, he could assist the Western compatriot Yao Ming, as these two players could be considered Yao's nemesis. Should they transition to the Eastern Conference, Yao would thrive even more in the West. This revelation caught Jiang Chao off guard. He was likely preoccupied with his own challenges and had little time to consider Yao Ming. Moreover, deep down, as a transcendent figure, he felt that the Rockets were unworthy of Yao. The prospect of directly acquiring Yao overshadowed any concerns about competition. Nonetheless, Mehmet Okur and Carlos Boozer were indeed commendable near-star caliber players, both distinguished by their formidable defensive skills and versatility as shooting centers, fitting seamlessly into the evolving era of switchable defenses. They could potentially be bargained for, and if acquired at a reasonable price, would serve as invaluable assets. Vice President Ryan, a formidable 30-year-old core member, boldly suggested that if Jiang Chao were to secure Kobe Bryant, nothing else would matter. Jiang Chao would instantly become the happiest owner in America. The league's foremost player returning to New York would guarantee both success on the court and financial prosperity. Jiang Chao and Stern shared a laugh. Stern, half joking yet genuinely hopeful, squinted with anticipation. Indeed, if you possess such prowess, securing an all-star big man to augment your roster would render you a formidable force in the East. He teased that if the player was truly willing to come, he wouldn't hesitate to provide a blank check, implying Jiang could fill in any figure. Jiang Chao smiled in response, laughter bubbling up among the trio, easing the atmosphere considerably. However, it was clear that Stern was not ready to let Jiang Chao off the hook just yet. The likelihood of the Bus family relinquishing the Black Mamba was virtually non-existent. He shifted to a more serious demeanor, inquiring earnestly, "Mr. Jiang, speak candidly, who would you choose as your general manager and head coach? Rest assured, I will keep it strictly confidential." The anticipation was palpable. Jiang Chao could no longer contain himself and was expected to share a glimpse of his plans. Chapter 33, Pursuing Bird? A call to the genius, Mr. P. If you find yourself devoid of suitable candidates, I can certainly recommend a few reliable options. David Stern, with a smile that concealed his true intentions, was under considerable pressure himself. Both the owners and the players' union were bearing down on him, questioning why he had been so stringent with them while seemingly neglecting Jiang Chao, who was operating right under his nose. Surely, foreign owners were not entitled to preferential treatment, were they? What of the esteemed traditions of American sports? Consequently, He had to provide the NBA teams under his jurisdiction with a plausible explanation regarding whether the Knicks would seek new management. Soon, Stern replied, "But perhaps you could share your thoughts." He then proceeded to introduce several unemployed general managers, who were essentially the same individuals linked to the Knicks. Jiang Chao had already familiarized himself with them, none bore names that resonated with him, suggesting a lack of distinction. There were even retired officials and referees from the NBA among them, akin to individuals who had never encountered a pig but had observed pigs running about, hardly suitable candidates. Having been through the process himself, he was unwilling to cultivate managers or general managers whom he could not predict. Noticing Jiang Chao's distracted demeanor, Ryan interjected, "Hey, boss. What do you think of the president's suggestions? While they may not match the experience of old Donnie or the credentials of D'Antoni, they all possess potential." Jiang Chao remained impassive. "I will handle it as I see fit. Thank you for your input. Whoever you recommend, I will evaluate. Such veiled threats regarding my choices are futile. We're merely looking out for you, hoping you won't find yourself in a position to sell the team." Among the candidates introduced by President David, there was a brother of Ryan, who harbored aspirations of seeing his sibling as an executive with the Knicks, thus securing free season tickets for himself. "As long as I am not bankrupt and do not mismanage the team into oblivion. You have no grounds to interfere in my operations, right?" "Huh. I am far from that point." Jiang Chao had a firm grasp of the regulations. Ryan's mention of selling the team? That must have reflected the sentiments of many within the league. The fox's tail could no longer be concealed. This was a clear indication of disdain towards Jiang Chao. What a pity. The league lacked the authority to force an owner to sell their team unless a globally sensational incident occurred, akin to the later Sterling scandal with the Clippers or the extraordinary case of Chelsea. Only if the league were to assume direct control of a team could such a scenario unfold. In 2011, a transaction that nearly altered the landscape of the league failed to materialize precisely because the league was acting as the owner of a team. At that time, the Hornets had gone bankrupt, and the league had acquired them. The kindly elder before them effectively represented the owner of the Hornets, while their star player, Paul, sought a trade. After weighing various interests, Stern prevented the league's top point guard from joining the league's premier player on the same team. Otherwise, the competitive balance would have been irrevocably disrupted. Of course, had the Hornets retained their original ownership, that trade might very well have been realized. "Ryan, you may leave now." In Jiang Chao's presence, Ryan appeared increasingly juvenile. David Stern gestured for the vice president to vacate the office. Having nearly been outmaneuvered by Jiang Chao, a situation that left David feeling quite unsettled. Impatience is not an option, despite their youth. They are still investors who must share profits with the league. If the Knicks continue to falter, the league's profits will inevitably dwindle alongside them. Ryan was taken aback by how well Jiang Chao understood his area of expertise, leaving in a huff, muttering, "I am curious to see what tricks you will pull next season." The office was once again occupied solely by the two of them. Jiang Chao raised his glass, remarking that a tranquil environment seemed more conducive to tea drinking. Were it not for Stern's presence, he might have remarked on the incessant buzzing of flies. David Stern, suppressing his irritation, smiled and said, "Well, you might consider my suggestion. Finding management sooner would benefit both parties." Jiang Chao replied, "I will seek out the head coach today." "Oh, I heard you were going on a business trip?" Stern was somewhat surprised. With the draft approaching, Jiang Chao was embarking on a trip now. Procrastination does not serve one well in the NBA, though last-minute preparations might still yield results, with various surprises likely to unfold during the draft. "Indeed. I will head to Indiana this afternoon. The ticket is already purchased." "Oh, splendid." Stern felt considerably reassured. "You intend to recruit Larry Bird, a commendable choice. He excels as both a head coach and general manager." Few could elicit such praise from Stern, and Bird was certainly one of them. When Indiana was mentioned, it was obvious that Bird was the target. He is the only player in NBA history to have achieved a clean sweep of the regular season MVP, Finals MVP, Coach of the Year, and Executive of the Year awards. Let me check. Indeed, his contract with the Pacers has expired. Excellent. Such a legendary figure joining the Knicks would be more anticipated than any player. Aha, indeed. Jiang Chao offered no further explanation, if Stern deemed it plausible. Then it was. After all, Jiang Chao was intent on pursuing his goals. Bird, a figure known for his unmatched prowess, was not someone Jiang Chao would allow to overshadow him. If he were to join, Jiang Chao would have to relinquish authority entirely, which was clearly not his style. Moreover, Bird resided in Indiana and would not relocate unless the Knicks moved there. That settles it. David Stern felt a wave of relief. if Bird were to come aboard. While it may not rival the impact of Kobe joining the Knicks, it would certainly command respect for Jiang Chao. Recruiting Bird, whether he resumed the role of general manager or returned to coaching, would overshadow both Donnie Walsh and D'Antoni. Fans are drawn to historical significance. The highest esteemed white basketball player in history, indeed. Dear sir, do remain composed and not be swayed by public opinion. I am not truly mad. I am also pursuing talent from the Spurs, albeit at a slower pace. Trust the process. To further assuage Stern's concerns, Jiang Chao invoked the reliable reputation of the Spurs. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of the Spurs, Stern nodded approvingly. The San Antonio Spurs stand as the sole small market powerhouse that, during his tenure, he never sought to aggressively promote yet still managed to clinch a championship. He holds the Spurs management in high esteem. The Spurs affiliates indeed require a gradual process. There is no alternative. Acquiring playoff experience alongside the Spurs is exceedingly beneficial, unlike the rudimentary training one might receive under the management of other weaker teams. Collaborating with the Spurs management and coaching staff is akin to embarking on a challenging high-level quest to enhance one's skills. David Stern suddenly recalled someone. Was it perhaps Steve Kerr? After all, the current general manager of the Phoenix Suns, Kerr, faces a crisis of dismissal, making Jiang Chao's interest in him unsurprising. Yet, in comparison to figures like R.C. Buford or Larry Bird, Kerr still appears quite inexperienced. He might merely be in for another round of criticism elsewhere, after the Suns finished 9th in the Western Conference last year and failed to make the playoffs. General Manager Kerr was also criticized for his ineffective management. Upon this realization, David Stern slapped his forehead and thought of a remarkably talented young general manager from the past 2 years. Hey, Mr. Jiang, why don't you reach out to Sam Presti? His 3-year contract with the Thunder expires this summer, and he is a draft genius. David assumed Jiang Chao had not heard of this remarkable individual, but Jiang was well aware of the esteemed Presti, often regarded as a legendary figure by fans. Jiang Chao graciously inquired, "Do you have his number, sir? I would like to converse with Mr. Presti right away." Naturally, David had it. "Am I becoming your accomplice?" David flipped through his notebook until he retrieved the Thunder's management contact number, blinking in surprise at having become Jiang Chao's assistant in this matter. Jiang Chao had intended to contact Presti, but not specifically regarding the general manager position. However, seizing this opportunity to greet him would not only reassure David Stern but also serve Jiang's purpose well. Before Stern could fully process the situation, Jiang Chao dialed the number of the future legendary general manager right before him, Sam Presti. Before Jiang's arrival in this timeline, Presti had set the Thunder up to possess 17 first-round picks and 34 selections over the next 7 years. His draft choices were rarely misguided. In 2007 to 2008, and even in 2009, he had never faltered, selecting 3 MVP-caliber superstars. Presently, Thunder fans may not fully appreciate this, but Jiang often lamented the days of the Big Three. Presti is a superlative general manager with an exceptional talent for drafting, and his prowess was already becoming apparent, as everyone except for Serge Ibaka had flourished. Thus, when David Stern referred to Presti as a genius, no one was surprised. His recommendation for Jiang to pursue Presti was purely for the future of New York. Yet, Jiang intended to merely test the waters. If it did not succeed, it would be of no consequence. Upon connecting the call, Presti initially hesitated, mistakenly believing Jiang wished to discuss a trade. Instead, Jiang was inquiring about potentially poaching him. Without a moment's hesitation, Presti expressed his contentment with his current role, stating that the draft was yet to come and he could not abandon Thunder fans. This statement revealed to Jiang the poignant reality of Presti's managerial journey. Presti's deep attachment to draft picks stemmed from an early recognition of the plight of small market teams. Durant's departure had further solidified his understanding of this harsh truth. Selecting another Durant would only result in a similar exit. Hence, his strategic approach involved scouting for promising rookies while remaining open to pursuing big fish, and if that failed, to embrace a complete rebuild for future opportunities. The concept of breaking down to rebuild is often met with skepticism. No one can ascertain whether his strategy is indeed sound. However, it is evident that Jiang Chao would not engage in such tactics. This brings us to the vulnerabilities of general manager Presti. While his drafting prowess is commendable, his operational skills are merely of a secondary tier. It is exceedingly challenging to select a quartet of promising talents during the same period, and even if accomplished, the subsequent utilization is fraught with difficulty. One of the most ill-advised transactions in NBA history, attributed to Presti, involved James Harden's contract renewal. At that time, the Thunder offered a 4-year, $54 million deal, providing Harden with a mere hour to contemplate this proposition. This act of indignity incited Harden's departure, leading him to dominate with the Rockets, while the Thunder's trio lost their opportunity to claim a championship together, all for the sake of saving a paltry $600,000. Such folly in decision-making alienated fans and soured relations with the sixth man he had once selected. Subsequently, despite acquiring Anthony and George, he struggled to forge a compatible roster capable of contending for the finals once more. As for Jiang Chao, he harbored no intentions of investing considerable effort into courting this drafting prodigy, believing himself to be the true talent of this era. He perceived his insight as unparalleled. On the phone, Presti's refusal was resolute. The Thunder intended to achieve great things in the upcoming season, and he had no plans of departing. David Stern, observing Jiang Chao's expression, could only lament the situation, as he would have made a splendid ally for the Knicks owner. Well, Presti, it seems fate has other plans for us. I wish you all the best with the Thunder and a stellar performance in this year's draft. Likewise, Mr. Jiang. I hope you can elevate the Knicks. It was a pity, as they could have collaborated effectively. Nevertheless, Jiang Chao remained optimistic, confident that he would find the right fit. His demeanor was sincere, and he adeptly flattered Presti. To Stern, it was apparent that Jiang Chao genuinely desired the general manager he had recommended. However, Jiang Chao recognized the importance of cultivating a favorable relationship with Presti for future endeavors. He was determined not to overlook any opportunities, especially after the dual iron experience of 09. Shall we continue our discussion? Jiang Chao's response was emphatic. Let us continue, Presti replied, momentarily taken aback yet responding with a smile. Chapter 34, Butler University. Thunder General Manager's Office. Sam Presti could not help but exclaim in surprise after hanging up the phone. He had not anticipated that the owner, notorious for his erratic reputation, would personally reach out to him. Yet, the manner of speech was anything but deranged. It resembled that of a humble and courteous young man. Was this really the same Knicks owner who had previously exuded an air of arrogance? To his astonishment, he directly requested assistance from Presti, offering a salary double his current one, while extolling his drafting acumen. It must be said that Jiang Chao's approach was particularly effective, being relatively youthful among general managers. The fact that this Jiang claimed to be the first to contact him was noteworthy. Regardless, it was indeed a call from one of the top 3 basketball markets in the United States. Given the timing, it seemed genuine. He had just witnessed news of protests outside the Knicks arena, indicating that the owner was likely feeling overwhelmed. To think the first person he would reach out to in his desperation would be a general manager located far away in Ohio. Quite impressive. This young owner's interest in him was unexpected, and it elicited a flicker of goodwill within Presti. If he valued me, then I shall value him in return. With this thought in mind, he instructed his subordinates, please conduct a thorough simulation of potential trades with the Knicks. We need to ascertain how we can align with the players available on the roster, or suggest those who would complement the Thunder's lineup. To facilitate this, he even summoned head coach Scott Brooks to study the compatibility of Knicks players with the existing Thunder roster. The ideal scenario would be to discover a mutually beneficial arrangement, rather than merely attempting to exploit the new owner like some lesser teams. This directive left his team feeling tense. Was the general manager genuinely serious about simulating trades with the Knicks? It seemed unlikely. However, upon reflection, Brooks and the others acknowledged that although the Knicks lacked superstars, their role players were indeed quite effective, making normal trading a viable consideration. Aside from the 4 primary players, individuals like David Lee, Danilo Gallinari, and Chris Duhon could stand out on their own. Presti mused. Wasn't it said that this new owner was somewhat eccentric? Rest assured, this Jiang fellow was not as irrational as rumored. The dapper middle-aged man stroked his goatee thoughtfully, contemplating which players would best complement Durant and Westbrook. In truth, even the most formidable tycoons often harbor their quirks. Take Elon Musk, for instance. He has taken to venturing into space exploration. Meanwhile, after concluding his call with Presti, Jiang Chao's discussion with David Stern was also reaching its conclusion. Every inquiry posed by Stern had been met with Jiang's well-reasoned responses. Very well, Stern remarked. I will arrange for several media outlets to encourage your fans to exercise patience and refrain from incessantly berating this or that. The atmosphere in major markets has been tainted by such fan behavior. Stern, a staunch supporter of the sport, held a particular disdain for the media environment in Los Angeles, where the number of critics seemed to rival that of the supporters. In a major market, Even the slightest misstep could be magnified exponentially. Jiang Chao was merely exhibiting the enthusiasm typical of a newly appointed official, akin to a street-level director igniting sparks of change. Let us persevere, Boss Jiang. I have only a few years left and wish to witness the resurgence of the Knicks during my tenure. In this moment, David Stern appeared aged, sharing a final cup of tea with Jiang Chao, discussing his insights into the Knicks. He hoped these reflections would provoke thought in Jiang Chao. In the 1990s, the Knicks were indeed a formidable team, boasting the talents of one of the 50 greatest players, Ewing, alongside stalwarts like Starks and Oakley. They once made history by reaching the finals as the 8th seed in 1999. It seems that the miraculous Black 8 upset took away the Knicks' fortune, as their performance in the 21st century has deteriorated. The cause is simple: the management. Jiang Chao nodded, attentively absorbing David's wisdom. The chaos within the Knicks management is notorious throughout the league. Whenever the team falters, they either replace the coach or the general manager. Over the past 2 decades, the Knicks have cycled through 12 head coaches and 7 general managers, most of whom have had disastrous tenures. The constant turnover of coaches has left the team without a clear vision or direction, fostering an atmosphere of anxiety that inevitably led to their poor performance. Years of missing the playoffs have rendered the Knicks unattractive to superstars, which in turn has hindered their recruitment efforts. Yet the ultimate blame lies with the disarray of the management. Stern's remarks struck Jiang Chao profoundly. They seemed prophetic. Indeed, superstars like Irving and Durant showed little interest in joining the Knicks, largely due to the chaotic maneuvers of Dolan that had frightened them away. David Stern offered his final piece of advice: to untie a knot, one must find the one who tied it. If you cannot attract superstars, you must cultivate young talent yourself. This is also a viable approach. Forge ahead, young man. Surely, you aspire to form your own new team. Mr. Stern, your words resonate deeply with me. I yearn to stir a tempest of youth over the skyline of New York City, Jiang Chao affirmed with resolute eyes. Ah, I look forward to it. Shall we share a meal? The two rose and shook hands, Stern smiling kindly. Thank you, but I must head to Kennedy Airport. Jiang Chao adjusted his tie. Very well, I shall not keep you. Please, don't stray too far upon your return, Stern replied. Of course. Do take care of the Knicks as well, CP3, Jiang Chao responded. With a mysterious smile, Stern instructed the driver to take Jiang Chao to the airport. If they were indeed recruiting Bird, he wished it to happen swiftly. Any delay would surely stir unrest among the fans. Mr. President, see you at the draft. Until next time. The meeting between the two titans of New York basketball concluded, leaving many at the NBA headquarters astonished by the harmonious atmosphere. Subsequently, various legends emerged regarding this dialogue. For it was after this conversation that Jiang Chao's remarkable maneuvers truly began. In Indianapolis, Jiang Chao disembarked from the plane, feeling somewhat dazed. It was my first business trip, and I found myself struggling to adapt. Originally, both Lao Lu and Lu Yin intended to accompany me. Considering that Jiang Chao, merely a 19-year-old youth, would face difficulties navigating the world alone. Yet, Jiang Chao boldly ventured forth, arriving in the quaint and unpretentious Indiana. With sincerity in abundance, he attracted considerable media attention, though his destination was not the Pacers arena. Instead, he hailed a taxi bound for Butler University. Without a thought for resting overnight, he noted the evening sky and promptly directed the driver to his destination. Very well. How long will it take? Just over an hour. Unable to contain his impatience, Jiang Chao inquired, Driver, perhaps you have heard of the young commander from this university? Chapter 35, The Enthusiastic Proposal from Space, Rejection of Iverson. Jiang Chao contemplated, seemingly that individual had yet to fully demonstrate his capabilities. There was no need to wait a decade. Within 2 years, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence as the well-known NCAA coach in Indiana. After a brief respite in the car, Jiang Chao activated his phone only to find an overwhelming influx of notifications. It appeared someone had leaked his phone number, as a myriad of calls from various continents inundated him, evidently seeking a trade. Among these, one number persistently rang, accompanied by multiple messages. It was none other than Nate Robinson, affectionately known as Little Potato, along with Harrington and others. It became clear that these four had likely divulged his contact information. A cursory glance at the messages revealed Little Potato's sentiments. Should a trade be in the works, he had several teams he'd prefer to avoid. His final message expressed a fondness for the Knicks, stating his desire to forge a glorious legacy alongside his brothers on the streets of basketball. In essence, he initially projected a tough demeanor, but upon receiving no response from Jiang Chao, trepidation set in. He feared being traded to a lackluster team like the Bobcats. thus squandering an entire season. Players, after all, preferred to squander their time in the vibrant city of New York. Simultaneously, free agent players grew restless, with agents eagerly disseminating news online, probing for offers. This included Allen Iverson, who had parted ways with the traditional Pistons. Jiang Chao observed the unfolding drama with amusement. Once a major market like New York announced plans to clear cap space, the dynamics shifted dramatically. A multitude of role players boldly declared their entry into free agency. In fact, Iverson himself expressed a desire to join the Knicks for a graceful conclusion to his career, prompting Jiang Chao to consider extending him a contract. Orlando media even suggested that Kobe might exercise his player option during the offseason to distract the Lakers, employing every tactic available ahead of the finals. This news brought elation to New York fans. The former premier shooting guard of his era, Iverson, boasted a considerable following, and suddenly, a plethora of fans emerged to advocate for Jiang Chao. Incredible! So this is for Iverson. I belong to the no money, no basketball category. Let us offer him a max contract. I yearn to witness Iverson versus Kobe in the finals. Iverson coming to New York? That changes everything. My apologies, Mr. Jiang. You are absolutely right. This is our Knicks response. The answer will thrive under the New York medical team. Yet, amidst the fervor, it was necessary to recognize the reality. Iverson was no longer in his prime. His playing style had reached its conclusion, and his physique had diminished. What did you say? I'm not listening. Get lost. Amidst this chatter, questions arose about the interest in Jason Kidd, a traditional point guard of the highest caliber. His presence guaranteed playoff contention. Frankly, I still relish the artistry of traditional point guards. Kidd embodied a composure that was captivating. Meanwhile, Scarlett represented a quintessential modern-day fan, easily swayed by sensationalist media narratives. She is now an excited bear, her heart trembling with anticipation as the worries of her hiatus vanish into thin air. Oh my. It turns out Jiang Chao had long been orchestrating Kobe's arrival. For a dual fan like him, this must be sheer ecstasy. Upon reading a report from a verified journalist on Reddit concerning Kobe and the Knicks, her eyes sparkled with hope. Please, dear young man, make sure to bring Kobe to New York. Suddenly, rumors began to swirl, creating an illusion of reality. The pivotal point was that Allen Iverson himself expressed a desire to join the Knicks, openly stating his wish to fight alongside them in front of the media. This was no longer mere insinuation, but a clear declaration. Compared to Little Potato, Iverson's status among New York streetball enthusiasts is almost divine, as they prefer his artistry over Jordan's tactical prowess. Consequently, they have long forgotten about Little Potato, suspending their protests. Whispers spread that New York was clearing space for Iverson, suggesting that his next substantial contract would be with the Knicks. Even insiders began to believe it. Following Jiang Chao's departure, the Knicks management was temporarily overseen by Vice President Dan Toney, who was learning the ropes of general management. His approach was rather straightforward, cautious and stagnant. He would not act without the owner's directive. Liu Yin and Old Liu, however, were unconcerned with these matters. They feared for Jiang Chao's well-being in Indiana, where he claimed to be on a business trip without revealing his true purpose. With various news circulating about the team, they awaited the owner's return for decision-making. Without an official signing, who would dare pursue Iverson? Even Iverson's agent had boldly approached for a contract. In Houston, the towering giant at 2.26 meters, along with his agent Zhang Mingji, pondered how to explain to Jiang Chao, the most influential Chinese sports figure, the necessity of supporting his compatriots. Fans were inquiring about Yu Ming's stance on Jiang Chao's actions, wondering if they were motivated by him. In response, Yao, comfortably settled with the Rockets, outright denied this and offered a heartfelt explanation, clearly demonstrating his good intentions. In New Jersey, within a somewhat tense single apartment, a tall, broad-shouldered man silently packed his belongings. With sculpted features and robust muscles, he was Yi Jianlian, the Chinese player drafted 6th overall in 2007. After the Nets had an early end to their regular season, he had discussed playing time and shooting rights with the management and was preparing to return home for the Asian Championships. At that moment, his agent caught wind of the news about the young Chinese owner and excitedly suggested that he reach out to this compatriot, who would surely look after his own. Yi's experience with the Nets had been less than satisfactory. He primarily performed blue-collar tasks, lacking the opportunity to take shots or have the ball fed to him. The Nets were also struggling in the Eastern Conference, making this season particularly exhausting for him. Would he even want me? He pondered. As he was still bound by his rookie contract without any player option, he gazed into the distance, his only hope resting on Jiang Chao orchestrating a trade to the Knicks. Playing under a fellow countryman would at least ensure a shared language. And he had every reason to believe that Jiang Chao would assist him and provide opportunities. After all, in foreign lands, he and Yao were the only ones. And the Chinese community was known for its solidarity. I have obtained his phone number. Let's give it a try. We are entering a contract year next season, and we must achieve some results. Yi Jianlian's agent is quite anxious, fearing that Jiang Chao may be traded first, leaving the team without resources to acquire Yi, rendering their efforts futile. All right, came Yi Jianlian's characteristically deep voice in response. Though he shares a similar disposition with Yao Ming, disinclined to switch teams, he has already parted ways with the Bucks, who squandered his time. While the Nets are merely a collection of individuals preoccupied with self-promotion, thus, he maintains an open attitude towards leaving the Nets. Moreover, psychologically, he wishes to assist the Chinese owner who has finally acquired the Knicks. This should work. Spacey is not without merit. The call was initiated, and the agent clasped his hands in prayer. While he felt a tinge of nervousness, this was his first conversation with the enigmatic Chinese owner. I'm sorry. The number you dialed is not in service. At that moment, Jiang Chao was on a plane. Subsequently, that call faded amidst the multitude of others, failing to capture Jiang Chao's attention. After 2 attempts, he despondently resumed packing his luggage, feeling an emptiness within. How he longed to converse in Chinese with an NBA owner. It's fine. At worst, we won't return home just yet. Let us go to New York and meet him. He surely wouldn't refuse to see you. The agent exclaimed in frustration. Of course not, he reassured him, confident after his pivotal mid-range shot against Germany last year that had stirred countless fans in the homeland. Let us go. I'll buy the tickets. Yes, I want to help him. Meanwhile, Jiang Chao had responded to a message from Curry. Curry inquired if Jiang Chao was interested in Allen Iverson and speculated that it was his agent who had composed a lengthy explanation regarding Iverson's fallout with the Pistons last season, urging Jiang Chao to consider carefully. The crux of the matter was Iverson's reluctance to be a backup. Everyone understood his style of play, particularly in the same position, where he could hardly showcase himself. Thus, Jiang Chao fired back a message to Curry. Stop worrying about unnecessary things and focus on improving your defense. He thought to himself that he could not wait indefinitely. The defensive liability could not be tolerated on his watch. Historically, it took Curry 2 or 3 years to truly reach all-star caliber, during which he was known for his defensive shortcomings. And Jiang Chao was determined to expedite his rectification of those flaws. Understood. The playful Curry quickly replied, Mind your own business. Jiang Chao would not indulge Curry. The young star could not be coddled. As for Iverson and his associates, Jiang Chao held no interest whatsoever. He directly contacted the head of the newspaper and online department in which he had invested, instructing them to issue a statement for clarification. Who said I wanted Iverson? Boss, we all assumed you did. What do I want? They are all focused on our ample potential. Those individuals are not part of my plans. All right, boss. I will announce the news immediately. Be sure to provide sound reasoning. Jiang Chao composed a message for them, one for the gossip media outlet, the New York International Gazette, and another for the Knicks official website. Following the Stern incident, he became considerably more cautious, feeling the need to offer fans a rationale for every decision, not out of cowardice, but from a fear of squandering time. The Knicks official website conveyed that any potential trades would be discussed only after the arrival of the new general manager, emphasizing that the Knicks were not a suitable fit for Allen Iverson, and thus, they had no intention of pursuing him. This message was articulated with subtlety, essentially suggesting that they could not accommodate such a towering figure. He had no obligation to fall into that trap. This sentiment was also shared by both Little Donnie and Coach Little Beard, who realized that if they were to heed only Iverson's team's claims of his willingness to sacrifice for the Knicks, they would merely be revisiting a scene already witnessed a year prior with the Pistons. Once a player who might have drawn a bid from Jiang Chao a decade ago, Iverson's personal flaws have become increasingly evident over time. This has no bearing on his basketball prowess. It is purely a reflection of his character. Jiang Chao is acutely aware of the reasons behind Iverson's departure from the Pistons, as his ambition was to secure a championship. Initially, Iverson aimed to join the Rockets this year, as they were unlikely to retain Tracy McGrady. He was willing to reduce his salary, estimated at over $10 million. Yet even such a figure was beyond the Rockets' means. The Lakers, too, were not an option, particularly given Iverson's previous superiority over Kobe. Meanwhile, teams like the Jazz and Spurs have also turned their backs on him. The Celtics, with their trio of superstars, seem an unfit destination for him as well. The media has made it abundantly clear that Iverson is better suited for a bench role now. However, His refusal to accept the Pistons' management decisions led him to sit out, resulting in a failure to renew his contract. Only Jiang Chao knows that Iverson ceased playing in 2010, ultimately accepting a one-year, $3.5 million offer from the Memphis Grizzlies. Unfortunately, he played only 2 games, both of which ended in defeat, rendering him akin to a mere mascot. Is it reasonable to forego playing simply due to dissatisfaction with a financial offer? His subsequent visit to China, where he engaged in perfunctory autograph signings, demonstrated a lack of respect for fans, even managing to underperform in the Big Three league. Such a player is not one Jiang Chao would dare to employ. If sentiment could be a currency, he would have already signed with the venerable Russell. The New York International Novel Report featured an article bearing the title "Sentiment Cannot Substitute for Sustenance," a message to Iverson's admirers. The Knicks management breathed a sigh of relief. Signing Iverson would indeed have marked the beginning of a nightmare. They were fully committed to securing Jason Kidd instead. With the prospect of a new general manager on the horizon, everyone felt reassured and decided to refrain from disturbing the owner. "Hey, young man, you've arrived at Butler University." Jiang Chao disembarked, stretching his limbs. Just as he was about to enter the campus, he received a call transferred from Lu Yin. "Boss, Iverson is looking for you. He insists on speaking with you." "Transfer it," Jiang Chao replied, following several foreign ladies into the school. The phone line crackled with Iverson's nonchalant voice. "Boss Jiang, I wish to serve you. What does your website mean? Rejection?" Unfazed, Jiang Chao responded, "I did not reject you. You are the man who outplayed Kobe and bewildered Jordan. I simply do not possess the funds. My apologies. You are the first boss in the world to refuse me. I will remember you." Allen Iverson was in a furious uproar, as events were not unfolding according to script. Logically, being a major draw, one would expect the Knicks, having already hit rock bottom, to select him. There would be future opportunities. Jiang Chao candidly stated a harsh truth. Iverson had spent a season in limbo and emerged with merely a $3.5 million contract. It is worth noting that he is regarded as the most formidable player of the illustrious '96 Golden Generation, and his current plight is entirely self-inflicted, stemming from an improper attitude. "Just wait until I encounter the Knicks." His agent, Gary Moore, was an avaricious man. "You can't even offer $10 million? Not a dime more." Iverson and his agent were incensed. This was an unabashed affront. Jiang Chao remained composed. "I implore you to sign with an Eastern team, so we can engage in a couple of matches. I eagerly anticipate our confrontation." This is a veritable truth. Who wouldn't wish to witness Iverson's dazzling dribbling skills? Iverson retorted, "Then do not expect to sign, kid. It matters not. We respect you, but we fear no one. Haven't you all crowned yourselves as deities? Then I shall come to slay the gods." The line went dead. Iverson had furiously slammed the phone down. Gary Moore and his team were left in stunned silence. How could someone willing to spend $1.9 billion on a team be so miserly as to deny Iverson a mere $10 million? If this conversation were to leak, fans would go wild. What kind of lunatic is he, and what are his intentions? It is known that many mid-tier players now command salaries exceeding $10 million. Yet Jiang Chao viewed this as being worth less than a single dollar? Surely, this owner had never witnessed Iverson's offensive prowess. At Iverson's home, a throng of young followers gathered, eagerly awaiting him to splurge on sneakers and recreational substances, while the Reebok vice president departed with a headache. If Iverson cannot find a new team, how will their sneakers continue to sell? However, the young Knicks owner had a keen insight, understanding Iverson's character. He realized that if he were to move to New York, he would be surrounded by even more hangers-on, leaving little focus on the game. Gary Moore disregarded all of this, opting to slander him relentlessly. At this moment, Jiang Chao felt no regret for having declined the answer. He was in search of the ultimate weapon to slay the gods, his ideal Knicks head coach. With this thought, he lowered his cap and approached a nearby young woman, gently inquiring, "Excuse me, do you know Brad Stevens?" Chapter 36. The young commander has arrived. "You are my head coach." Dallas, Texas. In the office of the Mavericks management, the decision of Jiang Chao to refuse Allen Iverson has left many astonished. Are they foregoing ticket sales as well as the choice of head coach? The managers are abuzz with speculation. The Texas Sports Journal openly questions Jiang Chao's acumen in basketball operations. Yet the NBA's official site reassures fans that the Knicks are in pursuit of managerial talent, alleviating some pressure from the Knicks. Insiders believe Jiang Chao possesses a sound mind. However, the Knicks' omission of Jason Kidd from their plans raises eyebrows. Meanwhile, Mavericks president Mark Cuban and head coach Rick Carlisle are embroiled in a heated argument. As one of the three Texas powerhouses aiming for a championship, the Mavericks were ruthlessly eliminated by the Nuggets in the semifinals, prompting several meetings to strategize for the upcoming season. With Kidd opting out of his contract, disputes arise between Cuban and Carlisle regarding contract renewals. Cuban desires to retain Kidd and sign free agent Rasheed Wallace to create a space-oriented team, while Carlisle advocates for a departure from the status quo, believing that the aging Kidd should be replaced with fresh talent. He suggests trading future cash and draft picks to acquire promising rookie guards to serve as Kidd's successor, even proposing a deal with the Knicks for their offensive guard, Nate Robinson, or playmaking guard Chris Duhon, determined to improve the team's performance for the next season. Carlisle feels bold enough to disregard the significance of draft positions, having reviewed tapes of all the rookies, including Evans, Curry, and Harden, whose styles he admires. He even suggests swapping Marion for Harrington with the Knicks, a notion that irks Cuban, who has always prioritized players above all else. His past choices between Luka Doncic and a head coach illustrate his unwavering commitment to his favorite players. Carlisle, with his academic background, is a coach who insists on aligning the roster with his tactical vision. Their exchange in the office is filled with heated exchanges, as Cuban has always been the final decision-maker. Over the years, Carlisle has rarely impeded Cuban's directives. However, after being thoroughly defeated by the Nuggets, Cuban feels the need for new blood rather than continuing with his traditional point guard philosophy. When Cuban hears Carlisle suggest he might need to invest $5 million to facilitate a trade for Evans, he erupts, declaring, "Either we act, or you can leave. These players can adapt under any coach." Carlisle, who resides in New York, retorts, "Then I shall submit my resume to the Knicks." Meanwhile, at Butler University, oh dear, that handsome head coach, he must be at the sinker gym. The foreign girl turns and, upon seeing Jiang Chao's striking features, pauses momentarily, alluringly twisting her body. "How do I get to that gym? I shall lead you there. By the way, what is your major?" Beside her, her close friend also blinked in surprise. Butler University, with its modest enrollment of fewer than 4,000 students, is a small institution where the campus beauties are readily apparent. Suddenly, the appearance of a dashing Asian gentleman clad in high-end fashion was undeniably striking. The Armani, Givenchy, and Rolex sports department, please take me there first. I shall treat you to milk tea. No wonder it's so elevated. By the way, we have a party tonight. Would you like to accompany me? Jiang Chao was utterly perplexed. Indeed, the atmosphere at this school was markedly different. Yet, why were the foreign girls so loquacious? "You need not accompany us," he asserted. Suddenly, a towering 2-meter-tall Caucasian student, donned in headphones, emerged from the teaching building, skillfully dribbling a basketball while tossing his hair. His visage struck Jiang Chao as somewhat familiar, prompting him to hastily distance himself from the chatty girls. Double standards abound. "Surely, you do not harbor an affection for men? The coach, Brad Stevens, whom you mentioned, is undeniably handsome, and he is our idol." The group hurriedly approached, creating a bit of a commotion. Jiang Chao felt slightly dizzy from the chaos, but pressed on to catch up with the slender, tall Caucasian boy. "Wait a moment, ladies. The one dribbling ahead is the star of our school basketball team. Let us follow him to the Sinker Gymnasium." "Goodness, slow down." The man ahead was practicing rapid dribbling, prompting Jiang Chao to break into a light jog. However, being an athletic enthusiast himself, he decided to unfasten the top button of his shirt, fully embracing the run. As he jogged, he contemplated how to recruit this remarkable young commander. Indeed, his purpose for coming to Butler University was to recruit a head coach. Subsequently, there are plans to recruit a general manager in Texas. Thus, if his extended business trip proves successful, it will directly complete the entire management team. The reason for selecting the head coach first lies in the necessity for the coach to be the initial recipient of knowledge regarding the existing players in the compatible formation. This understanding enables him to conduct a thorough analysis of tactics in advance. He intends to provide this new head coach with ample preparation time, as the head coach is the most crucial element of the triad. In simple terms, it is ultimately the coaching staff that drives the team's success. Jiang Chao can only exert influence at the operational level concerning player management. However, it is the head coach who directly confronts the team daily, addressing issues, formulating tactical strategies, and determining the roles and playing time of each player, just as he would not attend the player's physical assessments. Viewing it as a trivial and time-consuming endeavor, it is improbable for him to take on the dual role of head coach. At most, he might discuss some advanced tactics that are renowned in subsequent eras, but when it comes to pursuing every detail and in-game adjustments, it is essential to have a professional in that role. The rationale behind demoting D'Antoni to an assistant coach is quite straightforward. Jiang Chao understands that the lineup he envisions for the future is not one that D'Antoni is equipped to coach. He requires an unrestrained, youthful vigor to realize his dream of player combinations. D'Antoni intends to utilize a point guard, yet the team cannot solely rely on guard C. Each profession has its specialization. Thus, he sought out the young coach. A few days prior, he perused the resumes of potential candidates. And upon discovering that Coach Stevens was not among them, he felt compelled to personally extend an invitation. Despite the peculiarities of the Knicks roster, the allure of the head coach position is undeniably enticing to many. After all, this is the Knicks, an organization that never lacks for candidates. Save for the discerning eye of Jiang Chao, numerous esteemed coaches have expressed their eagerness to join the Knicks, seeking lucrative opportunities. The aim is for Jiang Chao to offer a generous salary. Many of these candidates hail from assistant coaching or analytical roles within NBA teams, as well as some from NCAA programs. For some assistants, contracts are merely a formality. They earn salaries without binding agreements. And if they were to transition to head coach positions in the NBA, no one would stand in their way, as such moves enhance the stature of their respective teams. Look, even the larger markets are poaching talent from us. Jiang Chao is acutely aware of their aspirations, much like the eager rookies yearning to revive the Knicks. Coaches who truly understand the game are keen to lead a team like the Knicks. Given the team's current reputation, any success would elevate them to the status of heroes. A lower starting point often translates to diminished pressure. For those seeking a hidden gem, Jiang Chao has instructed Xiaodongni to convey a singular message. Our goal is the championship. Contracts are 5 years in duration, with base salaries and bonuses. Only those with true courage need apply. His words are not a blanket rejection, but rather a means to filter out the unqualified. Talented individuals with ambition are wholeheartedly welcomed, even if they are unfamiliar to him. The base salary is akin to that of an ordinary employee, yet bonuses for victories can be substantial. For instance, if the team achieves 50 wins in a season, a bonus of $2 million would be awarded, comparable to the annual salaries of many esteemed coaches. Moreover, there exists a stipulation from Jiang Chao. Should the team lose 6 consecutive games, the coach must resign voluntarily. If, after 6 games, they cannot devise a winning strategy with Jiang Chao's assembled roster, they may take their leave. He also hopes to identify some passionate assistant coaches, whether they wish to be head coaches or trainers. However, he soon discovers that no one is submitting resumes, and those esteemed coaches see no need to apply to the Knicks. Ultimately, it falls upon Jiang Chao to take the initiative. He believes that the promising young coaches will acquiesce to his established rules. As he makes his way through the expansive campus, he finds it oddly deserted. The girl behind him has long since disappeared, while the boy ahead slows down, removing his headphones as he prepares to enter a building resonating with the sound of basketballs being dribbled. Ah, have we arrived? Jiang Chao muses as he observes a student scanning their card to enter the gym. He quickly calls out, "Hey, could you swipe me in? I need to get inside." The towering student turns around and replies nonchalantly, "Sorry, but the varsity team is training tonight. Outsiders aren't allowed." Jiang Chao is momentarily taken aback by the familiar visage before him. Is that Hayward? Although he appears considerably leaner than during his NBA days, his striking features and height remain unmistakable. Calmly, Jiang Chao removes his cap and responds with a smile, "I'm not an outsider. Perhaps next year I might select you for our team." Hayward, taken aback, initially wonders what this young man is up to. Upon encountering the familiar visage of the esteemed Mr. Jiang, a well-known figure in the basketball realm, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, you are? Triple X." He even uttered an expletive, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He pondered how Jiang Chao had suddenly materialized at their university. Has he played this game so much that he barely recognized him? They were acquainted, yet this was their first encounter in person, which felt utterly surreal. The anxious yet exhilarated Hayward, who was currently strapped for cash, realized this could be his future benefactor. Both of them were of similar age, with Jiang Chao having been born merely 7 days prior to Hayward, allowing their conversation to flow effortlessly. Hayward promptly swiped his card to let Jiang in, who purchased 2 grilled sausages from a vendor, handing one to him. "Hayward, here's one for you." At that moment, the first-year student Hayward was overwhelmed with excitement, hardly able to articulate his emotions. What a joke. The owner of the Knicks had appeared in Indiana and even called out his name. This was more effective than any scout or manager. He mused whether the owner was in search of him in advance, especially since he had mentioned the possibility of becoming colleagues next year. As he accepted the sausage, lost in his thoughts, A stern voice echoed through the arena. "Hey, Gordon, what are you doing? You're late." Apologizing for arriving late after class. It was evident that Hayward held great respect for the dapper man in the gray t-shirt and belted trousers. "Didn't we say outsiders weren't allowed?" asked the man, who was in his 30s with short, golden hair and a youthful appearance, noticing the out-of-place Jiang Chao standing beside Hayward. Just as Hayward was about to provide an explanation, Jiang Chao stepped into the arena, drawing the attention of many who were captivated by the handsome young star. After all, this was Butler University's standout player, the promising freshman Hayward. However, Jiang Chao's next words sent shockwaves through the venue. "Hello, Mr. Coach. I am Jiang Chao." The man momentarily failed to respond, furrowing his brow in confusion. What was happening? A freshman aspiring to join the basketball team? Yet, the players more attuned to basketball news erupted with excitement, their enthusiasm palpable. "Jiang Chao. I am a fan. That captivating owner trending on forums. Superdog. No, Super Brother." Jiang Chao's following statement set the arena ablaze. "Mr. Stevens, I cordially invite you to become the head coach of the New York Knicks." Chapter 37. This resume, I believe it's from a transmigrator. The basketball assistants at Butler University picked up their phones to capture the scene unfolding before them. Two young men exchanged glances across the court, flanked by the somewhat awkward presence of Butler University's most formidable forward, Hayward. Wow, an exclusive invitation. In front of the Butler University team, the owner personally came to recruit. Such a spectacle had never been witnessed before. Coach Stevens was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of the new owner from the Big Apple and understood the gravity of his words. This meant that the long vacant position of the Knicks head coach was being offered to him. At the tender age of 33, the young coach could not suppress his excitement. He swallowed hard, gazing at Jiang Chao, who was smiling expectantly and felt as though he were in a dream. Wait a moment." He turned to Hayward and the others, instructing, "Let us have some free practice first. I need to converse with our esteemed guest. Go ahead, Coach Brad. Congratulations on your promotion. Let us go. Good luck, Coach." "Jiang, you've got the right person. New York awaits." The students were even more thrilled than the young coach himself, clearly appreciating his character, and they cheered enthusiastically. Hayward was the most astonished, realizing that Jiang Chao had come specifically for his coach. Although he felt a tinge of reluctance, he approached Stevens, embracing him and patting his shoulder. "Young coach, your time to shine has arrived. This is your stage." Some seniors were moved to tears, having spent 4 precious years together. Meanwhile, Coach Stevens gestured for Jiang Chao to follow him. "Mr. Jiang, my apologies for not welcoming you properly. Shall we speak in the conference room?" "Of course," Jiang Chao replied. The two entered a modest conference room adjacent to the gymnasium. The players, now lacking the focus for free practice, quietly tossed the ball while straining to eavesdrop on the conversation as the campus forum buzzed with the astonishing news. This small university had suddenly welcomed a guest valued at $2 billion from New York. Jiang Chao wasted no time. Stating his purpose directly, he intended to invite Butler University's head basketball coach to take the reins of the Knicks. Precise and decisive. "Allow me to finish my sausage first." After savoring his snack, Jiang Chao turned to the vibrant-eyed young coach, feeling a mix of calmness and excitement. The man before him, who would later become a suave figure commanding from the sidelines and eventually a general manager for the Celtics, was now pouring him a glass of mineral water. The conditions were modest. There were no fine teas that the owner favored. The young coach smiled gently, a smile that would later captivate many female fans during his tenure, as he faced the inevitable challenges of coaching with that very same grace. "No worries, there will be plenty of opportunities for that. I have some excellent tea back home." His every gesture resonated with Jiang Chao's vision of the ideal coach he sought. Such a refined and charming young man, like a graceful willow swaying in the breeze. Coupled with his impressive resume, he embodies the essence of a man with a systematic approach. His connection with basketball is akin to that of Jiang Chao. It commenced with a profound passion, devoid of any NCAA experience, and he graduated with a degree in economics from DePaul University. Perhaps due to his background in economics, he meticulously calculated his coaching strategies for each player. After graduation, he ventured into the pharmaceutical industry, seemingly distancing himself from any basketball-related career. However, in a remarkable turn of events at the dawn of the millennium, he resigned from his role as the marketing operations director at Eli Lilly to join Butler University as an unpaid basketball volunteer. His ardor for basketball surpassed all expectations, enabling him to undertake endeavors that many contemporary individuals would shy away from, resigning, listening to Blue Lotus, and pursuing his dreams. It is challenging to attribute Stevens' success merely to fortune. If one were to begin watching game footage at the tender age of 6, take their date to a basketball game, and abandon a formal job to become an unpaid basketball volunteer, perhaps they too could realize the aspiration of coaching an NBA team. Boss Jiang, have you heard of me? This revelation caught him off guard. He was acutely aware of Jiang Chao's remarkable story, which had been relayed to him by fervent female fans who had unveiled his background. Had he not been a family man, those fans would have been even more fervent. Following his resignation, Stevens resided in a friend's basement, juggling volunteer duties while working at a restaurant to sustain himself. By a stroke of luck, an opportunity arose for a coordinator position within Butler University's basketball operations, which Stevens seized with fervor. His commitment to this role was tremendous. He was insatiable, dedicating 14 hours each day to reviewing game footage and strategizing. It wasn't long before he caught the attention of the then head coach of Butler University, earning a promotion to assistant coach within a year. The subsequent events are known to many fans, while some remain exclusive to Jiang Chao. Between 2007 and 2013, Stevens served as the head coach of Butler University, boasting an impressive win rate of 77-2. He led the Bulldogs to consecutive appearances in the NCAA championship game in 2010 and 2011. Although they fell short in both instances, the significance for the institution was monumental. Notably, in the 2010 NCAA championship, Butler lost to Duke University by a mere 2 points. Despite being a small school with just over 4,000 students, while Duke and the University of Connecticut are renowned basketball powerhouses, Stevens became the youngest head coach to lead a team to the NCAA Final Four since Bob Knight in 1973, and the youngest to reach the championship game since 1940. Consequently, he earned a new moniker among Indiana fans, the Young Marshal. Jiang Chao first became aware of him not during his tenure as the Celtics head coach, but rather while watching the thrilling conclusion of March Madness 10 years prior, when Gordon Hayward's last second half-court attempt fell short, resulting in a loss to Duke. Stevens is not only a legend at Butler University but also a beacon of hope for the entire NCAA. Subsequently, he was invited by Ainge to join the Celtics. Ainge, though not particularly esteemed for his character, possesses an exceptional eye for talent, as he offered this individual, the second youngest head coach in the league, a 6-year contract valued at $20 million. Thus commenced the Celtics' path to revival, which is precisely why Jiang Chao desired to select him. In 2017, Stevens ascended to the role of head coach for the Eastern Conference All-Star team and led the Celtics to secure the top seed in the Eastern Conference during the 2016-17 regular season. In the 2017-18 season, despite the absence of key players Kyrie Irving and Gordon Hayward, Stevens still guided the team to the Eastern Conference Finals. Remarkably, aside from his first season, he successfully led the team to the playoffs during every season of his contract. However, one must consider the caliber of players he had at his disposal. Lacking a trio of superstars, he had only the league's shortest all-star, Hayward, who unfortunately suffered a season-ending injury in his first game. Yet Stevens managed to lead the team to the finals, a testament to his exceptional capability. Jiang Chao greatly admires his strengths, particularly his affinity for unearthing new talent and nurturing potential players. He has an extraordinary talent for crafting excellence from limited resources. In other words, Stevens maximized the potential of a group of non-stars, mirroring the success he had achieved during his collegiate coaching career. In his second year at the helm, the Celtics underwent 11 trades orchestrated by Ainge, resulting in 25 player exchanges, and even as Ainge prepared for a rebuild, Stevens remarkably propelled the team to a 7th-place finish in the East. Jiang Chao has a vivid impression of those players. Turner, whom Jiang Chao once deemed incapable of fulfilling the role of a second overall pick, astonishingly recorded 3 triple-doubles in a season, despite having 0 in his first 4 seasons in the NBA. Jordan Crawford, a headstrong shooter, was transformed into an offensive orchestrator under Stevens, significantly improving his passing skills. The subsequent emergence of Isaiah Thomas, who became the king of the fourth quarter and earned an All-Star nod, further exemplifies Stevens' impact. As for Hayward, the reason he is so obedient to Stevens is that he considers him his benefactor. During a county-level game, a 6 feet 3 inches player executed a left-handed dunk after a steal, and this young man was a tennis athlete. Stevens recognized Hayward's latent potential, as well as his remarkable competitiveness and intellect, which was evident in his passion for video games. Hayward confided to Stevens that if he were not to pursue basketball, he aspired to become an engineer. Yet, Stevens has always held a steadfast belief in his ability to ignite a passion for basketball in others. This conviction has ultimately shaped Hayward into the NCAA's premier white small forward. At this juncture, the media described the head coach from Butler University, discovered by Jiang Chao, as one who is disciplined, selfless, and emphasizes fundamental skills and defense. Former Butler head coach Barry Collier expressed his excitement during a local media interview, stating that Stevens elevated the team's culture to new heights, and he is undoubtedly capable of thriving as an NBA-level coach. I am convinced of this, and I firmly believe that following his departure, Butler University's basketball program will face a decline. Unbeknownst to the two individuals, the world outside had already been abuzz with news of boss Jiang Chao's audacious initial move. Instead of seeking out Kid or attending a Lakers game, he had chosen to venture to the remote Butler University. Stevens finally composed himself and inquired of Jiang Chao. Boss Jiang, I have a few questions I wish to pose. May I? Of course, came the reply. Just then, Stevens' phone began to ring. Chapter 38, The Overstepping Little Donnie in the 38th chapter. We find ourselves with little Donnie Stevens, who awkwardly scratched his head after forgetting to silence his phone while conversing with his superior, a grave mistake indeed. No worries. Go ahead and answer, his superior suggested. Upon connecting the call, it became apparent that little Donnie was of a similar age to Stevens, previously a scout for the Knicks. He had visited Butler University on numerous occasions, thus establishing a certain camaraderie between them. Little Donnie wasted no time showering Stevens with congratulations, an emblem of the mutual respect often shared among young men. As a scout, he was well aware of the prowess of this NCAA prodigy, a coach who had triumphed over numerous elite institutions like UCLA and Kentucky, leading a school of merely 4,000 students to astonishing victories against storied NCAA programs. He went on to praise their owner's keen judgment, acknowledging that while it might seem premature for Stevens to assume the head coach position, it was certainly a bold move worth pursuing. However, little Donnie overlooked a crucial detail: the pervasive influence of modern technology, which meant that Stevens had yet to formally accept the role. Your owner is still present, and I have yet to make a decision. The atmosphere froze instantaneously. Jiang Chao signaled for speaker mode and remarked, Little Donnie, is there not enough to discuss? Upon hearing his boss's voice, little Donnie was startled, exclaiming, Boss. No. I am genuinely thrilled. Coach Stevens has a remarkable talent for nurturing new players. You could indeed choose Curry and then select a big man in the second round, emulating the OK model. Jiang Chao replied in a cold tone, Mind your words. You are the deputy director of human resources, not a manager or a scout. These matters are not for you to comment on. Startled, little Donnie realized he had overstepped his bounds and meekly apologized. I will hang up immediately. This reaction earned him Stevens' respect. Here was a young owner, not yet 20, who could command little Donnie's compliance. Reminiscent of how he would discipline Hayward and the others, emphasizing the importance of decorum during business matters. The Human Resources Department should focus solely on its designated tasks. While congratulatory calls were permissible, meddling in managerial affairs constituted an overreach. Wait a moment, please have old Lou prepare a long-term head coaching contract and fax it over. Jiang instructed. Certainly. This was indeed his rightful duty. Once the call ended, he hurried off to find old Lou. Let us proceed. Jiang Chao gestured for Stevens to continue his inquiries. To his surprise, Jiang, the owner, was far more stern than the media had portrayed. I never anticipated such severity from the owner. The news painted him as weak and erratic, yet this seems entirely misleading, Stevens mused. In discussing the head coach contract, he wondered who else at this institution could possibly fulfill such a role besides himself. However, a lingering curiosity plagued him. He had never encountered or heard of this owner before. What led him to be so resolute in his choice? Despite this uncertainty, he recognized his own understanding of basketball, having watched game footage since the age of 6. Although Stevens felt a surge of excitement, he was equally aware of his unfamiliarity with Jiang Chao, eager to discern whether this owner was truly aligned with his vision. After all, making such a significant decision was no trivial matter. His mother is a professor at Butler University, and his delightful daughter along with his beautiful wife thrive in a harmonious life. The team is performing exceptionally well, with aspirations for the NCAA championship next year. At this moment, venturing out brings a genuine sense of reluctance, aside from financial considerations. He is also aware that the remuneration from an NBA head coach would exceed his current earnings here by more than tenfold. So, I ask you, Mr. Jiang Chao. Today you declined Allen Iverson. What are your thoughts on him and Jason Kidd? Jiang Chao succinctly replied, I do not indulge in sentimentality. There are numerous talented guards in this year's draft. I have no need to invest heavily in past prime players. I am no fan of empty shots from open guards. As for Kid, perhaps due to the failures of later generations in the hoopoo community, Jiang Chao has always found him lacking. This may indeed reflect a superficial understanding of basketball, but it matters little. He is simply a young man who enjoys playing 2K and appreciates players who possess exceptional skills capable of overpowering their opponents at any position. This blunt response exudes the essence of a true leader, earning Jiang Chao a silent commendation from Stevens. A leader must embody such clarity, eschewing pretense. It is far more alarming when one engages in covert machinations. So may I inquire? This year, which rookie do you wish to select? Stephen Curry could be considered one. Why? Do you not harbor any dislike for him? The NBA, unlike your NCAA, operates as a substantial enterprise, inevitably rife with deception and intrigue. I can unequivocally inform you that he ranks among the top 3 for Rookie of the Year this year. Historically, during the latter part of the season, Curry surged forward, surpassing young LeBron James, ultimately securing the second position behind Evans for the Rookie of the Year award. Stevens inhaled sharply, taken aback by the sudden decisiveness. He recalled the images from the tryouts where Jiang Chao and Jordan Hill were engaged in fervent conversation. However, he considered Jordan Hill to be the least suited for this era. It is a time that either favors the robust or players like Bosh, who can shoot from the interior. Although Jordan Hill possesses talent, his lack of shooting skills and slender physique may dominate in the NCAA, but in the NBA, it leaves much to be desired. Jiang Chao shrugged, noting that the NCAA operates under a singular narrative. As long as you maintain good relations with a 5-star high school recruit, you can easily bring them on board. All right. Stevens was merely probing, for he was aware that Curry had trained with them once during this year's NCAA season, leaving a profound impression on him with his youthful visage. He could hardly fathom that the Knicks owner had allowed Curry to slip away. It now appeared that the owner was quite the performer, having deceived everyone. This is the final question, Jiang Chao interjected with a smile, not permitting him to inquire further. Indeed, Stevens managed a faint smile. It was evident that his superior would not permit him to continue inquiring indefinitely. Thus, he posed the question that had been weighing most heavily on his mind. Why did you come to me first? You could have easily approached the general manager and had him reach out to me. Surely, it was not necessary for you to come personally? Chapter 39, Signing the Young Commander. The storm of youth approaches. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chao could not help but chuckle. What an intriguing question. It was one he could only respond to with a semblance of deceit. This matter relates closely to Stevens from before his time travel. The actual reason is that the position of general manager is relatively inconsequential, as Stevens is entirely capable of fulfilling that role himself. In 2022, upon Ainge's retirement, head coach Stevens ascended to the position of president of basketball operations, allowing him to truly spread his wings. During his tenure with the Celtics, to some extent, Stevens may have been hindered by the success of his initial years. In his second and third years, following Isaiah Thomas leading this eclectic group into the playoffs, free agents began to express interest in joining the Celtics, such as Al Horford, who no one anticipated would sign with the team, and Durant, who included the Celtics in his final list of teams. The ensuing summer saw Stevens reuniting with his protege Gordon Hayward and, in late August, acquiring Kyrie Irving through a trade. These moves were not what Stevens had envisioned. He preferred the tranquility of his first year, nurturing a roster of rookies. This ambition was rather at odds with the desires of general manager Danny Ainge, who favored assembling a roster of superstars. While the Celtics' ultimate aim remained victory, it was evident that their approaches diverged significantly. The roster under Stevens was frequently in flux due to Ainge's trades and injuries. This became particularly clear after Stevens assumed the role of general manager, where he methodically and steadily enhanced the team's strength. Stevens adeptly utilized trade exceptions to acquire Josh Richardson and secured Dennis Schroeder on a bargain with the mid-level exception. 7 months later, he executed a trade involving several first-round picks and some players to bring in Derek White and Daniel Tice. Before Jiang Chao's arrival, this trade transformed the Celtics from the 11th seed in the East to the top position. He possessed a clear understanding of the team's needs and collaborated exceptionally well with the then head coach Udoka. The players acquired by the Celtics were neither superstars nor even close to being stars. Yet they were precisely the type of players Stevens would have sought to recruit during his coaching tenure. Although some criticized him for overpaying in trades, others praised his ability to swiftly and judiciously integrate players he admired into the team. These principles resonated with Jiang Chao, who recognized that these players would eventually evolve into stars, even if they were presently unremarkable. Stevens had a knack for developing the players he valued. Critics lamented the supposed incompatibility of the dual star players, yet Jiang Chao understood that their playing styles and temperaments could coexist, which solidified the Celtics' stability. Thus, a question arises. Why did Jiang Chao not allow Stevens to take on the more significant responsibility of general manager? Jiang Chao had entertained this notion, envisioning a collaboration with the original coach Udoka. However, as fate would have it, the future Celtics head coach Udoka was still playing for the Spurs at this juncture. After 4 years, Udoka became an assistant coach for the Spurs, and subsequently, in 2021, he ascended to the role of head coach for the Celtics. This transformation from Udoka to coach Udoka reflects his considerable prowess as a young coach within the Spurs lineage. It is indeed challenging to recruit talent who have not yet retired. Rather, it is nearly impossible. Thus, it is prudent for Stevens to thrive in the position he knows best. It would be splendid for him to become the Knicks version of Auerbach. In the presence of the young coach, Jiang Chao could not hold back his thoughts, stating, I recognize your tactical genius, so I shall afford you ample time to prepare our team-esque strategies, for that is the pathway to strength. Stevens took this to heart, and it appeared that the owner genuinely sought to craft a unique roster. Such youthful coaches are bound to bring forth innovative ideas. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chao launched his own remarks. In truth, the book Influence elucidates this concept. Even a teacher with decades of experience may not possess superior teaching skills compared to a newly appointed young educator. After all, veteran coaches often remain ensconced in their comfort zones, adhering to traditional methods. Clearly, the minds of the youth are more agile, steering the vehicle of progress more judiciously. This is precisely why I chose you. At just over 30, while I am merely 20, let us together conjure a tempest of youthful vigor in the NBA. Jiang Chao's words profoundly moved Stevens. What a remarkable young patron he was. He was promptly elevated to the position of NBA head coach, a gesture of trust and anticipation. I shall offer you a 5-year contract, the owner proclaimed, with an annual salary of $1 million and bonuses for victories and championships. Such sincerity. If a 1-year contract merely serves as a trial, a 5-year commitment signifies genuine intent. I accept your offer, Stevens replied, but I must consult my family first. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Jiang Chao reassured him. Your family can relocate to New York. I have already arranged a 3-bedroom apartment for you in Manhattan. Jiang Chao had meticulously planned this, securing several luxurious apartments for recruitment purposes even before his business trip. He was determined to invest wisely, ensuring that every core employee received local property to foster stability and morale. Moreover, he allocated spacious accommodations for the head coach and general manager, clearly indicating that their families could comfortably reside with them. This sweetened deal was indeed generous. Even celestial beings might be tempted. It is worth noting that the young coach had made countless promises to his hometown never to leave Butler for other schools. However, the allure of an NBA position was altogether different, causing him to waver. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, Stevens said, his spirit lifted. As the owner had even arranged housing for them, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. To be candid, there are at least 2,000 coaches in North America with a similar status, yet only 30 head coaches in the NBA, with a handful of them firmly entrenched in their roles. Choosing him is indeed a privilege of the highest order. With this thought, his face flushed with excitement as he rose to bow and shake hands with Jiang Chao. I am grateful for your trust, Boss Jiang. Would you care to join me for dinner at my home? I shall inquire right away. No need for that. You two should have a good conversation. After all, this is a significant decision in life, leaving one's beloved hometown for at least 5 years. I understand. Jiang Chao himself had not returned to China in a year, and the pangs of nostalgia occasionally welled up within him. Hence, he thoughtfully suggested that the young commander relocate to the bustling metropolis, which seemed far more appealing. The educational opportunities and social circles for children are undoubtedly superior to those in smaller towns, and with the head coach's salary, one can comfortably reside in New York. Very well, there are numerous culinary delights at the school. Just mention my name, and I shall reimburse you. Stevens quickly gathered his phone and wallet. Striding out of the conference room, delegating the team's training to his assistant coach, he dashed out of the arena, ignoring the calls of the players beckoning him. Fearing that his unshed tears might betray his emotions, he dreaded the thought of relinquishing this hard-won opportunity for advancement because of them. After all, these were the children he had watched grow up. Chapter 40. Can Hayward be acquired? Jiang Chao leisurely exited the conference room, hands clasped behind his back. In a buoyant mood, he took a seat in the audience, watching the Butler University basketball team train while awaiting Stevens. The assistant coaches hurriedly signaled to the players. After all, this was the presence of an elite, top-tier scout on the sidelines. Surely, they needed to elevate their performance. The players diligently practiced their fundamentals, executing dribbling and shooting drills with precision, starkly contrasting with the dynamic style later exhibited by the young coach's teams like the high-flying Tatum and Jaylen Brown. It was evident that for players of ordinary talent to ascend to greater heights, they must undergo rigorous foundational training. The NBA is a haven for prodigious talents. And within the Butler University basketball program, only Hayward had made it to the NBA in recent years. This illustrates the remarkable prowess of Stevens, who managed to lead a group of under-talented players to consecutive finals appearances. Jiang Chao applauded Hayward's impressive dunk. The others, however, paled in comparison. The signing of Coach Stevens was merely a matter of time. No young coach would turn down an opportunity to accept a head coach contract personally delivered by the owner. The first sparks of excitement had finally ignited. From the moment he received the call from Little Donnie, he knew the news had already spread through the players' phones across the network. This was inconsequential. He was assured he would not regret it. What of bringing him to the NBA 3 years early? It merely allowed for his shortcomings to be addressed. Otherwise, had he basked in NCAA honors, he might not have altered certain tactical systems. Despite the youthful vigor in the ATO, after timeout, strategies that even Popovich had emulated, the young coach had his flaws. One significant issue was that the cleverness of ATOs diminished once the opposing teams thoroughly studied them. The legendary Spurs coach, Popovich, candidly admitted that he had borrowed numerous tactics from Stevens, as they were exceptionally effective. This sentiment was echoed by fans like Jiang Chao, who noted that nearly every timeout led to successful scoring for the Celtics. Moreover, in critical moments of games, Stevens' guidance often resulted in clutch plays for the Green Team. In recent seasons, however, his cleverness had backfired. He had grown reluctant to call timeouts, preferring to save them for the end, potentially missing opportunities as players on the court could not maintain such composure indefinitely. It was essential to call timeouts when necessary. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. The primary issue lay in his adherence to a collegiate coaching style characterized by egalitarianism, which diminished the role of star players. This approach bore some resemblance to the Spurs. Yet the Spurs did not diminish the impact of their stars. Instead, some contributions were not reflected in the statistics, making them seem less than superstars. Following Irving's arrival, the young coach failed to designate him as the unequivocal leader, attempting to develop the dual stars while still seeking victories. As a result, Irving saw little opportunity to receive the ball in critical moments, which left him dissatisfied, leading to his departure once his contract expired. Yet, Jiang Chao understood that egalitarianism was ill-suited for the NBA. The league is a battleground resolved by superstars. If one star is insufficient, then gather several. Of course, there were numerous other flaws, and Jiang Chao had observed fans discussing various points from the sidelines. It is akin to self-criticism, indeed. At merely over 30, Stevens is younger than several seasoned veterans in the league. His demeanor leans towards the gentle, seldom raising his voice on the court, which does not conform to a hawkish style. This can easily lead to challenges in managing the locker room, as Smart has been reported to have erupted in anger multiple times regarding playoff issues, with Stevens failing to intervene. When Smart becomes heated, he may confront others. Yet Stevens does not react with the ferocity of later coaches like Kerr or Fizdali. Instead, he consistently gestures towards calming the situation. Naturally, Jiang Chao intends to mitigate these issues by meticulously selecting assistant coaches to ensure a comprehensive coaching staff. The players he desires, such as Harden and Curry, alongside other guards, are precisely the type Stevens excels at cultivating. The dynamic duo has already proven their capabilities, so what is there to fear about Curry flourishing under his guidance? Just proceed with confidence. Overall, as Jiang Chao articulated, youthful minds offer greater flexibility and a more judicious steering of the vehicle. Appointing a young coach as head coach aligns perfectly with his needs, as his philosophies may elude the comprehension of older coaches. As practice concluded, Hayward excitedly approached Jiang with a bottle of water, taking a seat beside him. "Boss, have our coaches agreed?" "Almost there. Without the young coach next year, you must strive harder." Had it not been for Jiang Chao's recruitment, Hayward would have likely dominated under the young coach's lead, charging into the conference finals and competing with the Golden Bomber, Singler, for the title of the NCAA's top white small forward. Thus, this future player capable of single-handedly defending against LeBron would become a lottery pick next year. If the draft registration had not closed, Jiang Chao might have encouraged the freshman Hayward to enter the draft, potentially unearthing a gem, especially since his draft position would not be too high this year. Alas, the registration has concluded, which is unfortunate. A dynamic forward like Hayward is precisely what the Knicks lack, while Gallinari can occasionally be tenacious. He generally prefers to float outside and shoot without contact. Note: American players must submit their own draft registration, while overseas players automatically enter the NBA draft at the age of 21. You need to bulk up. You're too lean right now, Jiang Chao remarked, clinking his water bottle against Hayward's. No problem. I need to eat more meat. Are you playing League of Legends? A new game? Ah, I've heard of it. Isn't it still in development? I'm currently playing StarCraft. Do you play, boss? I have no time. When I do play League of Legends, I'll bring you along to reach the highest ranks. Jiang Chao engaged him in conversation, reflecting on why Hayward has consistently landed lucrative contracts. Primarily, it is due to the emergence of the forward era, combined with his attributes as a charming white male, further enhanced by his persona as a homebody and warm-hearted individual. If such a player were to join the Knicks or serve as the spokesperson for Jiang Chao's future investment company, the impact would be remarkable. Moreover, he excels at video games, consistently achieving diamond status each year, garnering a substantial fan base within the gaming community. It remains uncertain whether Butler University will advance to the NCAA tournament next year following Stevens' departure. Hayward's early career, not spent with the Jazz, might have garnered him a broader fan base. Naturally, if he wishes to continue playing under the young coach, it would be prudent for him to forego any tryouts with other teams next year. The Knicks would not hesitate to select him with a lower draft pick. Meanwhile, a higher draft pick has already piqued interest in Jiang Chao. Well then, my friend, I express my gratitude for your trust in our head coach. Allow me to treat you to a hamburger. Is this the beginning of your attempts to curry favor with me, young man? If not, how about a few rounds of StarCraft? I'll take the lead. Oh, spare me. I am absolutely famished. A fun fact: during the NBA hiatus, Hayward participated in a professional StarCraft 2 tournament, making him the first NBA player to compete in SC2. Chapter 41, The Male Model Legion? It's time to critique. It had been a considerable time since I last indulged in a hamburger, and I was utterly exhausted from following you just now. Jiang Chao, being a student himself, kicked Hayward, who adeptly evaded the blow with a twist of his waist. Hayward, likely aware that his opportunity to join the NBA would not arrive until next year, maintained a casual demeanor as he draped his arm over Jiang Chao's shoulder, leading him towards the hamburger joint. I promised to treat this billionaire. In contrast, the senior students from Butler University who had registered for the draft hesitated and failed to seize the chance to meet the Knicks' principal owner. Such opportunities, once missed, could haunt them for a lifetime. However, their limited capabilities were evident. They had not showcased much during the recent practice game. Had one of them executed a spectacular dunk from the free throw line, Jiang Chao would undoubtedly have taken notice. As they watched Jiang Chao and the exceptionally talented Hayward depart, they stomped their feet in regret, some even collapsing to the ground in tears. Forget about the online hype. In reality, he is the ultimate financial patron. Images of Jiang Chao meeting Coach Stevens at Butler University circulated widely on the internet, and now a new chapter was unfolding. Outside the venue, hundreds of basketball enthusiasts had gathered, witnessing Coach Stevens anxiously driving away. They also caught a glimpse of the legendary Chinese-American owner, impeccably straight posture, gleaming black shoes, stylish short black hair, a crisp white shirt, a black cap, and a robust physique. Such an appearance could hardly belong to a madman. Rather, he embodied the image of a young elite, akin to a distinguished university student. The earlier group of foreign women was utterly taken aback. Why is he so handsome? Is this the billionaire? He is incredibly attractive. A guest from Colombia, we must host him. However, security had already been mobilized, apart from the basketball team. No one else could approach Jiang Chao. Everyone understood that Jiang Chao had invited their school as head coach, a move that would undoubtedly elevate Butler University's profile and propel it into the spotlight. They hurried to elevate this New York billionaire, envisioning future collaborations that could enhance their recruitment prospects. As the images spread, it became evident that everyone was closely monitoring the Knicks' initial actions. Encounter with Jiang Chao at Indianapolis International Airport. At this moment, nearly everyone presumed he was meeting with the Pacers management, given the presence of the legendary American basketball player, Larry Bird. Bird, whether as a coach or a general manager, could excel in either role. Soon after, headlines emerged. Jiang Chao appears at Butler University. Jiang Chao recruits Coach Stevens on site. The young coach of Butler University, only 32 years old. The young coach is coming to the Knicks. A prominent educator from a 4,000 Student School. Five-star collegiate player Hayward and Jiang Chao cozy up, discussing next year's move to the Knicks. Youthful storm. The Knicks' new owner begins to shine. It seems the young coach has agreed. Jiang Chao is stirring things up. Former Knicks player Marbury expressed, "Wow, has the new owner finally revealed his true colors? I wish to return." Recently, Marbury was released by the Celtics, concluding his final year with a contract worth $20 million. While future contracts are unlikely to reach such heights. Consequently, he parted ways with the Celtics, with no other teams showing interest in him. Dario has been practicing yoga daily while browsing Reddit, and his physique has become quite remarkable. Wow, the head coach is quite handsome. Is he assembling a male modeling team? Such charm in a solo recruitment endeavor. Others with similar sentiments include Scarlett and Spike Lee, who are not shy about expressing their opinions. The images of Jiang Chao appear rather appealing, being quite the handsome figure. However, Stevens, as head coach, seems rather inexperienced, possessing a youthful visage that makes him appear like a child amidst taller players. Without facial hair, can he really command respect? As for Hayward, does Jiang Chao only befriend the handsome? Can the youth truly make an impact? Old-school coaches seem unable to attract talent. What a disappointment. I am truly frustrated with this admiration for superficiality. Jiang Chao, could you perhaps find someone more reliable? A little facial hair would be appreciated, my friend. Are we really considering Hayward again next year? Goodness, is this a beauty pageant? Are we trying to create an idol group? I still prefer robust and rugged players. The NBA demands toughness. Yet, there are some slightly favorable comments. Not bad. The owner seems to be taking the initiative, genuinely working hard, and his efficiency is commendable. I quite appreciate such actions, although I do not support the choice of Stevens. Indeed, while the approach is acceptable, Stevens may not be the right fit. I still favor the coach with a little mustache. Critics of Jiang Chao have inadvertently stirred discontent among fans in Indiana and at Butler University. Hayward's devoted fans have noted. Fun fact, Hayward is this year's forward with the most breakthrough attempts in the playoffs. How can you claim he lacks toughness? The former head coach of Butler University remarked. Opportunities are reserved for the prepared. If you knew more about his background, you wouldn't speak so lightly. His skill in micromanaging is extraordinary, and the preparation he undertakes for each game could fill a notebook. A local journalist added, his pre-game strategies, timeout adjustments, tactical positioning, critical decision-making, and post-game analyses are among the most outstanding I have ever witnessed. The Knicks have gained another attractive player, much to the delight of female fans in New York. Young and capable, Stevens' future in the NBA is filled with great potential. Wow, starting coaching so early means he could coach for at least 30 more years, potentially becoming a legendary coach in the NBA. Critics below responded angrily. Legend? A coach with a win rate below 20. Former players from Butler University shared. He possesses high basketball intelligence, excels in player management, and his coaching style is elegant and composed. I have always believed our young coach could lead an NBA team. Congratulations. Wall Street also sent congratulatory messages, stating, he is the coach I respect most, a man of integrity with noble character. His mind is filled with basketball. He is a basketball prodigy. He will become the very soul of the Knicks. I am fond of this youthful management. The audience we are watching the game with is largely comprised of young individuals who appreciate a youthful spirit. When explained by local fans from Indiana, many Knicks supporters also seem to find this quite fitting. The Knicks roster is inherently youthful, and they possess future draft picks, none of which have been traded away. They already have the youngest owner in the NBA. Adding the youngest head coach is hardly an issue. Is experience overlooked? Is youth the sole criterion? Just observe the fluidity of Butler University's gameplay. However, what no one anticipated was that Celtics general manager Ainge would make a statement in the Boston Evening News. This marks the first instance of an influential figure indirectly addressing Jiang Chao. Chapter 42. You and I shall recruit the general manager Brad Stevens as a prodigy. His tactical acumen is nothing short of extraordinary. I never anticipated that Jiang Chao would find him. Indeed, it was a sagacious choice. Welcome Stevens to the NBA. His influence is substantial, for he belongs to a category of general managers who might change head coaches 3 or 4 times in a season without achieving satisfaction. The cold, unfeeling truth of performance speaks volumes, yet he has set his sights on Stevens. In fact, 2 years prior, he had visited Indiana to scout Stevens. But the coaching record under the Pighead River documentation was reasonably acceptable, leaving no opportunity for a change. From Ainge's perspective, he only needed to assemble a roster of stars. As long as the coach performed well in crucial moments, that would suffice, and Stevens was indeed an apt fit. Jiang Chao's sudden selection took Ainge by surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless in Boston. Such an unexpected coup. Nonetheless, with matters as they stood, he could only extend his congratulations. And he began to regard the young adversary Jiang Chao with newfound respect. Remarkably, just that morning, he had been dismissing the idea of acquiring Iverson, only to find himself in Indiana by evening. This young man possessed remarkable decisiveness. This development certainly garnered more credibility among Knicks fans. Ainge is an unequivocal authority within the league. If he deemed Stevens capable, then surely he was. Fans tend to follow the prevailing winds, joining in the criticism when it flows freely, yet transforming into reasonable individuals when explanations arise. Within the Knicks organization, opinions were cautiously optimistic. Even D'Antoni acquiesced. A new reign brings forth new vassals, and nothing ventured, nothing gained. To the seasoned employees, it appeared that the owner had personally brought in a future ally, undoubtedly more loyal to him than they could ever be. It was merely that Jiang Chao had taken a bold step by selecting a coach who had never held the position in the NBA, an NCAA coach. A choice that might have been more palatable had he been older. Meanwhile, Jiang Chao indulged in a black pepper beef burger combo, sipping on a fizzy drink. As he conversed with Hayward about his basketball journey, Hayward, apart from playing, seemed to be engrossed in gaming, and surprisingly, he rarely pursued romantic interests. His demeanor was more akin to that of a homebody. Now, it was evident that after joining the league and styling his hair, he truly resembled a male model. At that moment, Stevens called Hayward, inquiring if he could ask the owner whom the Knicks general manager intended to select. This was essentially a concern that Jiang Chao might monopolize decision-making, leaving Stevens in a rather precarious position where he could only converse with the owner. A burden too great for one individual to bear. Genuine discussions can only occur among peers. Naturally, he also wished to choose a partner he favored, rather than having an uninspiring candidate parachuted in. Upon returning home, Stevens' wife showed him the Knicks roster, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. If he were to accept this position, the ambitious Stevens was aiming for the playoffs. His mother, a professor, imparted a poignant piece of advice. If you believe you can achieve results, then go for it. If you lack that confidence, it is best to remain at home. Jiang Chao answered the phone. Initially, I intended to select you as the general manager. Are you jesting? I am utterly unacquainted with the NBA's operational framework. Jiang Chao, haha, it's nothing. I will find someone who can command more authority than you. Jiang Chao gestured with his hand to indicate height, a sign that Stevens on the other end of the line could not perceive. However, Hayward noticed this gesture and was left bewildered. What does this mean? Are there any retired tall executives in the league? Could it possibly be Larry Bird, the young master? Jiang's implication seemed to suggest Mr. Bird, the general manager of the Pacers. Ah, a shout echoed from the other side. And I thought, has this young man been thoroughly subdued? A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. Jiang Chao playfully punched Hayward. Stop rambling, Coach Stevens. Once you sign the contract, I'll take you along to recruit our future general manager, and you two will be an excellent match. Wow. Such a clever game of cat and mouse. Jiang, are you well versed in the art of war? Having played war games, Hayward felt a thrill of excitement, and Stevens, on the way over, had speculated about numerous candidates. It would be shrouded in mystery until the signing was complete. How intriguing. Brother, I absolutely must secure you as our coach. This news is all over the place, and if he declines, I would lose face. Hayward, already aware of the prowess of Chinese netizens from the war games, could only bow in admiration. No problem. The young master is someone who enjoys challenges. He will come to assist you. After finishing his burger, Jiang Chao confidently called Lu Yan. Senior, are you still in the office? Of course. Everyone knows about your recruitment news and are excitedly working overtime. Lu Yan's office was bustling with employees discussing the matter. Their boss had taken swift action, igniting their enthusiasm. The scouts had heard the most about the young master, and it was indeed promising. Coupled with Jiang Chao's previous mention of exchanging players for draft picks, building a youthful team seemed fitting, especially with Pat Riley's experience. He preferred seasoned, physically robust players. Please book me 2 red-eye flights to San Antonio. 2. Yes, that won't be a problem here. All right. Lu Yan's first thought was whether Jiang Chao had anyone accompanying him. It later dawned on her that he must be bringing the head coach along. Wow, such confidence. Old Lu hasn't even sent the fax yet. All right, it takes 8 hours to travel, and we will arrive in San Antonio by tomorrow morning. Is that all right? No problem. Just in time for a good sleep. Jiang Chao hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Hayward had spilled his soda in disbelief, his handsome chin dropping in astonishment. San Antonio? The Alamo City? Goodness gracious. Isn't that the Spurs' territory? You can't possibly be planning to poach Popovich, can you? He is the most difficult figure to recruit in the entire league, alongside their general manager, R.C. Buford, a legendary duo indeed. Indeed, Popovich stands tall. Yet he occupies the role of a head coach. The possibility of R.C. Buford being recruited seems unlikely if he were to be sought after. The Lakers and Dolan would have long since pursued him. He is a master of unearthing hidden gems in the low post. As all basketball aficionados are aware of his remarkable acquisitions of Parker and Ginobili. However, he refrains from probing further, as the owner appears rather eccentric. Yet it seems he has a strategy in mind. It is perplexing to witness such disparity among peers. Owner, Jiang Chao? Suddenly, Lu Yin recalled something. But the line was already busy. She regretted not communicating with Jiang Chao in Blue Whale language, but it was Jiang Chao who initially used English. Perhaps he intended for others to comprehend? Sai, let me assist him with the search. She had just received a fax from Texas. And since San Antonio is also in Texas, could there be a connection? Yet, observing Jiang Chao's busyness, she decided to conduct a search herself. Her task was to compile all faxed resumes and messages for Jiang Chao to review later. She opened Google, her slender fingers dancing across the keyboard, squinting with crescent-shaped eyes. Her rosy lips whispering the information on the webpage. Rick Carlisle, head coach of the Dallas Mavericks in Texas, a New Yorker. A representative of the academic coaching tradition. The more Lu Yin read, the more she sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. Is this the first incumbent head coach of an NBA team to submit a resume? Chapter 43. Carlisle's Interception, the Celestial Empire. As the day unfolded, people gradually began to rise and attend to their daily tasks. In the midst of sleep, Chinese basketball fans were astounded to discover that Jiang Chao had initiated significant maneuvers last night. This revelation propelled the office workers, clutching their first-generation Nokia smartphones, into a state of distraction, eagerly browsing through various shocking updates. The news swiftly permeated Baidu Tieba, igniting discussions in basketball forums, One Piece forums, and Spring Brother forums regarding the inaugural actions of this celestial empire owner. Subsequently, the forums translated a plethora of foreign introductions to Coach Stevens. Alas, calamity struck once more. Having selected the youngest head coach, Jiang Chao was destined to face criticism once again. While sequestered in my home, I found myself inexplicably concerned for the well-being of a billionaire. The most amusing aspect was the chaotic atmosphere within the forums, where individuals recommended their favorite candidates, all youthful and brimming with imaginative ideas. In truth, I believe CBA coaches could also suffice. Let us rally behind Li Chunjiang, who wait on. The head coach of Jiangsu's men's basketball team, the Celestial Empire's Jordan. If we're speaking of familiar faces, indeed, he embodies that essence. By the way, might I, Li, be considered for the Knicks? My prodigious guard, Chen Jianghua, deserves a moment of consideration. And what of Sun Yu? Perhaps we could lure him from the Lakers. He might very well become a championship-caliber guard this year. Lu Wei still has game. Let us recruit Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian to the Knicks and forge a formidable Great Wall of China in the paint. It would be impenetrable. Speaking of which, this head coach possesses a certain charisma. No, he pales in comparison to my beloved Jiang Chao. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chao embodies my aesthetic ideals. Compared to the flamboyant styles of the youth today, I prefer a clean, youthful short-haired gentleman. Do the sisters upstairs comprehend this? Do not be enamored with me. I am but a legend. Haha. Is that your profile picture? That right eye of yours could be donated to someone in need. Young ladies often fancy such styles. A red-haired starfish head is the best. And then there's the unexpected. Jia Juping, your mother calls for you to come home for dinner. The entire internet is searching for Jia Juping. I just registered on Weibo, and I must post in support of Jiang Chao, just like Xu Fangyu. If Jiang Chao were to glimpse these posts, he might be overwhelmed with nostalgia. This is not retro, it is pure youth. When Stevens encountered Jiang Chao once more, Jiang Chao was engaged in a phone conversation with an NBA head coach. He was anxious, having finally persuaded his family. He hoped not to be intercepted midway. The others were fine, but here stood Carlisle. His reputation loomed large. He could be considered one of the best coaches among the current NBA middle generation, a representative figure of youthful coaching. Hayward urged the young coach to remain calm. This was the moment to exhibit his strengths, composure in the face of adversity. Although he too felt a pang of anxiety for the young coach, after all, this was a bona fide NBA head coach, the leader of the formidable Mavericks, whose tactical handbook was a bedside read for many newcomers. Carlisle initially intended to await a response from Liu Yan's side in the Knicks office, yet upon discovering news regarding Butler University online, he anxiously reached out to Harrington for Jiang Chao's contact information. In a moment of urgency, he genuinely contemplated a job change. Rick Carlisle, resembling the renowned actor Jim Carrey, holds a significant place in the hearts of Americans. While he has yet to achieve the status of a championship coach who has triumphed over the formidable trio, he is undoubtedly a representative of the academic coaching style. If he could join as an assistant coach, Jiang Chao would be quite eager. Considering Carlisle's extensive background in formal education and his experience of winning a championship alongside Larry Bird, as well as his profound understanding of the league's rules. However, Carlisle expressed his desire to be a head coach right away. Stevens lacks sufficient experience. If he is to be appointed, he should first train under my guidance for a few years. Carlisle, feeling a sense of urgency amid internal strife with Cuban, sees this as a prime opportunity to return to his hometown and is unwilling to miss it. Yet, he is not inclined to be an assistant. How could a coach of his caliber, one who has led a playoff-caliber team in the West, settle for an assistant position with a struggling team? In his view, this phone call is certainly worth a substantial investment from Jiang Chao. He even boldly stated that if a buyout were offered now, he would purchase a ticket to New York tonight to discuss significant matters. Such confidence is remarkable. Did he think me foolish enough to pay him? Jiang Chao's initial impression of Carlisle was rather unfavorable, questioning whether Carlisle held any biases against him, believing him easily deceived. If he wishes to join the Knicks, he merely needs to negotiate a peaceful separation from Cuban. Why would I pay a buyout if I genuinely desire him? After all, it is typically the head coach who departs in cases of internal conflict, departing without any financial obligation. Coaches can easily leave if they are dismissed due to fan or owner dissatisfaction. In the future, Carlisle and Cuban parted ways amicably, each finding a more suitable fit. Jiang Chao's clear reasoning startled Carlisle. He indeed harbored intentions of taking advantage of Jiang Chao's financial resources, without wanting to escalate matters with Cuban, instead hoping to profit. This subtle scheme was immediately discerned by Jiang Chao. Consequently, he candidly conveyed his heartfelt sentiments. He expressed his desire to return to New York, to contribute to the city he called home. Would an assistant coach position suffice? Jiang Chao did not refuse. He welcomed the prospect of Carlisle coming aboard, especially given his potential to lead a team with a singular star like Nowitzki against the formidable trio. However, the head coach role was not suitable. With the youth movement underway, it was unlikely they would select a coach like Carlisle, known for his strong desire for control. The reason for his eventual split with the Mavericks was Easton's resistance to his strategies. Carlisle insisted on imposing his tactics on a player more suited to coaches like Tyronn Lue and Vogel. Thus, when Cuban had to make a choice, he naturally opted to forego the head coach position. After all, in his eyes, Easton represented the future of the Mavericks. Carlisle's penchant for sweeping reforms is commendable. Yet his abrupt dismantling of the championship team was unexpected for Jiang Chao, as was his peculiar strategy of deploying 3 or even multiple guards, which often led to questionable decisions that Cuban surprisingly acquiesced to. As far as Cuban was concerned, as long as core players like Nowitzki and Easton were on board, that was sufficient. Is there discord between Doncic and Carlisle? If so, it seems the coach must take his leave. The NBA is a realm governed by singular authority, akin to franchises like the Spurs, Heat, and Celtics, which flourish under such conditions. The more individuals involved in decision-making, the greater the chaos. Whenever Carlisle assumes the role of head coach, any divergent thoughts from him inevitably lead to complications, and a parting of ways becomes a matter of time. Jiang Chao perceives this with remarkable foresight. He remained silent while Ainge executed his ruthless maneuvers. Carlisle, on the other hand, tendered his resignation after Cuban intervened on Doncic's behalf. Concerning player selections, Jiang Chao possesses unwavering confidence, asserting that the head coach need not interfere. Thus, only Stevens would yield absolute compliance. Currently, Stevens has not yet fully established his reputation from his NCAA days. Jiang Chao represents a significant advancement in his career, being the youngest head coach in NBA history, which guarantees his attentive respect. It echoes the words of D'Antoni and others regarding the owner's allies. However, I have my own cadre of assistants whom I can bring along. Carlisle, sincere in his intentions, genuinely aspires to be the head coach of the Knicks. At this moment, upon noticing the disheveled-haired young coach standing nearby, Jiang Chao activated the speakerphone and remarked with a smile, "Well, Coach Stevens is right here. Young coach, would you like to take the call?" With that, he deftly tossed the phone into Stevens' hands. Chapter 44. The young commander versus Carlisle, the spirit of youth. Stevens, startled, hurriedly reached out with both hands to catch the phone. Across from him, the mentor and disciple stared at each other, wide-eyed. Had it not been the boss's phone, he certainly would have preferred not to catch it. This was no ordinary phone. It was a scalding hot potato. At this moment, Jiang Chao handed the phone to Stevens with a clear intention. You shall refuse him. Consider it a sort of interview. Faced with a coach who excels in strategy yet lacks ingenious schemes, how would you compete with him? This mirrors the dynamics on the court. Should you become the head coach of the Knicks, you will inevitably encounter various coaches, including the eccentric Elder Nelson from Carlisle's Mavericks. Hayward chimed in with advice. Go ahead, make a bold statement. However, it was Carlisle who spoke first. Brad Stevens, I admire your coaching style. But since you haven't yet graced the NBA, I recommend you train under my guidance for a few years before attempting to take the reins. Stevens, a coach of considerable character and elegance, was not one to engage in a verbal spat. Instead, he responded with reason. But Coach K from Duke has never coached in the NBA, yet he became an assistant coach, didn't he? This left Carlisle momentarily taken aback. Youth is not a disadvantage. Rather, it is an advantage. I have accepted Mr. Jiang Chao's invitation, so please do not disturb him further. Unless you wish to come on board as an assistant. Are you being overly audacious? This is not audacity, it is confidence. Stevens declared with his chin held high, his eyes gleaming with self-assurance. At this juncture, Jiang Chao could no longer remain silent. If this continued, it would soon escalate into a quarrel. He interjected, how about this, Mr. Carlisle? I have already signed a contract with him. It is set in stone. Let us wager on your two matters. What wager? Carlisle, feeling the sting of recent criticisms from the boss, was further agitated by the audacity of this young upstart. At merely 35 years old, he was one of the most tactical minds in the NBA. Jiang Chao pondered for a moment. Let us do this. At the end of the next season, we will compare the records of the Mavericks and the Knicks. If your record is not superior to ours, you will graciously come to serve as an assistant coach. Agreed? Stevens nodded. Carlisle, renowned as a general of victory with a win rate exceeding 50 each season, was not intimidated. His competitive spirit had already been ignited. Carlisle sneered internally. Is that feasible? What gives you such confidence? The Mavericks consistently perform in the Western playoffs, while what are the Knicks? A struggling team? You dare to compare? Thus, he replied, then should you lose, I demand Stevens resigns publicly and apologizes to me in front of the media. This wager was substantial, and Hayward trembled in fear as he observed the Titans clash. Was the NBA truly this fierce, where resignations were tossed about so casually? It was quite terrifying. The Mavericks had achieved a remarkable record of 55 wins and 27 losses last season, placing second in the West. Could such a deal be acceptable? To achieve that in the East, one would need to be among the top four. It was utterly daunting. Just as I was about to intervene with the young commander, he nodded decisively and said, I concur. The youthful Stevens, in his early 30s, possessed a spirited demeanor and a resounding voice. Thus, it seems we must endure another year of chilly winds in Dallas for our future assistant coach. Jiang Chao hung up the phone. In truth, he was also taking a gamble, but youth is characterized by a fearless audacity. Last season, the Mavericks indeed performed admirably. However, it appears that next season, the Spurs, Thunder, and Nuggets are all poised to make a formidable charge, suggesting that the Mavericks' record may not be particularly favorable. Consequently, this wager genuinely hinges upon the future trajectories of the two head coaches. One may face a demotion to assistant coach, while the other may resign to return home and cultivate the land. This is no trivial matter. It is truly disappointing that Brother Chao has declined Carlisle. Wouldn't it be wise to extend a generous invitation to him? After all, fostering amicable relations can lead to prosperity. Hayward was taken aback. This scene truly embodied the essence of youth, with both parties displaying fervor. Do you genuinely believe he could be persuaded? His playful banter with Cuban aside, the head coach of the second-ranked team in the West would never entertain the idea of bringing him on as an assistant. In their realm, reputation holds greater significance than financial gain. Jiang Chao had long since perceived the entirety of the situation, while Carlisle, the head coach, might acquiesce to the proposal. What would the Mavericks fans think if he were to accept the role of assistant coach? It is utterly disgraceful for him to abandon his beloved disciple, the king of Newall, in pursuit of personal gain. While one might understand switching to a head coach position, given the allure of the Knicks, it is indeed disheartening to witness him lowering himself to the role of an assistant coach, which is likely to disgust the fans. The astute Hayward, as an observer, stands by, giving a thumbs up to Jiang Chao, embodying the essence of an old capitalist. The boss truly lives up to his title. The only one who emerges unscathed from this wager is Jiang Chao, as the foremost provocateur. He ultimately finds himself amidst the competition of two head coaches after an entire season. He is indeed a cunning fox, compelling both elite coaches to stake their careers on this gamble, while he himself is ignited by the fervor. Coach Stevens, his face flushed, finds his heart racing after conversing with the top-tier coach, his confidence surging. "Boss, I wish to sign the contract. No further words are necessary. A simple agreement suffices. I have witnessed your speech, and I shall exert every effort to bring you the championship title." For the New York Knicks, Jiang Chao presented the contract, while Stevens, with an air of divine confidence, did not inquire about the salary or the duration. This exemplifies the unique assurance of the young coach. He fears no dismissal, for he is destined not to falter. In truth, the opinions of his family carry significant weight. His wife and parents are most aware of his deep passion for basketball. With a dream in hand, one should dare to pursue it. After all, the boss has come to seek him out. He should chase his dreams without hesitation. Old Lou's contract is set for 5 years at $9.35 million, with an annual increment. Subsequently, the team holds a dual option for the coach, meaning that upon the contract's expiration, the Knicks have the priority to match any offers from other teams. Additionally, Stevens has the option to opt out of the contract, providing him with considerable freedom. There is also a generous commission mechanism in place. Stevens is poised to become a millionaire in no time. Your lovely daughter can be brought to New York for kindergarten. Jiang Chao feels a pang of regret. The annual increment serves a dual purpose. On one hand, it aligns with the trend of such contracts, presenting a seemingly greater annual income, and on the other hand, he finds himself with limited funds, needing to cover expenses until the end of the regular season. The remaining $120 million in ticket sales can only gradually recoup costs and generate profit after the commencement of the season. Thus, he must exercise caution with expenditures, lest he finds himself compelled to sell his apartment before the next season begins, which would be rather unfortunate. He is quite pleased with Stevens, who is diligently signing contracts, and he respects Carlisle for facing challenges head-on, embodying a certain tenacity. This spirit aligns perfectly with the culture he wishes to cultivate within the Knicks. Negativity is contagious, and he understands that it must be eradicated at its roots to prevent its spread. At 9 p.m., in the locker room of the Sinker Arena, the Butler University basketball team convened an urgent meeting, with no one absent. Everyone was acutely aware that an extraordinary event had transpired that day. Coach Stevens stood at the center of the locker room, surrounded by his students, while Jiang Chao waited outside, engrossed in his phone. Tears flowed freely among all present. "I never imagined that one day I would have to utter these words." Stevens choked back his emotions, announcing, "Next season, I will no longer serve as the head coach of Butler University." Having only cried 3 times in his life, today marked the 3rd occasion for Stevens. For Butler University, that day felt akin to an apocalypse. Players like Hayward embraced their young coach to bid farewell. The sky was limitless for the birds to soar. Their young coach was about to ascend to a grander stage, and soon they would watch him on television. However, no one anticipated that Jiang Chao's recruitment would propel the Knicks' future forward with such vigor. Chapter 45. Joining the team with resources. Jiang Chao was not idle outside. The principal personally sought him out. He understood that having taken one of their talents was not without cost. Henceforth, the Knicks would forge a friendly partnership with Butler University, allowing them to select 1 player annually to participate in the Knicks Summer League, along with 3 players for trial training in the NBDL. This was already a significant concession. The school leaders expressed their gratitude repeatedly, recognizing this as a tremendous achievement. They were pleasantly surprised by the young man's adeptness in handling relationships, prompting the university to promote his contributions vigorously. The Butler University campus network boldly proclaimed, "The most charismatic NBA owner visits. A powerful alliance." Wishing Coach Chao a prosperous journey under the guidance of owner Jiang. The student responsible for this article praised the collaboration extravagantly. The formidable owner and the promising young coach together would undoubtedly achieve great success. However, doubts lingered. Was this for real? The NBA and Knicks official communications had yet to confirm the news. Many aspiring coaches hoping to join the Knicks found Butler University's announcement rather dubious, speculating that they had yet to secure a suitable coach. Rockets assistant coach Barnes had even booked his flight, incredulous at the rapid developments unfolding. "This cannot be true. I refuse to believe they have finalized a contract so quickly," he thought. While there were templates for contracts, The prospect of Stevens being named head coach left him momentarily stunned. After all, the previous young coach, Carlisle, had at least honed his craft as an assistant with the Trail Blazers and Mavericks for many years. This new head coach, however, possessed no prior NBA experience at all. Even David Stern was skeptical, thinking Jiang Chao must be jesting. Surely, such a decision could not have been made so swiftly. As the discussion swirled, Lu Yin and others in the Knicks office, having received the faxed contract from Jiang Chao, worked diligently to publish the news across various official Knicks media channels. The contract amounted to over $9 million for 5 years, complete with a photo of Hayward signing. The NBA League office also disseminated this information. With no objections from Ryan and his team, the identity of the chosen coach mattered less than the astonishing speed with which Jiang Chao concluded discussions. It felt almost as if he had won a lottery. "Mr. David, do you think he had this planned all along?" Ryan pondered. "Who knows? It's like a lottery. You might just hit the jackpot," Stern chuckled. "I believe he knew he would win. He must have anticipated this trip." The announcement of the Knicks' new head coach left many in shock. Coaches of similar ages lit cigarettes in quiet contemplation, while high-ranking officials, led by Warriors president Larry Light, were perplexed by Jiang Chao's enigmatic strategy. Despite numerous candidates from their ranks, none had been selected. Little Donnie tweeted, "I am thrilled to soon collaborate with this like-minded coach. I hope you won't disappoint us, Stevens." D'Antoni had indeed finished his workday when a reporter called, prompting him to express, "New York welcomes you, Coach Stevens. I will do my utmost to assist you in becoming a competent head coach." He has emerged as the most prominent member of the current coaching staff. And with such a strategist at the helm, one might surmise that the situation could hardly deteriorate. The Dolan faction appears somewhat disoriented, as the Knicks players remain silent, unfamiliar with this new coach. None of them hail from Butler University. They are only aware that Jiang Chao executed an unexpected recruitment, leaving them to observe in silence as events unfold. Players like Du Hong, David Lee, and Eddie Curry seem to take it in stride, recognizing that without innovation, one cannot establish a new order. The old tactics of the NBA may not serve the Knicks well. This group must adopt a tailored approach to coaching, as none possess extraordinary one-on-one skills. It is only a youthful coach who will have the time to delve into the individual styles of each player. As midnight approached, Jiang Chao took a brief respite at Stevens' home for 2 hours. He was charmed by Stevens' adorable daughter, who persistently called him brother while presenting him with toys. Meanwhile, Stevens busily organized his belongings, with family members assisting in sending larger items to New York. Jiang Chao, eager to take him on a trip to Texas that night, noted that this would mark Stevens' first official business trip as head coach of the Knicks. "After this trip, you can return home for a while. There is nothing pressing before the draft," Jiang Chao remarked with a smile. "I am now an employee of yours, ready to comply with any of your directives." The atmosphere in the young coach's home was joyful, with warm inquiries directed at Jiang Chao, the leader from afar. After all, a nearly $10 million contract over 5 years promised a bright future. With such financial security, relocating his family to New York would pose no challenge. As everyone aspires to life in a bustling metropolis, the true sense of loss, however, lay with the college players and fans in Indiana, who would no longer have the young coach by their side. Stevens expressed his heartfelt apologies, tears welling in his eyes, lamenting the unfulfilled promise of bringing a championship to his hometown. Jiang Chao attempted to alleviate the somewhat somber mood at the school entrance, reassuring them, "Rest assured, Larry Bird will bring you a championship. Mrs. Stevens, little one, do come to New York," Jiang Chao said, shaking hands with the little girl, who represented a significant factor in determining Stevens' loyalty to the Knicks. The influence of family can be more powerful than anything else. "Mr. Jiang Chao, thank you." The entire Stevens family bid farewell to the two as they departed late at night. At the Indiana International Airport, the two awaited their red-eye flight to San Antonio in the VIP lounge, engaged in discussions about the future. Coach Stevens posed numerous professional inquiries, such as whether he should bring on his own staff, akin to what Carlisle had previously suggested, forming his own coaching team. This would entail some degree of personnel authority, essentially granting him the power to select all coaches, aside from D'Antoni, the coaching consultant. As Stevens sensed Jiang Chao's complete agreement, the conversation continued. Jiang Chao rarely shook his head, stating, "Young Marshall, I will assist you in selecting the coaching staff. Of course, if you have a particular desire for assistance, I can arrange for 13 without issue." "Thank you, boss," Stevens nodded, now completely convinced of his employer's capabilities. This situation represented a delicate balance of power between the general manager and the head coach. Typically, Prominent coaches possess the authority to assemble their coaching teams and even influence player selections. Renowned figures like Carlisle, Popovich, and Zen Master have their desired candidates presented by the general manager, but only those they endorse are genuinely considered. Stevens assumed Jiang Chao would effortlessly cede this personnel authority to him, yet it was evident that Jiang Chao possessed a profound understanding of the game. He had learned from past experiences. The Nets' separation from Coach Kidd occurred precisely because Kidd sought such power. Subsequently, Kidd joined the Bucks, acquiring the authority to appoint personnel and implementing his vision, which led to the assembly of a team of long players. While this strategy yielded the remarkable Greek freak Giannis Antetokounmpo, others from his long-armed roster, like Mayo, did not flourish. At this juncture, Stevens only sought the authority to appoint coaches, and Jiang Chao was willing to grant him some leeway. You may begin by identifying a few capable head coaching assistants. I already have candidates in mind for the assistant roles, cost-effective yet highly efficient. Boss, your words fill me with anticipation. Recognizing Jiang Chao's discerning eye, Stevens eagerly awaited the assistant coaching lineup Jiang Chao would provide. Perhaps this journey to the Holy City would uncover the perfect candidate. Chapter 46. The great bird Jiang Chao stroked his chin, leaving Stevens perpetually puzzled about his thoughts. One might speculate that he was contemplating the prospect of Popovich as an assistant coach for the Knicks, a notion befitting a brash young upstart. Yet, it became evident that he was far from the erratic and capricious owner one might imagine. Their few hours together had already revealed to Stevens that Jiang Chao was undoubtedly referring to others. In the sacred city of San Antonio, were there truly so many opportunities to seize? His anticipation for this business trip with the owner grew increasingly palpable. After all, the hiring of an assistant coach had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. The original intention was to find a general manager for the team, was it not? Never mind that. The focus must now shift to analyzing the team's roster. Stevens swiftly downloaded the Knicks lineup and several videos of last season's losses, preparing to view them during the flight. However, Jiang Chao, who had arrived with a sleep mask, waved his hand dismissively. Do not bother watching. Very few will remain here. What? Stevens inquired. You should first study the players I am determined to select, such as Curry. Familiarize yourself with his playing style and developmental goals. Consider the others after the draft. Stevens was left with a plethora of questions. Had he not been told that a head coach must prepare in advance? Was he being misled? Nonetheless, did this hint at Jiang Chao's intentions for extensive trading during the draft? The task ahead appeared daunting. Having too many rookies could hinder the team's performance. ESPN reported that in the NBA Finals Game 2, concluding at 10 p.m. tonight, the Magic narrowly lost to the Lakers, trailing 0-2 in the series. Controversial officiating decisions sparked widespread debate. At that moment, the LED screen displayed today's sports news, capturing the attention of the two Knicks insiders. Stevens clapped his hands. ISNT that interference? Referees shouldn't favor the Lakers. Jiang Chao was transported back in time to the moment when Courtney Lee's 0.6-second buzzer beater was deemed interfered with by Gasol, a decision that altered the entire series trajectory. As anticipated, tomorrow's newspaper headlines would feature the image of Gasol's interference. In the East, there was a collective hope for the Eastern champion to triumph over the Western champion. The two executives, who were essentially fans themselves, engaged in a spirited discussion. Stevens remarked, "This game merits analysis. I felt the Magic was doomed in Game 1. Why replace Alston when he was performing so well?" Jiang Chao replied, "They should have given Nelson a chance. Was he truly fit to play?" Laughing, Stevens added, "I watched the top 10 plays. They were all incredible alley-oops from him to Dwight. But behind every spectacular alley-oop was a foolish passer. The Magic's backcourt is woeful, and this rookie Courtney Lee seems inadequate. Indeed, he struggles against Kobe," Jiang Chao concurred. "Courtney Lee seems destined for trade." "Not at all. He has potential for development," Stevens countered. "Mark my words. The Magic will strive for a resurgence next season. They are eager to bounce back." Jiang Chao's words would later be revered by the young coach as prophetic. For merely 12 days after the Magic's defeat in the finals, Courtney Lee was traded by the management in exchange for the renowned shooting guard Vince Carter. Subsequently, the fate of this man took a rather unfortunate turn. His performance was commendable, yet not exceptional, which is hardly a favorable circumstance. It seems destined for him to wander aimlessly, having never remained with a single team for more than 3 years, donning 8 different jerseys, a poignant reflection of his journey. This led Jiang Chao to ponder the future of his own team. To grow old alongside one's team. To embody the essence of one city, this is what he hopes the young talents under his wing will achieve. Yet, if such a day were to arrive, would he In the capacity of an owner, show mercy? This may indeed pose a significant dilemma for him in the future. He mused that his foundational strategy would certainly be rooted in defense, eschewing the single-minded offensive tactics of Mr. D'Antoni. Indeed, he believes that defense wins championships, and he would ensure the assembly of players who excel in both offense and defense. Although the concept of 3D players is still in its infancy, Jiang Chao is determined to recruit several adept 3D players, complementing a point guard like Curry splendidly. However, it remains uncertain whether the other sharpshooter, who would take 11 years to be drafted, could also be acquired by that time. The two engaged in a spirited discussion about basketball as they boarded the plane. The red-eye flight took off, and outside the window, the stars cascaded like a flowing river. Inside, Jiang Chao and Stevens succumbed to slumber. The following morning, a sleek, vibrant green Maserati Quattroporte roared into the entrance of Butler University, its engine's growl echoing through the air. A throng of students and security personnel buzzed with excitement. Once more, Butler University welcomed a distinguished guest. Descending from the vehicle was a towering man resembling a golden lion, clad in a flamboyant blue suit, his explosive blonde hair glistening in the sunlight. "Where's Jiang Chao? Bring him forth to meet me," he commanded. Sporting golden sunglasses and exuding an imposing presence at nearly 2.1 meters tall. This is truly a local legend of Indiana. Every child recognizes this luminary. The super basketball star born in Indiana, Larry Bird. In comparison to Larry Bird's renown in his hometown, the stature of the young coach pales in insignificance. Howard and other members of the school team rushed out, still unbrushed and unkempt. These past few days have been exhilarating, with the owner of the Knicks departing and the president of the Pacers arriving. What a remarkable turn of events. The small Butler University is poised to become a hotbed of basketball fervor, as it has swiftly become the dominant theme on campus. "Mr. Bird, Jiang Chao has already departed," came the reply. "What? He visits Indiana and does not even drop by to see me?" Bird huffed in irritation, aligning with the media's initial speculation that the New York owner had come to the Pacers' territory to engage with their personnel, only to leave so abruptly. Logically, he should have made the effort to visit him today. Yet, Bird, feeling a sense of ennui during the off-season, had sought to present himself before the young owner Jiang Chao, hinting at a desire for a bit of camaraderie. Indeed, he had a connection with the Knicks. It was only after Donnie Walsh departed from the Pacers that he assumed the role of president, initiating his plan for revitalization in his hometown. His coaching career in the late 20th century was marked by a competitive exchange with Riley's Knicks, during which he, alongside Reggie Miller, brought remarkable success to his homeland. As time passes, the Walker remains an undeniable force in the East, and the Knicks have transformed into a different entity altogether. "He has come to recruit our coach. I have received the news. Do you believe there is anyone more formidable than I as head coach? Allow me to impart some knowledge to him." Bird swaggered confidently, teasing the ladies without sparing a glance at Hayward. Hayward, somewhat irritated, suggested, "Shall I make a call to him? He should be searching for a general manager by now." Bird, regarded by the outside world as the prime candidate for Knicks president, gleamed with ambition. "Looking for a general manager? He has never once reached out to recruit himself. Though it holds no relevance to him, he felt a sense of indignation as he, a prominent figure in the basketball circles of Indiana, realized that Jiang Chao had not sought him out. It felt like an affront. This situation must be rectified. In San Antonio, Jiang Chao and his companion embraced local customs, donning Western cowboy hats while enjoying breakfast beside the famous Riverwalk. It was quite chilly. Texas, with its vast ranches, boasted strong winds, and the clouds appeared dreary, obscuring much of the sky. Jiang Chao initially intended to experience the renowned waters of San Antonio, inspired by the famous lines, "The waters of San Antonio flow upstream." The Argentines with their long hair dancing in the breeze. During his youth, when his passion for basketball flourished, the Spurs were legendary. However, the cold proved to be too much. "Boss, who are we looking for today? Should we contact him now?" Stevens inquired, taking a breath of the chilly air as he munched on a Mexican beef wrap. "I do not have his contact information." Chapter 47. Breaking Through. Who is the true king of pressure? Stevens was taken aback, his expression reflecting utter confusion. What is happening? You just came unprepared?" "Indeed. All I possess is the phone number of Spurs general manager, R.C. Buford, yet we both understand that recruiting him is an impossibility. So what shall we do? Let us head to the ET Center and try our luck." "You truly are audacious. Perhaps the ticket agents might possess their phone numbers." Stevens internally commended Jiang Chao for his audacity. Could this really work? It resembled his own recruitment strategy. although it seemed the owner had likely already made his choice in his heart. After settling the bill, Jiang Chao approached another table, tapping on the surface to grab the attention of a shirt-clad man, trembling in the cold with a mini DSLR in hand. "Stop following us. Allow me to convey the news directly. I am in San Antonio to recruit a general manager. The basketball world is not like the entertainment industry. I do not require any paparazzi." This individual had been tailing them since Indiana's airport, and upon disembarking, had seamlessly followed them here. Evidently a gossip journalist eager to gather news on Jiang Chao. The first to break the news about Jiang Chao would attract considerable attention. Everyone was keenly observing this new owner's maneuvers, and a fresh scoop could fetch tens of thousands of dollars. Unfazed by being unmasked, the journalist retorted, as a reporter, "I merely wish to prevent fans from witnessing your reckless actions. What purpose do you serve in San Antonio? Are you seeking out the basketball manager from the University of Texas? He is merely in his 30s. His discontent regarding Jiang Chao's pursuit of a youthful management team was palpable. Jiang Chao chuckled, "If you can lead the Knicks to a championship, I shall hire you as the general manager right now. How about that? Care to accept the challenge?" The journalist sat dumbfounded, unable to respond, swiftly retreating in defeat. Jiang Chao tossed him a tissue. "Wipe your nose. Don't soil yourself in fear." Stevens watched the exchange with great amusement, even contemplating applauding. Goodness. The young owner certainly had audacity. This feeling of being shielded was utterly delightful. As the two made their way to the Spurs' home ground at the AT Center in the suburbs, Hayward's call came through. Jiang Chao's phone was unreachable. He had turned it off and neglected to turn it back on. Stevens' phone vibrated incessantly until he finally answered. "Boss, Larry Bird wishes to speak with you." Stevens handed the phone over. He is reaching out to me? If Jiang Chao weren't preoccupied, he might genuinely consider sharing tea and engaging in banter with the legendary player. However, he had neither the time nor the inclination to meet this iconic figure, particularly after arriving on a red-eye flight the previous night. "Hey, Mr. Jiang, since you're in Indiana, why not come and visit?" The voice on the other end was boisterous, carrying a distinct nonchalant tone. If one were unaware of the speaker's appearance, they might assume a rogue was addressing them. "I have a few matters to attend to. I will visit when time permits." "Kid, you should be aware of my reputation, right?" "Of course. Who in the basketball community could possibly be ignorant of it?" Jiang Chao scoffed. Bird was attempting to temper his trash talk, yet he still favored his condescending manner of speech. "Why don't you treat me to a sumptuous seafood feast? I mentioned I have matters to attend to. Isn't it merely a matter of finding someone? Alternatively, I could take you out and teach you the ropes. As for the head coach, I see you've signed one of our Indiana players. I could very well serve as your part-time general manager, ha." Bird's words nearly sent Jiang Chao into a cold sweat. Heaven forbid David Stern hears that. Part-time general manager? Only this Bird would think of such a thing. If part-time roles were permissible, wouldn't that imply an overt collusion? Players banding together is one thing, but teams seeking warmth and unity? The Northwest family ties? Nearby. Stevens trembled at the thought. With a general manager like that, one can only imagine the immense pressure on the head coach. It would be nearly impossible to coach effectively. Yet, he dared not speak up. Bird is truly remarkable. He seems to regard no one with any seriousness. During his playing days, he achieved 3 consecutive MVP awards, delivering clutch performances wherever he went. In his first season as a coach, he was named Coach of the Year, and in his second, he led Miller's Pacers to a decisive Game 7 against the Bulls. As Jiang Chao had previously learned, he is a true madman. He overlooked the local college prodigy in favor of selecting Reggie Miller, showcasing his innate executive talent. In his third and fourth years, he reached the Eastern Conference Finals and fought valiantly against the Lakers in the Millennial Finals. Of course, perhaps the universe disapproved of such ostentation throughout his coaching career. He never clinched a championship and ultimately resigned after witnessing the Lakers' three-peat dynasty. Now, as president for 2 years, he has yet to lead a team to the playoffs. But his selections, such as Black Yoming, Hibbert, Granger, and Dunleavy, have instilled boundless hope in the fans. Jiang Chao is aware of what transpired later, in 2012. This old gentleman was honored with the NBA Executive of the Year award. Moreover, he possesses talents in music, racing, golf, and even culinary arts, making him a true Renaissance man in the eyes of Americans. What does it mean to be exceptionally talented? This is it. You wish to become our general manager? Present your case. Jiang Chao found it hard to believe that the king of pressure would leave his hometown, especially since he had just begun building the team and could not possibly depart so swiftly. Quite simply, I revel in transforming underperforming teams into formidable contenders. Are you implying my team is subpar? Not subpar. Last season, we decimated the Knicks. Jiang Chao truly desired to engage in a wager akin to Carlisle's with the king of pressure, but upon reflecting on his own position, he thought better of it. Forget it. I cannot stake the team on a wager. The Knicks are his perpetual cash cow. Acquiring them is akin to securing profit. If he were also the general manager, he would undoubtedly bet on their respective records. Come next season, your team will be merely the 10th in the East. Calm down, boss, Stevens interjected quietly. As for Bird, the fans who grew up watching his games know well that he relishes in tormenting rookies and excels at trash talk. This audacious Bird consistently exudes an air of superiority, as if perched above all others. He even suggested to David Stern in 2003 that the league should introduce a new white superstar, a remark steeped in discrimination, which led to a lengthy suspension from coaching. What is the matter? Ha ha ha, come find me quickly. If you are willing to pay a handsome sum, perhaps I might consider it, little rascal. Jiang Chao, not one to squander time, retorted coolly. I only have the position of shooting coach left. All other positions are filled. By the way, even if the head coach is not signed, I still have no need for you, little bird, or rather, Mr. Big Bird. The king of pressure, holding his phone, was instantly enraged, leaving Hayward beside him utterly astonished. You brat? Say that again? Where do you find the audacity? Chapter 48. The card master succumbs to his gambling addiction. Listening to the exasperated tone from the other end, Jiang Chao clicked his tongue. I was about to ask you, where do you find the audacity to act so pretentiously? Ha 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 ha. You are quite the pretender yourself, completely ignoring my presence. Bird soon realized they were cut from the same cloth. It was indeed a case of one pretender meeting another. No wonder the media claimed Jiang Chao was perpetually defiant, his mouth a fortress of bravado. Yet, the crucial question remains, can you truly deliver? The most remarkable facet of a pretender lies in their capacity to transform their words into action, their diligence often surpassing the imaginations of others. I beseech you, Pacers, make it to the playoffs next season. Let us engage in a showdown. I implore you to trounce the Knicks in my presence. All right, let us see whose prowess reigns supreme, mine or your general manager's. No one on this planet surpasses me as a basketball president. The distance between the two phones seemed to crackle with tension, while Hayward and his apprentice trembled from afar. Was this a civil war among the people of Indiana? Do not involve me in your boasting, one remarked. You are the boss. You may choose to be a hands-off manager, but the burden of pressure falls squarely on me. However, can you truly reach the playoffs? Bird squinted, a look of disdain crossing his face. Ahem. The students of Butler University stifled their laughter. Indeed. The Knicks have been abysmal in the 21st century. Can a mere change in ownership guarantee a playoff berth? Anyone can boast without consequence. Yet, the next words from Jiang Chao caused Bird's expression to shift dramatically, prompting him to dash to his car to make a call. Hayward, meow meow meow, that's my phone. Let's make a wager then. What? That familiar feeling again. The young coach paused. This scene felt oddly reminiscent. Another bet? Jiang Chao blinked. At that moment, he transformed into the card master, his gambling addiction flaring up once more. Just last night, he had been the instigator between Carlisle and the young coach. Today, he was stepping into the fray himself. A wager? I am intrigued. What shall we bet on? Let us wager on who finishes higher in the Eastern Conference next season. Sounds good. I shall determine the stakes. Suit yourself. Their exchanges resembled a celestial battle, each utterance laden with traps. Jiang Chao was confident of his victory, while Bird, the cunning old fox, was already devising a scheme to ensnare Jiang Chao. Let us record this. Bird seemed wary of Jiang Chao backing out, promptly picking up his phone to record. Jiang Chao gestured for Stevens to press the recording button as well. This is serious. Stevens, who had made a bet the previous night, was surprised to find Jiang Chao had concocted a similar wager, and the stakes between them were undoubtedly significant. How about we bet on the first-round pick swap for next season? Bird lit a cigar in the car, puffing leisurely. Heh, I anticipated that. Jiang Chao had known Bird, the old fox, would suggest this. The first-round pick swap is quite literal. The team with a superior record the following year may choose to exchange their first-round pick with a team possessing a poorer record, potentially transforming a late first-round pick into a coveted lottery selection. This is typically associated with player trades, resembling a gamble between teams, and such occurrences are rare. However, a pure exchange of this nature is unprecedented. It is akin to wagering one's fate before the upcoming season even commences. Larry Bird naturally perceives that the Knicks, having finished as the Eastern Conference's second-worst team last season, would secure a top-8 draft pick, while the Pacers are poised for a better record in the next season. Both parties exude confidence, leading Jiang Chao to promptly respond, "Deal." The team with the superior record between the Knicks and the Pacers will possess the first-round swap rights. Should the Knicks perform better, I shall acquire your first-round swap rights. However, such a scenario seems improbable. Bird inhaled deeply, the seasoned gambler that he is. Only Steven stood beside them, bewildered by the enormity of the gamble. While the draft may not hold paramount importance, the lottery picks are invaluable, and teams seldom relinquish their lottery positions. Unless both teams are closely ranked, the first-round swap rights will undoubtedly come into play. This is a gamble that stakes their future. Stevens felt immense pressure. After all, if he had merely resigned after gambling with Carlisle yesterday, it would have been one matter. Poor performance necessitates accountability, and he would willingly assume the role of scapegoat for Jiang Chao, his benefactor. Yet, Jiang Chao's casual exchange of the team's first-round pick feels rather reckless. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his concerns, focusing instead on outperforming the Pacers. Impressive. Remember your words. I have recorded them. Once I find a general manager, he will submit our arrangement to the league for the upcoming draft. No problem. We can finalize it after the season begins, but keep your words in mind, young owner. You are rather naive. Bird displayed a calculating demeanor. If this news were to leak now, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among Knicks fans. Once the general manager is appointed, he will help alleviate Jiang Chao's pressure. Otherwise, the spontaneous trade of a first-round pick seems rather capricious. If I had some red wine now, I would toast to you. We shall drink to this at next year's draft. Both men made a pact, knowing that in a year, the outcome would be revealed. Bird abruptly terminated the call. He decisively relinquished what he could not attain, and this time, he secured the Knicks' high draft pick for the following year, a gratifying victory. Initially, he contemplated trading for this year's pick, but reconsidered. Realizing that Jiang Chao was not quite that naive, and he had no immediate targets in mind, so he let go of that thought. Yet, it is Jiang Chao who secretly reveled in triumph. After Bird hung up, his demeanor shifted from solemnity to laughter. Boss, you can still laugh? Isn't this wager a bit too substantial? How will we explain this to the fans? Jiang Chao chuckled heartily. Have a little faith. You should be more concerned about how he will explain it to the Pacers fans. Recalling from memory, if he was not mistaken, in 2010, the Pacers acquired the 10th overall pick in the first round, and the player they selected became their star, one of the four great forwards, the illustrious General Joe. Hiss. If the Knicks can indeed secure Paul George, how formidable would this team become? Paul George is a man who has battled LeBron James in a decisive Game 7. The sole player in the Eastern Conference capable of trading blows with the likes of Giannis. His playing style is exceptionally fluid, undoubtedly capable of captivating a legion of fans. Jiang Chao couldn't help but applaud himself. Moreover, according to the script of the past, the Knicks were positioned behind the Pacers in the draft. For Dolan's luck had been dismal, landing a pick outside the top 10. Through a series of trades, they acquired a player and 2 second-round picks, which essentially amounted to a year of waiting for nothing. The Knicks roster for the upcoming season has already been largely envisioned, and with the addition of some exceptional strategies, Jiang Chao remains confident that they can secure a spot within the top 8, if not the top 5, in the East. In fact, given the current Knicks roster, even a rookie season performance from Curry, averaging 17, 5 points, 5, 9 assists, and 4, 5 rebounds, could ensure them a place in the Eastern Conference. Therefore, the king of pressure must inevitably pay the price for his arrogance. Had he known, he might have played it bigger. Bird likely shares his sentiment, preferring not to exchange players, but rather to claim the opponent's draft picks based on superior performance. Now that is a true gamble. However, should this occur, David Stern would be the first to take action against them. I can hardly contain my anticipation for the expression on the king of pressure's face at the end of next season. Boss, I've come to realize. You are indeed the king of pressure. Chapter 49. General Joe's reservation at Duncan's Auto Repair Shop. Duncan's Auto Repair Shop. Stephen stood on the first floor, feeling that Jiang Chao had been rather careless, easily duped by the old fox. Such a waste. Bird stood on the second floor. After finishing his call, he tossed his phone to Hayward without uttering a word of thanks, leaving Hayward engulfed in the fumes of the sports car's exhaust. In response, Hayward raised his middle finger, exclaiming "F you." While on the vehicle, he called Melvin Simon, the owner of the Pacers, and rather pretentiously remarked, "Boss, next year we can both make it to the playoffs and secure a first-round draft pick. Isn't that delightful? Consider giving me a raise." "Who said that?" "I did." Melvin Simon, upon understanding, applauded the great Bird. Truly, it is his magnificent Bird. Next year, the Pacers are destined to make a resounding impact on the basketball arena. Bird is quite clear in his thoughts. Jiang Chao's team is composed of young individuals. What foundation do they have to secure victory? Moreover, he had long since studied that Jiang Chao possessed little in the way of connections within the industry, which meant that seasoned experts would not extend their assistance to him. It appeared that even Carlyle, who wished to help, had been turned down by him. What could a mere 20-year-old youth possibly wield to contend with these seasoned veterans? Could it be that one could manipulate him into a state of utter bewilderment? Thus, he felt he had successfully amused the child. Stevens might also be on the third tier, perceiving that Jiang Chao was imparting to him the essence of how an NBA owner conducts business. Selecting individuals who blindly offer their unwavering support. Perhaps they might even retaliate against the mighty bird. However, they did not anticipate that Jiang Chao was a being of the atmosphere. It was nothing short of a grand illusion. Just wait for next year when the big bird transforms into a small one. When that time comes, he will show no mercy. The attitude you display towards me today will render you unable to reach my heights next year. What about the media's promotion of Bird as the president of the Knicks? True basketball aficionados are well aware that such individuals are utterly uncontrollable, best suited for a laissez-faire type of ownership. Aside from their innate basketball talent and shooting instruction, they offer little assistance in other domains, often fostering a plethora of detrimental habits. When granted power, such individuals can wreak havoc. As for opponents, it matters little. Before the arrival of George to the Pacers, they were nothing more than a disarrayed assembly, and the Knicks could easily overpower them. With greater confidence, Jiang Chao does not shy away from any boss. Wow, this vehicle is quite striking. As Jiang Chao approached the At-T Center, the home of the Spurs, he noticed a formidable Ford pickup parked in front of a nearby auto repair shop. He had long contemplated purchasing a new car, consistently weighing his options. A young, luxurious vehicle accompanied by stunning women is certainly a desirable combination. Indeed, it suits you well, boss. Stevens' eyes lit up. This truck was as wild and powerful as Texas itself. Are you two young men not Spurs fans? Is it possible you are unaware of this repair shop? At long last, the taxi driver interjected, speaking in a rhythmic manner akin to rap. Wait a moment. Jiang Chao's mind raced as he pondered. Is this the auto repair shop owned by Tim Duncan? Bingo. The driver reduced the speed, allowing the two individuals to discern the graffiti-covered auto repair shop. A prominently displayed Spurs logo was distinctly visible. Stevens peered curiously and suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, boss, is that Tim lying beneath the car?" Jiang Chao glanced over and saw a man with hair resembling a stone Buddha working under the vehicle with a wrench, while two others emerged nearby. Recognizable indeed were the two individuals, the bald, handsome guy and the French playboy, Tony Parker, accompanied by his current wife, Eva. "Stop the car," Jiang Chao shouted immediately, realizing that his search had led him to a fortunate discovery. "Aren't we heading to the arena anymore?" The driver's abrupt brake left Stevens momentarily dazed. After all, here were two ready informants. Jiang Chao tipped the driver and exited the vehicle. Stevens couldn't quite decipher Jiang Chao's intentions. Was he considering recruiting these two? Both were under contract. What could he possibly do? Surely, he wouldn't suggest they retire in the prime of their careers. Although encountering the stone Buddha and the French sports car was indeed thrilling, the moment hardly seemed appropriate for starstruck admiration. Nevertheless, he obediently followed Jiang Chao across the street. "Blackjack?" Jiang Chao raised his gaze to read the sign adorned with a red border and black lettering. It was his first encounter with the legendary auto repair shop's name. He was aware that both the Spurs coach and players frequented this establishment. And old Duncan indeed had a fondness for cars and modifications, a dream he had cherished in his youth. Just then, a cacophony erupted. "Tim, are you seriously charging me?" The historical, great power forward emerged from beneath the car, his expression serene. "What are you doing? They need to eat too." Tony Parker spread his arms, feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of his wife Eva. "What is it to me? I'm just swapping out a couple of tires and leaving. Come back. There are so many Spurs players, we can't set a precedent. Even Popovich pays for touch-ups." Duncan, wrench in hand, strode confidently after him. This scene elicited laughter from both Jiang Chao and Stevens. Such was the Spurs' ethos. Life surpasses basketball. Eva, Parker's stunning wife, noticed the two handsome gentlemen and tossed her hair, stepping forward to say, "Stop fooling around. Don't embarrass yourselves in front of the customers." Parker, patting his bald head, retorted, "No way. If I have to pay, why would I even come here?" At that moment, Jiang Chao stepped in, heading straight to the cashier to cover Parker's tire-changing expenses. "Gentlemen, enough of the commotion. I'll handle it. Who are you?" Upon hearing this, the two future Hall of Famers finally took note of the well-dressed duo. Duncan stood with his hands on his hips, silent. Parker scrutinized Jiang Chao. pondering if he were just another wealthy fan. "You can call me Jiang. Hello, would you like an autograph?" Parker assumed a wealthy fan had arrived and gestured for a photo. At this juncture, Stevens stepped forward to introduce himself, extending a handshake. "I am Stevens, the newly appointed head coach of the Knicks." The two Spurs players appeared as if disconnected from the internet, oblivious to both Jiang Chao and Stevens. It was only after Stevens introduced himself that they recalled what the team's little genius, the Red Mamba Bonner, had mentioned about the recent overhaul of the Knicks. Duncan nodded and offered a faint smile to Jiang Chao and his companion before diving under the car, saying, "As long as the payment is settled, Tony. Our tires come with a 1-year warranty. Don't expect me to handle the repairs." Truly, he was the Stone Buddha. Jiang Chao paid no mind to whether Duncan acknowledged him, for he understood that Duncan was more perceptive than anyone else. It was all in jest. With a master's degree in psychology, he knew that once Stevens revealed his identity, it no longer pertained to him. This veteran Spurs star, bound by a 7-year contract worth $122 million, wouldn't see its expiration until next year. The Knicks management would certainly have no dealings with him. However, Parker was facing a renewal this year. Perhaps they sought him? That too had no relevance to him, as he was well aware that GP was not leaving. In any case, he was not inclined to waste time. Parker, embodying the warm hospitality of the French, remarked, "You must be the Knicks owner, quite the promising individual. What brings you to our fair city?" Eva also glanced at Jiang Chao a few more times, pondering the Knicks situation. Were all the upper management so handsome? She couldn't help but wonder if they were all single, urging her friends to make a move. Their generosity was evident. Yet, Parker, recognizing that Jiang Chao was not a naive fool, understood that upon revealing his identity, he must be seeking something from him. "A friend is looking for you. Could you conveniently provide a phone number?" "Who is it?" "I have my principals," Parker replied cautiously. Although they were an Eastern Conference team, he did not wish for the Spurs roster to be plundered. "Rest assured, it's not a player. It's your former teammate, who was also a member of our Knicks." Stevens interjected, perking up his ears. Old Duncan's clattering hands came to a halt in that very moment. Chapter 50, Sean Marks, a product of the Spurs, is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Who is that? Stevens was utterly bewildered. As a fan of the Celtics and the Pacers, he had little familiarity with the Spurs roster. Monty Williams? But he is a coach. Sean Marks. Wow, you actually know Marks. Impressive. Of course, he was drafted by the Knicks in the last century. Tony Parker, with his straightforwardness, exclaimed in surprise. This owner looks like he just graduated from college and yet knows the veteran Sean Marks from the Spurs? This is a relatively obscure role player, known primarily to the older generation of fans. He wasn't even aware that Sean Marks was the rookie chosen by the Knicks. He only knew that Marks was traded from the Heat to the Spurs in 2004, a center who played an average of 5 or 6 minutes per game. A marginal player. Then in 2005, he celebrated a championship victory with them, retiring 2 years ago, just missing the Spurs championship win in 2007. Afterward, he became an assistant general manager alongside R.C. Buford, though Parker had scarcely seen this longtime friend who frequently traveled on behalf of R.C. Certainly, if the Knicks owner sought him, Parker would gladly recommend him. After all, it is advantageous for a minor player to transition to a major market. The Spurs are robust, and their management and coaching staff have long been accustomed to being poached. However, Sean Marks currently lacks a notable track record. His previous experience is minimal. So what is the rationale for pursuing him? He is truly an unremarkable figure, one whose retirement garnered little fanfare. Parker's thoughts were reflected in Stevens' expression. The young coach felt quite awkward. To be honest, he was even unaware that this individual had ever existed in the NBA. Yet, he had to feign familiarity. It felt so alien that he was tempted to consult Wikipedia at that moment. "Why do you want him?" Parker inquired. "To be our general manager." "General manager? You must be mistaken," Parker replied, utterly flabbergasted. Even Duncan leaned in curiously. After all, Sean was only a year older than him. Could he truly become a general manager? Spurs products are undoubtedly masterpieces, are they not? Jiang Chao candidly explained, as this news would soon become public. Perhaps this too. 8-meter-tall giant is merely an assistant general manager to R.C. Buford now, but in 3 years, he would ascend to the role of vice president. He would even make the audacious decision to trade George Hill for Leonard, a move that would astonish many. Furthermore, it was he who recruited Aldridge, who later left the Spurs for the Nets, filling a void for their new owner, Joe Tsai. In Jiang Chao's view, he was a bold and capable individual of the same generation as the young coach, with the only drawback being his substantial appetite, having played center He weighed over 200 pounds, which might strain the cafeteria resources. Eva and the others exchanged glances. Could this truly be viable? A minor player as the general manager of the New York Knicks? Are we certain we want to invite other Spurs executives? The current vice president of the Spurs is also formidable, having a background as a scout, accompanying Mr. RC on his journey to Argentina to scout Manu. Steven stood behind Jiang Chao, retrieving his phone to search for information, and discovered that this individual was of the same age as himself, a product of the NBA, and had spent 2 years under the tutelage of the legendary Spurs general manager, R.C. Buford. He must have acquired considerable knowledge. However, it is unlikely that he has attained the level of a general manager. After all, the young coach had led his team to the playoffs, demonstrating tactical acumen. While this Sean Marks appeared to possess none, one could not merely cite his selection as the 15th pick in the second round by the Knicks at the end of the last century, as he was immediately traded to the Raptors and never played a day for the Knicks. Thus, could he be a mere puppet? Not entirely, for as Jiang Chao noted, products of the Spurs are invariably of exceptional quality, and individuals associated with the Spurs are flourishing throughout the league. One can only hope for the discerning eye of owner Jiang Chao. Why are you still dawdling? The owner isn't funding you for free, Eva remarked, nudging Parker when she noticed his dazed expression. Oh, right. I'll drive you to Sean's dorm to look for him. The season has just concluded, so he should still be stateside. The Spurs had progressed quite far in the playoffs, hence Parker had not yet returned home. He pondered why Jiang Chao would suddenly seek someone like this to assume the role of general manager, an enigma he could not unravel. As a fellow team owner in the French league, he understood the mindset of an owner. Initially, he sought a general manager with extensive connections, not necessarily the most accomplished, but one whose prominence within the circle could command respect. Otherwise, who would trust your decisions regarding future selections or trades? Let us go, get in the car. Jiang Chao called to the young coach, who hurriedly complied. Should this recruitment succeed, the league would be set ablaze, one top-tier executive in their 20s and two in their early 30s. How exhilarating would this franchise be? Surely, many would share his astonishment, unaware that such a figure existed within the league. How did the owner discover such talent? Was it possible that he had been one of Sean Marks' few fans in his youth? Only Jiang Chao, the time traveler, could elucidate this mystery. And thus he refrained from explanation. To me, I'm off. See you on the court next game. Duncan waved at Jiang Chao from beneath the car, exchanging a knowing smile with the other intellectual giant. Just don't take too much. Rest assured, I'll be modifying a vehicle to seek your assistance in the future. Jiang Chao's expression shifted. How did Duncan know he intended to extract more than just a favor from the Spurs? Had he been too transparent? I don't take interstate jobs. Isn't your arrival implying just that? Such exchanges were laden with deeper meanings, leaving the astute Parker momentarily bewildered. It was one thing for Duncan, versed in psychology, to probe, but why was Jiang Chao so enigmatic? Was the Knicks' resurgence imminent? Regardless, his sole task was to deliver Jiang Chao to the Spurs management's dormitory and provide him with Sean's contact number. Although the Spurs coaching staff had been severely rated, Sean Marks seemed indifferent. If he truly went to New York, it would only serve to bolster the Spurs' legacy. A recently retired assistant general manager could indeed ascend to the role of general manager in New York. If this is true, the Spurs management will certainly be the subject of much speculation. Parker's grand vehicle halted beneath the Spurs employee building as he and Jiang Chao disembarked. With a head full of questions, Parker finally inquired, "What do you find appealing about him?" "He is obedient," Jiang Chao replied. Parker turned to leave. Eva asked, "What's wrong? Is he not right?" Parker responded, "This young man is quite slick. Not a word of truth escapes him." "Really? Isn't that so?" "The young general manager will undoubtedly be more compliant to him. I just read the news on my phone, stating he is a dictator and that the general manager is merely a puppet." Parker shook his head, bemused. Well, he could just find someone locally. Why bother traveling all the way to San Antonio? Realization struck Eva as she slapped her thigh. The owner must be hiding some secret. Once the tires were repaired, they sought an open pasture. Parker, unfazed, simply closed the tinted windows. Indeed, Parker was correct, but there remained another reason known only to Jiang Chao. It must be him. The two easily located the amiable New Zealander, Sean Marks, who was busily washing clothes with his large, floppy ears. Chapter 51. Will signing the general manager illuminate the Knicks' future? The moment Stevens laid eyes on him, he knew. Jiang Chao had previously mentioned that the general manager he sought should possess a commanding presence, and this center, now stepping into that role, epitomized the gravitas required to assert control. He was a figure of considerable stature, surpassing even Bird in weightiness. Who would dare to challenge him? Standing at approximately 10 meters with hands large enough to grasp Stevens and lift him effortlessly, how could Stevens ever consider opposing him? Indeed, it was him. Jiang Chao recognized him by his distinctive appearance. Hailing from New Zealand, his long face bore resemblance to a hobbit from The Lord of the Rings. Yet his height was entirely dissimilar. The film was famously shot in New Zealand, which made the memory of this general manager particularly vivid for Jiang Chao. Encountering him in this life was somewhat staggering. The future general manager of the Nets was indeed a formidable figure. Jiang Chao found himself pondering whether owner Kai had selected such a robust individual to ensure he could manage the players effectively. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Jiang Chao remarked, "Let us go. This should be the last addition to my management team. Thereafter, it will be your responsibility." "Absolutely, no problem." Stevens understood Jiang Chao's purpose for bringing him along. The implication was clear. "I am merely demonstrating what to look for. Henceforth, you will rely on the general manager." After all, it is not customary for team owners to travel with the team. Typically, they have other ventures. Jiang Chao, lacking a side business, was in a unique position. As most other team owners indulged in diverse enterprises, treating their teams as mere entertainment investments. Eventually, they would delegate tasks to their subordinates. Jiang Chao, too, would eventually engage in side ventures. However, stabilizing basketball as his primary focus was paramount at present. Stevens steeled himself, ready to absorb and learn. Jiang Chao represented a new era for the Knicks, marking the initiation of his welcome into the NBA. Although Jiang Chao was also a novice, his decisive methods and strategies had already surpassed Stevens' comprehension. The notion of swapping signatures with Bird or seeking assistance from Duncan's auto shop seemed almost mythical. As if luck and skill were aligned in his favor, the recruitment process for Sean Marks unfolded with remarkable ease. It was significantly simpler than Stevens' efforts, and even more straightforward than recruiting old Lou. Jiang Chao approached the towering figure with a friendly greeting. "Hey, Sean Marks, how have you been?" "Hey, Jiang Chao? I've heard much about you." Marks, as a member of the management, recognized the rising star from the recent headlines in basketball news. "Care to join us in New York?" Jiang Chao's recruitment was refreshingly candid, expressing admiration for Marks and indicating his potential to become the general manager. "Come on over." At this moment, Stevens stepped forward to introduce himself. The suave demeanor of the young coach pleasantly surprised Marks. The two prominent figures he had read about in the news were indeed impressive in person. Although Marks appeared somewhat stocky, he was still youthful. Thus, the prospect of this trio forming a partnership painted a remarkably youthful picture. After Stevens elucidated the situation, Sean Marks, seemingly in perfect harmony with the moment, felt no surprise at all. In fact, he sensed that he had been anticipating this very instant. It was an invitation that was impossible to decline. After all, this was the position of the head of the Knicks. In comparison to some owners who merely invest, the general manager is the one who truly engages in the operations. The New Zealander possesses a unique vision. While everyone else doubted Jiang Chao's capabilities, he was genuinely inclined to befriend him. Now, as he stood before Sean, recruiting him, the overwhelming sensation was not one of excitement, but rather a profound acknowledgement that the moment had finally arrived. "I perceive you are different, young boss." "Oh, thank you." To be candid, Sean had sensed that Jiang Chao's decision to place the players on the market was not a whimsical act. He genuinely sought to engage in sincere transactions. However, at that time, RC remained skeptical, attempting to probe the waters with casual trades, leaving Sean, as an assistant, with little room to voice his thoughts. The instant Jiang Chao found his match, Sean realized he had not misjudged the situation. He understood that a significant opportunity in his life had presented itself. Both men were acutely aware that appointing someone so young and inexperienced as a general manager implicitly indicated that he was meant to be a messenger. They needed a newcomer with a modest resume. Otherwise, with the current narrative suggesting Jiang Chao's dominance in decision-making, Sean would need to adapt to Jiang Chao's style to execute his vision. Young executives like Sean Marks are not only cultivated, but are also intended to become reliable aides. It is a straightforward affair, a sophisticated assistant. Marks had this awareness. He had worked tirelessly under R.C. Buford. Aside from these considerations, out of goodwill, he would swiftly agree to Jiang Chao's proposition. The Knicks were the team that had genuinely brought him to the NBA. Had it not been for their selection of him in the second round 12 years ago, he would not have transitioned from the New Zealand League to the NBA. Although the ownership had changed, it was clear that his connection to New York remained intact. He wiped his soiled hands and grasped Jiang Chao's firmly. "I promise you, I will start from scratch and show you what I can accomplish." Indeed, I also believe in long-term collaboration. A contract of 5 years is in order. Stevens nodded in agreement. Steady. Both men committed to 5 years. This represented a significant level of trust. Excellent. In the future, I will demonstrate that my capabilities rival those of established general managers, and I will operate according to your directives. Unlike Stevens, who bore the weight of obligations to his hometown and his students, Sean Marks felt no such burdens. At most, he would resign from R.C. Buford's side and inform the venerable coach Popovich of his departure. The likes of Parker, Duncan, and even Stevens could hardly fathom the rationale behind Marks's decision. This was indeed a remarkable leap, surpassing even Kerr's accomplishments. Moreover, during his playing days, he was not as celebrated as the sharpshooter Kerr. Thus, his credentials as a general manager were solely supported by his own belief in his competence. While others would undoubtedly question, isn't he just an assistant? The Spurs had truly lost a gem. It matters not. The Spurs are robust and resilient, and my absence will not make a significant difference. Max, in response to Jiang Chao's praise, could not help but bow slightly, feeling it was an exaggerated assessment of his capabilities. He is hardly on par with the likes of Kerr, Brown, or Spalding, esteemed figures within the Spurs ranks. His departure would likely evoke congratulations among Spurs fans, devoid of any sense of regret or loss. Appointing an ordinary employee as a general manager is akin to bestowing honor upon the Spurs. Max currently earns a modest annual salary of $100,000, a figure more befitting a behind-the-scenes role. In stark contrast, the general manager of a major market team like the Knicks would command a salary exceeding $1 million. With an undeniable status and reputation, he certainly would not need to wash his own clothes anymore. Sean Marks chose to remain with the Spurs for further development post-retirement, fueled by his profound love for basketball and a desire to continue showcasing his talents. This sentiment was clear to both Jiang Chao and his compatriots. A prominent center washing his own garments raises eyebrows on one hand. It reflects a lack of financial abundance, while on the other, it speaks to the individual's patience. His character is indeed suitable for a general manager's role. So, allow me to extend a warm welcome. Is there a fax machine available? Shall we sign here? Yes, indeed. I have one in my dormitory. Let me lead you there. With Sean Marks' agreement, these 3 top executives of the Knicks convened for the first time. The young coach could hardly contain his eagerness to witness what the future holds. Will the sky of the Knicks brighten? Jiang Chao shared the same sentiment, recalling how 6 years hence, Sean Marks aided the Nets in their ascent in New York. Will the Knicks' fortunes also shine brightly next season because of him? We shall await the outcome with bated breath. Chapter 52, The San Antonio Alliance? The Triad. In a modest dormitory room of 30 square meters, several individuals gathered to sign contracts with Sean Marks. The room was simply furnished with a bed and a desk, which was cluttered with data sheets and scouting reports, alongside a small fax machine. The walls were adorned with an array of statistics and basketball posters, including numerous photographs of Yao Ming, illustrating Sean's fervent passion for the sport. Surprisingly, apart from the A4 papers, the other personal belongings were meticulously organized and spotless. This impromptu inspection by Jiang Chao and his companions revealed an unexpected talent in Zhang Fei embroidery. It was evident that a true manager must maintain order and be prepared for any situation if the general manager is disorganized. How could the subordinates be expected to maintain order? Jiang Chao made a call to Old Lu to have the contract faxed over. Startled, Old Lu responded, "Boss, have you located the general manager?" "Yes, we are about to sign," Jiang Chao confirmed. "All right. I'll send it right away." In the wake of Jiang Chao's business trip, the Knicks headquarters had been rife with speculation about his intentions. Coupled with the news about Bird today, everyone was anxiously awaiting a call from him. After receiving Jiang Chao's call, Old Lu gathered the team, eager to inquire about the situation. Upon mentioning the facts to San Antonio, the team began to speculate wildly. Young Tony was particularly invested, expressing his curiosity about who might surpass even his father. If it were R.C. Buford, he would concede. Recognizing the prowess of even a vice president, the upper management of the Spurs indeed stood on a different tier compared to others, being the pioneers of overseas shopping. Sean Marks poured water for Jiang Chao and his companion, indicating that he would take a moment to make a few farewell calls during the wait for the fax. Jiang Chao, respecting the dignified figure before him, observed the data reports on players like Jeremy Lin and John Wall that Marks had prepared, gesturing for him to proceed. The Spurs were already preparing for the upcoming draft, showcasing their forward-thinking approach, a testament to their status as a benchmark in league management. Sean Marks respectfully stepped aside to make 3 calls to the individuals he esteemed most in his career. The first was to his superior, R.C. Buford, to inform him of his resignation. The Spurs had always maintained a laid-back demeanor, yet R.C. was momentarily taken aback upon learning that the Knicks general manager was involved. He requested Marks to put Jiang Chao on the line, conveying a single stipulation to avoid unilateral decision-making. "Rest assured, I am not Dolan," Jiang Chao assured him. This echoed a later scene when Sean Marks transitioned to the Nets, where R.C. similarly insisted on affording Marks the respect he deserved. After Charles Jiang promised to refrain from interfering with the general manager's duties, the Spurs finally allowed Marks to depart. However, the circumstances were different now. Marks was not yet R.C.'s successor, merely a junior assistant, which alleviated any immediate tension. He had not caused any upheaval within the Knicks. Unlike the tumultuous aftermath of the battle for supremacy in the future. "Go forth, Sean. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. We may not share the same division, but we remain friends." Sean Marks expressed his gratitude softly. "Thank you." His eyes were already glistening with unshed tears. The second call was made to his mentor, Greg Popovich, who expressed optimism for the future and extended his congratulations. To Sean Marks' surprise, the coach, known for his reluctance to engage with outsiders, was eager to converse with the league's youngest owner. "Hey, Mr. Jiang, just don't poach our players, okay?" Jiang Chao responded amicably. "Cooperation is key, Mr. Popovich. I hope to treat you to a glass of fine red wine sometime." With a knowing smile, Jiang Chao acknowledged Popovich's preferences. "Of course, I'll hold you to that. Sean is a capable manager. With him, New York will flourish." Marks and Stevens exchanged glances, astonished by Jiang Chao's natural charisma. It was indeed rare to see Popovich speaking so gently, as he was known to dismiss ESPN reporters with a mere sentence. The final call was directed to Tim Duncan, who had been his steadfast substitute. Duncan anticipated the call, responding, "Just keep doing well, I'll be watching." Jiang Chao interjected, "Stone Buddha, don't forget to come to New York for the repairs." Duncan, from the Blackjack Auto Repair, replied with a wry expression, "Forget the repairs. Just buy a new one, boss." Sean Marks took over the conversation. "I've become the general manager. New York would be a perfect place for you to retire." Duncan hung up, amused. "I'm still a rookie, you know." Indeed, they were all seasoned comedians. The Spurs possessed an amusing camaraderie. Their dynamic as tranquil as the waters of San Antonio. Marks had successfully resigned without the need for a formal letter, illustrating that the Spurs were not overly concerned. It was akin to a diligent, non-core employee being lured away by a similar company in another province. There might be a moment of discomfort, but the foundation remained intact. Outside of championship-caliber teams, rivalries were generally mild in the West and East. Now, the imposing center was seated, perusing the contract that had been printed from the fax machine. "Congratulations, Mr. Jiang, the management team is assembled." Stevens barely glanced at the document. In truth, the contract mirrored his own, a 5-year deal worth $9.35 million. Jiang Chao, a master of diplomacy, ensured that both contemporaries received identical salaries, avoiding unnecessary speculation. "This is merely the beginning. What are your thoughts on Marks? He will be your partner moving forward." Jiang Chao, typically focused on actions before seeking opinions, left Stevens feeling somewhat uninspired. "What can I say now that the ink is dry?" Yet, he felt no discontent. Having peers made discussions easier, and as newcomers, they could collaboratively shape the team's future without stubborn disagreements. Sean should bring a lot of energy, although he hasn't been a manager before. I believe his capacity to learn and his character will serve him well in the management realm. Those groomed by the Spurs are bound to excel. Indeed. Let the youthful storm commence. You'll get along just fine. Jiang Chao exhaled, realizing the significance of this moment. What a joke. The man who has brought dawn to the Nets. Although his arrival in New York was anticipated by several years, I believe it will yield the desired effect. Only he knows the true prowess of the formidable Sean Marks. Presently, Jiang Chao's decision to select him is more advantageous than if he had waited until Marks became the assistant general manager of the Spurs. Parker's speculation was not misplaced. Marks indeed requires a puppet to wield influence. However, this individual will not bear the brunt of blame, and it is likely that they will share in future accolades. Albeit the position must be filled. Initially, Jiang Chao contemplated employing Little Donnie, yet that was merely a fleeting thought. Should he be utilized, the backlash would be intensified. After all, why would a skilled father rely on his son? It would be folly to think he is just a mere child. Little Donnie could indeed serve as a gopher, and he has inherited his father's strengths, which would be cost-effective. Thus, Jiang Chao intends to appoint him as Sean Marks' assistant. His recent performance indicates his adeptness in negotiations, a testament to his background as a scout. Sean Marks, currently not holding the position of assistant general manager, remains the most obedient to Jiang Chao's directives. It is noteworthy that later on, even Kai Chongxin found it difficult to voice his opinions. Marks wielded greater power. From Jiang Chao's perspective, an eruption is inevitable. Therefore, the authority within his Knicks remains firmly in his grasp. By becoming the benefactor of the still relatively obscure Sean Marks, Jiang Chao solidifies his own power. A tempest of youth? No, it is the storm of Jiang Chao. Chapter 53, The Arrival of a Hero. Continuing to reap benefits from the Spurs. The general manager's role, akin to that of a herald for later owners like Jordan, involves conveying scout information to the owner, relaying decisions, and communicating with players. Sean Marks is fully aware that his responsibilities, as outlined in his contract, are confined to these tasks. He would never dare to independently orchestrate trades or draft decisions. The owner has a clear vision. As the impending draft approaches, Marks has prepared himself to be a shadow to Jiang Chao. The contract also stipulates a bonus structure, where the general manager's rewards are comparable to those of the head coach, including a Best General Manager award. Achieving this accolade in a single season brings a bonus of $1 million. It is noteworthy that the league boasts numerous exceptional general managers. Marks set down his pen. While Stevens captured the moment with the camera, it was officially signed. A smile grazed Sean Marks' face as he held the contract aloft, giving a thumbs up to Stevens' camera. Congratulations. Welcome aboard. Should the roster falter, you shall don the armor yourself. Stevens playfully punched his shoulder. Jiang Chao breathed a sigh of relief. The future best general manager, capable of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary, was now in his corner. In the annals of history, Mikhail Prokhorov, the owner of the Nets with little basketball acumen, traded for aging stars Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett from the Celtics in a bid to assemble a so-called Big Five. This trade cost the Nets their first-round picks for 2014, 2016, and 2018 due to league regulations prohibiting consecutive trades of draft rights, which had previously led to the downfall of teams. The subsequent narrative unfolded with the failure of the Nets' grand plan, reducing them to a bottom-tier team. While Pierce and Garnett became true heroes for the Celtics, now in possession of the Nets draft picks, secured superstars Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Jiang Chao reflected on an intriguing fact. After Prokhorov sold the team for $3.5 billion to Joe Tsai, he managed to recoup his previous losses, illustrating the lucrative nature of New York franchises. It was amidst this disarray that Marks took charge, gradually revitalizing the franchise. Former general manager Billy King had been a fool, merely incurring exorbitant luxury taxes. Yet Sean Marks possesses the attributes of R.C. Buford, favoring a methodical approach to identify talent. Jiang Chao admired him for his flawless trades over a few short years. Perhaps the only misstep was the Kyrie Irving debacle. Marks signed Jeremy Lin, who had struggled after leaving the Knicks, igniting considerable attention. Lin, in turn, embraced a renaissance with the Nets, achieving career-high statistics, but sadly, he later faced a severe injury. Marks showed no hesitation. Upon recognizing Lin's decline, he decisively traded him to the Hawks. To understand, this transaction was initially criticized as an attempt to curry favor with the Chinese owner. However, aside from sustaining a significant injury, Jeremy Lin performed remarkably well. Jiang Chao has now come to realize that this year, Marks has been studying Lin, not solely for the reasons that many in later generations believe, such as Tsai Chongxin's desire to profit from the Chinese market. Subsequently, the new general manager traded Yang to the Pacers in exchange for a future second-round pick and the 20th overall pick of the 2016 draft, Caris LeVert, who averaged an impressive 18.4 points per game during his rookie season. This demonstrates keen insight as they secured star-caliber point guard statistics with a low first-round selection. Furthermore, they signed three-point specialist Joe Harris, previously unwanted by the Cavaliers, solidifying his role as a crucial component in the Nets' rebuilding process. In the 17th pick, they chose the foundational big man, Jared Allen, who emerged as a dominant force in interior defense during his rookie season. His most formidable contributions, however, were yet to come. In 2017, they used the 27th pick from the Celtics to select Kyle Kuzma and package Lopez to acquire D'Angelo Russell from the Lakers. This transaction proved mutually beneficial, with the Lakers gaining Kuzma and the Nets securing Russell. Amidst criticism from Lakers fans, Russell transformed into a different player upon joining the Nets, shedding the burdens of expectation and quickly becoming a core member of the team. averaging 18 points and 6 assists, a career high, as they successfully claimed the 7th seed in the Eastern Conference. This was a team devoid of all-star players. Yet under the leadership of 6th Man of the Year Spencer Dinwiddie and Russell, they shed the label of a bottom-tier team. What astonished Jiang Chao in his past life was that Sean Marks was not content with merely reaching the playoffs. His ambitions shifted towards championship contention. After enduring 3 tumultuous years, the dawn of success finally arrived. He secured superstars Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving in a fierce contest with the Knicks and poached the beloved coach of Durant from the Warriors. The acquisition of James Harden formed a trio that epitomized championship caliber, with Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan on board, in close partnerships with the Spurs. They attracted LaMarcus Aldridge and Paul Millsap. This series of transactions left fans in awe and remain vivid in Jiang Chao's memory. Had it not been for Giannis Antetokounmpo's pivotal moment in 2021, the Nets, with Irving, might have reached the finals. Ultimately, the matter came down to fortune. Attaining a championship is no simple feat, however. From a managerial perspective, Sean Marks, the young president, exhibited no significant flaws. Through his actions, Jiang Chao recognized a shared vision for team building, which informed his decision to choose him. Being from New York, there is little distinction. The Knicks will fulfill all your aspirations. This is the wine Popovich gifted me, which I have hesitated to open. Sean Marks brought forth a bottle of Lafite, handling it with care as he prepared to uncork it. Wait, now is not the time for celebration. Jiang Chao placed a hand over his, wearing a mysterious smile. Huh? What is going on? Marks handed over the contract for filing, his expression perplexed. Don't tell me you're having second thoughts. This contract is already signed. Stevens looked at Jiang Chao with a questioning gaze. The business trip to San Antonio should be concluded by now, right? Could it be that what he mentioned at the airport? Indeed. Jiang Chao placed the contract into his briefcase and remarked with a smile. The new general manager and head coach of the Knicks. Your first task has arrived. Recruit an assistant coach for me. From the Spurs? Absolutely. Jiang Chao tapped his fingers on the table. Since we are here, why not bring back a little more? Who are we going for? Let's go? Stevens was the most enthusiastic, eager to poach an assistant coach from the Spurs, which would be highly beneficial for him. King of Europe, you have half a day. By evening, I expect 4 of you to have polished off this bottle of red wine. Jiang Chao swirled the wine glass, then turned it upside down on the table. Chapter 54. The Arrival of the King of Europe. The fiery Manu. All right. No problem. Let's give it a try. Neither of them hesitated, for this was inherently their duty. Preparing the management, scouting players, recruiting superstars, these were the essential tasks of the off-season. As a new team, it was imperative for them to swiftly establish a core group. Sean Marks was evidently aware of who the assistant coach referred to by Jiang Chao was, and he recognized the challenge in recruiting him. As he was among the well-connected individuals within the Spurs organization, Stevens was also cognizant, for this coach was one of the most illustrious figures in the international basketball arena, well known within the NBA coaching circles in recent years. Naturally, Jiang Chao understood what they were anticipating. The position offered to him was that of the chief assistant coach. With a salary double that of the Spurs, if that wasn't enticing enough, it could be tripled. All right then. Sean Marks had been awaiting Jiang Chao's affirmation. With such advantageous conditions as leverage, their recruitment endeavors would undoubtedly become more feasible. The chief assistant coach, I believe Edery would hardly decline the offer. Stevens was equally confident. A coach from the European faction would harmonize well with his egalitarian approach, making it a reasonable proposition. Very well, then we shall meet tonight. Jiang Chao departed first, marking the initial test for the two executives. He spent the afternoon leisurely cruising along the riverside, taking a boat tour around the sacred city. This was the route of the Spurs championship parade. Wearing sunglasses and enjoying afternoon tea, he picked up his notebook, allowing the small boat to drift with the breeze. Composing lyrics while admiring the Mexican-style architecture, truly a delightful experience. The sensation of being a carefree manager was exhilarating. Later that evening, when they reconvened in Sean Marks' dormitory, Jiang Chao's notebook had gained a new song. They brought with them a man appearing to be in his 50s. With short black hair and deeply set eyes, the very chief assistant coach Jiang Chao desired, Edery Messina, who was also Manu Ginobili's mentor prior to his arrival in the NBA. Jiang Chao learned that it was indeed because of Manu that Messina was so well regarded. After all, who could resist the playing style of the Pampas Hawk? This was why Marks and Stevens recognized the name King of Europe instantly, within the coaching community. This coach was an indomitable force in Europe. This Italian basketball coach had led prestigious European clubs such as Bologna, Treviso, CSKA Moscow, and Real Madrid. guiding various teams to 4 European Champions League titles, 1998, 2001, 2006, 2008, and securing 9 league championships. He was named European Coach of the Year in 1998. Notably, from 1999 to 2002, Manu Ginóbili, who dominated Europe, was a cherished player under Ettore Messina. The master and disciple collaborated to help their team clinch the Serie A title in the 2000 to 2001 and 2001 to 2002 seasons, with Ginóbili earning the league MVP honors twice. Furthermore, Messina was twice awarded the title of Best Coach in the Champions League 2006, 2008, and was recognized as one of the top 10 coaches in the history of the tournament in 2008. If we consider Manu's prowess as a player dominating Europe, then Messina stands as a legendary figure in coaching, experiencing the lofty heights of European basketball. Last year, he resolutely sought a grander stage for learning and advancement. And through the intermediary Manu, he entered the Spurs coaching staff as the 4th assistant coach. Before him were the illustrious Mike Budenholzer, the Spurs chief assistant who later led the Bucks to a championship, and James Borrego, an inspiring figure who, at the age of 33, ascended from video coordinator to assistant coach over the course of 7 years, eventually becoming the head coach of the Hornets after being recruited by Jordan alongside Parker. Lastly, there was Monty Williams, also a product of the Spurs, who was selected by the Knicks during his playing days and now serves as a coaching consultant. Regarding this coach, who later led the Suns to prominence, Jiang Chao holds a rather lukewarm view. He believes that Williams' previous stints with weaker teams were lackluster, attributing his success to the talents of Paul and Booker rather than his own coaching prowess, considering him more of a motivational speaker whose role could be filled by his owner. The fact that these three were later recruited as head coaches showcases the extent to which the Spurs have plundered talent, with the Spurs coaching tree flourishing widely. However, Jiang Chao ponders whether this is due to a lack of appreciation for European coaches in the United States or issues inherent in European coaching methodologies. Historically, no coach born in Europe has ever held a head coaching position in the NBA. Messina himself has never transitioned to a head coach role in any NBA team, with his first opportunity arising only 5 or 6 years later when Popovich was ejected, allowing Messina to momentarily break this precedent. Despite being a top assistant in the Spurs system, Messina struggled to secure a position in the NBA and was unable to wait for Popovich's eventual retirement, ultimately returning to Europe where he was inducted into the FIBA Hall of Fame in his first year back. Thus, Messina's NBA experience is not particularly illustrious, having spent a decade under Popovich as his chief assistant. Nonetheless, Jiang Chao is unfazed by this. He recognizes Messina as an exceptional talent who, after a few years, could become the Spurs' chief assistant, winning every game in Popovich's absence while imparting numerous European basketball philosophies to the Spurs players. Concepts such as physicality, ball movement, open shooting, and zone defense are all strengths of European coaching, and these are precisely the elements Jiang Chao wishes to instill in his players. Stevens has also praised Messina, suggesting that should he take on a head coaching role, his achievements would rival those of Carlisle. He further emphasizes the synergy between his native basketball philosophy and European methodologies, envisioning a collaborative future. However, it is primarily Sean Marks who is driving this initiative, as his recruitment efforts resonate deeply with Messina. One notable point he made is that Popovich, being robust and resilient, is unlikely to step down easily. At the very least, he intends to coach for another decade in pursuit of becoming the all-time winningest coach, making it improbable for someone to secure a permanent position with the Spurs. The second point is that the Spurs are profoundly formidable, to the extent that the contributions of the coaching staff are often overlooked. Both he and the esteemed shooting coach Chip are disregarded by fans and insiders alike. Only those within the Spurs organization and Jiang Chao truly appreciate their exceptional talent. Consequently, serving as the third assistant coach with the Spurs is akin to being invisible. It is only a matter of time before one is lured away. Jiang Chao had indeed intended to recruit Chip, a shooting coach whom most teams would not consider, but upon reflecting on the players within the team, he reconsidered, realizing they were already proficient in their shooting percentages. Perhaps it would be more prudent to seek out a retired player to impart knowledge at a more economical rate. The third aspect pertains to the assurances Jiang Chao provided him. Marks expressed that it was inevitable he would be poached, and suggested that it would be more advantageous to join him in a larger market to showcase his abilities. Everyone is aware of the Knicks' performance, should they improve. His stature as the lead assistant would significantly increase. Moreover, he was offered a doubled salary along with a promotion to lead assistant, with conditions set to the fullest extent. Our owner insisted on bringing in a coach from the Spurs lineage, and you were the one. Sean Marks is quite adept with words. He did not explicitly state that Jiang Chao was adamant about his hiring, fearing he might leverage that to negotiate a higher price. He implied that while he recommended Messina, alternatives such as Budenholzer or Borrego were available, subtly hinting at the possibility of seeking others should he decline. Thus, after Messina agreed to meet with the owner, he ultimately decided. Jiang Chao offered him a bit of motivation, saying, "Old man, your resume lacks an NBA championship. Let us achieve it together." This statement resonated profoundly with Messina. At the age of 60, the European king realizes his time is limited, and no one is indifferent to fame and fortune. As a coach, he yearns to engrave the words NBA champion onto his legacy. Therefore, in the presence of these three young individuals, he felt rejuvenated, as if 30 years had been added to his life, filled with determination. The Spurs are becoming increasingly seasoned, yet with these three young men, they may indeed carve out a new path. However, the truth is that Jiang Chao's assertion holds merit. Being with the Spurs has consistently placed them in the championship contention. Is it a signature or a handprint? A mere sketch is also acceptable. Jiang Chao laughed heartily. For it is evident that those from the birthplace of the Renaissance possess an artistic flair in their speech. Art is explosive. Ignite the flames, Knicks. Chapter 55. Taylor Swift at noon. The wine glasses were meticulously arranged by Jiang Chao. The red wine was uncorked, releasing an intoxicating aroma. The four of them swirled the wine in their glasses, and after Jiang Chao raised his glass first, they all downed it in unison, to the bright future of the Knicks, to the team, to the owner, following their usual custom. The four awaited the facts from the Knicks headquarters. Old Lou was in a frenzy today. What on earth was happening? Even the chief assistant coach had been secured. Jiang Chao's sudden forward momentum had thrown old Lou into a tailspin. He was a perfectionist, meticulously reviewing every contract multiple times. So, despite the rushed nature of this particular deal, it left the three prominent figures present unable to find any fault. Messina's contract was different. It was signed annually, with an annual salary of $350,000. This arrangement provided a degree of freedom, allowing for a potential return to Europe. The reason Jiang Chao refrained from offering a long-term contract to this European king was to keep a safety net for himself should this old man leave Popovich. It could spell trouble. After all, he had yet to prove himself as a singular force, and assigning him as chief assistant was merely a strategy to maintain stability. Jiang Chao could always recruit other formidable assistants. As for Messina's resignation, he had spent the entire afternoon negotiating with the Spurs management. According to Stevens, Popovich was exceedingly furious, more so about losing Messina than Sean Marks. The elder expressed that there were appropriate ways to exploit resources, but to snatch away one in the morning and another in the afternoon, only to abduct the demon blade at night? R.C. Buford was somewhat indifferent. These were not his people. He believed as long as Popovich remained, everything would be fine, though he did warn against poaching players, or he would not hesitate to involve the authorities. The Spurs players were the true foundation, while coaches and management from the Spurs could be lured away. Touching revered players like GDP or Bonner or Bruce Bowen would provoke severe repercussions. Resources might regenerate, but it would be unwise to squander them. Jiang Chao held a genuine admiration for the Spurs. Even in 2022, when they were ostensibly in a rebuilding phase, they managed to scrape into the playoffs while contending against four 75th anniversary legends. After acquiring Duncan, they had not experienced a truly dismal season. This was the essence of a genuine NBA team. If there were a relegation system, many clubs would find themselves in a similarly precarious position, and the Knicks would likely be among the first to face such a reckoning. At that moment, a call came in from Manu Ginobili. The fierce Argentine, known for his aggressive play style, confronted Jiang Chao directly. His mentor had been bewitched by the allure of flashy distractions, and thus, the departure of his mentor was entirely Jiang Chao's fault. "Oh, so you've taken my mentor, have you? Just wait. We shall meet at the pinnacle." Jiang Chao replied, "Sure, see you in the finals. I admire your style of play." Manu retorted, "I'm talking to you. Treat Mr. Messina well. Rest assured, my only concern is that he might be bitten by a bat, and no one will be there to catch it." Ginobili fell silent. He had once swatted a bat during a game, earning himself the nickname Batman. "We will meet at the summit. Let us give it our all." Jiang Chao said little more, aware that the Spurs, one of the three great illusions of Texas, would remain formidable until 2017, with their trio still active before that time. Parker was engaged in a heated exchange with Eva on the Grand G. Damn it. One cannot merely graze a single sheep. He felt a twinge of regret for taking on the role of guide for this wolf. Ultimately, Messina delivered an abstract signature. Let us go. I'm in high spirits today. Which restaurant in the Holy City offers the finest cuisine? It's on me. Indeed. The boss is generous. Max didn't truly slay the boss with a grand gesture, but instead opted for a roadside barbecue joint, ordering roasted beef legs and shrimp among other delights. The four of them sat around a round table, sipping beer and discussing life. Others candidly shared their reasons for agreeing to Jiang Chao's proposal. The allure of the Knicks was a factor, yet it was primarily Jiang Chao's personal charisma that left him pleasantly surprised. He, however, had little to recount about his own life, as his journey in this world had only just begun. He merely outlined the fundamental direction for the future team roster, facilitating a unified effort in the days to come. The strategy was to develop the depth of the second unit while maintaining a core presence in the paint, and to create ambiguity in the positions of the backcourt players. Was he implying that the point guard could play all the way to the center position? Stevens was taken aback by this notion. Nevertheless, the league's new stars, such as James and Durant, seemed capable of playing from the point to the 5 spots. The future belonged to the forwards. Our substitutes would possess a lineup capable of seamless switches. Jiang Chao's philosophy was ahead of its time by 7 or 8 years. Now he merely wished to employ it as a tactical surprise. In fact, the Warriors' Don Nelson was similarly on the verge of inventing the death lineup. But the costly trial-and-error phase led to his premature dismissal. Jiang Chao would not abandon the Twin Tower strategy or traditional half-court triangle tactics, as he himself was not fond of the small ball era. However, should the era indeed progress in such a manner, he would need to prepare accordingly. Unlimited switches? Sounds intriguing. That would require 5 small forwards, right? So, boss, do you select Curry? That one do. How about picking James Johnson? Sean Marks and Messina were momentarily taken aback. The boss wants to choose Curry? The group began to discuss in a chaotic manner. James Johnson is acceptable for being my bodyguard. Isn't Curry disinterested in the boss? The night breeze of the Holy City caressed their skin as the four, slightly inebriated, debated the future of the Knicks. Meanwhile, in New York, rumors about the Knicks were rampant. Jiang Chao's recent business trip had left fans feeling bewildered. Trade rumors lingered without resolution. The new owner was yet to appear before any players other than the four, and the management had hastily appointed a young head coach. On the streets of Tribeca, Knicks fans, no longer adhering to decorum, expressed their frustrations openly. When is he coming back? The draft is fast approaching. Indeed. While other team owners had arrived in New York, the Knicks owner remained absent. What a mess. What is he even doing? At that moment, a stunning young woman in high heels and a golden floral dress, with stylish sunglasses that revealed a hint of her allure, overheard the mention of the Knicks and hurried over. Dr. J's criticism on television has raised eyebrows, questioning why David Stern continues to protect certain individuals. The girl with shoulder-length hair is none other than the current sensation, Taylor Swift, who has just returned to her Tribeca villa in New York, preparing for a grand concert in Times Square this September. At this moment, adorned with crimson lips, she expresses a keen interest in the Knicks, as her affection for New York runs deep, and she has always been a fervent supporter of the team, albeit unaware of recent developments during the off-season. To her astonishment, upon her return to New York, she finds the landscape drastically altered. Recently, Dr. J appeared on the highly rated Dolan talk show, where he voiced his disapproval of the NBA allowing such individuals to wield power over a team, igniting considerable debate. Michael Jordan, on the other hand, has remained silent, merely reflecting fondly on the legendary battles between the Bulls and the Knicks in the 1990s, subtly implying that the struggling teams are beyond redemption. Fortunately, there seems to be some improvement with the arrival of a new, rather dashing head coach. Eager to delve into the current state of the Knicks, Swift, after removing her bra, sprawls across the large sofa, her curiosity piqued. She is momentarily taken aback. Oh my, the owner is undeniably handsome. How could such a charming owner lead a poor-performing team? Her assistant interjects, "Hey, Swift, try not to view the team through rose-colored glasses." Unfazed, Taylor exclaims, "I don't care. The Knicks are going to be exciting next season." With thoughts of striking up a conversation with Jiang Chao, she muses about what kind of young, unconventional owner this might be. Just as they are playfully bantering, a flurry of news flashes across the screen on the New York Sports Channel. Swift bites her vibrant lip in astonishment. Wow. Chapter 56, The Youthful Ferocity. While a multitude of insiders and New York elites criticized Jiang Chao, He and his companions were blissfully slumbering in their hotel, only to set out the following morning at 10 o'clock. The night prior, Jiang Chao had wandered alone, undisturbed. Yet the presence of Sean Marks was undeniably conspicuous. His towering stature drew attention wherever he went, coupled with the good looks of Jiang Chao and Stevens. As well as the familiar face of Messina, the four impeccably suited gentlemen attracted a throng of onlookers, including several journalists who had accompanied Jiang Chao to the City of Saints. Moreover, both the Spurs and the Knicks had submitted personnel changes to the league, and the NBA's official website quietly updated its data and profiles. Knicks head coach, Stevens. Knicks general manager, Sean Marks. Knicks chief assistant coach, Messina. Thus, the Knicks finally received a cascade of favorable news that evening. Jiang Chao's maneuvers unfolded like a tempest before the public eye. The Big Apple Gazette. Sean Marks departs the Spurs to join the Knicks. A young general manager emerges. The New York Times. Boss Jiang's string of actions. Securing two formidable allies from the Spurs. International Novel Journal. The allure of the youthful proprietor. Swiftly taking action. Slam Magazine. The Knicks management team is complete. The Spurs' resources are nearly exhausted. International Basketball Journal. The European King has been poached. Messina heads to the Knicks as chief assistant coach. Will he impart European League tactical acumen to the Knicks players? San Antonio Evening News. Unethical. The handsome owner snatches two players. Will this not cost a first-round pick? Basketball Gossip. An underdog's comeback story. Who still harbors dreams? Seek out Brother Chao. Cleveland Honest Man's Journal. Thunderous strike. The charm of Jiang Chao. The final report garnered the most attention, as everyone was eager to understand how this young owner managed to recruit three prominent players in just 2 days. Yet, the content was somewhat hollow, merely alluding to the vigor and swift action of youth. If an older owner were to flit about as such, their stamina would surely falter. Perhaps there is some truth in this notion? The initial discussions arose at the league headquarters, where Commissioner David Stern wore an unusual expression. Indeed, they are from the Spurs lineage. Yet this individual is rather obscure. During previous conversations with Jiang Chao, he had indeed expressed his desire to seek out individuals from the Spurs system. However, how did this young man come to know so many peculiar and youthful talents? Is age a disqualifier? While Messina could be considered for a head coach position, Stevens is decidedly too youthful. Messina could also serve as a general manager. After all, Popovich excelled in that role during his tenure. Perhaps assembling an international player coalition would yield success, given the recent surge of European players in the NBA. But what of Sean Marks? He is, after all, a relatively unknown figure. Only those within the Spurs circle seem to recognize his potential. Other fans have never heard of such a person being fit for the role of general manager. David Stern could not refuse. He could only affix his signature to the facts. As Vice President Ryan mentioned, this general manager has at least honed his skills under the guidance of R.C. Buford, which is commendable. Moreover, from his perspective, merely judging by their photographs, the four individuals exude vitality and enthusiasm, embodying a spirited group. Upon hearing the news, former general manager Donnie Walsh expressed his incredulity. What is this madness? Young Donnie replied on the phone, it's a youth movement, Dad. TCH. Every trial and error comes with a price. I don't care. I am wholeheartedly supporting them now. Suit yourself. I am about to sign with the Suns. Congratulations. And congratulations to you too, young one. Do well under his guidance. Meanwhile, Cuban and the Rockets management also realized that Jiang Chao's rejection of numerous older assistants and vice presidents signified a commitment to the youth movement. Cuban breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, established coach Carlisle was excluded from consideration. He and Carlisle have since reconciled, as Nowitzki is not a dominant ball handler and still requires Carlisle's strategies for synergy. However, if he were to learn of Carlisle's wager, he might be left speechless. On the forums, fans engaged in fervent discussions. Wow, is Sean back? I had always anticipated pairing him with Allen Houston in the paint, but alas, he was traded directly to the Raptors. The Knicks veterans are promising. Messina is truly the strongest. Stevens is quite formidable too. He is not as weak as he appears. With Messina's collaboration, it could work. Let us not forget the vice president and coaching consultant, Dan Toney. Wow. In that light, it seems promising. Jiang Chao is back on track. The iron triangle pairing looks good, filled with youthful vigor. Now it all hinges on the draft. Indeed, they are all youngsters, far better than the listless management. Let us start anew. This airport photo looks fantastic. Just looking at it. Is this a scene from The Godfather? Messina, The Godfather, and his ace disciples. Who would have thought the dashing Jiang Chao is the owner? Chao is remarkable. Jiang. Yeah. The critics are never absent. Last night, Thunder general manager Presti also perused the forums late into the night. In his view, Jiang Chao's selections were commendable. Every general manager has a first time, and starting from scratch is no obstacle. The NBA requires individuals who are not merely part of the establishment to disrupt the status quo. Messina is one of his favorite European coaches. If Messina can instill tactical acumen in the lethargic Knicks players, perhaps they could genuinely rise? The only question remains, would it be better to swap Stevens with Messina? However, as he discussed with Thunder coach Scott Brooks, a domestic, collegiate-style coach might be more fitting, as American players tend to shy away from the rigid European style. A moderate dose of individual heroism is preferable. This owner seems promising, championing the youth movement, indicating he is gearing up for the draft. General Pu received a photograph from Thunder Scout featuring 4 individuals, weary from their travels, at the airport. Immediately, a flurry of night owls responded. 60-year-old Messina looks merely in his 40s. Is this what the Knicks management has to offer? They certainly possess energy. Another center as a general manager. Aren't you all asleep? Have you prepared the simulation for the trade with the Knicks? Pu interjected. It's ready. The vice presidents in the discussion group responded promptly. All right, I shall call the Knicks tomorrow and, if feasible, aim to finalize matters before the draft. Understood, General Pu. Italian Knicks sophomore, Gallinari, expressed his approval of Messina's announcement, sharing a bond as fellow Italians who appreciate such a coach. Regardless, the efficiency and outcomes of the young owner, Jiang Chao, during his recent business trip have been commendable. Although not a gathering of renowned coaches, he has instilled a sense of vitality among the fans. Youth embodies strength. Spike Lee has been urging fans to await Jiang Chao at the airport for some scolding. But today, that sentiment has receded. Scarlett Johansson even tore down the slogan she had prepared to post in the elevator regarding the Knicks owner selling the team, acknowledging, "This man possesses a modicum of initiative. While he may not be a colossal figure like Logo Man, Riley, or Ainge, one can imagine the weight of concern Jiang Chao has carried at merely 20 years of age." It was evident that the Spurs mascot, the Coyote, had posted a video online contemplating jumping into the river, showcasing the Spurs' genuine concern. Manu Ginobili tweeted his intent to be ruthless against the Knicks next season, which was amusing, as the Spurs evidently believe in the capabilities of these two. More hopeful than anyone else were Daddario and Taylor. Daddario was pleasantly surprised by Jiang Chao's performance, affirming that the man she had chosen at first glance would not disappoint. Swift, enamored by his charm, expressed her eagerness to watch him during the Summer League this season, eagerly anticipating the handsome players he would recruit. The female assistant suggested, "Why not pursue your first love with this owner? He would undoubtedly provide you with the best sanctuary." Swift twirled her finger around her braids, exclaiming, "I wish." The assistant, also a Knicks fan, replied, "Let us wait until after the draft." After the formation of the Iron Triangle, New York fans awaited the draft with bated breath. Whether Jiang Chao could truly solidify his position as owner, whether he would be criticized or praised, hinged on his selections during the draft and subsequent maneuvers. However, no one anticipated that the explosive news was far from over. The newly appointed general manager, Sean Marks, had just returned to New York when he announced a significant matter. Jiang Chao also received an exceptionally serious call from General Pu regarding the draft picks. The third pick is not off the table. Chapter 57. A new official takes office. The youngest management team in history has arrived in New York. However, the coaching staff has yet to arrive. Jiang Chao and general manager Sean Marks split their journey at Texas International Airport, heading back to New York, while Stevens and Messina travel to Indiana and other locations. Their primary objective is to assemble their team, as the coaching staff requires more than just 2 individuals. Trainers, analysts, physiotherapists, and mental health counselors are essential components. Just like the Spurs with their shooting coaches and the Lakers with their traditional Chinese medicine therapists, the modern NBA demands more than just talented players. Although some members of the Knicks remain, Jiang Chao places greater trust in the team that Stevens and Messina believe in, as a united team is of paramount importance. Jiang Chao is not naive. He has limited positions available, and travel expenses will be fully reimbursed. Granting too many positions, based on his past experiences in corporate settings, would inevitably lead to nepotism, transforming the organization into a place where he finances his friends' leisurely pursuits. The day after the draft, you will return to the Knicks with your recruits. If you struggle to recruit assistant coaches, I will personally assist. Jiang Chao initially intended to recruit several assistants, but returned early due to time constraints. "Good boss," exclaimed Stevens, There is a retired medical professor from Butler University. I will see if I can entice him back into the field. Stevens and Messina are brimming with enthusiasm, feeling as though they are embarking on a new venture alongside Jiang Chao, where the initial phase is always the most invigorating. On the flight to Indiana, the two continued their discussion. This boss makes me feel as if I've returned to my 20s. Messina, who has achieved great success in Europe and remains indifferent to the whims of the world, replied, "Indeed. The news out there is pure nonsense. I truly wish I were 40 years younger to start anew with him. You still can. Let us go." They laughed. However, the Knicks news was far from over. Just as New York fans prepared to give Jiang Chao a break, he and his companions stirred the pot. Journalist WJ revealed, the Knicks have exchanged their 2010 first-round draft pick with the Pacers. Within 10 minutes, the league's official website confirmed this recent trade news. In a previously quiet trading market leading up to the draft, this revelation was undoubtedly a bombshell. What on earth is happening? Fans were utterly bewildered. What was the purpose of two struggling teams exchanging draft positions? It appeared that the Knicks were at a disadvantage, especially since the Pacers were in the midst of rebuilding while the Knicks had yet to start their own reconstruction. David Stern was left speechless. Fans were left in confusion. What is going on? If you can't manage, then don't. What is this madness? Are we giving away next year's draft pick? Hold on, everyone. It's a swap. A swap implies taking a gamble. So, it's about the luck of the teams? Is that even a thing? What is this new general manager doing? The Argentine Blade. Hey, could it be that Messina has fallen into a pit of despair? Industry insiders are bewildered, pondering the absurdity of merely exchanging draft picks. To R.C. Buford, this decision seems utterly insane, a feat only achievable by two individuals of extraordinary audacity. The newly appointed general manager of the Knicks, Sean Marks, made his first move by swapping first-round draft rights with the Pacers. In an astonishingly swift manner, Larry Bird, the esteemed figure on the other side, consented, as if both teams had conspired long before. Those in the know suspect that this transaction has its roots in a previous deal involving Jiang Chao during his tenure in Indiana. Though the exact terms remain shrouded in mystery, publicly, the situation appears simplistic yet awkward. Spike Lee, upon hearing this news, gasped for breath. This owner is something else. He mused. First, he serves a series of bitter disappointments, then dangles a morsel of hope, only to choke us again with a chocolate-shaped disappointment just as we savor the sweetness. Even Marks found himself at a loss. Jiang Chao and Stevens had not briefed him on this development. The sudden announcement left him perplexed. What on earth? He thought, but dared not inquire of the owner, instead seeking clarity from Stevens. Upon realizing that this was a wager between the owner and Bird, he was left utterly flabbergasted. Is this even permissible? You're handing me a massive burden right off the bat? Nevertheless, the deal must proceed. It is true that had Jiang Chao been the one to orchestrate this trade in the NBA, David Stern would have flatly refused to endorse it. However, with two general managers involved, Stern, the consummate professional, had no choice but to sanction the transaction. Yet, the weight of this decision does not rest solely on Sean Marks. While some fans criticize his hasty initiation, many others possess a clearer understanding of the situation. For instance, Spike Lee expressed in the fan community, this is undoubtedly Jiang Chao's handiwork with Pacers president Larry Bird. Let us not forget, Bird is the president of the Pacers. He is pulling a fast one on our new owner. Let us direct our ire at Bird. That crafty old fox. The reality is that this was a mutual gamble. There's little recourse left. I concede. To be ensnared like this. Next year, the Knicks will surely struggle against the Pacers, who boast a well-rounded roster, particularly with the formidable Hibbert. Indeed, if these two teams were to clash, the Knicks, with their haphazardly assembled, aging lineup, would likely face a devastating defeat. Does the owner truly perceive this as a gamble? Internally, the Knicks are rife with speculation. It feels as though they are playing recklessly. One might argue that if both sides were to exchange players alongside a swap of draft positions, it would seem more reasonable, yet their mere exchange feels rather childish. Lu Yin made her way down the corridor of the arena, opting to ignore the chatter of her colleagues. She steadfastly supports her dear junior, preferring to remain oblivious to the surrounding noise. Today, she donned a blue sports hoodie paired with light blue shorts, her long legs standing tall and straight, her melancholic visage gazing towards the entrance. While awaiting Jiang Chao's return, she rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes fixated on the banners hanging in the arena. Welcome Sean Marks. Welcome Stevens. Welcome Messina. Outside the arena, as per Jiang Chao's request, enormous posters were erected to honor these three esteemed individuals. This revelation took everyone by surprise. Logically, one would expect Jiang Chao, having just joined the Knicks, to be celebrated with a grand display on a large poster. Instead, he chose to dedicate it to the staff. He insisted that it should be as magnificent as possible, aiming to instill a sense of love, welcome, and belonging within the Knicks community. However, Jiang Chao and the others had not yet arrived. Sean Marks had come alone. All the employees descended to greet their future direct leader, which left Sean Marks both astonished and touched. Upon seeing a poster that portrayed him akin to a legendary general manager, he was nearly moved to tears. Lu Yan, Jiang Chao's eloquent and refined personal secretary, presented him with a bouquet of welcome flowers, while a jovial young Donnie playfully attempted to drape his arms around him, adding a comedic touch. Welcome to New York. The Knicks family embraces our new general manager. As the young employees observed Sean Marks' composed demeanor, they felt reassured and delighted. The first words from the new general manager were, "This decision was mine. Next year, we will undoubtedly surpass the Pacers. I have faith in this Knicks team, and with myself and assistant general manager Dan Toney, we will thrive." Little Mustache stepped forward to shake hands and take pictures with Sean Marks, both brimming with excitement, as the Knicks roster was finally complete. "Let us embark on a grand venture," queried young Donnie, a devoted admirer of Jiang Chao. Chapter 58. The inaugural press conference. As soon as the boss disembarked from the plane, we parted ways. I made my way to the NBA headquarters before heading to the arena. There was no rush. We could commence the press conference first. Little Mustache had finally awaited the general manager's arrival, and having assumed the role of assistant general manager, he was already overwhelmed. However, with this seasoned general manager, who had honed his skills under the tutelage of R.C. Buford, the pressure instantly dissipated. The new general manager of the bustling metropolis was met by a throng of reporters eager for interviews, prompting D'Antoni to arrange a press conference. This event could also be deemed a meet and greet, allowing the new general manager to address the New York fans and media. Meanwhile, Jiang Chao was not particularly preoccupied. He had returned to the 157 apartment to retrieve a scouting report he had authored and to take a shower. Although he had a personal secretary, he lacked a close aide, and he had not changed his attire much in recent days. When Lu Yan called to inform him about the press conference, he hurried back to freshen up and donned a formal suit. After all, it was the new general manager's first official engagement, and he needed to honor Sean Marks adequately. This was also Sean Marks' inaugural press conference facing the media, which made it all the more significant. "Junior," he responded gently while disrobing and adjusting the microphone. "Hurry over. It's about to begin." "All right, no worries. He is the star of the show," Jiang Chao said with a smile before ending the call. On the other end, Lu Yan bit her pink lips, her hands delicately cradling the phone. She longed to inquire if he had been tired these past few days, as his absence left her feeling somewhat hollow. Yet, the words lingered on her lips, and she hesitated to express her concern as directly as an American girl might. Thus, she withdrew again. There was little she could do. Having grown accustomed to being emotionally distant with men, she suddenly found herself feeling insignificant in the broader societal context. The transition was difficult, especially with some boys behind her back labeling her as aloof. Meanwhile, Jiang Chao was oblivious to the girl-esque sentiments. The reason he had brought the scouting report, which he had meticulously prepared, was due to a message he received from General Manager Pu after disembarking. Pu wished to discuss trade matters, expressing his eagerness to engage in a detailed video call whenever Jiang Chao had a moment. It was evident that a serious conversation was in the offing, and he understood that Jiang Chao had just landed and was preoccupied, hence refraining from calling directly. A gentleman named Lei, the Thunder S. Lei. He thought it wise to consider hiring a lovely housekeeper. No, rather a lifestyle assistant. After rummaging through his clothing, Jiang Chao dressed and set off to the arena. Meanwhile, Sean Marks was facing the relentless inquiries of one of the world's most scrutinizing media. Los Angeles holds the title for the most severe. Do you believe you possess the capability to manage the operations of the Knicks? What advantages do you hold over old Tanny? Sean Marks was resolute, responding confidently, "Youth. And why do you think Jiang Chao chose you? He believes in my abilities. In the initial phase, I intend to learn and heed his counsel. I am aware of the brilliance of his ideas. Remarkable things are destined to unfold for the Knicks." Sean Marks refers to the mutual admiration he and Jiang Chao share for Curry, though he cannot openly express this sentiment. He must collaborate with Jiang Chao and Curry to maintain a FAA, as evidenced by Curry's silence following Jiang Chao's maneuvers, an act of feigned indifference. After departing from the San Antonio Spurs, a team that bestowed upon him a championship ring, fans perceive his actions as a betrayal. In New York, beginning with the general manager role, How will you confront the pressures from both the fans and the owners? At this moment, Jiang Chao strides in confidently, his posture upright. His sculpted visage is accentuated under the camera lights. I will not impose pressure on him. The pressure is all from you, Jiang Chao quips, taking a seat beside Marks. The sound of cameras clicking fills the air, marking the young owner's inaugural press conference. Marks remarks, "The pressure from the fans necessitates our collective effort, both from management and the players." Upon hearing this, a sharp-witted sports reporter from New York swiftly seized the opportunity to inquire of Jiang Chao regarding the players. How do you intend to address those who oppose you? Aside from Nate and Harrington, the likes of Duhan have remained notably silent. In truth, Nate and his cohorts have been rather subdued, as Jiang Chao has been instilling trepidation in the management over the past few days. And everyone is aware that their turn is imminent. Consequently, the disgruntled Harrington and others have resorted to sending text messages to internal personnel, urging the owner to tread carefully, insisting that any trades should align with their preferences. In essence, they plead, "Please do not jeopardize us." Of course, there are those who have willingly pledged their loyalty, such as last year's first-round pick, Gallinari, who is eager to play for the Knicks. With the arrival of the esteemed Italian coach, one might wonder if Gallinari's skills will finally be put to good use. Much like Curry, the quieter they are, the more invested they actually become. Several players have been unable to sleep for days, haunted by the fear of being traded abroad. What if they end up in Toronto, where the winters are frigid? Your silence and refusal to engage in interviews, does this stem from an inability to face them? The New York Times reporter, ever incisive, muses that this is merely a youthful individual, so what is there to fear? Behind them, Lian clenches her fists, observing the barrage of scrutiny directed at Jiang Chao and Marks, feeling a sense of foreboding. I am the owner. What do I have to fear? This is merely the beginning. Experience will yield true understanding. Words hold little merit. Wouldn't you agree? The phrase "this is merely the beginning" causes several reporters, who are Knicks fans, to swallow hard. Goodness, is this not already a daunting endeavor? Indeed. Including the swap of draft positions with the Pacers in our selections for this year, we are strategically positioning ourselves for the coming years. Are you suggesting that it extends beyond just these four individuals? Some reporters caught a hint of implication, yet Jiang Chao simply responded with an enigmatic smile. "We appreciate the owner and the general manager for granting us this interview," said Tony, the deputy director of human resources, as he timely concluded the press conference. The reporters ceased their inquiries, recognizing the youthful tempest. Whether a tornado or the flutter of butterfly wings, the true outcome will only be revealed when the season commences. Truthfully, Jiang Chao believes that no one on the team is untouchable. The four individuals merely happen to be the ones to step forward. After the press conference, the journalist posed several inquiries to Sean Marks regarding the Spurs, but there was evidently nothing of considerable intrigue. The Spurs remained robust and undeterred, their strength unshaken by the absence of any one individual. Messina, unable to conduct an interview, rendered the event largely uneventful. The Spurs exhibited no signs of turmoil, after all. This situation was far less impactful than the departures of West from the Lakers or Riley from the Heat. Their silence spoke volumes, leaving the media bereft of compelling narratives. Instead, the spotlight shifted to Jiang Chao, the strikingly handsome and eloquent owner, who, during his inaugural press conference, proclaimed that his endeavors were merely in their infancy. Dolan, feeling a twinge of envy, reflected that he could not have articulated such optimistic sentiments during his own press conference. Yet, gratitude was owed to Jiang Chao for aiding him through a pressing crisis. Consequently, the television broadcasted the Knicks press conference footage. Players like Nate Robinson trembled at the thought that, despite all their efforts, this was merely the beginning. The next step would surely involve their own reckoning. Formerly content in his tenure with the Spurs, Roy now found himself embroiled in internal conflict, berating Nate and Chandler for their impulsiveness. With two former Spurs staff members joining the Knicks, he surprisingly felt reluctant to depart. Impulsiveness is indeed a devilish trait. The irascible Roy gazed at Jiang Chao, who appeared jovial and composed on screen, momentarily stunned. Was this truly the same foolish owner? Many fans who watched the press conference experienced a shift in their initial perceptions of Jiang Chao. This sentiment was even more pronounced among fans from the Celestial Empire and across Asia, who hailed him as an idol. As the finals progressed fervently, the Lakers were set to return to their home court for Game 5, the final act. The Magic, utterly overwhelmed, had prompted Lakers fans to commence their celebrations prematurely. With a storm brewing, all 30 teams were preparing for the upcoming draft in a week. At 10 p.m., Jiang Chao scheduled a call with Thunder general manager Sam Presti from Sean Marks' office. Sean Marks sat upright, poised to take the reins of the team's operations. Your professional journey is about to commence. We aim to secure the third overall pick from Sam Presti. Hiss. Chapter 59, Negotiations. The Thunder's third pick. Sean Marks felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the news. A significant trade was on the horizon. The direct pursuit of the third pick revealed the immense ambition of Jiang Chao, who, despite being perceived as unsuccessful by the media, was clearly aiming high. Typically, teams select players from their own lottery picks each year without much fuss, and only a few seek upward trades. However, Jiang Chao's desire for a higher position indicated his intention to acquire superior young talent. Thus far, he had confided this plan to only one person, allowing Marks to grasp the new owner's grand vision, to retain the eighth pick in future draft capital while executing the trade through a player-for-cash exchange. With a sense of urgency, Sean Marks dialed a video call to General Manager Presti. Jiang Chao raised an eyebrow, realizing there was one detail omitted. Marks, understanding the implication, chuckled. That is essential, done in the most economical manner. When it comes to frugality, no one surpasses the Spurs. Over the years, they had only miscalculated player valuations once, but had never made a foolish trade. They ensured that transactions were equitable, never depleting their resources for a single player or draft pick. This prudent approach was something Sean Marks had thoroughly absorbed. Let us get to it. Sean Marks rolled up his sleeves, preparing for the negotiation. Hello, General Manager Presti, he greeted. Good to see you, Sean Marks. It's been a while. The last time we met, you were still playing, Presti replied warmly. Indeed, they exchanged pleasantries, discussing the formation of a friendly alliance. Meanwhile, Jiang Chao remained contemplative, closing his eyes. It was Presti who first broached the subject of the draft. Hey, Owner Jiang, who are you considering with the eighth pick? I'd like to avoid selecting the same player. Jiang Chao glanced at the middle-aged man on the screen, stroking his beard, and replied, James Harden. Presti's heart sank momentarily. He thought, he cannot become the king of New York. His skills and talent are not elite and require refinement. Then you should avoid selecting him. Jiang Chao thought to himself, stifling laughter at Presti's pretense. Presti quickly masked his discomfort with a smile and shifted to another topic. I've been discussing various strategies with my team and have developed an interest in some of your players. Shall we delve deeper into this? I understand you seek draft picks. We possess first-round picks 3 and 25, as well as a second-round pick at 24. All viable trade assets. Thus, if our trade is successful, you can ensure the selection of the desired Harden. Here it comes. The conversation grew candid. The young general manager was straightforward, unambiguous, and openly offered the third pick. The enticing prospect was presented. Sean Marks felt a rush of nerves. He had never encountered such a scenario firsthand, where every decision impacted both the players and the team. It was only natural to feel the pressure. You're offering the third pick? Are you certain? Absolutely, Presti confirmed, having developed a favorable impression of Jiang Chao during the recruitment process. With both teams seeking a mutually beneficial arrangement, one striving for immediate success while the other focused on future potential, their interests aligned perfectly, solidifying Presti's resolve. What do you desire? Sean Marks inquired. In the video, General Manager P remarked directly, Harrington, Wilson, Chandler, and the eighth pick. Sean Marks promptly dismissed the proposal. Impossible. Remove the eighth pick. It seemed absurd. Harrington is a competent starter, averaging 27 points and 3 rebounds per game. While he may not be an all-star, he certainly embodies the essence of a peak, agile center, and whether the third pick could ever match his prowess remains uncertain. In Mark's perspective, Jiang Chao's reluctance to retain him stems from two factors. 1, an overt opposition to the owner, and 2, his age of 30. If the team is to embrace a youthful surge, he may struggle to keep pace with the newcomers. Otherwise, a player of his caliber is invaluable, capable of playing both the 4 and 5 positions. On the other hand, Wilson Chandler is a small forward in the prime of his career. A Knicks rookie from the 2007 first round, selected 23rd overall. Last year, he set numerous personal records, participating in 82 games for the Knicks, averaging 33. For minutes, 14. For points, 5. For rebounds, and 2. 1 assists. His resilient attributes and statistics are commendable, with proper development. He could seamlessly replace Cephalosha and Jeff Green as a reliable starting forward for the Thunder. While the two players are comparable, the inclusion of the 8th pick renders the discussion moot. It would be tantamount to trading 3 lottery picks for the 2nd overall pick. What an extraordinary draft year that would require. Mark's expression darkened. I hope for a more sincere approach. Jiang Chao nodded, appreciating Mark's acumen. He clearly understood the balance required for equitable trades. What if we exchange the 8th pick for Duhan? Marks proposed. Evidently, he had devised several strategies, and upon rejection from the Knicks, he presented an alternative plan. This new proposal appeared markedly more feasible. Chris Duhan is one of the few traditional defensive point guards in the Eastern Conference, known for his playmaking and tactical execution, with a low turnover rate and decent perimeter defense. However, his one-on-one offensive prowess is notably lacking. He epitomizes the conventional, game-managing guard, which is not Jiang Chao's preferred type, as every player must possess a degree of offensive threat. Otherwise, they become unguarded. From P's request for Duhan, Jiang Chao discerned the rationale behind P's desire to engage and trade. It became evident. These 3 players are of considerable importance to the Thunder's current lineup. The 2 veterans would provide stability to the youthful Thunder, who lost at least 5 games last season due to late-game turnovers. Harrington would effectively replace the slower Collison and the underperforming rookie Ibaka, offering mid-range shooting and defense, making him an immediately usable starting interior player. Duhan would undoubtedly serve as a backup to Westbrook, orchestrating the offense. Their playing styles are polar opposites. Westbrook is a rare breed of explosive guard, renowned for his dunks and acrobatic jump shots, but such a style can disrupt the rhythm. Last year, Donnie sought Duhan to help the Knicks maintain control of the game, and the Thunder clearly requires such a stabilizing presence. It was merely unexpected that it would not be until 2020 that P encountered a post-peak Chris Paul. With Duhan added to the mix, the Thunder's performance next season is poised to improve. Once the rhythm falters on the basketball court, it can lead to a downward spiral. As for Wilson Chandler, he is a formidable force accompanying the Thunder's dynamic duo, vying for a starting position against Jeff Green, while also possessing the ability to deliver impactful performances off the bench. He is a commendable blue-collar forward, equipped with athleticism, a 3-point shooting capability, and the ability to defend power forwards. All these attributes render him an exceptional supporting player. With the assistance of these 3 individuals alongside scoring champion Durant and Westbrook, the Thunder could very well contend for the championship in the upcoming season. It is worth noting that even had they opted for Harden, his performance as a 6th man next season would likely be understated, and his defensive skills are lacking. Thus, his contribution may not surpass that of the seasoned blue-collar Chandler. Jiang Chao cannot help but admire General Manager Presti's acumen in player evaluation. Currently, while still benefiting from Durant and Westbrook's rookie contract advantages, coupled with this array of ready talents, the Thunder can avoid luxury tax penalties while acquiring 3 contracts, propelling themselves into the ranks of strong contenders. It is no wonder the Thunder's owner grants him such autonomy. Moreover, one must acknowledge that Presti's trade offers are remarkably well-timed and astute. Among the 3 players, 2 are rebellious spirits who do not heed Jiang Chao, while one serves as an old-school guard to complement Westbrook's role. The Thunder's record next season is poised to stabilize within the top 8, while the Knicks secure a promising future with the 3rd overall pick. Sean Marks appears contemplative, yet his gaze is directed at Jiang Chao, keenly observing the owner's expressions. This trade seems feasible. To exchange for a top 3 pick, one must invest significantly. The thrill of hitting the jackpot far surpasses the allure of already revealed prizes. Jiang Chao is deep in thought, weighing the pros and cons Presti's offer, compared to other teams, has indeed piqued his interest. Regardless of Harrington's off-court antics, he is no longer needed, especially since he requested a trade from the Knicks last year, feigning a back injury to avoid playing, later swapping places with Jamal Crawford, although he had previously managed a trade for the likes of the Warriors Saint. Jiang Chao deems the act of feigning injury for a trade as a death sentence. Players like Leonard will never grace his team. Duhan's contributions are rather redundant. If he aims to nurture the 2009 duo, he has no role. He cannot instruct 2 offensive-minded point guards either. Chandler, on the other hand, is a promising young talent who later thrived in the CBA, albeit his inconsistency in shooting and lack of refined offensive techniques may limit his career longevity. Nevertheless, he could still be retained. Among the quartet, Chandler has penned the most apologies. In comparison, there are numerous assets Jiang Chao wishes to retain. Thus, he rises and earnestly declares, "Presti, if we can swap Chandler for Malik Rose, I am on board with this trade." Chapter 60, Securing the 3rd pick, Here I Come. Salt Brother. In truth, prior to General Poo's intervention, the Clippers and the Grizzlies had already initiated contact with Liu Yin regarding the top 2 picks. Their intention was to acquire Harden, and they understood the necessity of acting swiftly. delay would render their opportunity futile. They directly instructed Liu Yan to disseminate to their general managers that they were willing to part with the first and second overall picks, along with a proposal involving our team's players. However, there was little interest from Jiang Chao's side, as both teams were in rebuilding phases and had no need for the Knicks roster of mid-tier talent. The Clippers' Sterling expressed a willingness to trade next year's draft pick instead, fully aware that with the arrival of players like Harrington, their team's performance would improve, thus diminishing the value of next year's pick. This year's high draft position, featuring Harrington and Griffin's versatile frontcourt, could allow coach Mike Dunleavy to orchestrate something remarkable. Conversely, the Grizzlies outright declined, stating their intention to select a big man, asserting that they had no use for the Knicks' best players. Moreover, Jiang Chao was unwilling to part with a single draft pick, which deterred high-ranking teams from engaging further. The draft is fundamentally about the experience, and if you cling too tightly to the 8th pick, who would want your surplus players? Not to mention the Knicks roster burdened with undesirable contracts. They would need to offer something substantial for interest. Second-round picks are even less appealing. If first-round picks are akin to a lottery, second-round picks resemble a game of chance with exceedingly slim odds. Both Duhong and Chandler are entering contract years, while Harrington's hefty $10 million contract complicates matters. Jiang Chao had thoroughly analyzed these dynamics, and perhaps by coincidence or fate, the only feasible opportunity to acquire Harden lay with the Thunder. Furthermore, it would be a mutually beneficial transaction. However, Jiang Chao must not reveal that only the Thunder was willing to offer the Knicks a high pick, lest General Pu seize the opportunity to inflate the asking price. Hiss? Is that you, Lord Luo? General Pu, under the dim glow of a night lamp, lit a cigarette while perusing his notebook. He found himself in alignment with Chandler's position. Yet at the age of 34, Lord Luo was a veteran player who had been on the court since his student days, a former champion with the Spurs and later traded to the Knicks for 2 first-round picks. He was a tenacious defender on the perimeter, yet plagued by injuries during his time with the Knicks. Due to his stature, he was known for having a temper in the locker room, embodying both advantages and disadvantages as a player. Sean Marks spoke highly of him, saying, "He attacks the perimeter like a rabid dog, bolstering your bench's defensive prowess. His salary is reasonable at $63 million if he underperforms. You can release him after a season." Sean Marks spoke the truth. The Thunder would still be enjoying the benefits of rookie contracts next season. And if Lord Luo did not perform, parting ways would be straightforward. It would be unkind to say release, as if Jiang Chao had let him go earlier. He would have been traded from the Spurs to the Knicks for the twilight of his career, spending half of the season injured. Historically, it was indeed the Thunder who had bought out this veteran in 2009. What other merits does he possess? General Pu inhaled deeply. Jiang Chao replied with a smile. He possesses analytical skills. His situational judgment and defensive support capabilities on the court surpass those of Chandler. Jiang Chao, in the presence of outsiders, speaks kindly and with ease. Fully aware that Luo Yi, after retiring, has performed commendably as a dedicated analyst and subsequently served as vice general manager, even acting as Xiao Hua's deputy in 2020. However, Jiang Chao's motivation to dismiss this individual is straightforward. He is the most audacious among the quartet guarding the door, and it was he who was kicked. Moreover, he exhibits a lack of respect towards Spurs players, having opened a restaurant in New York where the dishes are named after Spurs players, such as Elliott, which reveals his questionable character, either a lunatic or a mental case. Jiang Chao was certainly eager to trade him earlier. Keeping him is akin to harboring a bomb. With the influx of new prospects in the team, such a veteran who enjoys bullying rookies could someday ignite chaos within the locker room. Dear boss, please don't take this lightly. Don't you think your team's rookies deserve to be mentored by players with genuine championship caliber? Chandler has left behind a plethora of remarks, hasn't he? General Pu perceived the sincerity of Jiang Chao's desire for a trade in his eyes. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Was it too much to hope for a slight advantage on his side? What Jiang Chao suggested was, in fact, the Knicks holding the upper hand. If such a transaction were truly to materialize, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among the other management teams. It is worth noting that the executives of other teams are constantly seeking to exploit the Knicks for their own gain. Pu also recognized that Jiang Chao was unable to manage his own roster effectively, foolishly allowing Curry to slip away. And sending him to the Warriors for a trial was akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. Thus, when Jiang Chao made such a statement, it was met with an expected sense of incredulity, tinged with a hint of surprise. If the counterpart were the seasoned Donnie, there would be no issue at all. But this was a mere 20-year-old lad. Currently, Jiang Chao's demand essentially amounts to trading 3 seasoned veterans for a third overall pick. However, this would mean sacrificing any semblance of a future. If the opposing team consists of ordinary all-stars, he would swiftly make the switch. For it is a gamble, aiming directly for the championship contention in the upcoming season. Embracing the philosophy of failure is not an option. However, when faced with merely average players, is it wise to wager the hard-earned third overall pick for 3 immediate contributors who may only offer a maximum of 23 years of service? This is not what General Manager sought to witness. Indeed, Lord Luo displayed a commendable attitude on the court, and the Thunder certainly require individuals imbued with championship pedigree. However, this is not the manner in which trades should be conducted. We have approached this with sincerity, General Manager Perhaps you could mediate in the end. Sean Marks cannot help but admire Jiang Chao, for he dared to present an offer that surpassed that of the Knicks in front of General Manager Although this year's draft is not particularly rich, securing the third overall pick is no simple feat. Nate, Tim Thomas, and Gary Niley have not made any demands. It is only Lord Luo who seems to fit just right. The nature of trades often hinges on the psychology of both parties involved. Acquiring Lord Luo may feel acceptable psychologically, yet there remains a lingering sense that something is amiss. Can a mere 20-year-old truly navigate these complexities? President Pu squinted, his heart tingling with anticipation. After finishing one cigarette in the video, he lit another. Boss Jiang, I come with sincerity. Your actions lack the camaraderie expected. He continued. I am a forthright individual, so let me be clear. I could select a traditional point guard with the 25th pick to manage the play. But you must grant me Chandler. Jiang Chao chuckled inwardly, realizing he had taken the bait. This was a classic tactic of feigned indifference to entice further negotiation. He is already aware of who the general manager truly desires, as this year everyone perceives the draft as somewhat lackluster, a perspective undoubtedly constrained by historical context. His genuine wish is to acquire Wilson Chandler. Chandler's contributions align closely with those of the player he wishes to select, James Harden, yet he possesses greater physicality, superior leaping ability, and a more accurate three-point shot than the current Harden, rendering him a perfect fit for the Thunder's immediate needs. Furthermore, he can serve as a versatile swingman on defense. Essentially, the general manager aims to secure an offensively potent sixth man this year. Meanwhile, Harrington appears to be an upgrade for their interior, more akin to a supplementary piece rather than a primary focus. Thus, upon witnessing the opportunity before him, Jiang Chao decisively agreed. All right, chase that championship, general manager. Sean Marks also grasped the general manager's intentions. Selecting a pass-first point guard at the 25th position implies that Du Hong may no longer be necessary. Harrington, Wilson Chandler, and Rowe. In exchange for your third pick, no turning back now. It is unlikely, unless, of course, Rowe decides to create complications, such as refusing to join the Thunder. And Marks is well aware that trades involving draft picks must occur on-site during the draft event, where David Stern will announce the third pick to you. A slight alteration is inconsequential. Our players are all quite exceptional. Jiang Chao is cognizant of the unpredictability of the draft, as many teams engage in upward or downward trades, all taking place on that very day. The league thrives on excitement, which will undoubtedly enhance the thrill of the live draft event. So, shall we toast to a fruitful collaboration? A delightful partnership indeed. Jiang, I perceive you to be a person of great vision when the time comes for our 25th pick to share your insights. No problem at all. Come over a few days in advance, and I shall host you and your team. As Sean Marks ended the video call, he said, see you at the draft. Yes. Concluding the conversation, Jiang Chao joyously clasped his fists. The bearded one, bring your talents to my palm. The Thunder's internal atmosphere was electric, brimming with excitement for the championship. We are on our way. Chapter 61. The spring breeze brings success in a day. One sees all the blossoms of Chang'an. Boss, I am already envisioning the astonished basketball world on the day of the draft. This is a profoundly private conversation among 3 individuals, and aside from the 2 teams involved, no one else could possibly be privy to this information. It truly is remarkable. The new owner has actually acquired the 3rd overall pick, which must be incredibly favorable news for the Knicks, who are poised to unleash a youthful tempest. Aside from Chandler, the other 2 are not invested in the Knicks. They are merely here to play out their careers. It is common knowledge that the Knicks are unlikely to reach the playoffs, so who would genuinely exert themselves? Moreover, Chandler's reputation has taken a hit due to the recent incident, leaving a less than favorable impression in the minds of Knicks fans, thus making Jiang Chao's trade above reproach. Sean Marks is eager to broadcast the prowess of the new owner. Undoubtedly, fans will also take some credit for this. There will be numerous developments that day. As Jiang Chao and Sean Marks finished their coffee, each step of their earlier conversation was fraught with tension. Any dissatisfaction from either side could have derailed the trade. Jiang Chao must portray himself flawlessly, demonstrating to General Manager Pu that he is keen on that third pick to select the potential future sixth man of the year. Scoring champion, MVP, and assist leader, certainly not the current outcome. Which player is the owner considering for the third pick? Perhaps Evans, a formidable offensive dual-threat guard. Indeed, he is impressive, but I find myself more inclined towards James Harden. Wow, his playing style is quite similar, with more accurate shooting and greater speed. Sean Marks is not particularly surprised. The NCAA superstar averaged 21 points, 5, 6 rebounds, and 4.2 assists per game at Arizona State University. Boasting a shooting percentage of 50, he was already among the top 5 prospects in this year's lottery. Should I reach out to him for a pre-draft workout? No need. General Manager Pu has already arranged that for us, and he surely intends to select him. Well, with such an NCAA star, scouting reports are abundant. There is no worry about securing a player with the third pick. The thought of possessing the third pick brings a smile to Sean Marks' face. He has never engaged in such affluent dealings with the Spurs. Now, they can choose whomever they desire. With the third pick for a shooting guard and the 8th for a point guard, the owner's youthful revolution is thoroughly comprehensive, boldly cultivating an entire backcourt of rookie talents. An audacious endeavor indeed. I do not wish for Harden to feel disheartened during these days. He needs victories to find joy, and this news may weigh heavily on him. Haha. Sean Marks perceives this as jest, yet Jiang Chao speaks truthfully. Harden's tendency to falter in crucial moments is tied to his character. He struggles in genuine high-pressure scenarios. However, he can still dominate weaker opponents. Instead of letting him know now and allowing his mind to wander, it would be better to bring him in for training after the draft, enabling him to witness the caliber of his teammates. He has likely been salivating over Durant's game footage these past few days. By the way, although other players may not hold significant value, let us explore the possibility of trading for a lottery pick. All right, I will give it a try. Are we certain about not bringing in inexperienced players? What an intriguing proposition. I, too, desire immediate impact to ensure splendid performance. Jiang Chao shook his finger, noting that high-salaried players like Eddie Curry and Mobley within the team posed the greatest challenge, possibly necessitating a wait until the season commences for their trade value to appreciate. Following that, he might attempt to acquire players like Yao Ming who possess immediate effectiveness. Very well, the owner, you are indeed enigmatic, yet our cap space is sufficient. Sean Marks recalled the first-round swap he orchestrated earlier that morning, indicating their intent to fiercely compete against the Pacers for a superior record come next year. One of Marks' most astute maneuvers was the ample salary cap the Knicks enjoyed this year, after trading away these 3 individuals. They might even descend to the poverty line of cap space. Thus, securing a star player mid-season would be entirely feasible. The remaining contracts are not egregiously poor. They merely comprise a collection of injury-prone and average players. Indeed, many within the Knicks management have been eyeing Yao Ming, whose contract is nearing expiration and who hails from the same nation as Jiang Chao. Should he seek a change, it would certainly be in favor of the Knicks. Today marks a promising beginning. It was unexpected for Pu to demand Du Hong, a move Jiang Chao had not anticipated. I almost forgot. Westbrook has yet to showcase his triple-double prowess. This has prompted Jiang Chao to explore further potential within his roster, perhaps fetching a commendable price. Moreover, these are my future plans. Take a look. Jiang Chao presented his scouting report to Sean Marks. Since both were general managers, mutual exchange of insights was inevitable. Is this truly your intention? Marks inquired, momentarily taken aback upon reading that Jiang Chao intended to reserve $30 million for a behemoth expected next year. Yes, my goal is to ascend directly into title contention next year. The other players on the roster were merely placeholders, Jiang Chao replied. A youthful tempest. Must everything begin anew? Very well. Let us keep our acquisition of the third pick from Curry, for I fear he might misconstrue our intentions. Understood. In the dim light, the two conspired clandestinely. Indeed, had Curry been aware of Jiang Chao's possession of the third pick, his team would undoubtedly insist on a secure selection for Curry himself. As the prestige associated with the third overall pick far surpasses that of the 8th, potentially impacting Curry's interests. To ensure prudence, Jiang Chao certainly intended to reserve that pick for Harden. Despite Harden's underwhelming performance in 2022, Jiang Chao remained steadfast in selecting the left-handed scoring shooting guard whose early career mirrored that of Kobe and Ginobili, James Harden. At this juncture, Harden was not yet the master of intimidation he would later become. Rather, he idolized Kobe, executing a mid-range, post-up offensive style. Yet, even then, his knack for drawing fouls was beginning to emerge. During his freshman year, James Harden averaged 17.8 points, achieving the highest number of steals in his conference with 73. The leaner Harden even graced the cover of Sports Illustrated. In his sophomore season, he elevated his performance to an average of 21 points, 6 rebounds, and 4.2 assists, boasting an impressive shooting percentage of 50. Since 1995, only 5 college players have demonstrated such versatile statistics, including the likes of Dwayne Wade and Brandon Roy. This season, Harden has approached the free throw line a total of 270 times, averaging 7.6 opportunities per game. Drawing fouls is commendable, indicating that he diligently studies the league's rules. Moving forward, Jiang Chao must focus on containing Kardashian and preventing him from gaining excessive weight. A larger physique is acceptable, but one must retain mobility, as no one wishes to see you struggling to defend against Giannis in the post. Hush, let us endure until the draft. Sean Marks and Stevens have kept their plans discreet to avoid complications. In recent days, it has been imperative to maintain an air of mystery. A period of careful development is in order. Once we secure both Harden and Curry, Jiang Chao believes that pairing them with 5 or 6 blue-collar players could seamlessly lead us into the playoffs, with one soaring and the other drawing fouls. This duo of MVPs, arguably the premier shooting guard and point guard of the new generation, could form an indomitable alliance. The prospect of witnessing a reunion reminiscent of the 2009 dual ironclad partnership excites Jiang Chao. Then it will be a time of triumph and vigor, where one gazes upon the blossoms of Chang'an in a single day. The Knicks' activities leading up to the draft are largely concluded. Now, we await the commencement of the draft at Madison Square Garden this year. Remain steady and focused. Watch me carry the team. Late at night, Jiang Chao returned to his apartment, reassuring the management team to maintain their composure. Whether they label him a motivational speaker or a dream weaver, that day will truly be his showcase. Chapter 62. 5079, Remarkable Potato in Oklahoma City. Prosty and his accompanying vice presidents exchanged high fives, a palpable sense of relief washing over them. Unbeknownst to each other, they were all equally eager for this mutual endeavor. The Thunder were indeed keen on this transaction. Led by General Manager Pro, the Thunder's management sought to validate their capabilities, proving that even a smaller market could experience its own renaissance. After enduring a season of mediocrity, and with Durant having been granted unrestricted freedom to hone his skills during his rookie year, it was now time to seek tangible achievements. For a burgeoning franchise like the Thunder, winning was the only language that resonated with the fans. And as for Harden, that was a chapter of affection now past. The template may resemble a lesser version of Ginobili, yet it is impossible to replicate the uniqueness of Manu. There exists players like Wilson Chandler, who, having acquired the mantle of offensive authority with the Knicks last year, alongside Durant and Westbrook, can pose a formidable threat from beyond the arc. The head coach and Brooks initially envisioned Harden as a sixth man, a scoring guard. However, if he were to play in the starting lineup, there would undoubtedly be a shortage of ball distribution. Thus, the most effective resolution to this dilemma would be to acquire 3 high-caliber role players. They could certainly discuss this matter with Durant and Westbrook, especially since the arrival of 3 formidable reinforcements warrants preemptive communication with the team's core. Nevertheless, Durant and Harden maintain a close rapport, as the latter is quite enamored with social media, so perhaps it is best to postpone discussions until after the draft. The assistant general manager remarked that the Knicks are likely also pursuing Harden, indicating the owner's discerning eye for talent. I have long asserted that this owner is astute, which is precisely why we are engaged in serious negotiations with him. The head coach then declared, I hereby announce that the Thunder's objective for the coming year is to secure a place in the Western Conference Finals. A day later, the Thunder management arrived in New York ahead of schedule. The Knicks, as the hosts, did not accommodate them in the hotel arranged by the NBA League. Instead, Jiang Chao arranged for their stay at the luxurious 5-star Crown Hotel. That evening, he invited General Pooh and others to watch Game 5 of the finals together. Such hospitality is unique to the Thunder and signifies the amicable collaboration between the two teams. As Kobe unleashed his final flurry, and Ariza sank a pivotal three-pointer, Howard's missed low-post attempt to equalize marked the end of his inaugural journey to the finals. It was hard to muster a smile. General Pooh furrowed his brow. Jiang Chao, however, smiled. Indeed, during this phase, the beast was filled with joy. In the end, Howard and Kobe embraced each other, showing no signs of regret. In basketball, happiness is all that matters. Jiang Chao refrained from elaborating, for Howard, in his later years, was diligent and dedicated, although his mindset seemed to falter, possibly due to the Magic's roster. During the finals, Howard averaged 24, 7 points and 14.2 rebounds per game, undeniably the most dominant center since Shaquille O'Neal. Moreover, compared to the young king in the East, it is Howard who has emerged as the sole star around whom a team is built. Jiang Chao mused that if this peak version of Howard were paired with a guard like Curry, who possesses a degree of offensive autonomy, the outcome would be dramatically different. A singular star surrounded by versatile players is more suitable for backcourt roles. The interior is far more challenging. What a pity. Sean Marks greatly admired such a defensive stalwart. It is indeed a loss to contemplate. Clay Bennett, the owner of the Thunder, lamented, "It's a pity that you can't sign them next year. You have the space." It is widely known that the esteemed Donnie Walsh cleared considerable cap space for the Knicks, all in anticipation of pursuing a marquee player when contracts expire next year. Currently, Jiang Chao is not making any significant moves regarding players, merely exchanging rookies with the Thunder, maintaining the potential to attract a big fish next year. Sean Marks, on the other hand, is playing a game of indecision. Should I pursue the king or the beast? Suddenly, Coach Pop turned to the reclining Jiang Chao. "Which player do you favor, Jiang Chao?" Jiang Chao yawned and whimsically replied, "Stoudemire and Anthony. I am a fan of theirs." Meanwhile, D'Antoni, standing behind, thought to himself, "I can hardly believe you. You are quite the trickster. If you truly admired Stoudemire, how could you not appreciate the coach who unleashed his explosive prowess?" As the finals concluded, the draft was officially scheduled to take place in 3 days in New York, with ESPN broadcasting live across the nation and 203 countries worldwide. In the days leading up to this event, several significant developments transpired. The Suns underwent a personnel shakeup, with the recently dismissed Donnie Walsh from the Knicks stepping in to replace the young general manager, Steve Kerr. The Suns owner, rather bluntly, remarked, "Go back to TNT and continue your commentary. We need results, not you." Thus, Kerr's brief tenure as general manager came to an abrupt end. Many Knicks fans expressed their congratulations, as it was evident that a figure like Donnie Walsh could never remain behind the scenes. He would always operate at a general manager level, with opportunities aplenty. Walsh, full of ambition, aimed to lead the Suns back to the playoffs and assist Nash in reclaiming his former glory, with support from players such as Nash, Stoudemire, and Marion. This move could be seen as a slap in the face to Jiang Chao. However, Jiang Chao remained unfazed. He had no intentions of trading with the Suns. Some of his supporters believed that given the youth movement, Walsh was indeed an unsuitable fit. Sean Marks, meanwhile, reached out to the temporarily unemployed Kerr, suggesting they meet up when he is free. Kerr indicated he would come to New York to discuss matters after the draft, allowing the Knicks to focus on their selections for now. One by one, various owners and general managers from around the league began to arrive, alongside over 40 players who were attending the draft. The players would await their selection in the green room, while executives would conduct their swift maneuvers in a concealed area. At that moment, the city of New York was bustling with influential figures. It must be noted that a certain 5 feet 9 inches Drew the Underdog was a marketing prodigy. Knicks player Nate Robinson participated in a street ball challenge hosted by the professor at the legendary Rucker Park, where he astonishingly recorded 507 assists and 9 rebounds, leaving the New York basketball community astounded. Among the spectators were numerous executives and scouts from various teams, all witnessing Nate's extraordinary offensive display. It is said that this court is so formidable that even Kobe would struggle to shine here, and LeBron would not dare to step foot. One might score 50 points at Madison Square Garden, yet achieving such a feat at Rucker Park is nearly impossible. Only those who can do so are immortalized in history. Before the draft, it is evident that the young prodigy is intent on demonstrating his formidable prowess to Jiang Chao and all the teams. He remains the same audacious offensive genius. "Oh, this hype seems to suggest that we ought not to trade him, does it not?" D'Antoni remarked, expressing his gratitude as the player's trade value has significantly increased. Jiang Chao smiled faintly. "As for the 4 blockade heroes, none shall be retained, regardless of scoring 50 points. Should there be insubordination, I could never employ you. Thank you, young prodigy." Chapter 63. Infallibility. During this period, Jiang Chao was not entirely inactive. In a bid to safeguard Harden, he engaged in the art of Tai Chi. Unlike Curry, who exudes stability, Harden required a more thorough approach. Consequently, Jiang Chao conducted successive individual workouts with Spanish prodigy Rubio and young talents like James Evans and Jennings. The Timberwolves management was understandably alarmed. Rumors circulated among the lottery teams associated with the Thunder, leaving them apprehensive about Jiang Chao's intentions. Sean Marks also auditioned several promising second-round prospects, leading many to believe that the Knicks would select from this pool. However, Jiang Chao alone understood that the individuals he intended to draft were not among those being evaluated. This Tai Chi strategy was destined for success from the outset, yet it was imperative to execute it, primarily for Harden's sake. There was also concern that some second-round gems might be snatched up by other teams in a moment of folly. Nevertheless, Jiang Chao perceived that the prevailing attitude towards the second round was one of indifference. This sentiment echoed the evaluations of later years. In hindsight, the 2009 draft class was largely underestimated, with many predicting that aside from Griffin, the other players would struggle to make an impact. Contrary to these predictions, most of them flourished. Jiang Chao aimed to select Harden and Curry, the two most distinguished players of this class, both of whom eventually became regular season MVPs. This distinction placed the 2009 draft alongside the illustrious classes of 1984, 1996, and 2008, each of which also boasted two regular season MVPs. Sean Marks tirelessly sought out internal insights and ultimately relayed to Jiang Chao that the Clippers and Grizzlies had a 99.9% likelihood of not selecting Harden. Insiders provided him with rationales. Standing at 196 meters with a wingspan of 210 meters and weighing 100 kilograms, Harden was a shooting guard with explosive collegiate stats. His impressive height, wingspan, and weight distinguished him among backcourt players, while his diverse offensive skills made him reminiscent of Kobe. The Clippers were in the prime position to draft Harden, holding the top pick and free to choose whomever they desired. Yet, they opted against selecting him. Two reasons underpinned this decision. Firstly, the Clippers already boasted talented backcourt players in Baron Davis and Gordon. Secondly, Griffin's evident athletic prowess made him the obvious choice. During his sophomore year, he averaged 22.7 points and 14 for rebounds, coupled with a 37 three-point shooting rate. Any team with the top pick would have prioritized Griffin without hesitation. If I had the first pick, I would choose him too, Jiang Chao chuckled, lamenting that the Clippers were more interested in selling tickets and engaging in a rivalry with the Lakers than in parting with such a top-tier talent. The Grizzlies were even more justified in their stance. They already had young, promising backcourt players in Conley and Mayo. Conley was the 4th overall pick in 2007, while Mayo was the 3rd overall pick in 2008, both of whom were key prospects for the Grizzlies. In this scenario, it is implausible for the Grizzlies to select a perimeter player like Harden. The competition for playing time among three talented backcourt players could potentially hinder their performance, rendering the choice counterproductive. It is far more likely that the Grizzlies will opt for an interior player, akin to a heavy center modeled after Mutombo. The promising inner player, hashing the beat, stands at an impressive height of 2.21 meters, with a wingspan of 2.29 meters and a vertical reach of 2.90 meters, weighing 119 kilograms. Despite having a rather singular scoring approach, he demonstrated commendable rebounding prowess and remarkable shot-blocking ability during his college tenure. In his junior year, he averaged 13.6 points, 10.8 rebounds, and 4.22 blocks per game, maintaining an average of 4.17 blocks across his 3 years in college, with his highest average reaching 4.45 blocks in a single season. Jiang Chao could hardly suppress a chuckle as he anticipated witnessing the Grizzlies select one of the most underwhelming second overall picks in history. Surely, this player could at least emulate the defensive presence of a Yao Ming, similar to the role played by Hibbert in the Eastern Conference, making him a potentially seamless fit. Clearly, no one at present could fathom just how disappointing this second pick might turn out to be. The Grizzlies ought to focus on nurturing the younger Gasol brother instead. Jiang Chao remarked that if raw talent could be fully realized, the very purpose of the draft would be rendered moot. However, the owner remained confident, as they were securely positioned at the 3rd pick, allowing for the possibility of selecting Rubio. Marks presented the ESPN draft predictions, which forecasted that the Thunder would select Rubio 3rd overall. A traditional point guard adept at orchestrating play for the second star, indeed a commendable choice, especially following Rubio's dazzling performance with the U.S. national team at the Olympics. Harden, on the other hand, was projected to be selected 5th by the Timberwolves, a matter of little concern for Jiang Chao and his associates. "All right, let me call Curry," he said. After confirming Harden's selection, Sean Marks made a call to Curry to ensure everything was foolproof. Curry greeted Marks politely, akin to a diligent student. before expressing his dissatisfaction with the poor results of his workout, which had left Lacob, the Warriors' owner, quite displeased. Jiang Chao inquired whether Don Nelson had reached out to him privately. Not at all. The Warriors didn't even cover our hotel expenses, he replied. Indeed. Lacob had openly criticized the eccentric inventor, Old Nelson, whom he had long found difficult to tolerate, questioning the wisdom of signing such a player. What about the future? Do you really think you can acquire a Klay Thompson? Do these bodies even have the physique for the NBA? Muscles on their shoulders? However, it was evident that Don Nelson was not one to heed such warnings, as he proceeded to contact Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao, unfazed by the old fox, casually remarked, "I'll take Jordan Hill with the 8th pick. You may proceed as you wish." This statement left the Warriors' general manager, Wright, and his team in a quandary. Truth be told, selecting Jordan Hill would have been the most fitting choice, synergizing seamlessly with their current backcourt, allowing for a fast-paced style and effective switches. Should they attempt to preemptively snatch him away? Perhaps this was merely Jiang Chao's ruse. What was his actual caliber? Was he merely attempting to intimidate them into refraining from selection? Defiantly, he declared, "I suggest you sign Curry." This has transcended the realm of Tai Chi, approaching the essence of the I Ching. The Warrior finds himself ensnared by Jiang Chao's mere words, spinning in confusion. However, from the undertones in their voices and Curry's expressions, it appears that they have decided to relinquish their pursuit of him, to secure Curry with certainty. Sean Marks exhibits his acumen by suggesting that Curry may come to New York at this very moment. He adopts a sycophantic demeanor in hopes of enticing the Knicks to draft him, while the Knicks remain indifferent, leading the public to believe that Curry may not be as formidable as he truly is. Jiang Chao concludes with a remark, "I'll cover the hotel expenses in Golden State. See you in the green room." "All right, boss. I've been diligently training at the gym." "Well then, upon your arrival in New York, I shall accompany you in your training." "Boss, how much do you truly value him?" Sean Marks is taken aback. Jiang Chao whirls his Rolex. In a certain sense, he holds greater significance than the 3rd pick. Harden. Chapter 64. The Draft Conference, New York. The league headquarters welcomed a steady stream of visitors, with nearly every team paying a visit. However, the management of the Magic arrived the latest. Following their losses and Kobe's ascendance to greatness, the two teams had developed a rift, making any potential trades in recent years improbable. The Happy Beast was, in fact, quite discontent after their defeat in Los Angeles. He returned to Orlando and publicly proclaimed the necessity for a complete overhaul of the team. The hefty contracts of sharpshooters Lewis and Nelson were specifically called out for criticism. After all, everyone understands the game. Following the finals, it was abundantly clear who was left exposed. Thus, the Magic's management was deliberating whether to exchange their draft pick for a perimeter all-star, recognizing that the Lakers' prowess lay in their balanced interior-exterior combination, which the Magic evidently needed as well. Otherwise, how could they possibly retain Howard during his contract year next season? Howard had his own thoughts on the matter. What kind of teammates did he have compared to Kobe? LeBron gave a nod of approval. The penultimate visitors were the Cavaliers' management, indicating that both teams were poised for significant changes in the offseason. Jiang Chao remained inactive, refraining from discussions with other teams. Maintaining a steady hand could yield great rewards. He even found time to peruse discussions on Chinese forums, discovering that the fans were hardly concerned with the draft. Their chatter revolved around Sun Yu winning a championship ring before Yao Ming. Indeed, during this period, the draft was not held in high regard. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Chao, several professional basketball players, such as Zhu Fengyu, were closely following the events. The Griffin team arrived in New York, where he astounded onlookers with a dunk showcase at the legendary Rucker Park, leaving an indelible mark on the city. Harden, Jennings, DeRozan, and Curry, along with their agents, were also residing in a hotel adjacent to Madison Square Garden. Jiang Chao had only interacted with Jordan Hill, DeRozan, and Beverly, yet few seemed to care. What quality players could these young Knicks possibly secure? They had been scouting prospects for over a year, and Jiang Chao had owned the team for less than a month. What could he possibly know? June 25, 2009. New York City. Madison Square Garden. The annual draft conference commenced as anticipated, with the NBA executives holding their breath in anticipation. The illustrious 2009 Platinum generation was set to make its mark. ESPN began its live broadcast. The host highlighted the key points of this year's draft. A total of 103 players had registered, comprising 74 American players and 29 from other nations, with no Chinese players participating. Meanwhile, the management sat in a large conference room at the back, informally referred to as the Small Black Room. where they would weigh and control all proceedings. The Knicks, hosting the event, had their owner, general manager, and assistant manager present, while other teams sent only 1 or 2 representatives, accompanied by 3 fully charged phones for constant communication. Jiang Chao entered the familiar venue clad in a blue suit representing the Knicks, complemented by an orange tie. He, along with Max and the mustachioed figure, chose a table that drew considerable attention. The Rockets' foolish general manager Morey feigned a cordial greeting, but Jiang Chao pretended not to notice. R.C. Buford. The familiar faces of Old Donnie, Wright, and others were present, while Jiang Chao appeared rather conspicuous among these seasoned gentlemen. Seated nearby were members of the Thunder and Celtics management, though they were separated by a couple of meters and shielded by transparent partitions, rendering their voices largely inaudible. A glance from Ainge fell upon the dapper Jiang Chao. "Boss, are you here for the draft? You look quite stylish." Jiang Chao chuckled. "I wish. Being a boss is exhausting. Players merely need to play." Laughter ensued as everyone settled in. It was evident that the atmosphere was relaxed. In the past few days, Jiang Chao had discerned that this year's draft class was rather underwhelming. Aside from the assured first overall pick, Griffin, the other high-profile talents seemed evenly matched. They lacked the characteristics typical of franchise cornerstones. The television screen displayed an abundance of slender players, indicating an overabundance of guards, many lacking robust musculature. Who could have anticipated that this draft would yield 2 premier guard prospects? Having perused General Manager Poo's scouting reports, Jiang Chao noted Poo's description of Curry as a pure shooter, undersized for a shooting guard, and lacking the playmaking ability to fulfill the point guard role. It was clear that Poo had a distinct philosophy when it came to selecting players. He never opted for pure shooters. His Thunder guards were always capable ball handlers. From Westbrook to Reggie, and the likes of Durant and the anticipated Guagu, all were formidable offensive players. Anticipating the future possession of the all-time three-point king and the scoring champion who averaged 37 points in his peak season, Jiang Chao was brimming with excitement. The large screen transitioned to an ESPN live broadcast, showcasing the comically expressive Griffin, whose explosive athleticism and entertainment value made him the unquestionable top pick in this draft. The camera then shifted to the melancholic Prince DeRozan, followed by Evans, who mirrored LeBron's style, and finally settled on Curry. Dressed in a gray suit with a purple tie, Curry, with youthful exuberance, bid farewell to his agent and father as he approached the green room. Addressing the camera with enthusiasm, "Let's do this. Go for it." "Yes, sir." He then lowered his head, appearing somewhat bashful. "I'm actually a bit nervous. I'm not used to this environment. I don't know what to do. It's all so overwhelming." He sighed deeply, wondering aloud, "I hope I'll be all right." A reporter, camera in hand, inquired, "You're about to enter the NBA." "Yes, it feels fantastic," Curry replied, fidgeting like an overly energetic elementary school student. The Warriors, observing from their vantage point, shook their heads, realizing he lacked confidence. The camera then turned to Harden, who donned a dark gray suit and a hat. His beard, freshly shaved, revealed the beginnings of stubble. "I'm thrilled. It's going to be a wild night," he remarked. Jiang Chao exchanged a knowing glance with General Manager Poo, both nodding in anticipation of the astonishment that would soon grace Harden's face. Fate had woven its tapestry. Jiang Chao noticed that both individuals were clad in gray suits. Harden appeared quite dashing, while Curry exuded an almost surreal charm that felt oddly out of place. The players from the green room had completed their entrance, and the venue was filled with over 4,000 ticket-holding fans. These enthusiasts, drawn by the allure of team draft operations, had also contributed to a modest profit for Jiang Chao. Naturally, the majority were Knicks supporters donned in orange jerseys, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their team's future leader. Scarlett, Daddario, and Spike Lee, all adorned in sunglasses, awaited the Knicks selections for the evening. Daddario, a rather superficial fan, had hoped to catch a glimpse of her idol Jiang Chao, only to find herself surrounded by players while the management lingered behind, leading to a slight disappointment. However, when Jiang Chao caught sight of them, he thought to himself, "Is that really Daddario? Quite impressive indeed." Having heard tales of her fame, Jiang Chao was reminded of her notable presence from that beach movie. "Ah, the Black Widow is here as well. She looks even more stunning than before," he mused. He thought it amusing that they were merely there to enjoy the spectacle. Scarlett was purely interested in how the Knicks would maneuver this year. While seasoned fans like Spike Lee had already scrutinized potential strategies, speculating that Jiang Chao would likely pursue player trades centered around the formidable quartet. Yet, the question lingered, which player would he include in such negotiations? Not only were they speculating, But current players were also anxiously glued to their screens, particularly the Knicks quartet, who clutched their Bibles in anticipation. David Stern, with a warm smile, took the stage, and the crowd's cheers quickly fell into a hush. Without delay, he grasped the envelope in hand and began to read. The 2009 NBA draft has commenced. With the first overall pick, the Los Angeles Clippers select Blake Griffin. Jiang Chao distinctly observed the Clippers' general manager and owner, Sterling, communicating their decision via a mobile device. The rapidity and intensity of the proceedings were striking. Jiang Chao rubbed his hands together, fixated on his own array of phones, one connected to the league's officials, another to the coaching staff or ownership, and 13 others ready to connect with various teams, as each franchise's management was surrounded by multiple devices. At that moment, Sean Marks' phone rang. "Is it our turn yet?" The bearded gentleman appeared puzzled, unaware of the unfolding events. Sean Marks was startled as well. Upon answering, he heard the voice of Prokhorov. Knicks, I have some new ideas." Before he could finish, Marks' expression shifted dramatically. "You." Just as the Knicks seemed assured, turmoil was about to ensue. Jiang Chao's pupils dilated, and he rose, glaring furiously at Prokhorov, who was clutching his phone. "Are you seriously reconsidering this?" Chapter 65, A Change of Heart? Adding more chips. In both his past life and the present, Jiang Chao remains a youth. Compared to the veterans who have endured several draft events, his youthful exuberance is undeniable. Upon hearing President Pu express new thoughts, he was instantly filled with agitation. Sean Marks, however, exerted his considerable strength to guide Jiang Chao back to his seat, while nearby Angie, Riley, and others turned their attention toward him. Your excitement draws their gaze, potentially amplifying your fervor. President Pu, momentarily taken aback, pondered, wasn't he indifferent? Why such fervor this time? Jiang Chao's genuine emotions revealed the Knicks' keen desire for the third pick. This time, he was not putting on an act. He had not yet reached the level of cunning required for such deception. This was the draft, and to claim calmness would be disingenuous. The very moment David Stern took the stage, his heart surged with exhilaration. Previously, he had only witnessed these moments on television and in 2K games. Now he was actively participating, acutely aware that any decision would shape the team's trajectory for the upcoming season and beyond. He had no time for pretense. Calm down. Why the excitement? I merely wish to share some alternative thoughts. President Pu, unfazed by the criticism, had at least gauged Jiang Chao's resolve, prompting a more composed demeanor as he exchanged friendly glances with him across the table. Should you prove untrustworthy, the Knicks shall never engage in trade with the Thunder," Jiang Chao remarked coldly, addressing his phone. Meanwhile, David Stern was still engaged in a lively exchange with Griffin, while a tempest brewed behind the scenes. No one was paying attention to the Knicks. Everyone was preoccupied with their own matters, as numerous trades were being finalized within that brief hour. The Knicks seemed irrelevant in the current moment. Lakers President Kupchak conversed with Mavericks President Cuban, emotions running high, seemingly regarding a trade with the Thunder. R.C. Buford and Popovich were on the phone. Sean Marks is still too young. The draft is a battlefield. One cannot act hastily. Popovich replied, "The world of youth is beyond our comprehension. Only the teams at the end of the first round, such as the Lakers, Mavericks, and Spurs, remain composed." Even casually chatting on the phone, the Grizzlies had also preemptively announced their intention to select Hashim the Beat following Griffin's unavailability. During this tumultuous time, Jiang Chao had no leisure for leisurely photographs. He was locked in a tense standoff with President Pu. The third pick was approaching rapidly. Aware that his emotions were laid bare, Jiang Chao decided to confront the matter directly. "Speak. What new thoughts do you have?" President Pu quickened his speech, upon reflection. "I believe I shall pass on Lord Luo, opting instead for Nate Robinson. What do you think? What are you envisioning?" Jiang Chao responded, incredulous yet amused. President Pu, "That is quite unreasonable. Are you raising the stakes?" Sean Marks' expression shifted as well. "Are you jesting? You wish to trade a player averaging a mere 2 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists for one averaging 17. 2 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 assists? This is far more excessive than the initial offer of Du Hong. The significance of Du Hong within the Knicks pales in comparison to that of Nate Robinson. Let us briefly deliberate on this matter. The situation with General Manager Pu is indeed somewhat awkward. Breaking promises is a grave offense in this circle, and after a couple of instances, one could find themselves friendless. It is worth noting that he is also a new general manager, and certain matters are not easily navigated. Initially, the Thunder's owner had consented to his trade proposals. However, Nate Robinson's astonishing performance at Rucker Park, where he masqueraded as an elder and scored an astounding 50 points. Along with a recent video of him dunking on Shaquille O'Neal, reignited discussions surrounding basketball post-finals. This fervor ignited a desire among the owner and several insiders for such an electrifying player, envisioning a dynamic duo alongside Westbrook. Consequently, the owner issued a directive to acquire Nate Robinson. Naturally, he himself is fond of such explosive reserves. At merely 25 years of age, crowned as the dunk champion, possessing a vertical leap of 1.10 meters, the best in the league, along with a historic half-court sprint of 2.96 seconds, he embodies top-tier talent, barring his height. His ability to block shots from O'Neal and Yao Ming, coupled with his dunk contest feats over Howard, has garnered him a legion of fans, marking him as a player who draws crowds. Last year with the Knicks, he achieved a career-high average of 17.2 points and 4.1 assists, establishing himself as a super sixth man and a versatile asset for any team. Following Jiang Chao's decision to let him go, numerous teams expressed interest in acquiring such a fervent and explosive miniature guard, as his appeal transcends all teams. However, his flaws lie in his defense and emotional volatility, which can lead to impulsive behavior. Yet, should the Knicks be willing to part with him, the Thunder would be eager to oblige. Nate is not the type to block office doors or launch social media attacks against teammates. Thus, we can assist in resolving this situation. Pu is also aware that Jiang Chao would not be at a disadvantage. Hence, the initial approach is one of reason. While a resolution is inevitable, it will not manifest in such a manner. Beyond his temperament, Jiang Chao appreciates players like Nate Robinson, who, despite their average height, possess the ability to perform extraordinary feats. He has a shooting touch, ball handling skills, and compensates for defensive shortcomings with his muscular build and quick, gamble-like steals, qualifying him as a potential star. Such players are akin to an offensive version of Patrick Beverley, excelling in the playoffs. One recalls how he led the Bulls to trouble the Celtics after Rose's injury. However, blocking doors is one thing, but being the instigator against Jiang Chao and repeatedly hurling insults in group chats is another matter entirely. His impulsive behavior, combined with the team's need to nurture two offensive prodigy guards, makes it difficult for such a ball-dominant player to coexist, especially given his inability to support Huden defensively. The Knicks are already laden with youth. Introducing an emotionally volatile player could potentially disrupt the locker room dynamics and negatively influence the younger athletes. Ultimately, basketball demands intellect as much as skill. Off the court, his behavior is equally concerning. Last year, he incurred 5 traffic violations and was apprehended thrice for public indecency. In this sinful city, a frequent patron of nightclubs, with allegations of domestic violence. These are all behaviors Jiang Chao finds intolerable. Thus, in light of Robinson's recent displays, Jiang Chao harbors a sense of satisfaction as it augments his trade value. However, he had not anticipated that the Thunder would also take an interest. He fervently wished another team could offer a first-round pick in exchange, as this would disrupt his plans. Let me propose an idea. You could add the recently impressive Nate to the existing foundation of Chandler and Harrington, and I could include a player alongside the third pick. What do you think? Would Westbrook suffice? Sean Marks, maintaining a stern demeanor, reiterated the original trade. No jesting. It is now time for the second pick. And I am quite serious, Pu remarked, shrugging his shoulders. Jiang Chao's mind raced. Clearly, Sean Marks was in a state of panic, leaving the decision to Jiang Chao. Otherwise, the third pick would be for naught. Essentially, it was merely adding a supplementary piece to the original trade. We desire a player like Nate, someone ready to contribute immediately. You could select a player from our roster, or I could offer a first-round pick for next year. It appeared that Pu was particularly fond of Nate, reminiscent of his later choice of Reggie Jackson, essentially a mini Westbrook. Offering a first-round pick was already a commendable addition. Yet, it was evident that the Thunder's first-round pick next year would not be particularly high. Sean Marks turned to Jiang Chao. Everything hinged on his decision. Meanwhile, Stern at the front desk was already presenting a cap to tab bid. Well then, let me concede a bit and select a player. Very well, you may proceed. Pu clenched his fists, aware that his counterpart was about to add a formidable player to his arsenal. How about Serge Ibaka? It would be akin to swapping last year's first-round pick with us. Jiang Chao spoke in as subdued a tone as possible. No problem, it's a deal. Pu was growing increasingly anxious, as the league had contacted him multiple times, even sending staff to urge him to make a decision. It's settled. A subtle smile crept across Jiang Chao's face. Things were heating up. Chapter 66. The Thunder duo joins the Knicks. Both parties swiftly acquiesced. recognizing the mutual benefits this trade would yield. The essence remained the same. The Thunder aimed for immediate triumph, while the Knicks set their sights on future victories. Yet, Sean Marks found himself perplexed as to why Jiang Chao would opt for a rookie from the previous year rather than a coveted first-round pick for the upcoming season. Serge Ibaka, selected 24th overall by the Supersonics in 2008, seemed an odd choice. Should the Thunder perform well in the next season, they might anticipate a similar draft position. What, then, was the purpose of acquiring this raw, blue-collar player? To Marks, this trade appeared decidedly advantageous for the Thunder. One party was audacious enough to propose it, while the other was bold enough to accept. Both seemed rather eccentric in their pursuits. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. The quartet known as the Block Door had been whisked away. General Manager Pooh shared this sentiment, viewing Ibaka merely as a bargaining chip. With the acquisition of Harrington, the overlap in their roles rendered Ibaka somewhat redundant. After a lackluster previous season, and with Harrington now in the fold, the opportunity to develop Ibaka further had evaporated. Clearly, a player of Harrington's caliber offered greater immediate impact if they sought a blue-collar worker. Thus, since Jiang, the owner, desired this trade, Pooh was resolute in his decision. There was no need for hesitation. He could secure a skilled player to accompany the dynamic duo into battle. Jiang, however, bore an unusual expression, stifling a smile. His youthful exuberance may have left him less adept at navigating the intricacies of such dealings. Yet he possessed a historical vision that allowed him to seize the moment. To Jiang, Pooh's call was akin to a serendipitous gift. It appeared as though Pooh aimed to inflate the deal, yet the true victor remained uncertain. One could argue it was a win-win scenario. The explosive combination of Westbrook and the diminutive Potato could very well result in an exhilarating display of dunks throughout the game. On the Knicks side, what a jest. This was the reigning king of shot blockers, possessing a formidable presence on the court. After an arduous search, fortune had smiled upon them, presenting a defensive powerhouse without effort. The duo's synergy left the assistant general manager, the mustachioed Hu, utterly astounded. Only now did he grasp some of Jiang Chao's strategic intentions. And the revelation that the Knicks were pursuing the third overall pick left him in a state of disbelief, as if he were caught in a fantastical tale. His initial reaction was to marvel at Jiang's audacity in dispatching 3 troublesome players in one fell swoop. His second thought was a realization that the opposing side seemed to possess valuable assets as well. In a daze, he began to anticipate the reactions of David Stern and the external fan base. All he could do was relay Ibaka's scouting report to Jiang. The Thunder clearly intended to cultivate him. The contract was favorable, a 4-year, $8 million rookie deal with a salary of approximately $12 million last year and around $3 million this year, hardly encumbering the Knicks' salary cap. This acquisition could effectively fill the void left by Harrington's absence in the frontcourt. D'Antoni, from a coaching perspective, remarked on the fortunate turn of events. It was fortunate he was no longer the head coach. Trading away so many immediate contributors in exchange for a third overall pick and a rookie power forward would be a daunting challenge for any coach. But whom did he intend to select with the third pick? And what about the 8th pick? Although Xiaohuzi sat within the arena, he was, in fact, an outsider awaiting a miracle. Perhaps Jiang Chao could indeed orchestrate something monumental. The newly signed rookie contract between General Manager Pooh and Ibaka left Jiang Chao feeling quite satisfied, as it afforded them a 4-year window of rookie benefits, which was more than ample. He also understood why Pooh agreed to this supplementary trade. Last season, Ibaka played 73 games, averaging 18.1 minutes on the court, contributing 6 points, 4 rebounds, and 1.2 blocks, even starting 20 games. While he led the team in blocks, his performance in other areas evidently did not meet the Thunder's needs. A robust and imposing interior presence simply lacked space for them. At that moment, Ibaka's playing style relied heavily on his long arms and vertical leap, serving as a formidable rim protector. Yet he had yet to develop a consistent mid-range or three-point shot. Clearly, Harrington, with a shooting accuracy of 45 and a three-point percentage of 36.2, was a far better fit for the Thunder, whose tactics leaned heavily on penetration. Moreover, Ibaka's intimidating diet of bull testicles and lamb kidneys left his Thunder teammates wary of teasing the rookie from Congo. However, in the grand scheme of history, Pooh's choice was not misguided. Ibaka's future accomplishments would far surpass those of Harrington. Pooh's eye for talent had always been commendable, and following the lead of his elder brothers, this group might indeed achieve notable success. Yet, the completion of this trade revealed Jiang Chao's prior considerations regarding operational capabilities. This was also the reason he had hesitated to lure Pooh with significant funds. While his vision was unparalleled, his operational acumen appeared lacking, short-sighted, and susceptible to the whims of reality, such as the current trend of acquiring players who excelled in street ball, only to trade them if they failed to perform. In a few years, the players he selected would emerge, and the inevitable consequences would unfold. Jiang Chao had not anticipated acquiring a master of help defense so swiftly. Standing at 2.08 meters with a wingspan of 2.26 meters, Ibaka was a two-time NBA blocks champion and a three-time member of the league's all-defensive first team. Even after a severe decline in physical attributes following an injury, he showcased his shooting prowess, leading the Raptors to a championship in the 2019 season alongside Leonard and Lowry. His competitive spirit was unquestionable. Jiang Chao vividly recalled how Ibaka, while nursing an injury, returned to the court to thwart the Spurs, leaving them with no opportunities. Against teams that employed tactical finesse, few could withstand the overwhelming talent of the Thunder, and Ibaka's innate gifts stifled the Spurs' team-oriented play. While his pinpoint mid-range shooting rendered Duncan and Splitter's twin towers virtually irrelevant, only offensively superior teams, such as the Heat, could hope to defeat that formidable Thunder squad. In essence, Ibaka represented a rare breed of elite, space-creating defensive big man in the NBA, one who would not be rendered obsolete by the evolving game. What type of big man is essential in the era of small ball? A player capable of protecting the rim, creating space, and exhibiting superior ball control. As small ball strategies gain prevalence, the first two attributes have become prerequisites for big men entering the NBA. During the finals, Ibaka was an essential source of stability from the perimeter, boasting a three-point shooting percentage exceeding 35% annually and an astonishing mid-range shooting percentage above 50%. This stood in stark contrast to his appearance, as he consistently ranked first among the four young stars in rim protection efficiency and plus-minus value. It was straightforward and decisive. At this moment, Jiang Chao and his companions observed General Manager Pu making a trade announcement to the staff, who then approached the Knicks to confirm the transaction. Numerous teams cast their gazes in that direction, indicating a forthcoming trade between the two teams at the draft. The astonishment at the staff's faces clearly revealed the magnitude of this trade. No problem, agreed, Sean Marks signed. The staff, somewhat anxious, recorded the details, as this was the first trade to transpire. Now that the draft rights are in your hands, which player do you intend to select for the Thunder? Amidst the bewildered expression of the bearded Mike D'Antoni, Sean Marks inscribed a name, James Harden. All right, thank you. The staff swiftly departed with the envelope in hand, while Jiang Chao and General Manager Pu exchanged nods of acknowledgement. This trade was definitively settled. Jiang Chao stroked his chin thoughtfully. The quartet of blockers was instantly dismantled. Intriguing. Goodness. After all the twists and turns, he had unexpectedly acquired two of the Thunder's four young stars? Quite fascinating. After all, they were both young stars. There should be little difference. Chapter 67. A question mark over the arena? Ibaka unleashes his 28-meter blade. Amidst the collective gaze of the audience, David Stern received the envelope containing the third overall pick from the staff, while the logo of the new franchise, the Thunder, scrolled across the screen behind him. James Harden, seated in the front row, held his head high, having undergone the most extensive tryouts in Oklahoma City. The prodigious Rubio, exuding charisma, awaited the camera's sweep with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Meanwhile, a dapper young man at home had already crafted a welcoming message for Harden, poised to unleash it on Twitter the moment the announcement was made. Knicks fans, indifferent to the unfolding drama, found themselves entranced by the extraordinary Scarlet, whose elegance radiated an aura reminiscent of a goddess from the last century. Far away, in the Indiana waiting lounge, Stevens and Messina engaged in lighthearted banter. Selected with the third pick in 2009, the Arizona State guard, James Harden. As Stern proclaimed this, the arena erupted in jubilant cheers, and Harden rose to embrace his mother, while the management in the background began to applaud. Yet, Stern's expression suddenly shifted. He faltered for a moment, unable to utter the anticipated words of congratulations for Harden. Instead, he paused, taken aback by the next line of text before him, a tumultuous wave of thoughts surging within. My goodness, this young man is making a bold move. Impressive indeed. Though he maintained a calm exterior, excitement coursed through him as he continued his duties. Breaking news: the sudden announcement from the speakers drew the attention of the entire audience once more, as the camera focused again on David Stern. He delivered a lengthy and shocking statement. The Thunder have traded James Harden, along with teammate Serge Ibaka, to the New York Knicks in exchange for Wilson Chandler, Malik Rose, and Robinson. A thunderous uproar erupted throughout the venue. Almost everyone gasped in disbelief. What was happening? This unexpected trade left the crowd momentarily bewildered. Not to mention the sheer number of players involved, 4 for 2. Knicks fans were utterly flabbergasted, anticipating the 8th pick, yet here was the 3rd pick instead. Even the seasoned executives backstage turned their attention towards the Knicks and Thunder, recognizing the merits of the trade. The astute veterans discerned that this maneuver was indeed beneficial for players resistant to the owner exchange for 1 first-round pick and a lottery talent, while also clearing cap space. Absolutely commendable. Wow, owner Jiang, do you only trade with young GMs? They mused. We've made offers for those 4 players sitting on your shelf. R.C. Buford quipped. No wonder you're sitting so close. Ainge blinked in surprise. This old Donnie-esque expression shifted in the background. The audacity of this move had indeed caught their seasoned group off guard, yet they knew the real spectacle was yet to unfold. What a phenomenal display. Truly. The home team's young owner ignited the arena with this audacious maneuver. Jiang is extraordinary. The owner is remarkable. Sean Marks, a master of divine operations. It must be the decision of the esteemed brother Chao, for Sean has only been here a few days. Fans in front of television stations across 203 nations were left astounded. This grand undertaking is simply extraordinary. The Knicks are making significant moves. Major media outlets are in a frenzy over the news. Goodness, during the press conference, Jiang Chao declared that this is merely the beginning. Indeed, it is just the commencement. This is the true inception. After translation by Yu Jia of CCTV 5, he pondered for quite some time due to the multitude of players involved, rendering him momentarily unable to comment. Incredible. Zhu Fengyu was ecstatic before the television. The departure of the 4 so-called sorcerers was exhilarating, especially as they exited together, leaving behind those who had bullied Brother Chao. Many Knicks fans erupted in excitement before their screens, while Jiang Chao and his colleagues formally embraced the Thunder management. Congratulations. Shared joy. Wishing each other soaring success. Absolutely necessary. At the instant the news broke, James Harden's expression was the most exaggerated as he approached the stage. His eyes widened like saucers, resembling a comedic character. It wasn't until David Stern received the Knicks orange cap from an assistant that he realized the truth of the matter. So what is this situation? He had just spent a second as a Thunder player, and now he is a Knicks player? Brother Chao, you have no heart. I wasn't prepared to fight for you yet. Just moments ago, his mind was filled with thoughts of the unstoppable Kevin Durant. However, his family was elated. New York. The grand stage of the Knicks offers the finest opportunity for self-expression, prompting them to urge him to hurry on stage and don the cap. Ricky Rubio, Jordan Hill, and others were equally stunned. Jordan Hill even questioned why he wasn't selected with the 3rd pick. Jennings exclaimed in disbelief at the Knicks owner's audacity, opting for a complete roster of rookies. Wow, really? Meanwhile, Curry clapped below, exchanging incredulous glances with his agent. The Knicks secured the 3rd pick. Harden, seated beside Curry, found it hard to believe. His expression grew serious as he clutched his head with both hands. His girlfriend, Aisha Alexander, reassured him, "Don't worry. The 8th pick hasn't been traded. That's a relief. But have they perhaps acquired too many rookies?" Aisha held a firm belief in Jiang Chao, the Chinese individual, as her grandfather had said that a Chinese person's word is their bond, and she was confident that Jiang Chao would surely choose her boyfriend. Curry's gaze grew vacant, and he became increasingly restless. None of this aligned with the conversation he had with Jiang Chao that fateful night. Could it be that the superstar shooting guard he was to pair with was this bearded player next door? Would he even choose him? A sense of frustration brewed within him. Despite having traded for the 3rd pick, he was not the first selection. This sparked a competitive spirit in Curry, leading him to compare himself with Harden and later to engage in various training and statistical competitions after joining the team. Meanwhile, his agent remained oblivious, mistakenly believing that Curry was anxious about falling in the draft order. The Knicks fans were in a state of euphoria, regardless of the circumstances. The transition to the new owner, known for his innovative approaches, deserves the respect of the team. Moreover, this showcases Jiang Chao's formidable side. What constitutes decisive action is epitomized here. Those who harbor doubts about the team must be shown the door. Spike Lee, as the head of the loyal fan base, engages in spirited discussions with a group of middle-aged gentlemen. This trade is fantastic. Among the 4 individuals, 2 are emotional time bombs, Lao Yi and Tu Do, and one is disloyal Harrington, who plays solely for his mentor, Old Donnie. It is unfortunate to lose Chandler, but if trades are to be made, sacrifices must ensue. Indeed. All 4 are now up for trade under Jiang Chao's directive. How splendid. Scarlett, appearing somewhat dazed, finds herself admiring this new owner. This neighbor is impressive, indeed. Those who oppose must be discarded. The fans, their faces painted orange, continually praised Jiang Chao. D'Addario remarks, I can't believe all four of them were traded at once. At that moment, a rational fan interjects. This is essentially a gamble on the future. These four were valuable to the Thunder, and we cannot ascertain if the newcomers will be equally beneficial. Harden is indeed a powerhouse, a statistical marvel from the NCAA, a veritable offensive kaleidoscope. My impression of Ibaka stems from his commendable defensive prowess for Spain at last year's Olympics, though his offensive capabilities remain somewhat unclear. You must understand. Harrington and Nate combined average nearly 40 points per game. We are losing two prolific scorers along with two reliable role players. Harden is no slouch either. With his mid-range game reminiscent of a left-handed Kobe, his Euro step possesses an essence akin to Manu's, and he is quite the leaper. I have a fondness for Ibaka. He exudes strength. There seems to be a keen observer among the fans. Regardless, this is exhilarating. Indeed, it is utterly thrilling. We have a third overall pick. A splendid selection, Jiang. Let us celebrate our esteemed owner. Scarlett, swept up in the fans' enthusiasm, raises her hands high, her once worried expression transformed into one of admiration. Meanwhile, donned in a chef's hat and humming a tune, the fashionable sophomore Ibaka is at home in Spain, experimenting with an unusual dish, cricket tea. Suddenly, his agent bursts in with shocking news. What? The Thunder no longer want me? Off to the muck. How outrageous. The hot-tempered Ibaka glances down, exclaiming, Where is my 28-meter blade? Bring it here. Anyone faced with such abrupt trade news would struggle to accept it. The Thunder's management clearly disregarded his feelings, failing to provide any prior notice. Those four fools in New York must have already offended the owner. But what of me? I have been diligent. And yet you simply swap me out? Currently, Pa has been crafting a text to apologize to the insurance card. He has considered who he selects, hoping for amicable parting. Yet, he is powerless in this situation. Why did Jiang Chao suddenly choose Ibaka? Was he selecting this tough guy inviting trouble? I'm sorry. Time is of the essence. The Thunder's assistant general manager hastily communicates. Get lost. Don't make me face the Thunder. Chapter 68. The departure of the four from the blockade. What Ibaka and his companions remained oblivious to was that, at the moment of the actual trade, Ibaka was merely a supplementary piece, essentially a match for Nate. This revelation would undoubtedly incite his fury, especially as his agent reassured him that it was related to Harrington, which would provide him with some psychological comfort. In Queens, within a private room of a nightclub, the television screen displayed Harden donning a Knicks cap, his eyes and teeth gleaming white. Nate Robinson, the beleaguered hero of the blockade, drowned his sorrows in drink, while nearby, street ball players such as the Bone Collector and Ladder offered him consolation. Meanwhile, the esteemed professor from Rucker Park, despite sending messages of comfort, seemed to be in relatively better spirits, recognizing that a trade of such magnitude was not without merit. A third overall pick, accompanied by a promising rookie from the Thunder. A combination of both inside and outside talent. How splendid. Many streetball fans in New York shared a similar sentiment, pondering whether the owner's trade was as foolish as rumored. Amidst the chatter, a friend of Nate chimed in, reminding him of the Thunder's scoring titans, Durant and Westbrook, who were formidable in the West. With the addition of the four, they would undoubtedly boast playoff-caliber prowess. This invigorated the diminutive Robinson, who thrived in such high-stakes scenarios. His fearless demeanor echoed sentiments familiar to those who knew Draymond Green and Patrick Beverley, who often expressed similar bravado. The eldest among them, the irritable veteran, kicked the television in frustration. Damn it. An injury-prone player, he had foreseen his impending release, fully aware of the limitations imposed by his ailing knee. While he once showcased championship-level defensive skills, he now realized that his body could no longer endure the rigors of the game. Among the group, he was the fiery elder, always ready to respond to a call, albeit without contemplating the repercussions. I shall assist these young men as much as I can, he thought. Recalling a message from Spurs GM R.C. Buford, with whom he had recently met in New York, Chandler felt a twinge of melancholy. As a rookie chosen by the Knicks, he had initially reveled in the belief that he was truly making a name for himself. In comparison to Gallinari and David Lee, he was deemed the most promising player, yet ultimately, the Knicks had decided to part ways with him. Among the blockade quartet, he was the most innocent. However, he also received a text from Sean Marks, clarifying that his trade was not a consequence of the blockade incident, but rather a determined request from the Thunder. Hence, the Knicks had reluctantly allowed this emerging talent to go. Well then, Please extend my gratitude to the owner, and may the Knicks prosper, Chandler mused. His agent reassured that at least he hadn't been sent to a less desirable team. They could part amicably. No worries, let us excel with the Thunder. After all, they have 2 stars. Harrington echoed similar sentiments, having long desired to depart. The blockade quartet was truly ready to move on. Jiang Chao and Sean were not mistaken. This individual is currently at his zenith, solely focused on accumulating statistics with the Knicks to secure a lucrative contract, rather than contributing to the team's pursuit of victory. However, once he joins a formidable team, he will undoubtedly strive for glory alongside his tenacious teammates. It is indeed said that poor performance can be contagious. Regrettably, he did not end up with his former team, the Pacers, nor with his mentor, Old Donnie, at the Suns. Jiang Chao was unable to finalize a trade with the Suns. As for the Pacers, their president, Larry Bird, is likely sweating profusely backstage, having never anticipated that Jiang Chao would execute such a decisive and powerful trade. Reflecting on the seemingly trivial wager from that time, it becomes increasingly apparent that he misjudged Jiang Chao, who may have outplayed him in this regard. Oh, how utterly captivating. In St. Louis, David Lee, the starting center for the Knicks, who has been struggling to sleep lately, finally awaited the draft event. Initially preoccupied, he was startled to witness a rapid trade unfold, which directly involved his own team. Is this an indication of their intention to elevate his status? His stunning model girlfriend remarked playfully while nudging him. I have always been the star of the Knicks, he retorted. The 2005 first-round 30th pick, David Lee, had already averaged a double-double with 12 points last season. He and his agent had communicated with the Knicks, indicating that they would not easily part with this veteran player. However, he felt quite pleased and promptly called his teammate Danilo Gallinari, engaging in a conversation while watching television, casually shifting his girlfriend aside. Hey, Danilo, did you see that? Lee took a hearty bite of his snack, his shoulder muscles tensing. Of course, you're in luck. A competitor for your ball dominance has left, and a blue-collar player has arrived. Gallinari was somewhat exhilarated, although his excitement was primarily for himself. You're right, several competitors have departed. Indeed, Nate consumed too many possessions. I estimate you will be starting next season. David Lee chuckled, noting that Gallinari had been Chandler's backup, and with Chandler gone, as well as another forward. The new addition was a guard, making Gallinari the primary choice at small forward. I know Ibaka. I've played against him in international leagues. He possesses remarkable athleticism and an impressive wingspan. I've been blocked by him several times. Oh, my agent mentioned he is quite obedient, and indeed, the boss favors such compliant players. Naturally, anyone who makes it to the Spanish national team must heed the coach's guidance. He is far more astute than his appearance suggests. What do you think of the 3rd pick, Harden? He is quite capable, a shooting guard with ball handling skills. His mid-range shooting is quite elegant, and he is an explosive player. As long as he is taller than Nate, I'm content. Nate's height is quite uncomfortable to witness. You're not particularly tall yourself when playing inside, yet you criticize others. I possess quick leaping ability. Averaging 12 rebounds is no mere coincidence. We are entering an era of fast breaks. All right, let us continue watching. I wonder what kind of lineup the boss intends to create. It's astonishing that the 8th pick is still available. This trade is indeed remarkable. Indeed, securing a guard or a center with the 8th pick would be prudent. I believe both Curry and Jordan Hill could enhance our roster. Gary Neal. Personally, I prefer a player like Harden, someone who can handle the ball and create opportunities. We should perhaps steer clear of interior players, as Jordan Hill's role overlaps with yours. It seems, however, that the owner holds reservations about Curry. True, let's not hang up. Let us watch together. All right, I'm feeling quite anxious. I hope I'm not traded as well. The lead assistant coach, Messina, is from your hometown. What do you have to fear? Does the owner strike you as a person of loyalty? Like the rest, the remaining players of the Knicks, confined to their homes with varied expressions, unanimously cast aside any prejudice against owner Jiang Chao. This trade is decidedly impressive. At the airport, Stevens and Messina, watching the live broadcast, nearly strained their backs. Goodness, this is a transaction they were entirely unaware of, evidently orchestrated by Sean Marks since his arrival in New York. Suddenly, for robust players are gone, the coaching staff is in a predicament. No wonder the owner advised me not to analyze the existing lineup. Stevens thought to himself that it was fortunate he hadn't developed team tactics yet. Losing 4 players while gaining 2 newcomers necessitates a complete reconfiguration. Messina quickly noted the names of these 2 individuals. Indeed, those who oppose the owner seldom find favorable outcomes. The young coach, James Harden, a college guard I quite admire. If we select Curry with the 8th pick, we will have 2 ball-dominant players. I must contemplate how to cultivate them effectively. Messina, how about 1 ball handler and 1 shooter? Much like the Spurs' Parker and Neal? Young coach. That could work, but I wonder if they could switch roles seamlessly. Goodness, that would be quite a challenge. The owner has presented us with a conundrum that we must tackle adeptly. I'm not even certain the owner will choose Curry at the 8th spot. Haha. Thankfully, the flight was delayed, allowing us to watch the draft in its entirety. We lost 2 players over 30, 2 around 25, and welcomed 2 in their 20s. The owner is indeed intent on instigating a youth movement. Having grown accustomed to the Spurs, Messina feels overwhelmed by the abundance of youthful energy. Note, this refers to Harden and Ibaka, both born in 1989. The young coach nibbled on his fingers, you know? I genuinely believe that Harden and Ibaka would complement each other remarkably. I can hardly wait to devise some baseline cut strategies. Both possess explosive athleticism. Having Ibaka at the free throw line to facilitate cuts for Harden would be feasible. The 2 coaches are already envisioning the Knicks' future. Yet, Jiang Chao must remain vigilant at all times, for it appears the 8th pick may be encountering complications. Chapter 69, Old Donnie's Interception, Curry is gone. In Oklahoma City, a certain young enthusiast quickly revised the news, expressing his excitement. He had spoken with Westbrook, both recalling their encounters with the formidable Knicks quartet last year. They were well aware of their prowess, with all but one being ready for action. Particularly, a player like Nate was a favorite of Westbrook's, who could hardly contain his eagerness to charge into battle. He had long ceased to concern himself with who would be selected at the 3rd pick. His sole ambition was to propel the team forward. They all recognized that Harrington could provide the necessary space as a reliable presence in the paint, while Chandler and Nate could surge ahead. The Dunk King has arrived. Let him teach you some flashy dunks. No, I still prefer the power dunk, proclaimed the esteemed leader. Dujong, with his 2 phones in hand, was fervently typing away, using his main account to criticize Harden for his unreliability. Meanwhile, his secondary account on Reddit began to buzz with excitement as he engaged in discussions about the Thunder's prospects for the upcoming season. Harrington and Nate had proven to be the most challenging to defend against during their previous encounters. With these players, Dujong confidently declared that the Thunder were destined to soar. Thanks to General Pooh, the Thunder would no longer be a fringe playoff team. Other players shared the same sentiment. Both sides stood to gain, and there were no objections. At Butler University, Hayward and the basketball team were analyzing the Knicks. Harden was an NCAA scoring machine, while Ibaka was a Spanish powerhouse in the paint. In Hayward's view, if Harden were to lead a team, his one-on-one capabilities would rival Durant's. He simply needed the ball to showcase his talent. This trade was not a loss. With the absence of a forward, next year I shall join and take flight. Haha, is that you, hey? Currently, half of Butler University have become Knicks fans, largely due to Jiang Chao's impressive visit that day. In San Antonio, Spurs lead assistant Budenholzer was watching the draft at Popovich's home. With his phone ready to contact R.C. Buford, from a physical standpoint, Ibaka is an exceptionally talented player with great explosiveness. The Knicks' choice is valid, at the very least. This young big man will give his all. Popovich replied, indeed, Harrington's defense and rebounding leave much to be desired. While Ibaka's offensive skills have not been fully showcased in Oklahoma City, his talent will certainly shine in a team like the Knicks, which has struggled, Budenholzer remarked. Perhaps they won't be struggling for long. Popovich expressed a newfound respect for Jiang Chao. Yes, with all rookies giving their utmost for the team. Harden is also a master of difficult shots, and Ibaka ensures rebounding. He can gradually develop his skills. The Spurs veterans found themselves quite fond of the young Jiang Chao, whom they had never met, but who had managed to seize opportunities in San Antonio. The Knicks' rebuilding strategy closely mirrored that of the Spurs. And with 2 new Spurs players now on the Knicks, the connection felt even more intimate. On the other end of the line, R.C. Buford watched Jiang Chao shake hands with General Pooh. Fortunately, our draft position is low. Otherwise, we would genuinely fear his interception. Haha. Spurs player Udoka tweeted, the Thunder have enhanced their shooting, but their rebounding has become somewhat vulnerable. They urgently need to secure a robust big man. His words proved prophetic. As later on, President Petrulli brought in Perkins to pair with Harrington. In the Knicks office, the old Lou was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. This lad has not deceived me. Luyan covered her mouth and nose in disbelief at the unfolding events. Observing the reactions of the fans downstairs, she realized that Jiang Chao had executed a remarkable transaction. and a genuine sense of joy welled up within her. Similarly, Xiao Dongni and the other members of Jiang Chao's management team raised their arms in exuberant celebration. Wow! A multitude of pretentious teams has finally departed. Although these four individuals possess considerable talent, their constant antics with the Knicks have become a source of great frustration for the management, and now they have all vacated. In their stead, a bearded shooting guard and a power forward who has trained alongside Gasol have arrived. They represent the future. Lu Yin, hands placed firmly on her hips, declared, "There is no mistake in following the owner. Do not underestimate him simply because of his youth." Well said, Lumi. Lumi, you are magnificent. During this period, Lu Yan's diligent efforts have been evident to all. She works until the very late hours and personally attends to every minute detail, truly proving herself to be Jiang Chao's invaluable assistant. A commendable lady of the house indeed. Lu Mi and the boss truly make a perfect match, haha. Many female employees jested, saying, such capable and beautiful Chinese girls will inevitably become the bosses one day. Lu Yin, her face flushed, turned away, her heart racing. Stop joking. Just watch the talent show. In the fourth position, the Sacramento Kings selected Tyreke Evans. History remained unaffected by Jiang Chao's significant maneuvers, and he exhaled deeply. Sean Marks gestured for him to relax. Such a nationwide televised draft was mentally taxing, and it was rare for teams to change their minds at the last moment. Subsequently, selecting Curry at the 8th position was a foregone conclusion. Just then, D'Antoni received a phone call and hastily approached Jiang Chao. Boss, former Suns general manager Steve Kerr is on the line and has something urgent to discuss with you. Jiang Chao took the call. He had previously been in contact with Kerr, who had mentioned reaching out later, but this hardly seemed like a critical moment. Wasn't he supposed to be watching the draft? Is there something important, Mr. Kerr? Please be quick. Haven't I been dismissed? However, my assistant is still with the Suns, and he just informed me that they might have an interest in Curry. Time is of the essence. If you desire Curry, you must act decisively. I merely wish to convey that if you do not wish to choose Curry, then so be it. My assistant mentioned that the newly appointed president, Mr. Donnie, is quite eager to acquire Curry. Upon hanging up the phone, Kerr exhibited signs of allegiance after witnessing Jiang Chao's performance at the draft. He harbored a strong desire to join this youthful ensemble. Who among us does not possess youth? Perhaps it is fate, as he has always felt that Jiang Chao would select a point guard, prompting him to call and remind this future proprietor. Jiang Chao was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? He certainly did not mention to Kerr that he intended to select Curry, and moreover, the Warriors have clearly indicated they will not choose Curry. What is the Suns thinking? Do they believe they can create a splash with the 14th pick? However, his heart suddenly sank. Goodness. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of Harden these past few days that he completely overlooked this matter. Amidst countless calculations, no one anticipated the emergence of the old Donnie to disrupt the proceedings. It is imperative that he does not succeed in intercepting our plans. Nearby, D'Antoni hastily dialed the phone to reach the young Donnie, who was observing the event from the upper stands. To his astonishment, young Donnie replied, "Hasn't my father always coveted Curry? If he falls to the 14th pick, he would undoubtedly select him. Sir, aren't we foregoing Curry?" The line went dead as young Donnie tapped his phone, realizing D'Antoni had already hung up. "Oh no," Jiang Chao exclaimed, smiting his forehead. He could trade up. And so could others. Just because the Suns held the 14th pick does not preclude them from trading up. Let us not forget that Curry was initially the choice of the old Donnie. Could it be? Would cleverness backfire upon itself? Selecting at the 8th position was already a bold move. Yet he never fathomed that the general manager he dismissed would still pursue the player he desired after assuming a new role. With the absence of the old Nelson, the old Donnie has resurfaced. At that moment, Sean Marks' phone rang. "Hello, this is the old Donnie." The former Knicks general manager spoke rapidly, bypassing pleasantries. Sean Marks feigned calmness. "What is it?" "We wish to acquire your 8th pick, in exchange for the 14th pick and a second rounder, or you may make an offer. Is that agreeable?" The old Donnie continued the conversation with a semblance of normalcy. Jiang Chao's heart raced with tumultuous realization. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The old Donnie, perhaps fearing interception by other teams, was trading up, having successfully deceived everyone regarding his intentions to select Curry. Otherwise, he would not have called. "We shall not trade," Sean Marks quickly declined, anxiety palpable in his voice. "Moreover, the offer is quite substantial." "Very well." The call ended abruptly. Jiang Chao immediately glanced towards Donnie Nelson, only to confirm that they too had received a call, with the old Donnie simultaneously on the line. Wright was evidently negotiating with the old Donnie. Was he seeking the 7th pick? Observing Donnie Nelson's expression, it was clear he was intrigued. After facing criticism from the owner, he was reluctant to make such a reckless choice as selecting Curry. If he could trade for an outstanding player like Jiang Chao did, that would be favorable. While also extending a favor to the Suns, both the Warriors and Jiang Chao were acutely aware that the Suns were vying for Curry. Everyone understood that the Timberwolves were certain to select guards with their 2 picks. Jiang Chao remained uncertain of the situation on the Warriors' end, but he knew he could not afford any missteps. At this moment, his heart raced violently. "Boss, what shall we do? We might lose Curry. You go waste the Suns' time. I will make a call." Jiang Chao took matters into his own hands, swiftly dialing the Timberwolves general manager, Kevin McHale, using the manager's phone. Chapter 70. Unwavering Determination. A definitive decision. The 6th pick. Last year, McHale assumed the role of general manager for the Western Conference's struggling team, the Timberwolves. His acquisition of the formidable interior player, Kevin Love, was fortuitous, as McHale was well-equipped to mentor him in low-post techniques. Jiang Chao was quite familiar with McHale, who had served as the inaugural coach for Harden during his time with the Rockets. However, McHale's performance in management and coaching after his playing career was rather mediocre. Were it not for his commendable playing history, one might readily label him as a lackluster talent. He and Bird were celebrated as one of the greatest forward duos in history, yet their post-retirement endeavors showcased a stark contrast. Jiang Chao felt indifferent towards him, having selected Harden, the player the Timberwolves desired, with the 3rd overall pick. "Is there something you need, Mr. Jiang?" McHale and the head coach, Casey, were somewhat taken aback, while the assistant general manager was inscribing Rubio's name on an envelope, as they were poised to select Rubio with the 5th pick. Jiang Chao took a deep breath, wishing for a moment of respite, as the chaos seemed never-ending. The sudden complications introduced by general manager Pu were already burdensome, and the 8th pick could also lead to unforeseen issues. Meanwhile, Sean Marks, positioned beside Jiang Chao, had moved away, engaging in negotiations regarding the Suns' trades, incessantly proposing, "I've made up my mind. We can trade the 8th pick. You could exchange Nash for it, along with some players." "Are you out of your mind? Nash could fetch 2 number 1 picks. Marks was met with incredulity. "Nash is meant to mentor Curry. You are undoubtedly aware of that." The Suns' assistant general manager let slip some information, though he thought it inconsequential, believing that the Knicks were certainly aware of Donnie's fondness for Curry. "You want Curry? Your 14th pick should suffice," Marks replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as every utterance felt like a confrontation from afar. "Nonsense. The Warriors, along with the Raptors and Bucks, are also interested. There's still time. Let's negotiate properly." Upon seeing the content being relayed via paper by D'Antoni, Jiang Chao's expression turned grave. "What? That old madman Donnie has some ideas?" Frustration welled within him. How the plans had unraveled. Had he known that selecting Curry with the 3rd pick was the way to go, he would have certainly chosen him. Yet he never anticipated such significant upheaval in his initial arrangements. Resolute, he turned to McHale and inquired, "Did the Suns reach out to you regarding the 6th pick?" "Indeed. They proposed the 14th pick along with Burks and a 2nd-rounder, which I declined," McHale replied coolly. "Ah." Jiang Chao was surprised that even the notorious D'Antoni had turned down the offer. Were it not for Curry, he too might have been tempted, as Burks had become a pivotal figure in the Spurs championship run. Yet that was a story for another day. Last season, he averaged a modest 9 points and 4 rebounds. Merely a standard rotational player. "Well then, could I propose my 8th pick?" Jiang Chao queried, to which Casey, the coach, refrained from passing the envelope to his assistant. "Listen to me. I am aware that with the 5th pick you intend to select Rubio, and with the 6th pick, you aim for Johnny Flynn." As Jiang Chao articulated this, the Timberwolves management exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by his uncanny knowledge. After all, Johnny Flynn was a closely guarded secret of theirs. "You cannot select him." McHale's anxiety became palpable once his intentions were laid bare. "I cannot proceed. I am encountering some complications. The players I desire are being targeted by the Suns and the Warriors. Here is what you should do. Select Rubio with the 5th pick. Then trade the 6th pick to us, and with the 8th pick, choose Johnny Flynn. There is merely 1 pick separating us. The Warriors will not select Flynn." "On what grounds? Why should we trust you? What do you want in return?" Jiang Chao's sudden tension and incessant phone calls left the leisurely Thunder executives in a state of shock, pondering the motives of their anxious boss, who seemed more agitated than during the 3rd pick. "Garnett, will you acquiesce?" McHale jested, half serious, with an audacious request. His familiarity with Knicks players was rooted in last year's extensive evaluation of the Italian sharpshooter, Gallinari. As they grappled with the decision of whether to select Love or Gallinari with their 5th pick. Ultimately, they chose Love, and the Knicks secured Gallinari at 6th. He is a robust forward with both passing and shooting prowess, having averaged 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 4.5 assists during his rookie season, comparable to Love's statistics. He had long coveted this young talent. Should he join, paired with the interior presence of Love and Iverson, the Timberwolves' future would indeed appear promising. Jiang Chao, fully aware of his intentions, was succinct. Here's the deal. Have Coach Casey record a message for evidence. If I am incorrect, Gallinari will be yours. Mikhail nodded, and Casey produced his phone to record. Meanwhile, at the front desk, David Stern was informed that the 5th pick was delayed, prompting him to engage in conversation with Evans for a moment longer. So, can I acquire Duhan with the 8th pick? Duhan will assist in nurturing the rookie guards, Johnny Flynn and Rubio. They require an experienced guard to guide them, and he possesses excellent passing skills, delivering the ball to your versatile low-post player, Jefferson, and rebounding beast, Love. Furthermore, if you do not select Johnny Flynn with the 8th pick, I will trade Gallinari back for Duhan after the draft concludes, fulfilling your request. The adjacent executives, including the mustached one and the visibly exasperated Sean Marks, were left speechless. The owner was laying everything on the line for Curry. Jiang Chao had previously declined the Thunder's demands for Duhan, yet here he was, offering him to the Timberwolves solely to improve their draft position by 2 spots. The stakes were staggering. Should the Warriors indeed select Johnny Flynn, Jiang Chao would have to forfeit this year's 8th pick and last year's 6th overall rookie. Although Flynn was projected to be selected at 17th, one could never be certain of the enigmatic Don Nelson's intentions. After Casey recorded the message, he and Mikhail exchanged a brief conversation. A traditional point guard averaging 7 points and 4 assists is quite a commendable veteran. Their eyes met, and they both nodded in agreement. Thus, addressing Jiang Chao, he remarked, "You see, Boss Jiang, we shall grant you the 6th pick. If we do not secure Johnny Flynn, your fate is sealed. Rest assured." Jiang Chao mused, "Who would desire your 183-meter-tall point guard?" The management of the Timberwolves remains inept, amidst a plethora of commendable guards. This year they opted for Rubio and that offensive guard from Syracuse. Of course, it is impossible to discern his mediocrity at this juncture. Had it been his decision, he would undoubtedly have advised the Timberwolves to select DeRozan with the 8th pick, thereby thwarting the Raptors at 9th. Presently, the head coach of the Timberwolves is none other than Casey, the mentor of the North King. How splendid it would be for the two to unite in their rookie seasons. With the 5th pick, the Timberwolves chose Rubio. Commissioner David Stern continued, as the dashing Spanish golden boy took the stage. Meanwhile, Jiang Chao, having executed another swift transaction, leaned back in his chair, drenched in sweat. While the 2 managers beside him gazed in astonishment, Mikhail made another call. "I wish to inquire, which player do you desire so fervently?" "Stephen Curry." Astonished, they exclaimed, "Why does everyone covet him? Have you not previously disregarded him?" Mikhail and his companion were perplexed. The Suns were reasonable, as old Donnie had scrutinized Curry for quite some time, while the Warriors had not approached them, leaving them in the dark. However, the sudden addition of a commendable rotational guard by the Knicks in exchange for a slender shooting rookie is truly perplexing. As veterans, they struggled to comprehend Jiang Chao's audacious decision. Selecting 2 guards with high picks? Remarkable. Yet, does your Knicks possess interior players like Jefferson and Love? At that moment, Curry in the front office remained blissfully unaware of the numerous machinations unfolding behind the scenes on his behalf. It was only later that Sean Marks discreetly informed him not to underestimate his significance. The owner was prepared to make superlative sacrifices for him, leaving no room for maneuver whatsoever. In the 2009 draft, with the 6th pick, the Timberwolves selected point guard Stephen Curry from Davidson College. More words? The line of text below caused David Stern's expression to shift once again. Motherfuck, it's him again? Jiang Chao harbored no illusions or hopes of luck. He could not rely on chance to seize a cornerstone for the future. With a decisive stroke, Chapter 71, Altering History. The dual iron gathering in New York just moments ago, when the Timberwolves announced their intent to trade the 6th pick, the staff were once again taken aback. Their gaze unconcealedly directed towards the dashing owner of the Knicks. Was he truly the protagonist of the evening? Although it was a home game, such exuberance seemed excessive. Were they truly treating the draft like a mere game? As the 2 teams were situated at a considerable distance from one another, the staff member's expression shifted drastically when they approached the Knicks side. What was happening? Even old Donnie had risen from his seat. But they all assumed Jiang Chao would opt for DeRozan or Jordan Hill first. Now that the sixth pick was in their hands, who did they want the Timberwolves to select? Sean Marks replied, Stephen Curry. Very well. The staff maintained an impassive demeanor, yet internally, a tempest brewed. If this were to be announced by the president, it would surely upend everyone's expectations. At that time, Curry had been overlooked by Jiang Chao, an incident that had garnered media ridicule aimed at Jiang for his perceived lack of basketball acumen. Yet now, they were indeed selecting him. What a masterstroke it would be. Playing everyone in the industry like puppets. Vice President Ryan was the second to receive the news, left utterly bewildered. Was this lad a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang from China? A genius strategizing for the realm? As an official who had been in contact with Jiang Chao for quite some time, he was on the verge of giving this Chinese owner a fist bump right then and there. Life is a performance, entirely reliant on one's acting skills. This clever fox. How admirable. Meanwhile, Curry remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama, his spirits dwindling as he anticipated a lengthy wait for the eighth pick. His father stood by, offering reassurance that there was no need to rush, that he was a historically significant prospect. His agent, Jeff Austin, chimed in with a smile. No worries, we won't drop out of the lottery. Ever since old Donnie took the helm in Phoenix, he has been determined to pick you. The lowest you'll go is the 14th pick. What? Really? Curry responded, I should be selected at the 8th pick. At this point, he felt there was no need for discretion and revealed his agreement with Jiang Chao, disclosing this to prevent old Donnie from squandering time. Austin, please convey my gratitude to Mr. Donnie for his consideration. I wish to join the Knicks. Austin was momentarily taken aback. This seemed implausible. The Warriors still held a glimmer of hope, having witnessed Curry's complete workout and the shooting prowess he displayed. However, the Knicks had not observed him at all. Upon hearing this, Old Man Curry was elated and immediately called the Suns to inform them that New York was indeed the destination for his son. The mutual pursuit had commenced. As a veteran player and a father, he believed that trading away Nate and Chandler was precisely to elevate Curry, ensuring ample rotation time. Personally, he fervently hoped Curry would rejuvenate the glory of the Orange and Blue Brigade from the previous century and even wished for his family to relocate to New York. Thus, old Curry found himself increasingly fond of Jiang Chao. Nevertheless, the Suns insisted that nurturing Curry alongside Nash would be quite advantageous, declaring him a prized asset. This sudden attention made Curry all the more sought after. In a fleeting moment, his thoughts shifted from wondering if Jiang Chao would select him to fearing that the Suns might snatch him away. Phoenix, he had scarcely considered them. The star of the same position, Nash, was averaging far too many minutes on the court, leaving him with little opportunity should he join the Suns. He had not anticipated that Jiang Chao had already made a decisive choice for him behind the scenes. Just when he believed that the 6th pick had nothing to do with him, his name was suddenly announced. The Minnesota Timberwolves selected guard Stephen Curry from Davidson College. What in the world? The Timberwolves snatched him? At that moment, Curry's mind mirrored that of Harden moments ago. The team he had never engaged with had chosen him? The Timberwolves? Good heavens. It felt as if lightning had struck him. Stunned, he stood as if thunderstruck, while Harden, backstage, wanted to pat him on the head like a little schoolboy. So that was how it was. However, Harden had a slight advantage. He knew the Thunder would select him, but he was taken aback by the trade. Curry, on the other hand, had no inkling he would ascend to the 6th pick. His agent, Austin, clung to him tightly. This agent, not affiliated with CAA, had his player in a high draft position, thereby earning some recognition for his own capabilities. The live audience reacted reasonably well, but backstage, the Timberwolves' phones were ringing incessantly. Old Nelson exclaimed, "What is going on?" Old Donnie retorted, "You're taking my player? With the 6th pick? I offered the 14th pick and $2 million cash. And you wouldn't trade?" Mikhail jested, "Is that how you're going to do it? $2 million for my second-round pick?" Everyone knew that this year's second round was a mess, likely leaving a plethora of guards, so they deemed it worthless. Others didn't need Mikhail's explanation. David Stern continued to smile on camera, announcing, "The Knicks have made a trade with the Minnesota Timberwolves, moving up from the 8th pick to the 6th pick to select Duong. Congratulations to them." Subsequently, the staff presented the orange cap once more. Wong Defa. What? Did I hear that correctly? The Knicks? There was a gasp backstage. The Knicks again? President Zhu stood up directly. Respect. It had been ages since the draft had been this exhilarating. Old Nelson erupted, standing and angrily berating the Knicks. "Are you playing with me? You said you wouldn't select him." Late Tila reassured him. "Didn't we have a workout?" Curry isn't that formidable. Stay calm. Yet, he too was astonished. Was this new owner truly this decisive? To snatch Curry, they had sacrificed a starting traditional point guard from their own roster. The Thunder's owner also lamented, "You wouldn't part with Duhong for us, but you're willing to give him up for Curry? That's quite a hefty price for just 2 spots. Was it necessary?" Meanwhile, old Donnie, who had previously negotiated a deal with the Warriors, wore a dazed expression, his face transforming from determination to bewilderment. His psychological defenses crumbled. Jiang Chao's heavy blow had thrown their plans into disarray, naturally canceling the trade with the Warriors. Ainge and others were all discussing, "This is a desperate gamble. Boss Jiang. Although Duhong's stats aren't impressive, he is a competent starting point guard." After claiming victory, the elated QPEC was acutely aware of the merciless scrutiny of the media in a major basketball city had they failed to perform. Owner Jiang would have been ridiculed for eternity. Such misfortune, such reckless folly. Heat President Advisor Riley shook his head, pondering the utility of a guard resembling a fork in a tree. With a similar stature, it was players like Wade who truly excelled in the heat of battle. R.C. Buford remarked on the audacity of today's youth. Meanwhile, Jiang Chao, suppressing his exhilaration, adjusted his tie and rose to applaud, resembling a concealed master of martial arts. However, he yearned to unleash a torrent of exclamations, relieved that he had the foresight to navigate through the chaos. Or else he might have been undone by this motley crew. He was determined to alter the course of history. The dual forces of 2009 converged in New York. He had accomplished it. Jiang Chao harbored no regrets. At this moment, the 2 perimeter cornerstones finally belonged to him. The ensuing endeavor would revolve around constructing a team centered on these 2. The Knicks dynasty shall undoubtedly be forged by my hand. Chapter 72. Tears of the elementary school student Sean Marks also clasped his hands in gratitude towards the Timberwolves. D'Antoni's task was to convey the message to Duhong, emphasizing that this was Jiang Chao's request, and it was essential to infuse some humanity into the situation. The first priority was to comfort the other party, thereby ensuring that the Timberwolves would treat the veterans of the Knicks with due respect. Although they did not fully grasp Jiang Chao's choice, they had witnessed instances where everything was sacrificed for a superstar, such as the infamous 7-for-1 trades. However, it was quite rare to see an owner willing to relinquish everything for a draft pick. Observing Jiang Chao's expression, it seemed as though both individuals were destined to become future stars. Typically, such trades necessitate absolute confidence in the rookie one intends to select. If the Timberwolves were to secure their desired player, Johnny Flynn, it would essentially render Duhong expendable. Thus, it was imperative for Curry to excel to avoid ridicule from the basketball community. Sean Marks, however, lacked the audacity for such a bold move. Even R.C. Buford would hesitate to take such a risk. Generally, general managers simply accept the selections made and shift their focus to the next prospects. During the draft, each team typically has about 5 players in mind, and when another team snatches a target, adjustments must be made. After all, no one can predict who will truly succeed on the NBA stage. Yet, Jiang Chao was a visionary. To him, draft picks were of paramount importance. It was a wolf's den. Remarkable indeed. Old Nelson was left dumbfounded, utterly speechless as the signing moved directly in front of him. The Warriors and Suns had no choice but to consider other players. With the 6th pick, they could only express their frustration. The additional team had acquired a pseudo-starting guard, which was absurd. Old Donnie still sent a message to his longtime friend D'Antoni. "Congratulations. One of us just needs to secure Curry." Both he and D'Antoni were in agreement that Curry was the player to acquire this year. Now, as they each pursued their own paths, it was acceptable for an old friend to secure him. They had previously contemplated utilizing such a point guard to facilitate a fast-paced game for the bearded player, as he thrived with guards who possessed shooting precision superior to Nash's. President Poon was quite concerned about Jiang Chao and called him, saying, "Your most reliable perimeter passer has departed. That's quite a cost. Looking forward to the newcomers. I am eagerly anticipating your youthful lineup next season." The Thunder's owner chimed in, "If I may ask, young brother, why do you favor these 2? Jiang Chao pondered for a moment. Perhaps this is what youth is all about. Young Curry and the charming Harden represented his lost youth. In this lifetime, he must ensure that Harden has no regrets and that Curry refrains from signing with Under Armour. ESPN reported, the best rookie shooter of this draft has been selected by the Knicks. They traded up 2 spots. How cool is this new New York Knicks team? The TNT News segment displayed the Knicks logo, Youth Storm. This 6 feet 3 inches junior guard's selection was a cause for celebration. And congratulations to the Knicks. New York fans are in for a treat today. David Stern chuckled with a hint of bias. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Curry's expression shifted from surprise to laughter, and he exhaled deeply, repeatedly uttering, "This is insane. Amazing." He anxiously tugged at his suit jacket, glancing around like a bewildered child. His father, reacting even more intensely, had just been discussing how the Timberwolves already had Rubio and questioned the selection of 2-point guards. In the blink of an eye, he embraced his son, while Austin rushed over excitedly, and Curry's girlfriend stood up, fastening his suit button and kissing him. The Knicks fans erupted, all rising to their feet. The long-rumored selection of Curry by the Knicks had finally come to fruition. They had witnessed the dazzling play and impeccable shooting of this extraordinary guard from Davidson College. With his flashy style and striking looks, he fit the mold of a potential New York superstar. Cameras zoomed in on the rookie, dubbed the baby-faced assassin. The commentator exclaimed, "Wow." Owner Jiang Chao traded up to select Stephen Curry. They have chosen 2 guard players. What a pity. Just 10 minutes earlier, ESPN had extensively discussed how Duhong could assist Harden, only to see it all rendered moot. Yet, why didn't the Knicks utilize the 8th pick? Was another team poised to seize him? Little did they know how fiercely the competition for Curry had escalated behind the scenes. This trade exemplified Jiang Chao's decisive nature as an owner. "I want him. No one can take him away." However, the cost was that fans were unaware of other teams, such as the Warriors and Suns, vying for Curry's services, placing the blame squarely on Jiang Chao. Duhong's playing style had garnered admiration from many veteran fans, while Spike Lee appeared incredulous, questioning the difference between the 6th and 8th picks. Did they really have to sacrifice a rotation player for 2 spots? Dad Ariel, with keen eyes, remarked he shouldn't mind. This shows Curry how much the owner values him. "I absolutely love Curry's 3-point shooting." Scarlett had also done her homework over the past few days. "Wow, this kid can shoot threes. I like his style of play." Was Jiang Chao playing mind games? Many Chinese fans were delighted, recognizing the shrewdness of a businessman, ultimately selecting the player he had seemed least interested in. They understood this tactic well. The more one desires something, the harder it is to obtain, an age-old strategy. Yet, they might not have anticipated Jiang Chao's palpable anxiety behind the scenes. The previous theatrics with the Warriors seemed unnecessary since he had indeed traded up. Of course, it was crucial. Had the Warriors clung to their selection, old Nelson might have desperately traded up, complicating matters further. Curry glanced once more at the trade details, tears glistening in his eyes as he embraced David Stern on stage. Stern whispered to him, "This is where the story begins, young man. Give it your all. I want to let New York fans down." The young pupil beamed with his cherubic smile. Who could have imagined such an affable player would dominate the NBA? He discreetly wiped away his tears and confidently posed for a photo with the commissioner. Meanwhile, in the background, Jiang Chao applauded earnestly, and both shared a glimmer of hope in their eyes. In this small room, the boss truly ought to treat everyone to a meal. The man with the small mustache is discussing matters in the background. In another room, a certain lean individual with wide-open eyes is preparing for a group photo. However, merely applauding suffices. The 3-pointers from the storied player are indeed favored by Harden, who eagerly anticipates their collaboration. In comparison to Duhong, whose passes are merely relayed, Harden naturally prefers this remarkable shooter who has set the NCAA record for 3-pointers in a single season. Subsequently, Sean Marks appears somewhat anxious. As long as they do not select Johnny Flynn with the 7th pick, all will be well. The Warriors opted not to engage in a trade with the Suns but instead chose Jordan Hill. Upon rising, Jordan Hill exhibits a hint of displeasure. He feels deceived by the Knicks management, which irks him, and he has already prepared himself to dunk over the Knicks players. The so-called mad inventor isn't so mad after all. Jiang Chao had expected him to select Jennings or Ty Lawson, among others. The 8th pick from the Knicks is given to the Timberwolves, who select the 185 centimeters tall guard Johnny Flynn. Unlike Rubio, Flynn is purely offensive-minded, reminiscent of Allen Iverson. However, in Jiang Chao's opinion, choosing Ty Lawson would have been a better decision. Detached from the matter, Jiang Chao does not intend to alter anything significantly. People are not inclined to believe you without reason. In truth, the Timberwolves' strategy mirrors that of the Knicks, to cultivate a shooting guard alongside a point guard, complemented by second-year center Love and the formidable Jefferson. This configuration, while promising, lacks foresight. The potential of Johnny Flynn is questionable at best, and even Rubio took several years to make any notable impact. The traditional point guard position is gradually being rendered obsolete. The nickname for Rubio, Lu Yuan, is not particularly flattering. In contrast, monikers like Dangu or Kahao exude a more commanding presence. Mikhail and Casey gestured towards Jiang Chao, pleased to have secured Duhong without cost. No complaints there. Sean Marks and his companion let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Garinelli was retained. Otherwise, if Garinelli had been used to exchange for Duhon postgame, they would have faced considerable backlash. Just as they believed the situation was settling down, Jiang Chao wrapped his fingers on the table. Sean, I wish to acquire a few second-round picks. Please investigate with these teams. Boss, we have one, came the response. Chapter 73, a legendary encounter, still called Super? Super Brother. At this moment, in the players' lounge, the selected lottery picks, donning their respective team caps, gathered in jubilant camaraderie. They would ultimately pose for a photograph with David Stern on stage, meet their management, and culminate the draft process. Upon entering, Curry and the exuberant Harden embraced each other, capturing the historic meeting of the 2009 duo on camera. Later, ESPN would herald this photograph as a legendary encounter. Both donned gray suits and orange hats. Griffin, standing nearby, chuckled. You all agreed on gray suits, right? Harden, hands on his hips, remarked, I still feel as if I'm dreaming. I can't believe I'm in New York. Curry responded with a grin. Well, I just saved you some travel expenses. No need to go out. I'm gearing up for the Summer League starting tomorrow. Initially intent on celebrating at a New York nightclub, James Harden hesitated before conceding. All right. I'll train with you tomorrow. Okay, man. Let us give it our all next season. The two exchanged another handshake and chest bump, their excitement palpable. No problem. We're winning the championship, chimed in the enthusiastic young Knicks assistant press officer. From now on, you're both our rookies. Bro. Spill the beans. What's the Knicks locker room like? Do they bully the rookies? Curry was eager to integrate into the team. Harden leaned in, curious, yeah? No one has any bad habits, right? I just want to play ball without being picked on. The assistant press officer reassured. The only one who can bully you is the boss. Don't worry, the troublemakers have mostly been traded away. Wow, so there are still troublemakers? That means there could be trades. Possibly. We're only at pick 10, keep watching. The two were completely elated, feeling as if owner Dolan was clearing the path for them, eagerly anticipating a veteran trade for a third first-round pick. I'll set you up for open threes. No, I'll deliver you alley-oops. I'm a higher pick. Listen to me. In Indiana, Stevens and his companions settled into their seats for the flight. Despite some unexpected happenings, the Knicks successfully acquired the player they desired all along, the NCAA three-point king, Curry. Such a player is favored by both the young coach and Messina. Possessing exceptional ball handling and three-point shooting skills, capable of creating space, paired with a slashing expert like Harden, the future looks promising. Finally, the young coach sent a video message to Hayward. Kid, bring some beef next year. The forward position is waiting for you. Hayward, even more thrilled than upon his own selection, shouted excitedly, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Ibaka was also preparing to report to the Knicks. The abundance of rookies indicating that everyone had a chance. His agent informed him that both Harden and Curry possess exceptional passing abilities, surpassing the potential of Durant and Westbrook. Ibaka felt an irresistible urge to witness the talents of these seemingly slender guards firsthand. Let us depart for New York a bit earlier these days and practice with them. Young individuals naturally attract one another. Although the Thunder's dynamic duo is impressive, the presence of another duo within the Knicks rekindled hope for Ibaka, who had previously found little opportunity in Oklahoma City. He left a message for Harden and Curry on Twitter, visible to all fans. You shoot, I'll handle the rebounds. Accompanied by a muscular emoji. Double lottery picks. Like the Timberwolves selecting two guards. The prominent figures within the league engaged in discussions. Though this trade lacked the magnitude of the third overall pick, leading to a more subdued analysis focused on roster compatibility. Only Nate Robinson and a few others, including teammate Duhon, formed an Avengers alliance. Their mindset was clear. Next season, the Timberwolves and Thunder must triumph over the Knicks, compelling the owner to reckon with his overconfidence and the unapproachability of these seasoned veterans. Duhon, however, maintained a rather zen attitude. It's all right. The owner has never seen me play. He nurtures the youth storm, and if my inclusion in a trade signifies respect, at least I still hold value. I must express gratitude to the Knicks for the contract they extended to me. Duhon had received a 4-year, $20 million deal from Dolan, with a $6 million contract for the upcoming season, thus he bore no animosity. The Timberwolves, coincidentally, had a plethora of rookies who could absorb this mid-tier contract, making Duhon's agent quite pleased when informed that Duhon would have time to develop Rubio. He admired the Spanish prodigy style of play. Cultivating a talented mentee before retirement would indeed be a delightful achievement. His thoughts crystallized. However, My way of avenging the owner might be for Rubio to outshine Curry? Haha. Nate Robinson chimed in, absolutely. If Rubio falters, I shall take charge. Such a slender guard, I could send him flying with a mere bump. Chandler added. I feel both guards could be dunked on by me. Roy exclaimed, I will lock them down. Harrington remarked, Harden is decent, but if Curry dares to enter, I shall swat him away. The dismissiveness towards Curry was palpable. Duhan interjected, we are advocating for you. Can a diminutive shooter truly be a sixth pick? Duhan responded, no more discussion. I am preparing to purchase a ticket to Minnesota. Among the remaining players, veterans felt apprehensive while rookies rejoiced. Particularly, Gallinari was anxious as he contacted Messina at the airport. Messina directly responded, I am not entirely clear on our owner's intentions. He is the owner, and I am merely an employee. However, from my perspective, if we are emphasizing youth, this rookie forward of last year should remain untouched. All right then, Messina. I adore you, Gallinari exclaimed. Let performances speak for themselves. The head coach is right beside me. Stevens chuckled, Gallinari, focus on building strength. I shall assess you upon your return to the team. Yes, coach. In the villa, a certain Mr. Lee is trembling. He was selected by the Knicks in 2005. Is he considered a veteran or a newcomer? The Knicks fans, however, are now utterly indifferent to who is chosen on the court. Their collective sentiment is clear. Although they have lost a seasoned player, at the very least, they have secured the much-admired Stephen Curry, the charming assassin with a baby face. This neighbor has not disappointed us. Spike Lee remarked, at least we can see hope. Both are formidable offensive players. Many fans adore guards like Allen Iverson, who can dominate the game. Hence the fan base for Duhan is relatively sparse. In a bustling large market, the excitement generated by Curry's consecutive three-point highlights on television has sparked considerable anticipation. Who needs Iverson? That is merely a relic of the past. I do not possess the answers, but I am certain that the bearded one represents the Knicks solution. In truth, the selection of Johnny Flynn could have sufficed, but no matter. Curry's three-point prowess is far more valuable. Is he still called Super? It should be Super Brother. Jiang Chao's reputation is soaring within the New York Knicks, as his bold and decisive approach has garnered admiration from many young fans. The influx of congratulatory messages on his phone was something Jiang Chao had not anticipated, after all. It was merely the selection of two players who were supposed to be in the lottery. The fans remain oblivious to the machinations behind the scenes. It is evident that Knicks fans have grown excessively thirsty for success. In this era of mediocrity, any positive outcome orchestrated by Jiang Chao appears far more impressive than the lackluster efforts of Dolan. It is a matter of habit. When something normal occurs, it deserves commendation. Meanwhile, in her Manhattan villa, Taylor Swift, upon hearing the news, touches her lips with her hand. I knew he wouldn't make a mistake. How could someone so handsome act recklessly? Suddenly inspired, she muses, should I write a song to officially welcome this charming gentleman as the new owner of the New York Knicks? Indeed, Taylor, as a foreign owner. It is time for him to experience the warmth and passion of us, the New York fans. Her agent raises a cocktail to celebrate the Knicks' recent selections, 2 lottery picks. Both strong collegiate guards this year, and from the comments, it is evident they are unlikely to disappoint. Just as New York fans were beginning to think the remaining selections were merely similar, diminutive guards with little appeal in the second round. Jiang Chao's true divine operation was just beginning, a move that would astonish for decades to come. Etching itself into the annals of NBA management history, a masterful stroke from the super boss of low-level acquisitions. He has commenced. Chapter 74, the second round showcase. The true stage of Boss Jiang in the 9th position, the Raptors selected DeRozan. The 10th pick saw the Bucks choose the young LeBron Jennings. At the 17th pick, they opted for Drew Holiday. As the draft progressed, no significant trades akin to the Knicks had occurred. The most substantial moves involved teams trading up a position with cash. Fans gradually lost interest as the once prominent Knicks, who held the top 6 picks, ceased to make any further moves. At home, Dolan displayed a look of disdain, unable to comprehend the widespread admiration for Jiang Chao, questioning why so many lauded him for merely securing 2 lottery picks. He believed he could have accomplished the same. Dismissing Jiang as a nouveau riche who, without a signature, faltered. If he had the chance, he would have secured more first-round picks, wouldn't he? The other employees at the network remained silent, pondering that if Dolan were in Jiang's position, he might not have made any wise selections at all. Jiang Chao's hesitance to draft was not due to a lack of desire, but rather the overwhelming number of guards in this draft class. Furthermore, the cost of acquiring another first-round pick was exorbitant, and the valuable players on his roster were not easily expendable otherwise. They risked falling below the poverty line in salary cap or exceeding the roster limit. The elite point guards emerging later in the draft were predominantly ball dominant. And while a player like Drew was an all-star, he still paled in comparison to a cornerstone guard like Curry. By the time they reached the 25th pick, General Manager Pu indeed called Jiang for advice. Aware that the Knicks would likely remain inactive, he inquired about Rodrigue Beaubois, a guard from Turkey standing at 188 centimeters. Jiang Chao is unfamiliar with this name, which suggested it lacked prominence. Another guard? Their team could assemble a table of star guards as it was. Pu expressed his frustration, noting the remaining players were either point guards or shooting guards. With only a few small forwards available, this draft was teeming with guards. Out of a sense of obligation to help the Thunder in light of acquiring Ibaka, Jiang subtly aided Pu by suggesting, "Isn't Taj Gibson a power forward? Select him. He has shooting and athleticism, making him a suitable backup for Harrington." "All right, I'll take a look," Pu responded. After hanging up, he indeed selected Gibson. Apologies. Windy City rose. Jiang Chao thought to himself as he observed the Bulls management expressing their frustration. Originally, Taj Gibson was expected to be picked by the Bulls at the next position, as they certainly did not need another guard with the youngest MVP in history on the roster. In time, Taj Gibson became a valuable ally for Rose, excelling in pick-and-roll situations, and was regarded as a lower-tier version of Ibaka, compensating for the Thunder's loss. "Pu, remember to treat me to a meal once this kid makes it." Jiang Chao called to congratulate him. A low-post showcase, a power forward of modest height, capable of being a competent rotation player. The one I recommended has to be on the all-rookie first team. Haha, indeed. If a rookie makes it to the all-rookie first team, I shall become your steadfast admirer. Should you visit Ohio, I shall cover all expenses. What seemed to be a jest from Jiang Chao has now materialized into reality, perhaps due to the scarcity of formidable players in the paint this year. Whether in the past or present, Gibson has consistently been recognized as a top rookie. However, as the second round approaches, Jiang Chao becomes earnest, urging Sean Marks to prepare. "We have the 40th pick in the second round," he reminds, seemingly concerned that Jiang Chao might forget. "One is hardly sufficient," Jiang Chao replies with a subtle smile. "Boss, please refrain from offloading any key players." The little mustache interjects repeatedly, "This year's second round isn't worth it. Selecting a rookie big man should suffice. Rest assured, I shall not relinquish any assets. I shall simply throw money at it," Jiang Chao assures. "All right, boss." Sean Marks wisely falls silent, interpreting Jiang Chao's intentions as one akin to a nouveau riche splurging on second-round picks, disregarding his earlier remarks. This year's second-round prospects are indeed quite economical, as forecasts suggest a plethora of guards will dominate. Typically, a team develops 2 to 3 rookies per year, and few pay particular attention to potential gems in the second round. The landscape has drastically transformed since 5 or 6 years ago, with the internet's rapid advancement. Data from even the most obscure national basketball leagues is now accessible to the global audience, be it domestic or international players. The truly exceptional talents have long been scouted by all 30 teams and selected in the earlier rounds. Come. Let me have another look at this year's list of over 50 players," Jiang Chao remarks, rolling up his sleeves as he peruses the scouting reports, examining names and photographs while other owners engage in lighthearted banter. In Jiang Chao's perspective, making a trade for a lottery pick is hardly an impressive feat, as the likelihood of lottery selection succeeding is inherently high. He opts for 2 American collegiate basketball stars, whose baseline potential is already established. Yet, the second round presents a different challenge. Media predictions for second-round picks are often erroneous, as this round is a veritable mixed bag, with few players capable of truly shining. The current NBA draft landscape is inundated with candidates globally, with numerous vested interests at play. Some teams even covertly collaborate with betting companies, as the draft can be a betting affair, with the second round being particularly fraught with uncertainty. Ordinarily, a typical team will select a two-way contract player in the second round, allowing them to oscillate between the NBA and the development league. Other teams may opt for international players to tap into foreign markets, like the likes of Sun Yu and Shou Qi, offering modest contracts and reaping substantial rewards from Chinese sponsors. There are also selections deemed superfluous. Players such as Wang Zhilin and Shui Yuyang from China were drafted only to discover their CBA performances were lackluster, resulting in no buyout fees being paid, and the inclination to recall them was abandoned. Some astute teams in the second round might choose to draft players they have long kept under wraps in their youth development programs. However, such instances are rare, as the NBA's remarkable newcomers are hard to keep hidden. In the United States, scouts swarm around any talented player, meticulously analyzing every game they play. Additionally, there exists the practice of selecting players favored by the owner or hailing from the owner's homeland, nurturing them through conventional means within the NBA, essentially handpicking individuals for gradual development, as the signing rights reside firmly in one's grasp. For instance, Shou-Chi embodies the notion of nurturing a prominent center for the Chinese national team, as the G League has afforded ample opportunities. Regrettably, she has yet to be adequately prepared. A notable example is Lonzo Ball, an overhyped high draft pick, compelled by his father's management in Los Angeles. Furthermore, there are players selected purely for their profitability, with low second-round picks fetching approximately $2 million prior to this year. Some teams, disinterested in certain prospects or unable to accommodate them on their rosters, might prefer to generate revenue for the owner rather than selecting underdeveloped international players. Nevertheless, it remains true that the second round is replete with opportunities and tales of unexpected triumphs. Second-round players possess an innate "my fate is in my own hands" advantage. Those who succeed from this round are anything but ordinary. Many who fall to the second round carry a sense of shame regarding their label. Exceptional talents like the likes of Jokic and the enigmatic Dagger are rare gems, appearing only once in a decade or more. Yet, if one manages to secure such a player, they become the object of admiration among fans. Furthermore, the likes of role players such as Rui Hachimura and Spencer Dinwiddie, alongside inspirational figures like Draymond Green, Dennis Rodman, and Patrick Beverley, reflect the kind of spirited individuals that numerous general managers aspire to draft. The true test of acumen lies in uncovering hidden gems in the second round, while scouting undrafted players demands an even keener eye for talent. Speaking of which, Beverley. And did Dog Brother participate in this year's draft? I believe I just glimpsed his name.